47-21-47. Clark, January 27, 1805. 27th of January Sunday 1804. A fine day, attempt to cut our boat and canoes out of the ice, a difficult task I fear as we find waters between the ice, I bleed the man with the pleurisy today and sweat him. Captain Lewis took of the toes of 1 foot of the boy who got frostbit some time ago. Chaboneau our interpreter returned, and informed that the Assiniboines had returned to their camps, and brought 3 horses of Mr. LaRoche's to stay here for fear of their being stolen by the Assiniboines who are great rogues. Cut off the boy toes. Clark, January 28, 1805. January 28, Monday 1805. Attempt to cut through the ice and get our boat and canoe out without success. Several Indians here wishing to get war hatchets made this shape. The man sick yesterday is getting well. Mr. Jessam our interpreter was taken very unwell this evening. Warm day. Clark, January 29, 1805. January 29, Tuesday 1805. Gave Jessam a dose of salts. We send and collect stones and put them on a large log heap to heat them with a view of warming water in the boat and by that means, separate her from the ices. Our attempt appears to be defeated by the stones all breaking and flying to pieces in the fire. A fine warm day, we are now burning a large coal pit, to mend the Indians' hatchets, and make them war axes. The only means by which we procure corn from them. Clark, January 30, 1805. January 30, Wednesday 1805. A fine morning, clouded up at 9 o'clock, Mr. LaRoche paid us a visit, and we gave him an answer respecting the request he made when last here of accompanying us on our journey and Clark, January 31, 1805. January 31, Thursday, 1805. Snowed last night, wind high from the N.W. Sawed off the boy's toes. Sent 5 men down the river to hunt with 2 horses, our interpreter something better. George Druyer taken with the pleurisy last evening bled and gave him some sage tea. This morning he is much better, cold disagreeable. Clark, February 1, 1805. 1st of February Friday 1805. A cold windy day. Our hunters returned. Having killed only 1 deer, a war chief of the Me-any-Tar Ras came with some corn, requested to have a war hatchet made, and requested to be allowed to go to war against the Sioux and Ricars who had killed a Mandan some time past. We refused. And gave liaisons, which he very readily assented to, and promised to open his ears to all we said. This man is young and named, seeing Snake Marbuk, Chiaokoa. This man's woman set out and he pursued her, in the evening. Clark. February 2, 1805. 2nd of February Saturday 1805. A fine day. 1 deer killed. Our interpreter still unwell, one of the wives of the big belly interpreter taken sick. Mr. LaRoche leave us today. This man is a clerk to the N.W. Company, and very anxious to accompany us. Lewis, February 3, 1805. 3rd of February Sunday 1805. A fine day. The blacksmith again commences his operations. We were visited by but few of the natives today. The situation of our boat and pirogues is now alarming. They are firmly enclosed in the ice and almost covered with snow. The ice which encloses them lies in several stratas of unequal thicknesses which are separated by streams of water. This peculiarly unfortunate because so soon as we cut through the first strata of ice the water rushes up and rises as high as the upper surface of the ice and thus creates such a debt of water as renders it impracticable to cut away the lower strata which appears firmly attached to and confining the bottom of the vessels. The instruments we have hitherto used has been the axe only, with which we have made several attempts that proved unsuccessful, from the cause above mentioned. We then determined to attempt freeing them from the ice by means of boiling water which we purposed heating in the vessels by means of hot stones, but this expedient proved also fruitless. As every species of stone which we could procure in the neighborhood partook so much of the calcareous genus that they burst into small particles on being exposed to the heat of the fire. We now determined as the dernier resort to prepare a parse of iron spikes and attach them to the end of small poles of convenient length and endeavor by means of them to free the vessels from the ice. We have already prepared a large rope of elk skin and a windlass by means of which we have no doubt of being able to draw the boat on the bank provided we can free from the ice. Clark, February 3, 1805. 3rd of February, 1805. Our provisions of meat being nearly exhausted, I concluded to deck-end the river on the ice and hunt. I set out with about 16 men, 3 horses and 2 sleighs, descended nearly 60 miles, killed and loaded the horses back, and made 2 pens which we filed with meat, and returned on the 13th. We killed 40 deer, 3 bulls, 19 elk. Many so meager that they were unfit for use. Louis, February 4, 1805. February 4, Monday, 1805. This morning fair though could the thermometer stood at 18 degrees below naught, wind from N.W. Captain Clark set out with a hunting party consisting of 16 of our command and 2 Frenchmen who together with 2 others, have established a small hut and resided this winter within the vicinity of Fort Mandan under our protection. Visited by many of the natives today. Our stock of meat which we had procured in the months of November and December is now nearly exhausted. A supply of this articles is at this moment peculiarly interesting as well for our immediate consumption, as that we may have time before the approach of the warm season to prepare the meat for our voyage in the spring of the year. Captain Clark therefore determined to continue his route down the river even as far as the river Bullet unless he should find a plenty of game nearer. The men transported their baggage on a couple of small wooden sleighs drawn by themselves, and took with them 3 pack horses which we had agreed should be returned with a load of meat to Fort Mandan as soon as they could procure it. No buffalo have made their appearance in our neighborhood for some weeks, and I am informed that our Indian neighbors suffer extremely at this moment for the article of flesh. Shields killed 2 deer this evening, both very lean, one a large buck, he had shed his horns. Louis, February 5, 1805. February 5, Tuesday, 1805. Pleasant morning wind from N.W. fair. Visited by many of the natives who brought a considerable quantity of corn in payment for the work which the blacksmith had done for them. They are peculiarly attached to a battle axe formed in a very inconvenient manner in my opinion. It is fabricated of iron only, the blade is extremely thin, from 7 to 9 inches in length and from 43/4 to 6 inches on its edge. From whence the sides proceed nearly in a straight line to the eye where its width is generally not more than an inch. The eye is round and about 1 inch in diameter. The handle seldom more than 14 inches in length, the whole weighing about 1 pound. The great length of the blade of this axe, added to the small size of the handle renders a stroke uncertain and easily avoided. While the shortness of the handle must render a blow much less forcible if even well directed, and still more inconvenient as they uniformly use this instrument in action on horseback. The older fashion is still more inconvenient. It is somewhat in the form of the blade of an espantoon but is attached to a helve of the Dementians. Before described, the blade is sometimes by way of ornament perforated with 2, 3 or more small circular holes. The following is the general figure. It is from 12 to 15 inches in length. Louis. February 6, 1805. February 6, Wednesday, 1805. Fair morning wind from N.W. had a sleigh prepared against the return of the horses which Captain Clark had promised to send back as soon as he should be able to procure a load of meat. Visited by many of the natives, among others the Big White, the Cole, Big Man, Harry Horn and the Black Man, I smoked with them, after which they retired, a deportment not common. For they usually pester us with their good company the balance of the day after once being introduced to our apartment. Shields killed 3 antelopes this evening. The blacksmiths take a considerable quantity of corn today in payment for their labor. The blacksmiths have proved a happy resource to us in our present situation, as I believe it would have been difficult to have devised any other method to have procured corn from the natives. The Indians are extravagantly fond of sheet iron, of which they form arrow points and manufacture into instruments for scraping and dressing their buffalo robes. I permitted the blacksmith to dispose of a part of a sheet iron calaboose which had been nearly burnt out on our passage up the river. And for each piece about 4 inches square he obtained from 7 to 8 gallons of corn from the natives, who appeared extremely pleased with the exchange. Louis, February 7, 1805. February 7, Thursday 1805. This morning was fair, thermometer at 18 degrees above, not much warmer than it has been for some days. Wind S.E. continue to be visited by the natives. The Circt of the Guard reported that the Indian women, wives to our interpreters, were in the habit of unbarring the fort gate at any time of night and admitting their Indian visitors. I therefore directed a lock to be put to the gate and ordered that no Indian but those attached to the garrison should be permitted to remain all night within the fort or admitted during the period which the gate had been previously ordered to be kept shut, which was from sunset until sunrise. Louis, February 8, 1805. February 8, Friday 1805. This morning was fair, wind S.E. the weather still warm and pleasant, visited by the Black Cat, the principal chief of the Ruptarhi, or Upper Mandain village. This man possesses more integrity, firmness, intelligence and perspicuity of mind than any Indian I have met with in this quarter, and I think with a little management he may be made a useful agent in furthering the views of our government. The Black Cat presented me with a bow and apologized for not having completed the shield he had promised, alleging that the weather had been too good to permit his making it. I gave him some small shot 6 fishing hooks and 2 yards of ribbon. His squaw also presented me with 2 pair of moccasins, for which in return I gave a small looking-glass and a couples of nedlass. The chief dined with me and left me in the evening. He informed me that his people suffered very much for the article of meat, and that he had not himself tasted any for several days. Louis, February 9, 1805. February 9, Saturday 1805. The morning fair and pleasant, wind from S.E. Vist by Mr. Mackenzie, one the N.W. Company's clerks. This evening a man by the name of Howard, whom I had given permission to go the Mandain village, returned after the gate was shut, and rather than call to the guard to have it opened scaled the works. An Indian who was looking on shortly after followed his example. I convinced the Indian of the impropriety of his conduct, and explained to him the risk he had run of being severely treated. The fellow appeared much alarmed. I gave him a small piece of tobacco and sent him away. Howard I had committed to the care of the guard with a determination to have him tried by a court-martial for this offense. This man is an old soldier which still heightens this offense. Louis, February 10, 1805. February 10, Sunday 1805. This morning was cloudy after a slight snow which fell in the course of the night. The wind blew very hard from N.W. Although the thermometer stood at 18 degrees above naught, the violence of the wind caused a degree of cold that was much more unpleasant than that of yesterday, when thermometer stood at 10 degrees only above the same point. Mr. Mackenzie left me this morning. Charbonneau returned with one of the Frenchmen and informed that he had left the 3 horses and 2 men with the meat which Captain Clark had sent at some distance below on the river. He told me that the horses were heavy loaded, and that not being shot it was impossible for horses to travel on the ice. I determined to send down some men with 2 small sleighs for the meat, and accordingly I gave orders that they should set out early the next morning. 2 men were also sent to conduct the horses by way of the plain. Louis, February 11, 1805. February 11, Monday 1805. The party that were ordered last evening set out early this morning. The weather was fair and could wind N.W. About 5 o'clock this evening one of the wives of Charbonneau was delivered of a fine boy. It is worthy of remark that this was the first child which this woman had borne, and as is common in such cases her labor was tedious and the pain violent. Mr. Jessam informed me that he had frequently administered a small portion of the rattle of the rattlesnake, which he assured me had never failed to produce the desired effect, that of hastening the birth of the child. Having the rattle of a snake by me I gave it to him, and he administered 2 rings of it to the woman, broken in small pieces with the fingers and added to a small quantity of water. Whether this medicine was truly the cause or not I shall not undertake to determine, but I was informed that she had not taken it more than 10 minutes before she brought forth. Perhaps this remedy may be worthy of future experiments. But I must confess that I want faith as to its efficacy. Louis, February 12, 1805. February 12, Tuesday 1805. The morning was fair though cold, thermometer at 14 degrees below naught, wind S.E. Ordered the blacksmith to shoe the horses and some others to prepare some gears in order to send them down with 3 sleighs to join the hunting party and transport the meat which they may have procured to this place, though the men whom I had sent for the meat left by Charbonneau did not return until 4 o'clock this evening. Drouillard arrived with the horses about the same time. The horses appeared much fattiged. I directed some meal brands given them moistened with a little water, but to my astonishment found that they would not eat it but preferred the bark of the cotton wood which forms the principal article of food usually given them by their Indian masters in the winter season. For this purpose they cause the trees to be felled by their women and the horses feed on the boughs and bark of their tender branches. The Indians in our neighborhood are frequently pilfered of their horses by the Recars, Suixas and Assiniboines, and therefore make it an invariable rule to put their horses in their lodges at night. In this situation the only food of the horse consists of a few sticks of the cottonwood from the size of a man's finger to that of his arm. The Indians are invariably severe riders, and frequently have occasion for many days together through the whole course of the day to employ their horses in pursuing the buffalo or transporting meat to their villages, during which time they are seldom suffered to taste food. At night the horse returned to his stall where his food is what seems to me a scanty allowance of wood. Under these circumstances it would seem that their horses could not long exist, or at least could not retain their flesh and strength, but the contrary is the fact. This valuable animal under all those disadvantages is seldom seen meager or unfit for service. A little after dark this evening Captain Clark arrived with the hunting party. Since they set out they have killed 40 deer, 3 buffalo bulls, and 16 elk. Most of them were so meager that they were unfit for use. Particularly the buffaloes and male elk. The wolves also, which are here extremely numerous, help themselves to a considerable proportion of the hunt. If an animal is killed and lies only one night exposed to the wolves it is almost invariably devoured by them. Louis, February 13, 1805. February 13, Wednesday, 1805. The morning cloudy, thermometer 2 degrees below, not wind from S.E. Visited by the black cat, gave him a battle axe with which he appeared much gratified. Clark, February 13, 1805. I returned last night from a hunting party much fatigued, having walked 30 miles on the ice and through of woodland points in which the snow was nearly knee-deep. The first day I left the fort proceeded on the ice to New Mandan Island, 22 miles, and camped, killed nothing, and nothing to eat. The 2d day the morning very cold and windy. I broke through the ice and got my feet and legs wet, sent out 4 hunters through a point to kill a deer and cook it by the time the party should get up. Those hunters killed a deer and 2 buffalo bulls, the buffalo too meager to eat. We eat the deer and proceeded on to an old Indian lodge, sent out the hunters and they brought in 3 lean deer, which we made use of for food. Walking on uneven ice has blistered the bottom of my feet, and walking is painful to me. 3rd day, cold morning, the after party of the day worm, camped on a sand point near the mouth of a creek on the S.W. side we call Hunting Creek. I turned out with the hunters. I killed 2 deer, the hunters killed an elk, buffalo bull and 5 deer. All meager. 4th day, hunted the 2 bottoms near the camp, killed 9 elk, 18 deer, brought to camp all the meat fit to eat and had the bones taken out. Every man engaged either in hunting or collecting and packing the meat to camp. 5th day, dispatched one of the party, our interpreter, and 2 French men with the 3 horses loaded with the best of the meat to the fort 44 miles distant. The remaining meat I had packed on the 2 sleighs and drawn down to the next point about 3 miles below. At this place I had all the meat collected which was killed yesterday and had escaped the wolves, raven and magpie, which are very numerous about this place, and put into a close pen made of logs to secure it from the wolves and birds, and proceeded on to a large bottom nearly opposite the Chicheter, Heart, River. In this bottom we found but little game, great no of wolves. On the hills saw several parcels of buffalo. Camped. I killed a buck. 6th day, the buffalo seen last night proved to be bulls, lean and unfit for to make use of as food, the distance from camp being nearly 60 miles, and the packing of meat that distance attended with much difficulty determined me to return and hunt the points above. We set out on our return and halted at an old Indian lodge 40 miles below Fort Mandan, killed 3 elk and 2 deer. Seventh day, a cold day, wind blew hard from the N.W. J. Fields got one of his ears froze, determined to lay by and hunt today, killed an elk and 6 deer. This meat I had boned and put onto a close pen made of logs, all that was fit for use. Eighth day, ere Keene halted at the old camp we stayed in on the 2d night after we left the fort, expecting to meet the horses at this place, killed 3 deer. Several men being nearly out of moccasins and the horses not returning determined me to return to the fort on tomorrow. Ninth day. Set out early, saw great numbers of grouse feeding on the young willows. On the sandbars 1 man's I sent in pursuit of a gang of elk, killed 3 near the old Rickera village and joined at the fort. Sent him back to secure the meat, 1 man with him. The ice on the parts of the river which was very rough, as I went down, was smooth on my return. This is owing to the rise and fall of the water, which takes place every day or 2. And caused by partial thaws, and obstructions in the passage of the water through the ice, which frequently attaches itself to the bottom. The water when rising forces its way through the cracks and air holes above the old ice, and in one night becomes a smooth surface of ice 4 to 6 inches thick. The river falls and the ice sink in places with the water and attaches itself to the bottom. And when it again rises to its former height, frequently leaves a valley of several feet to supply with water to bring it on a level surface. The water of the Missouri at this time is clear with little tinges. I saw several old villages near the Cascada River. On inquiry found they were Mandan villages destroyed by the Sioux and smallpox, they numerous, and lived in 6 villages near that place. Clark, February 14, 1805. 14th sent 4 men with the horses shod and 2 sleighs down for the meat I had left. 22 miles below those men were rushed on by 106 Sioux who robbed them of 2 of their horses, and they returned. Clark, February 14, 1805. 14th of February, Thursday, 1805. The snow fell 3 inches deep last night, a fine morning. Dispatched George Druyer and 3 men with 2 sleighs drawn by 3 horses for the meat left below. Clark, February 15, 1805. 15th Captain Lewis with a party of men and 4 Indians went in pursuit of the Sioux. The Indians returned the next day and informed me that the Sioux had burnt all my meat and borne home. They saw me but was afraid to attack me. Captain Lewis returned the 21st with 2,400 L. of meat, having killed 36 deer and 14 elk. The Sioux burnt one of my meat houses, they did not find the other. Clark, February 15, 1805. 15th of February, Friday, 1805 at 10 o'clock p.m. Last night the men that dispatched yesterday for the meat returned and informed us that as they were on their march down at the distance of about 24 miles below the fort about 105 Indians which they took to be Sioux rushed on them and cut their horses from the sleighs. 2 of which they carried off in great haste. The 3rd horse was given up to the party by the intercession of an Indian who assumed some authority on the occasion. Probably more through fear of himself or some of the Indians being killed by our men who were not disposed to be robbed of all they had tamely. They also forced 2 of the men's knives and a tomahawk. The man obliged them to return the tomahawk. The knives they ran off with G. Druyer Frazier, S. Gutteridge, and Newman with a broken gun. We dispatched 2 men to inform the Mandans, and if any of them chose to pursue those robbers, to come down in the morning, and join Captain Lewis who intended to set out with a party of men very early. By 12 o'clock the chief of the 2 village Big White came down. And soon after 1 other chief and several men. The chief observed that all the young men of the 2 villages were out hunting, and but very few guns were left. Captain Lewis set out at sunrise with 24 men, to meet those Sioux and several Indians accompanied him, some with bows and arrows, some with spears and battle axes, 2 with fusees. The morning fine. The thermometer stood at 16 degrees below 0, not visited by 2 of the big bellies this evening. 1 chief of the Mandans returned from Captain Lewis's party nearly blind. This complaint is, as I am informed, common at this season of the year and caused by the reflection of the sun on the ice and snow. It is cured by gentilly sweating the part affected by throwing snow on a hot stone. Very cold part of the night, one man killed a very large red fox today. Clark, February 16, 1805. 16th of February Saturday 1805 a fine morning. Visited by but few Indians today, at dusk 2 of the Indians who went down with Captain Lewis returned, soon after 2 others and 1 man, Howard, with his feet frosted, and informed that the Inns who committed the robbery of the 2 horses was so far ahead that they could not be overtaken. They left a number of pairs of moccasins which, the Mandans knew to be Sioux moccasins. This war party camped very near the last camp I made when on my hunting party, where they left some corn, as a deception, with a view to induce a belief that they were Ricaras. Captain Lewis and party proceeded on down. The meat I left at my last camp was taken. Clark, February 17, 1805. 17th of February Sunday 1805 this morning warm and a little cloudy. The Cole and his son visited me today with about 30 w. of dried buffalo meat, and some tallow. Mr. Mackenzie, one of the N.W. compies clerks, visited me. One of the hoses the Sioux robed a few days past belonged to this man, the after part of the day fair. Clark, February 18, 1805. 18th of February Monday 1805 a cloudy morning, some snow, several Indians here today. Mr. Mackenzie leave me, the after part of the day fine. I am much engaged making a descriptive list of the rivers from information. Our store of meat is out today. Clark, February 19, 1805. 19th of February Tuesday 1805 a fine day, visited by several of the Mandans today. Our smiths are much engaged mending and making axes for the Indians, for which we get corn. Clark, February 20th. 1805. Fort Mandan February 20th Wednesday 1805 a beautiful day, visited by the Little Raven very early this morning. I am informed of the death of an old man whom I saw in the Mandan village. This man informed me that he was 120 winters old. He requested his grandchildren to dress him after death and set him on a stone on a hill with his face towards his old village or down the river, that he might go straight to his brother at their old village underground. I observed several Mandan very old, chiefly men. Clark, February 21st. 1805. February 21st Thursday 1805 a delightful day. Put out our clothes to sun. Visited by the big white and big man. They informed me that several men of their nation was gone to consult their medicine stone about 3-day march to the southwest to know what was to be the result of the ensuing year. They have great confidence in this stone and say that it informs them of everything which is to happen, and visit it every spring and sometimes in the summer. They, having arrived at the stone, give it smoke and proceed to the wood at some distance to sleep. The next morning return to the stone, and find marks white and raised on the stone representing the peace or war which they are to meet with, and other changes, which they are to meet. This stone has a level surface of about 20 feet in circumference, thick and porous, and no doubt has some mineral qualities affected by the sun. The big bellies have a stone to which they ascribe nearly the same virtues. Captain Lewis returned with 2 sleighs loaded with meat, after finding that he could not overtake the Sioux war party, who had in their way destroyed all the meat at one deposit which I had made and burnt the lodges. Determined to proceed on to the lower deposit, which he found had not been observed by Sioux. He hunted 2 days, killed 36 deer and 14 elk, several of them so meager, that they were unfit for use. The meat which he killed and that in the lower deposit amounting to about 3,000 Wt was brought up on 2 sleighs, one drawn by 16 men had about 2,400 Wt on it. Clark, February 22nd. 1805. Fort Mandan. 22nd of February Friday 1805. A cloudy morning. At about 12 o'clock it began to rain and continued for a few minutes, and turned to snow, and continued snowing for about 1 hour, and cleared away fair. The 2 hunters left below arrived. They killed 2 elk, and hung them up out of the reach of the wolves. The Kola Rikara, who is a considerable chief of the Mandans, visited us today, and many others of the 3 nations in our neighborhood. Clark, February 23, 1805. 23rd of February, 1805 Saturday. All hands employed in cutting the pirogus loose from the ice, which was nearly even with their top. We found great difficulty in effecting this work owing to the different divisions of ice and water. After cutting as much as we could with axes, we had all the iron we could get and some axes put on long poles and picked throughout the ice. Under the first water, which was not more than 6 or 8 inches deep, we disengaged one pirogue, and nearly disengaged the second in course of this day, which has been warm and pleasant viced by a know of Indians. Jessam and family went to the Shoes Indians' villag today. The father of the boy whose feet were froze near this place, and nearly cured by us, took him home in a sleigh. Clark, February 24, 1805. February 24 Sunday 1805. The day fine. We commenced very early today the cutting loose the boat, which was more difficult than the pirogus. With great exertions and with the assistance of great prizes we loosened her and turned the second pirogue upon the ice, ready to draw out. In loosening the boat from the ice some of the corking drew out, which caused her to leak for a few minutes until we discovered the leak and stoped it. Jessam, our interpreter, and family returned from the villages. Several Indians visit us today. Clark. February 25, 1805. 25th of February Monday 1805. We fixed a windlass and drew up the 2 pirogues on the upper bank and attempted the boat. But the rope which we bade made of elk skins proved too weak and broke several times. Night coming on obliged us to leave her in a situation but little advanced. We were visited by the black moccasin chief of the little village of Big Bellies. The chief of the Shoe-ins and a number of others. Those chiefs gave us some meat which they packed on their wives, and one requested an axe to be made for High's son, Mr. Bunch, one of the under traders for the Hudson's Bay Company. One of the Big Bellies asked leave for himself and his 2 wives to stay all night, which was granted. Also 2 boys stayed all night, one the son of the Black Cat. The day has been exceedingly pleasant. Clark, February 26, 1805. 26th of February 1805. Drew up the boat and pirogus, after cutting them out of the ice with great difficulty and trouble. Clark, February 26, 1805. February 26, Tuesday 1805. A fine day. Commenced very early in making preparations for drawing up the boat on the bank. At sunset by repeated exertions the whole day we accomplished this troublesome task. Just as we were fixed for having the boat, the ice gave away near us for about 100 yards in length. A number of Indians here today to see the boat rise on the bank. Clark, February 27, 1805. 27th of February Wednesday 1805. A fine day. Preparing the tools to make pirogues all day. A few Indians visit us today, one the largest Indian I ever saw, and as large a man as ever I saw. I commence a map of the Count Ray on the Missouris and its waters. And Clark, February 28, 1805. 28th of February, 1805 Thursday. Mr. Gravelin, 2 Frenchmen and 2 Ricaras arrived from the Ricaras with letters from Mr. Tahoe and informing us of the determination of the Ricaras to follow our counsels, and the threats and intentions of the Sioux in killing us whenever they again met us, and that a party of several bands were forming to attack the Mandans and we informed the Mandans and others of this information, and also the wish the Ricars had to live near them and fight the Sioux and dispatched 16 men 5 miles above to build 6 canoes for the voyage, being determined to send back the barge. Clark, February 28, 1805. 28th of February Thursday 1805. A fine morning. 2 men of the N.W. Compy Arv with letters and sack a coma, also a root and top of a plant presented by Mr. Haney, for the cure of mad dogs, snakes and to be found and used as follows. VZ, this root is found on high lands and ascent of hills. The way of using it is to scarify the part when bitten, to chew or pound an inch or more if the root is small, and applying it to the bitten part, renewing it twice a day. The bitten person is not to chaw nor swallow any of the root, for it might have contrary effect. Sent out 16 men to make 4 pirogus. Those men returned in the evening and informed that they found trees they thought would answer. Mr. Gravelin 2 Frenchmen and 2 Inns. Arrived from the Ricara nation with letters from Mr. Anti Tabos, informing us of the peaceable dispositions of that nation towards the Mandans and me ne to residential and their avowed intentions of pursuing our counsels and advice, they express a wish to visit the Mandans. And know if it will be agreeable to them to admit the Ricaras to settle near them and join them against their common enemy the Suis. We mentioned this to the Mandans, who observed they had always wished to be at peace and good neighbors with the Ricaras, and it is also the sentiments of all the big bellies, and Shoe nations. Mr. Gravelin informs that the Sistuns and the 3 upper bands of the Tetons, with the Yanktons of the north intend to come to war in a short time against the nations in this quarter, and will kill every white man they see. Mr. T also informs that Mr. Cameron of St. Peter's has put arms into the hands of the Souls to revenge the death of 3 of his men killed by the Chippeways latterly, and that the band of Tetons which we saw is deposed to do as we have advised them, through the influence of their chief, the Black Buffalo. Mr. Gravelin further informs that the party which robbed us of the 2 horses latterly were also 100 in number. They called at the Ricaras on their return, the Ricaras being displeased at their conduct would not give them anything to eat, that being the greatest insult they could peaceably offer them, and upbraided them. Clark, March 1, 1805. March 1 Friday, 1805 A fine day. I am engaged in copying a map, men building pirogues, making ropes, burning coal, hanging up meat and making battle axes for corn. Clark, March 2, 1805. 2nd of March, 1805 Saturday. A fine day. The river break up in places, all engaged about something. Mr. La Rocca, clerk of the N.W. Company, visit us. He has latterly returned from the establishments on the Assiniboine River with merchandise to Tarade with Indians. Mr. L. informs us the N.W. and X.Y. companies have joined, and the head of the N.W. Company is dead. Mr. McTavish of Montreal vised by the coal and several Indians. Clark, March 3, 1805. 3rd of March Sunday 1805 A fine day. Wind from the W. A large flock of ducks pass up the river visited by the Black Cat. Chief of the Mandans 2D chief and a big belly, they stayed but a short time. We informed those chiefs of the news wrecked from the Ricaras, all hands employed. Clark, March 4, 1805. Fort Mandan March 4 Monday 1805 A cloudy morning. Wind from the N.W. The after part of the day clear, visited by the Black Cat and Big White, who brought a small present of meat, an engage of the N.W. Company. Came for a horse, and requested in the name of the woman of the principal of his department some silk of 3 colors, which we furnished. The Assiniboines who visited the Mandans a few days ago returned and attempted to take horses of the Mintars and were fired on by them. Clark, March 5, 1805. March 5 Tuesday 1805 A fine day. Thermometer at 40 degrees ABO 0. Several Indians visit us today. 1 Frenchman crossed to join a Indian. The 2 passed through by land to the Ricaras with a letter to Mr. Tabbau. Clark, March 6, 1805. 6th of March Wednesday 1805 A cloudy morning and smoky all day from the burning of the plains, which was set on fire by the Mintaries for an early crop of grass as an inducement for the buffalo to feed on. The horses which was stolen some time ago by the Assiniboines from the Mintaries were returned yesterday, visited by O'Har or the Little Fox 2D chief of the lower village of the Me Tar Rise. 1 man Shannon cut his foot with the adze in working at a pierogi. George and Graveline go to the village. The river rise a little today. Clark, March 7, 1805. 7th of March Thursday 1805 A little cloudy and windy N.E. The Cole visited us with a sick child, to whom I gave some of Rush's pills. Shabuna returned this evening from the Gros Ventres and informed that all the nation had returned from the hunting. He our Menitar interpreter had received a present from Mr. Chaboilais of the N.W. Company of the following articles: 3 brace of cloth, 1 brace of scarlet, a par corduroy overalls, 1 vests, 1 brace blue cloth, 1 brace red or scarlet with 3 bars, 200 balls and powder, 2 bracks tobacco, 3 knives. Clark, March 8, 1805. 8th of March Friday 1805. A fair morning, cold and windy, wind from the east, visited by the Greasy Head and Ariarca today. Those men gave some account of the Indians near the Rocky Mountains. A young Indian, same nation and different village, stole the daughter of the black man. He went to his village, took his horse and returned and took away his daughter. Clark. March 9, 1805. On the 9th of March we were visited by the Grand Chief of the Mintars, to whom we gave a medal and some cloths and a flag. Sent a Frenchman and an Indian with a letter to Mr. Tabot informing them the Ricaras of the desire the Mandans had to see them and. Clark, March 9, 1805. 9th of March Saturday 1805. A cloudy, cold and windy morning, wind from the north. Walked up to see the party that is making pirogues, about 5 miles above this. The wind hard and cold. On my way up I met the main chief of the Manitars with 4 Indians on their way to see us. I requested him to proceed on to the fort where he would find Captain Lewis. I should be there myself in course of a few hours, sent the interpreter back with him and proceeded on myself to the canoes. Found them nearly finished, the timber very bad. After visiting all the pirogues where I found a number of Indians, I went to the upper Mandan village and smoked a pipe, the greatest mark of friendship and attention with the chief, and returned. On my return found the Manitari chief about setting out on his return to his village. Having received of Captain M. Lewis a medal, gorget armbands, a flag shirt, scarlet and for which he was much pleased. Those things were given in place of sundry articles sent to him, which he says he did not receive. 2 guns were fired for this great man. Clark, March 10, 1805. 10th of March Sunday 1805. A cold windy day. We are visited by the Black Moccarsons, chief of the 2D Manitar village and the chief of the Showman village or Mahahavi. Those chiefs stayed all day and the latter all night and gave us many strange accounts of his nation. And this little tribe or band of Menitares call themselves Anahawe, or people whose village is on the hill. Nation formerly lived about 30 miles below this, but being oppressed by the Assiniboines and Sioux were compelled to move 5 miles. The Minitaries, where the Assiniboines killed the most of them, those remaining built a village very near to the Minitaries at the mouth of Knife, or where they now live, and can raise about 50 men. They are intermixed with the Mandans and Minitariers. The Man clans formerly lived in 6 large villages at and above the mouth of Chishchair or Heart River, 5 villages on the west side and 2 on the east. One of those villages on the east side of the Missouri and the largest was entirely cut off by the Sioux and the greater part of the others, and the smallpox reduced the others. Clark, March 11, 1805. Fort Mandan 11th of March Monday 1805. A cloudy, cold, windy day, some snow in the latter part of the day. We determined to have 2 other pirogues made for us to transport our provisions, and we have every reason to believe that our Manitar interpreter, whom we intended to take with his wife, as an interpreter through his wife to the Snake Indians, of which nation she is, has been corrupted by the _____ companies, and some explanation has taken place which clearly proves to us the fact. We give him tonight to reflect and determine whether or not he intends to go with us under the regulations stated. Clark, March 12, 1805. 12th a fine day, some snow last night. Our interpreter Shabona determines on not proceeding with us as an interpreter under the terms mentioned yesterday. He will not agree to work. Let our situation be what it may, not stand a guard, and if miffed with any man he wishes to return when he pleases. Also have the disposal of as much provisions as he chooses to carry. Inadmissible, and we suffer him to be off the engagement, which was only verbal. Wind N.W. Clark, March 13, 1805. 13th of March Wednesday 1805. A fine day, visited by Mr. Mackenzie, one of the clerks of the N.W. Company, the river rising a little, many inns. Here today all anxiety for war axes. The smiths have not an hour of idle time to spear. Wind S.W. Clark, March 14, 1805. March 14, Thursday 1805. A fine day, set all hands to shelling corn and Mr. Mackenzie leave us today. Many Indians as usual. Wind west river still rising. Clark, March 15, 1805. 15th of March Friday 1805 A fine day I put out all the goods and parch meal clothing and to sun, a number of Indians here today they make many remarks respecting our goods and set some men about hulling corn and Louis, March 16, 1805. March 16, 1804. Mr. Gurrow, a Frenchman who has lived many years with the Ricaurez and Mandans, shewed us the process used by those Indians to make beads. The discovery of this art these nations are said to have derived from the Snake Indians who have been taken prisoners by the Ricaurez. The art is kept a secret by the Indians among themselves and is yet known to but few of them. The process is as follows: take glass of as many different colors as you think proper, then pound it as fine as possible, putting each color in a separate vessel. Wash the pounded glass in several waters, throwing off the water at each washing. Continue this operation as long as the pounded glass stains or colors the water which is poured off, and the residuum is then prepared for use. You then provide an earthen pot of convenient size, say of 3 gallons, which will stand the fire. A platter also of the same materials sufficiently small to be admitted in the mouth of the pot or jar. The pot has a niche in its edge through which to watch the beads when in blast. You then provide some well-seasoned clay with a proportion of sand sufficient to prevent its becoming very hard when exposed to the heat. This clay must be tempered with water until it is about the consistency of common dough. Of this clay you then prepare a sufficient number of little sticks of the size you wish the hole through the bead, which you do by rolling the clay on the palm of the hand with your finger. This done, put those sticks of clay on the platter and expose them to a red heat for a few minutes, when you take them off and suffer them to cool. The pot is also heated to cleanse it perfectly of any filth it may contain. Small balls of clay are also made of about an ounce weight, which serve each as a pedestal for a bead. These, while soft, are distributed over the face of the platter at such distance from each other as to prevent the beads from touching. Some little wooden paddles are now provided from 3 to 4 inches in length, sharpened or brought to a point at the extremity of the handle. With this paddle you place in the palm of the hand as much of the wet pounded glass as is necessary to make the bead of the size you wish it. It is then arranged with the paddle in an oblong form, laying one of those little stick of clay crosswise over it. The pounded glass by means of the paddle is then roped in cylindrical form around the stick of clay and gently rolled by motion of the hand backwards and forwards until you get it as regular and smooth as you conveniently can. If you wish to introduce any other color, you now perforate the surface of the bead with the pointed end of your little paddle and fill up the cavity with other pounded glass of the color you wish, forming the hole as regular as you can. A hole is now made in the center of the little pedestals of clay with the handle of your shovel sufficiently large to admit the end of the stick of clay around which the bead is formed. The beads are then arranged perpendicularly on their pedestals and little distance above them, supported by the little sticks of clay to which they are attached in the manner before mentioned. Thus arranged, the platter is deposited on burning coals or hot embers, and the pot, reversed with the aperture in its edge turned towards, covered the whole. Dry wood, pretty much doped, is then placed in the pot in such manner as completely to cover it. Is then set on fire, and the operator must shortly after begin to watch his beads through the aperture of the pot, lest they should be destroyed by being overheated. He suffers the beads to acquire a deep red heat, from which, when it passes in a small degree to a paler or whitish red, or he discovers that the beads begin to become pointed at their upper extremities, he removes the fire from about the pot and suffers the whole to cool gradually. The pot is then removed and the beads taken out. The clay which fills the hollow of the beads is picked out with an awl or nettle. The bead is then fit for use. The Indians are extremely fond of the large beads formed by this process. They use them as pendants to their ears or hair, and sometimes wear them about their necks. Clark, March 16, 1805. 16th of March Saturday 1805. A cloudy day, wind from the S.E. One Indian much displeased with Whitehouse for striking his hand when eating with a spoon, for behaving badly. Mr. Garrow shewed us the way the Ricaurez made their large beads. Clark, March 17, 1805. 17th of March Sunday. A windy day, attempted to air our goods and Mr. Chabona sent a French man of our party that he was sorry for the foolish part he had acted and if we pleased he would accompany us agreeably to the terms we had proposed and do everything we wished him to do and he had requested me some through our French interpreter 2 days ago to excuse his simplicity and take him into the service. After he had taken his things across the river we called him in and spoke to him on the subject. He agreed to our terms and we agreed that he might go on with us and canned. But few Indians here today, the river rising a little and several places open. Clark, March 18, 1805. 18th of March, 1805. A cold cloudy day, wind from the N. I pack up all the merchandise into 8 packs equally divided so as to have something of everything in each canoe and pirogue. I am informed of a party of Cristianos and Assiniboines being killed by the Sioux. 50 in number near the establishments on the Assiniboine are. A few days ago, the effect of Mr. Cameron, revenge on the Chippewa for killing 3 of his men, Mr. Toussaint Charbonneau, enlisted as an interpreter this evening. I am not well today. Clark, March 19, 1805. 19th of March, 1805. Cold windy day, cloudy, some little snow last night. Visited today by the Big White and Little Crow, also a man and his wife with a sick child. I administer for the child. I am told that 2 parties are going to war from the Big Bellies and one other party going to war shortly. Clark, March 20, 1805. I visited the Mandans on the 20th and have the canoes taken to the river, ready to deck end to the fort when the river clears. Clark, March 20, 1805. Fort Mandan, March 20, Wednesday, 1805. I with all the men which could be speared from the fort went to canoes. There I found a number of Indians. The men carried 4 to the river about 11/2 miles through the bottom. I visited the chief of the Mandans in the course of the day and smoked a pipe with himself and several old men. Cloudy, wind hard from N. Clark, March 21, 1805. I return on the 21st and on my return I passed on the points of the high hills des, where I saw an immense quantity of pumice stone, and evident marks of the hills being on fire. I collected some pumice stone, burnt stone and hard earth and put them into a furnace. The hard earth melted and glazed the other 2, a part of which i.e. the hard clay became a pumice stone. I also collected a plant the root of which is a cure for the bite of a mad dog and snake, which I shall send, Mr. Haney. I think it grows in the Blue or Barrens. The Indians make large beads of different colors. Clark, March 21, 1805. March 21, Thursday, 1805. A cloudy day, some snow. The men carried the remaining. The 2 remained canoes to the river. All except 3 left to take care and complete the canoes, returned to the fort with their baggage. On my return today to the fort I came on the points of the high hills. Saw an immense quantity of pumice stone on the sides and foot of the hills and immense beds of pumice stone near the tops of the hills with evident marks of the hill having once been on fire. I collected some the different i.e. stone, pumice stone and a hard earth and put them into a furnace. The hard earth melted and glazed the others 2 and the hard clay became a pumice stone glazed. I collected some plants and Clark, March 22, 1805. 22nd of March, 1805. Visited by the 2nd chief of the grand village of the Minetaries, to whom we gave a medal and some clothes acknowledging him as a 2D chief. He delayed all night, and saw the men dance, which is common amusement with the men. He returned the 23rd with Mr. La Roque and Mackenzie, 2 of the N.W. Company's clerks. Some few drops of rain this evening for the first time this winter. Visited by many Indians today. Clark, March 22, 1805. March 22, 1805. 23rd of March, Friday, 1805. A cloudy day. Visited by Mrs. Lack Mackenzie and the 2D chief of the Big Bellies, the White Wolf and many other Menetaries. We gave a medal, some clothes and wampums to the 2 chief and delivered a speech, which they all appeared well pleased with. In the evening the men danced. Mr. Jessam displeased. Clark, March 24, 1805. 24th of March, Saturday, 1805. After breakfast Mr. La Roque and Mr. Mackenzie and the chiefs and men of the Minetaras leave us. Soon after we were visited by a brother of the Bernia who gave us a vocabulary of his language. The Cole and many other Mandans also visit us today. A fine day in the forepart, in the evening a little rain, and the first this winter. Clark, March 25, 1805. 25th of March Sunday 1805. A cloudy morning, wind from the NE. The after part of the day fair. Several Indians visit us today. Preparing to set out on our journey, saw swans and wild geese flying NE this evening. Clark, March 25, 1805. March 25, 1805. 26h. The ice broke up in several places in the evening, broke away and was nearly taking off our new canoes. River rise a little. Clark, March 26, 1805. 26th of March Monday 1805. A fine day, wind S.W. But few inns visit us today. The ice having broken up in several places, the ice began to break away this evening and was near destroying our canoes as they were decking to the fort. River rose only 9 inches today, preparing to depart. Clark, March 27, 1805. 27th of March Tuesday 1805. The river choked up with ice opposite to us and broke away in the evening, raised only half an inch. All employed preparing to set out. Clark, March 28, 1805. 28th. Had all the canoes. The pirogues corked, pitched and lined, cover the cottonwood, which is wind shaken. The Mandans feed their horses on the cottonwood sticks in places of corn. Clark, March 28, 1805. 28th of March Friday 1805. A windy blustering day, wind SW, ice running the river blocked up in view for the space of 4 hours and gave way, leaving great quantity of ice on the shallow sandbars. Had all the canoes corked, pitched and tiered in and on the cracks and windshake which is universally in the cottonwood. Clark, March 28, 1805. March 28. 1805. 25th. The ice stopped running owing to some obstacle above all, preparing to set out, but few Indians visit us today. They are watching to catch the floating buffalo which break through the ice in crossing. Those people are fond of those animals, tainted, and catch great numbers every spring. Clark, March 29, 1805. 29th of March Saturday 1805. The ice has stopped running owing to some obstacle above, repar the boat and pirogues. And preparing to set out, but few Indians visit us today. They are now attending on the river bank to catch the floating buffalo. Clark, March 30, 1805. 30th of March. The ice is passing in great quantities, river ran a little. The plains are on fire on both sides of the river. It is common for the Indians to set those plains on fire near their village for the advantage of early grass for the ore and as an inducement to the buffalo to visit them. Clark, March 30, 1805. 30th of March Sunday 1805. The obstacle broke away above and the ice came down in great quantities. The river rose 13 inches the last 24 hours. I observed extraordinary dexterity of the Indians in jumping from one cake of ice to another, for the purpose of catching the buffalo as they float down. Many of the cakes of ice which they pass over are not 2 feet square. The plains are on fire in view of the fort on both sides of the river. It is said to be common for the Indians to burn the plains near their villages every spring for the benefit of their horse, and to induce the buffalo to come near to them. Clark, March 31, 1805. 31st of March Monday 1805. Cloudy, several gongus of ducks and geese pass up, not much ice floating. All the party in high spirits, but few nights pass without a dance. They are health. Except the Vienne, which is common with the Indians and have been communicated to many of our party at this place, those favors being easy acquired. All tranquil. Clark, March 31, 1805. 31st of March Monday 1805. Cloudy day, 7 gangs of geese and ducks pass up the river, but a small portion of ice floating down today. But few inns visit us today. All the party in high spirits. They pass but few nights without amusing themselves dancing, possessing perfect harmony and good understanding towards each other, generally healthy, except venereals complains, which is very common amongst the natives, and the men catch it from them. Clark. April 1, 1805. April 1st, 1805 We have thunder, lightning, hail and rain today. The first rain of note sink the 15 of October last. I had the boat Pirogus and Kanos put in the water. And expect to set off the boat with dispatches in her will go 6 Americans, 3 Frenchmen, and perhaps several Ricarak chief immediately after we shall ascend in 2 Pirogus and 6 canoes. Accompanied by 5 French who intends to ascend a short distance to trap the beaver which is in great abundance higher up. Our party will consist of 1 interpreter and hunter. 1 French man as an interpreter with his 2 wives. This man speaks Mindari to his wives who are El Hayatars or Snake Indians of the nations through which we shall pass. And to act as interpretress through him, 26 Americans and French my servant and an Mandan Indian and provisions for 4 months. Clark, April 1st. 1805. Fort Mandan April the 1st Tuesday 1805 The forepart of today highly rain with thunder and lightning, the rain continued by intermissions all day. It is worthy of remark that this is the first rain which has fallen since we have been here or since the 15th of October last, except a few drops at 2 or 3 different times. Had the boat Pirogus and canoes all put into the water. Clark, April 2nd, 1805. April the 2nd a cold rain day we are writing and preparing dispatches all day. I conclude to send my journal to the President of the United States in its original state for his own perusal. Until I call for it or some friend if I should not return, and this journal is from the 13th of May, 1804 until the 3rd of April, 1805. Wrote until very late at night but little time to devote to my friends, the river is falling fast. Clark, April 2nd, 1805. April the 2nd Friday 1805 A cloudy day rained all the last night we are preparing to set out all thing nearly ready. The 2D chief of the 2D Mandan village took a miff at our not attending to him particularly after being here about 10 days and moved back to his village. The Mandans killed 21 elk yesterday 15 miles below this. They were so meager that they scarcely fit for use. Clark, April 3rd, 1805. 3rd of April we shall pack up today and set out tomorrow. Clark, April 3rd, 1805. April the 3rd Thursday 1805. A white frost this morning, some ice on the edge of the water, a fine day. Pack up and prepare to load. Mrs. La Roche and Mackenzie clerk to the N.W., Compy. Visit us. Mr. Mackenzie wishes to get pay for his horse lost in our service this winter and one of which was robbed this winter by the Tetons. We shall pay this man for his horse. We are all day engaged packing up sundry articles to be sent to the President of the U.S. Bow and quiver of arrows with some Ricaras tobacco seed. No. 11 A marten skin, containing the tail of a mule deer, a weasel and 3 squirrels from the Rocky Mountains. Number 12. The bones and skeleton of a small burrowing wolf of the prairies, the skin being lost by accident. No. 99 The skeleton of the white and gray hare. Box number 2, contains 4 buffalo robes, and a ear of Mandan corn. The large trunk contains a male and female braro and female skeleton. A carload of Ricaras tobacco. A red fox skin containing a magpie. No. 14 Minitera's buffalo robe containing some articles of Indian dress. Number 15 A Mandan robe containing 2 burrowing squirrels, a white weasel and the skin of a lucervia. Also 13 red fox skins. 1 white hare skin and 4 horns of the mountain ram. 1 robe representing a battle between the Sioux and Ricaras, Minitaras and Mandans. In box number 3. Numbers 1 and 2 The skins of the male and female antelope with their skeletons. And the skin of a yellow bear which I obtained from the Scions. Number 4. Box specimens of plants numbered from 1 to 67. Specimens of plants numbered from 1 to 60. 1 earthen pot such as the Mandans manufacture and use for culinary purposes. Box number 4 continued. 1 tin box, containing insects, mice and a specimen of the fur of the antelope. A specimen of a plant, and a parcel of its roots highly prized by the natives as an efficacious remedy in cases of the bite of the rattlesnake or mad dog. In a large trunk. Skins of a male and female burrow, or burrowing dog of the prairie, with the skeleton of the female. 1 skin of the red fox containing a magpie. 2 cased skins of the white hare. 1 minitera buffalo robe containing some articles of Indian dress. 1 Mandan buffalo robe containing a dressed lucerva skin, and 2 cased skins of the burrowing squirrel of the prairies. 13 red fox skins. 4 horns of the mountain ram or big horn. 1 buffalo robe painted by a Mandan man representing a battle fought 8 years since by the Sioux and Rikaras against the Mandans, Menataras, and Awabarways, Mandans and on horseback. Cage number 6. Contains a living burrowing squirrel of the prairies. Cage number 7. Contains 4 living magpies. Cage number 9. Containing a living hen of the prairie. A large par of elk's horns containing by the frontal bone. Clark, April 4, 1805. April the 4th, 1805 Wednesday. A blustering windy day. The clerks of the N.W. Company leave us. We are arranging all things to set out and Clark, April 5, 1805. April the 5th, 1805 Thursday. We have our 2 pirogues and 6 canoes loaded with our stores and provisions, principally provisions. The wind very high from the N.W. A number of Mandans visit us today. Clark, April 6, 1805. April the 6th Friday Saturday 1805 a fine day visited by a number of Mandans. We are informed of the arrival of the whole of the Rikara nation on the other side of the river near their old village. We sent an interpreter to see with orders to return immediately and let us know if their chiefs meant to go down to see their great father. Louis, April 7, 1805. Fort Mandan April 7, 1805. Having on this day at 4 p.m. completed every arrangement necessary for our departure, we dismissed the barge and crew with orders to return without loss of time to S. Louis. A small canoe with 2 French hunters accompanied the barge. These men had ascended the Missouri with us the last year as engages. The barge crew consisted of 6 soldiers and 2 Frenchmen. 2 Frenchmen and a Rikara Indian also take their passage in her as far as the Rikara villages, at which place we expect Mr. Thibault to embark with his peltry, who in that case will make an addition of 2, perhaps 4 men to the crew of the barge. We gave Richard Worthington, a discharged corporal, the charge of the barge and crew, and confided to his care likewise our dispatches to the government, letters to our private friends, and a number of articles to the President of the United States. One of the Frenchmen by the name of Graveline, an honest discreet man and an excellent boatman, is employed to conduct the barge as a pilot. We have therefore every hope that the barge and with her our dispatches will arrive safe at St. Louis. Mr. Graveline, who speaks the Rikara language extremely well, has been employed to conduct a few of the Rikara chiefs to the seat of government, who have promised us to deck end in the barge to St. Louis with that view. At same moment that the barge departed from Fort Mandan, Captain Clark embarked with our party and proceeded up the river. As I had used no exercise for several weeks, I determined to walk on shore as far as our encampment of this evening. Accordingly I continued my walk on the N side of the river about 6 miles, to the upper village of the Mandans, and called on the Black Cat or Pose Kapesi Ha, the great chief of the Mandans. He was not at home. I rested myself a minute, and finding that the party had not arrived I returned about 2 miles and joined them at their encampment on the N side of the river opposite the lower Mandan village. Our party now consisted of the following individuals: Sirks, John Ordway, Nathaniel Pryor, and Patrick Gass. Privates, William Bratton, John Coulter, Reubin, and Joseph Fields, John Shields, George Gibson, George Shannon, John Potts, John Collins, Joseph Whitehouse, Richard Windsor, Alexander Willard, Hugh Hall, Silas Goodrich, Robert Fraser, Peter Crowsett, John Baptiste LaPage, Francis Labiek, Hugh McNeil, William Werner, Thomas P. Howard, Peter Weiser, and John B. Thompson. Interpreters, George Druyer and Toussaint Charbonneau, also a black man by the name of York, servant to Captain Clark, an Indian woman wife to Charbonneau with a young child, and a Mandan man who had promised us to accompany us as far as the Snake Indians with a view to bring about a good understanding and friendly intercourse between that nation and his own. The Mineterez and Awaharways. Our vessels consisted of 6 small canoes, and 2 large pirogues. This little fleet, although not quite so respectable as those of Columbus or Captain Cook, were still viewed by us with as much pleasure as those deservedly famed adventurers ever beheld theirs, and I dare say with quite as much anxiety for their safety and preservation. We were now about to penetrate a country at least 2,000 miles in width, on which the foot of civilized man had never trodden. The good or evil it had in store for us was for experiment yet to determine, and these little vessels contained every article by which we were to expect to subsist or defend ourselves. However, as this the state of mind in which we are, generally gives the coloring to events, when the imagination is suffered to wander into futurity, the picture which now presented itself to me was a most pleasing one. Entertaining as I do, the most confident hope of succeeding in a voyage which had formed a darling project of mine for the last 10 years, I could but esteem this moment of my departure as among the most happy of my life. The party are in excellent health and spirits, zealously attached to the enterprise, and anxious to proceed, not a whisper of murmur or discontent to be heard among them, but all act in unison, and with the most perfect harmony. I took an early supper this evening and went to bed. Captain Clark, myself, the 2 interpreters and the woman and child sleep in a tent of dressed skins. This tent is in the Indian style, formed of a number of dressed buffalo skins sewed together with sinews. It is cut in such manner that when folded double it forms the quarter of a circle, and is left open at one side where it may be attached or loosened at pleasure by strings which are sewed to its sides to the purpose. To erect this tent, a parcel of 10 or 12 poles are provided, 4 or 5 of which are attached together at one end. They are then elevated and their lower extremities are spread in a circular manner to a width proportionate to the dimension of the lodge. In the same position orther poles are leant against those, and the leather is then thrown over them, forming a conic figure. Clark, April 7, 1805. 7th of April, Saturday, 1805, inch a windy day. The interpreter we sent to the villages returned with chief of the Rickaras and 3 men of that nation. This chief informed us that he was sent by his nation to know the dispositions of the nations in this neighborhood in respect to the Rickaras settling near them. That he had not yet made those arrangements, he requested that we would speak to the Assiniboines, and Crow-Ins in their favor, that they wished to follow our directions and be at peace with all. He viewed all nations in this quarter well disposed except the Sioux. The wish of those Rickaras appears to be a junction with the Mandans and Minetaras in a defensive war with the Sioux, who rob them of every spec of property in such a manner that they cannot live near them any longer. I told this chief we were glad to see him, and we viewed his nation as the dutiful children of a great father who would extend his protection to all those who would open their ears to his good advice. We had already spoken to the Assiniboines, and should speak to the Crow Indians if we should see them, and as to the Sioux, their great father would not let them have any more good guns and would take care to pursue such measures as would prevent those Sioux from murdering and taking the property from his dutiful red children, and we gave him a certificate of his good conduct and a small medal, a carat of tobacco and a string of wampum. He requested that one of his men who was lame might deck-end in the boat to their nation and return to the Mandans well satisfied. The name of this chief of war is Kaka, we Teravan brave. This chief delivered us a letter from Mr. Tabo, informing us of the wish of the grand chiefs of the Rickaras to visit their great father and requesting the privilege of putting on board the boat 3,000 W of skins and adding 4 hands and himself to the party. This proposal we shall agree to, as that addition will make the party in the boat 15 strong and more able to defend themselves from the Sioux and Clark, April 7, 1805. Fort Mandan, April 7, 1805, inch Sunday, at 4:00 p.m., the boat, in which was 6 soldiers, 2 Frenchmen and an Indian, all under the command of a corporal who had the charge of dispatches, and and a canoe with 2 French men, set out down the river for St. Louis. At the same time we set out on our voyage up the river in 2 pirogues and 6 canoes, and procked on to the first village of Mandans and camped on the S.S. Our party consisting of Sgt. Nathaniel Pryor, Sergeant John Ordway, Sergeant Pat Gass, William Bratton, John Coulter, Joseph and Reuben Fields, John Shields, George Gibson, George Shannon, John Potts, John Collins, Joss Whitehouse, Richard Windsor, Alexander Willard, Hugh Hall, Silas Gutrich, Robert Fraser, Peter Krausat, John Baptiste LaPage, Francis Labick, Hugh McNeil, William Werner, Thomas P. Howard, Peter Weiser, J. B. Thompson and my servant York, George Druyer, who acts as a hunter and interpreter, Shabona and his Indian squaw to act as an interpreter and interpretress for the Snake Indians, 1 Mandan and Shabona's infant. Sakagarwie. Louis, April 8, 1805. April 8 set out early this morning. The wind blew hard against us from the N.W., we therefore traveled very slowly. I walked on shore, and visited the Black Cat, took leave of him after smoking a pipe as is their custom, and then proceeded on slowly by land about 4 miles where I watched the arrival of the party. At 12 o'clock they came up and informed me that one of the small canoes was behind in distress. Captain Clark returned found she had filled with water and all her loading wet. We lost half a bag of his quit, and about 30 pounds of powder by this accident. The powder we regard as a serious loss, but we spread it to dry immediately and hope we shall still be enabled to restore the greater part of it. This was the only powder we had which was not perfectly secure from getting wet. We took dinner at this place, and then proceed on to our encampment, which was on the side opposite to a high bluff. The Mandan man came up after we had encamped and brought with him a woman who was extremely solicitous to accompany one of the men of our party. This however we positively refused to permit. From the upper point on an island, being the point to which Captain Clark took his last course when he ascended the river in search of a place for winter quarters November 1st last, to a point of woodland starred side, passing a high bluff on the Lard. North 40 degrees west, 31 halves. Clark, April 8, 1805. 8th of April Monday 1805 set out very early, wind hard ahead from the N.W. Proceeded on past all the villages the inhabitants of which flocked down in great numbers to view us. I took my leave of the great chief of the Mandans who gave me a pair of excellent moccasins. 1 canoe filled with water, everything in her got wet. 2/3 of a barrel of powder lost by this accident. Camped on the S.S. Obst. A high bluff. An Indian joined us, also an Indian woman with a view to accompany us. The woman was sent back, the man being acquainted with the Count Ray. We allowed him to accompany N.S. Louis, April 9, 1805. Tuesday, April 9 set out as early as it was possible to see this morning and proceed about 5 miles where we halted and took Beekfaz, the Indian man who had promised us to accompany us as far as the Snake Indians. Now informed us of his intention to relinquish the journey, and accordingly returned to his village. We saw a great number of brant passing up the river, some of them were white, except the large feathers in the first and second joint of the wing which are black. There is no other difference between them and the common grey brant but that of their colour. Their note and habits are the same, and they are frequently seen to associate together. I have not yet positively determined whether they are the same, or a different species. Captain Clark walked on shore today and informed me on his return, that passing through the prairie he had seen an animal that precisely resembled the burrowing squirrel, except in point of size, it being only about 1/3 as large as the squirrel. And that it also burrows. I have observed in many parts of the plains and prairies the work of an animal of which I could never obtain a view. Their work resembles that of the salamander common to the sand hills of the states of South Carolina and Georgia. And like that animal also it never appears above the ground. The little hillocks which are thrown up by these animals have much the appearance of 10 or 12 pounds of loose earth poured out of a vessel on the surface of the plain. In the state they leave them you can discover no hole through which they throw out this earth. But by removing the loose earth gently you may discover that the soil has been broken in a circle manner for about 1.5 inches in diameter, where it appears looser than the adjacent surface. And is certainly the place through which the earth has been thrown out, though the operation is performed without leaving any visible aperture. The bluffs of the river which we passed today were upwards of 100 feet high, formed of a mixture of yellow clay and sand, many horizontal stratas of carbonated wood, having every appearance of pit coal at a distance, were seen into the face of these bluffs. These stratas are of unequal thicknesses from 1 to 5 feet, and appear at different elevations above the water, some of them as much as 80 feet. The hills of the river are very broken, and many of them have the appearance of having been on fire at some former period. Considerable quantities of pumice stone and lava appear in many parts of these hills where they are broken and washed down by the rain and melting snow. When we halted for dinner, the squaw busied herself in searching for the wild artichokes which the mice collect and deposit in large hordes. This operation she performed by penetrating the earth with a sharp stick about some small collections of drift wood. Her labor soon proved successful, and she procured a good quantity of these roots. The flavor of this root resembles that of the Jerusalem artichoke, and the stalk of the weed which produces it is also similar, though both the root and stalk are much smaller than the Jerusalem artichoke. The root is white and of an ovate form, from 1 to 3 inches in length and usually about the size of a man's finger. One stalk produces from 2 to 4, and sometimes 6 of these roots. At the distance of 6 miles passed a large wintering or hunting camp of the Meriwether on the starred side. These lodges, about 30 in number, are built of earth and timber in their usual style. 21/4 miles higher we passed the entrance of Miry Creek, which discharges itself on the starred side. This creek is but small, takes its rise in some small lakes near the Mouse River and passes in its course to the Missouri, through beautiful, level, and fertile plains, entirely destitute of timber. 3 miles above the mouth of this creek we passed a hunting camp of Meriwethers who had prepared a park and were watching the return of the antelope, which usually passed the Missouri at this season of the year from the Black Hills on the south side, to the open plains on the north side of the river. In like manner the antelope repasses the Missouri from N to south in the latter end of autumn, and winter in the Black Hills, where there is considerable bodies of woodland. We proceed on 111/2 miles further and encamped on the N side in a most beautiful high extensive open bottom. Clark, April 9, 1805. 9th of April, Tuesday, 1805. Set out this morning very early under a gentle breeze from the S.E. At breakfast the Indian determined to return to his nation. I saw a musketer today, great numbers of brant flying up the river, the maple, and elm has buid and cotton and arrow wood beginning to bud. I saw in the prairie an animal resembling the prairie dog or barking squirrel and burrow in the same way. This animal was about 1/3 as large as the barking squirrel. But few resident birds or waterfowls which I have seen as yet. At 6 miles past an old hunting camp of Meriwethers on the S. 21/2 miles higher past the mouth of Miry Creek on the S. Past a hunting camp of Meriwethers on the S. Waiting the return of the antelope, saw great numbers of geese feed in the prairies on the young grass. I saw flowers in the prairies today. Juniper grows on the sides of the hills and runs on the ground. All the hills have more or less indifferent coal and straceas at different bites from the water's edge to 80 feet. Those straceas from 1 inch to 5 feet thick. We camped on the S. above some rocks making out in the river in a beautiful elevated plain. Louis, April 10, 1805. Wednesday, April 10, 1805. Set out at an early hour this morning at the distance of 3 miles past some Meriwethers who had assembled themselves on the large shore to take a view of our little fleet. Captain Clark walked on shore today, for several hours. When he returned he informed me that he had seen a gang of antelopes in the plains but was unable to get a shoot at them. He also saw some geese and swan. The geese are now feeding in considerable numbers on the young grass which has sprung up in the bottom prairiest. Mosquitoes were very troublesome to us today. The country on both sides of the Missouri from the tops of the river hills, is one continued level fertile plain as far as the eye can reach. in which there is not even a solitary tree or shrub to be seen except such as from their moist situations or the steep declivities of hills are sheltered from the ravages of the fire. At the distance of 12 miles from our encampment of last night we arrived at the lower point of a bluff on the large side. About 11/2 miles down this bluff from this point, the bluff is now on fire and throws out considerable quantities of smoke which has a strong sulphureous smell. The appearance of the coal in the bluffs continues as yesterday. At 1 p.m. we overtook 3 French hunters who had set out a few days before us with a view of trapping beaver. They had taken 12 since they left Fort Mandan. These people avail themselves of the protection which our numbers will enable us to give them against the Assiniboines who sometimes hunt on the Missouri and intend ascending with us as far as the mouth of the Yellowstone River and continue there. Hunt up that river. This is the first essay of a beaver hunter of any description on this river. The beaver these people have already taken is by far the best I have ever seen. The river bottoms we have passed today are wider and possess more timber than usual. The current of the Missouri is but moderate, at least not greater than that of the Ohio in high tide, its banks are falling in but little. The navigation is therefore comparatively with its lower portion easy and safe. We encamped this evening on a willow point, starred side just above a remarkable bend in the river to the S.W., which we called the Little Basin. Clark, April 10, 1805. 10th of April Wednesday 1805 set out very early. The morning cool and no wind proceeded on past a camp of inns. On the L.S. this day proved to be very warm, the mosquitoes troublesome. I saw several antelope on the S.S. Also geese and swan. We overtook 3 Frenchmen trappers the Count Ray today as usual except that the points of timber is larger than below. The cold continue today. One man saw a hill on fire at no great distance from the river. We camped on the S.S. just above a remarkable bend in the river to the S.W., which we call the Little Bacon. Louis, April 11, 1805. Thursday, April 11 set out at an early hour. I proceeded with the party and Captain Clark with George Drouyer walked on shore in order to procure some fresh meat if possible. We proceeded on about 5 miles, and halted for breakfast, when Captain Clark and Drouyer joined us. The latter had killed, and brought with him a deer which was at this moment acceptable as we had had no fresh meat for several days. The country from Fort Mandan to this place is so constantly hunted by the Minataries that there is but little game. We halted at 2 p.m. and made a comfortable dinner on a venison steak and beaver's tails with the biscuit which got wet on the 8th inst by the accident of the canoe filling with water before mentioned. The powder which got wet by the same accident, and which we had spread to dry on the baggage of the large pirogue, was now examined and put up. It appears to be almost restored, and our loss is therefore not so great as we had at first apprehended. The country much the same as yesterday. On the sides of the hills and even the banks of the rivers and sandbars, there is a white substance that appears in considerable quantities on the surface of the earth, which tastes like a mixture of common salt and Glauber salts. Many of the springs which flow from the base of the river hills are so strongly impregnated with this substance that the water is extremely unpleasant to the taste and has a purgative effect. Saw some large white cranes pass up the river. These are the largest bird of that genus common to the country through which the Missouri and Mississippi pass. They are perfectly white except the large feathers of the 2 first joints of the wing which are black. We encamped this evening on the starred shore just above the point of woodland which formed to extremity of the last course of this day. There is a high bluff opposite to us, under which we saw some Indians, but the river is here so wide that we could not speak to them. Suppose them to be a hunting party of Meriwether. We killed 2 geese today. Clark, April 11, 1805. 11th of April Thursday 1805 set out very early. I walked on shore, saw fresh bear tracks, 1 deer and 2 beaver killed this morning. In the after part of the day killed 2 geese. Saw great numbers of geese, brant and mallard, some white cranes, swan and gulls. The plains begin to have a green appearance. The hills on either side are from 5 to 7 miles asunder and in many places have been burnt. Appearing at a distance of a reddish-brown color, containing pumice stone and lava. some of which rolling down to the base of those hills. In many of those hills forming bluffs to the river we perceive several stratums of bituminous substance which resembles coal. Some of the pieces appear to be excellent coal. It resists the fire for some time, and consumes without emitting much flame. The plains are high and rich, some of them are sandy containing small pebble, and on some of the hill sides large stones are to be seen. In the evening late we observed a party of Meriwether ras on the L.S. with horses and dogs loaded going down. Those are a part of the Menataras who camped a little above this with the Assiniboines at the mouth of the Little Missouri. All the latter part of the winter we camped on the S. below a falling in bank. The river raise a little. Louis, April 12, 1805. Friday, April the 12th, 1805. Set out at an early hour. Our pirogue and the canoes passed over to the large side in order to avoid a bank which was rapidly falling in on the start. The red pirogue, contrary to my expectation or wish, passed under this bank by means of her tow line where I expected to have seen her carried under every instant. I did not discover that she was about to make this attempt until it was too late for the men to re-embark, and retreating is more dangerous than proceeding in such cases. They therefore continued their passage up this bank, and much to my satisfaction arrived safe above it. This cost me some moments of uneasiness. Her cargo was of much importance to us in our present advanced situation. We proceeded on 6 miles and came to on the lower side of the entrance of the Little Missouri on the large shore in a fine plain where we determined to spend the day for the purpose of celestial observation. We sent out 10 hunters to procure some fresh meat. At this place made the following observations. The night proved so cloudy that I could make no further observations. George Drouyer shot a beaver this morning, which we found swimming in the river a small distance below the entrance of the Little Missouri. The beaver being seen in the day, is a proof that they have been but little hunted, as they always keep themselves closely concealed during the day where they are so. Found a great quantity of small onions in the plain where we encamped. Had some of them collected and cooked, found them agreeable. The bulb grows single, is of an oval form, white, and about the size of a small bullet. The leaf resembles that of the chive, and the hunters returned this eyeing with 1 deer only. The country about the mouth of this river had been recently hunted by the Meriwethers, and the little game which they had not killed and frightened away, was so extremely shy that the hunters could not get in shoot of them. The Little Missouri disembogues on the S side of the Missouri 1,693 miles from the confluence of the latter with the Mississippi. It is 134 yards wide at its mouth, and sets in with a bold current, but its greatest depth is not more than 21/2 feet. Its navigation is extremely difficult, owing to its rapidity, shoals and sand bars. It may however be navigated with small canoes a considerable distance. This river passes through the northern extremity of the Black Hills where it is very narrow and rapid and its banks high and perpendicular. It takes its rise in a broken country west of the Black Hills with the waters of the Yellowstone River, and a considerable distance S.W. of the point at which it passes the Black Hills. The country through which it passes is generally broken and the highlands possess but little timber. There is some timber in its bottom lands, which consists of cottonwood red elm, with a small proportion of small ash and box alder. The underbrush is willow, redwood, sometimes called red or swamp willow, the red burry, and choke cherry. The country is extremely broken about the mouth of this river, and as far up on both sides as we could observe it from the tops of some elevated hills, which stand between these two rivers, about 3 miles from their junction. The soil appears fertile and deep. It consists generally of a dark rich loam intermixed with a small proportion of fine sand. This river in its course passed near the N.W. side of the Turtle Mountain, which is said to be no more than 4 or 5 leagues distant from its entrance in a straight direction, a little to the S. of west. This mountain and the Knife River have therefore been laid down too far S.W. The color of the water, the bed of the river, and its appearance in every respect, resembles the Missouri. I am therefore induced to believe that the texture of the soil of the country in which it takes its rise, and that through which it passes, is similar to the country through which the Missouri passes after leaving the woody country, or such as we are now in. On the side of a hill not distant from our camp I found some of the dwarf cedar of which I preserved a specimen, see number 2. This plant spreads its limbs along the surface of the earth, where they are sometimes covered, and always put forth a number of roots on the underside. While on the upper there are a great number of small shoots which with their leaves seldom rise higher than 6 or 8 inches. They grow so close as perfectly to conceal the earth. It is an evergreen, the leaf is much more delicate than the common cedar, and its taste and smell the same. I have often thought that this plant would make very handsome edgings to the borders and walks of a garden. It is quite as handsome as box, and would be much more easily propagated. The appearance of the Glauber salts and carbonated wood still continue. Clark, April 12, 1805. April 12, Friday 1805. A fine morning set out very early, the Meriwether stood 56 degrees above zero. Proceeded on to the mouth of the Little Missouri River and formed a camp in a beautiful elevated plain on the lower side for the purpose of taking some observations to fix the latitude and longitude of this river. This river falls in on the L side and is 134 yards wide and 2 feet 6 inches deep at the mouth. It takes its rise in the NW extremity of the Black Mountains, and through a broken count ray in its whole course washing the NW base of the Turtle Mountain, which is situated about 6 leagues SW of its mouth. One of our men Baptist who came down this river in a canoe informs me that it is not navigable. He was 45 days descending. One of our men shot a beaver swimming below the mouth of this river. I walked out on the lower side of this river and found the Count Ray hilly, the soil composed of black mole and a small proportion of sand containing great quantity of small pebble, some limestone, black flint, and sandstone. I killed a hare changing its color, some parts retaining its long white fur and other parts assuming the short gray. I saw the magpie in pars, flocks of grouse, the old field lark and crows, and observed the leaf of the wild cherry half grown. Many flowers are to be seen in the plains, remains of Minotera and Assiniboine hunting camps are to be seen on each side of the 2 Missouris. The wind blew very hard from the S. All the after part of the day, at 3 o'clock p.m., it became violent and flowy, accompanied with thunder and a little rain. We examined our canoes and found several mice which had already commenced cutting our bags of corn and parched meal. The water of the Little Missouri is of the same texture, color and quality of that of the Big Missouri. The after part of the day so cloudy that we lost the evening observation. Louis, April 13, 1805. Saturday, April 13. Being disappointed in my observations of yesterday for longitude, I was unwilling to remain at the entrance of the river another day for that purpose, and therefore determined to set out early this morning, which we did accordingly. The wind was in our favor after 9 a.m. and continued favorable until 3 p.m. We therefore hoisted both the sails and the white pirogue, consisting of a small squar sail, and spritsail, which carried her at a pretty good gait, until about 2 in the afternoon, when a sudden squall of wind struck us and turned the pirogue so much on the side as to alarm Charbonneau, who was steering at the time. In this state of alarm he threw the pirogue with her side to the wind, when the spritsail jibing was as near oversetting the pirogue as it was possible to have missed. The wind however abating for an instant, I ordered Drouillard to the helm and the sails to be taken in, which was instant executed, and the pirogue being steered before the wind was again placed in a state of security. This accident was very near costing us dearly. Believing this vessel to be the most steady and safe, we had embarked on board of it our instruments, papers, medicine and the most valuable part of the merchandise which we had still in reserve as presents for the Indians. We had also embarked on board ourselves, with 3 men who could not swim and the squaw with the young child, all of whom, had the pirogue overset, would most probably have perished, as the waves were high, and the pirogue upwards of 200 yards from the nearest shore. However, we fortunately escaped and pursued our journey under the square sail, which shortly after the accident I directed to be again hoisted. Our party caught 3 beaver last evening, and the French hunters 7. As there was much appearance of beaver just above the entrance of the Little Missouri, these hunters concluded to remain some days. We therefore left them without the expectation of seeing them again. Just above the entrance of the Little Missouri, the Great Missouri is upwards of a mile in width, though immediately at the entrance of the former it is not more than 200 yards wide and so shallow that the canoes passed it with setting poles. At the distance of 9 miles past the mouth of a creek on the starboard side which we called Onion Creek from the quantity of wild onions which grow in the plains on its borders. Captain Clark, who was on shore, informed me that this creek was 16 yards wide, a mile and a half above its entrance, discharges more water than creeks of its size usually do in this open country, and that there was not a stick of timber of any description to be seen on its borders, or the level plain country through which it passes. At the distance of 10 miles further we passed the mouth of a large creek, discharging itself in the center of a deep bend. Of this creek and the neighboring country, Captain Clark, who was on shore, gave me the following description: this creek I took to be a small river from its size, and the quantity of water which it discharged. I ascended it 11/2 miles, and found it the discharge of a pond or small lake, which had the appearance of having formerly been the bed of the Missouri. Several small streams discharge themselves into this lake. The country on both sides consists of beautiful level and elevated plains, ascending as they recede from the Missouri. There were a great number of swan and geese in this lake, and near its borders I saw the remains of 43 temporary Indian lodges, which I presume were those of the Assiniboines who are now in the neighborhood of the British establishments on the Assiniboine River. This lake and its discharge we call Boo's Egg from the circumstance of Captain Clark shooting a goose while on her nest in the top of a lofty cottonwood tree, from which we afterwards took one egg. The wild geese frequently build their nests in this manner, at least we have already found several in trees, nor have we as yet seen any on the ground or sand bars where I had supposed from previous information that they most commonly deposited their eggs. Saw some buffalo and elk at a distance today but killed none of them. We found a number of carcasses of the buffalo lying along shore, which had been drowned by falling through the ice in winter and lodged on shore by the high water when the river broke up about the 1st of this month. We saw also many tracks of the white bear of enormous size, along the river shore and about the carcasses of the buffalo, on which I presume they feed. We have not as yet seen one of these animals, though their tracks are so abundant and recent. The men as well as ourselves are anxious to meet with some of these bear. The Indians give a very formidable account of the strength and ferocity of this animal, which they never dare to attack but in parties of 6, 8, or 10 persons, and are even then frequently defeated with the loss of one or more of their party. The savages attack this animal with their bows and arrows and the indifferent guns with which the traders furnish them. With these they shoot with such uncertainty and at so short a distance, that they frequently miss their aim and fall a sacrifice to the bear. 2 Minataries were killed during the last winter in an attack on a white bear. This animal is said more frequently to attack a man on meeting with him, than to flee from him. When the Indians are about to go in quest of the white bear, previous to their departure, they paint themselves and perform all those superstitious rites commonly observed when they are about to make war upon a neighboring nation. Observed more bald eagles on this part of the Missouri than we have previously seen. Saw the small hawk, frequently called the sparrow hawk, which is common to most parts of the States. Great quantities of geese are seen feeding in the prairies. Saw a large flock of white brant or geese with black wings pass up the river. There were a number of gray brant with them. From their flight I presume they proceed much further still to the N.W. We have never been enabled yet to shoot one of these birds, and cannot therefore determine whether the gray brant found with the white are their brood of the last year or whether they are the same with the gray brant common to the Mississippi and lower part of the Missouri. We killed 2 antelopes today which we found swimming from the S to the N side of the river. They were very poor. We encamped this evening on the starboard shore in a beautiful plain, elevated about 30 feet above the river. Clark, April 13, 1805. 13th of April, Saturday, 1805. Set out this morning at 6 o'clock. The Missouri above the mouth of Little Missouri widens to nearly a mile, containing a number of sandbars. This width and of the river continues generally as high as the Rocachone River. Caught 3 beaver this morning, at 9 miles past the mouth of a creek on the S.S. on the banks of which there is an immense quantity of wild onions or garlic. I was up this creek 1/2 a.m. point, and could not see one stick of timber of any kind on its borders. This creek is 16 yards wide, 1/2 a mile up it, and discharges more water than is common for creeks of its size. At about 10 miles higher we pass a creek about 30 yards wide in a deep bend to the N.W. This creek I took to be a small river from its size and the quantity of water which it discharged. I ascended it 11/2 mes and found it the discharge of a pond or small lake which has appearance of having been once the bed of the river. Some small streams discharge themselves into this lake. The country on both sides is beautiful elevated plains ascending in some parts to a great distance near the aforesaid lake, which we call Goose Egg L from a circumstance of my shooting a goose on her nest on some sticks in the top of a high cottonwood tree in which there was one egg. We saw 8 buffalo at a distance. We also saw several herds of elk at a distance which were very wild. I saw near the lake the remains of 43 lodges, which has latterly been abandoned. I suppose them to have been Assiniboines and now near the British establishments on the Assiniboine River trading. We camped on the S.S. in a beautiful plain. I observed more bald eagles on this part of the Missouri than usual, also a small hawk killed 2 antelopes in the river today, immense numbers of geese to be seen paired and a gange of brant pass, 1/2 of the gange white with black wings, or the large feathers of the 1s and 2d joint the rems of the calm color. A voice much like that of a goose and finer and Louis, April 14, 1805. Sunday, April 14, 1805. One of the hunters saw an otter last evening and shot at it, but missed it. A dog came to us this morning, which we suppose to have been lost by the Indians who were recently encamped near the lake that we passed yesterday. The mineral appearances of salts, coal and sulfur, together with burnt hills and pumicestone still continue. While we remained at the entrance of the Little Missouri, we saw several pieces of pumice stone floating down that stream, a considerable quantity of which had lodged against a point of drift wood a little above its entrance. Captain Clark walked on shore this morning, and on his return informed me that he had passed through the timbered bottoms on the N side of the river, and had extended his walk several miles back on the hills. In the bottom lands he had met with several uninhabited Indian lodges built with the boughs of the elm, and in the plains he met with the remains of 2 large encampments of a recent date, which from the appearance of some hoops of small kegs seen near them we concluded that they must have been the camps of the Assiniboines, as no other nation who visit this part of the Missouri ever indulge themselves with spirituous liquor. Of this article the Assiniboines are passionately fond, and we are informed that it forms their principal inducement to furnish the British establishments on the Assiniboine River with the dried and pounded meat and grease which they do. They also supply those establishments with a small quantity of fur, consisting principally of the large and small wolves and the small fox skins. These they barter for small kegs of ruin which they generally transport to their camps at a distance from the establishments, where they revel with their friends and relations as long as they possess the means of intoxication. Their women and children are equally indulged on those occasions and are all seen drunk together. So far is a state of intoxication from being a cause of reproach among them, that with the men, it is a matter of exultation that their skill and industry as hunters has enabled them to get drunk frequently. In their customs, habits, and dispositions these people very much resemble the Sioux from whom they have descended. The principal inducement with the British fur companies, for continuing their establishments on the Assiniboine River, is the buffalo meat and grease they procure from the Assiniboines, and Cristianos, by means of which they are enabled to supply provision to their engages on their return from Rainy Lake to the English River and the Athabasca country where they winter. Without such resource those voyagers would frequently be straitened for provision, as the country through which they pass is but scantily supplied with game, and the rapidity with which they are compelled to travel in order to reach their winter stations, would leave them but little leisure to search for food while on their voyage. The Assiniboines have so recently left this neighborhood, that the game is scarce and very shy. The river continues wide, and not more rapid than the Ohio in an average state of its current. The bottoms are wide and low, the moister parts containing some timber, the upland is extremely broken, consisting of high gowled knobs as far as the eye can reach on either side, and entirely destitute of timber. On these hills many aromatic herbs are seen, resembling in taste, smell and appearance, the sage, hyssop, wormwood, southernwood and 2 other herbs which are strangers to me. The one resembling the camphor in taste and smell, rising to the height of 2 or 3 feet, the other about the same size, has a long, narrow, smooth, soft leaf of an agreeable smell and flavor. Of this last the antelope is very fond. They feed on it, and perfume the hair of their foreheads and necks with it by rubbing against it. The dwarf cedar and juniper is also found in great abundance on the sides of these hills. Where the land is level, it is uniformly fertile, consisting of a dark loam intermixed with a proportion of fine sand. It is generally covered with a short grass resembling very much the blue grass duck. The mineral appearances still continue. Considerable quantities of bituminous water, about the color of strong lye, trickles down the sides of the hills. This water partakes of the taste of Glauber salts and slightly of alum. While the party halted to take dinner today, Captain Clark killed a buffalo bull. It was meager, and we therefore took the marrow bones and a small proportion of the meat only. Near the place we dined on the lard side, there was a large village of burrowing squirrels. I have remarked that these animals generally select a southeasterly exposure for their residence, though they are sometimes found in the level plains. Past an island, above which 2 small creeks fall in on Lard side, the upper creek largest, which we called Charbonneau's Creek after our interpreter who encamped several weeks on it with a hunting party of Indians. This was the highest point to which any white man had ever ascended, except 2 Frenchmen who, having lost their way, had straggled a few miles further, though to what place precisely I could not learn. I walked on shore above this creek and killed an elk, which was so poor that it was unfit for use. I therefore left it, and joined the party at their encampment on the starred shore a little after dark. On my arrival Captain Clark informed me that he had seen 2 white bear pass over the hills shortly after I fired, and that they appeared to run nearly from the place where I shot. The lard shore on which I walked was very broken, and the hills in many places had the appearance of having sloped down in masses of several acres of land in surface. We saw many geese feeding on the tender grass in the prairies and several of their nests in the trees. We have not in a single instance found the nest of this bird on or near the ground. We saw a number of magpies, their nests and eggs. Their nests are built in trees and composed of small sticks, leaves and grass, open at top, and much in the style of the large blackbird common to the States. The egg is of a bluish-brown color, freckled with reddish-brown spots. One of the party killed a large hooting owl. I observed no difference between this bird and those of the same family common to the States, except that this appeared to be more booted and more thickly clad with feathers. Clark, April 14, 1805. 14th of April, Sunday, 1805. A fine morning. A dog came to us this morning. We suppose him to be left by the inns, who had their camps near the lake we passed. Yesterday, not long since, I observed several single lodges built of sticks of cotton timber in different parts of the bottoms. In my walk of this day, which was through the wooded bottoms and on the hills for several miles back from the river on the S.S., I saw the remains of 2 Indian encampments with wide B10 tracks leading to them. Those were no doubt the camps of the Assiniboine Indians. A strong evidence is hoops of small kegs were found in the encampments. No other nation on the river above the Sioux make use of spirituous liquor. The Assiniboines is said to be passionately fond of liquor, and is the principal inducement to their putting themselves to the trouble of catching the few wolves and foxes which they furnish, and receive their liquor always in small kegs. The Assiniboines make use of the same kind of lodges which the Sioux and other Indians on this river make use of. Those lodges or tents are made of a number of dressed buffalo skins sewed together with sinews and decorated with the tails and porcupine quills. When open it forms a half circle with a part about 4 inches wide projecting about 8 or 9 inches from the center of the straight side for the purpose of attaching it to a pole to it the height they wish to raise the tent. When they erect this tent, 4 poles of equal length are tied near one end, those poles are elevated and 8, 10 or 12 other poles are annexed, forming a circle at the ground and lodging in the forks of the 4 attached poles. The tents are then raised, by attach the projecting part to a pole and encompassing the poles with the tent by bringing the 2 ends together and attached with a cord, or liade as high as is necessary, leaving the lower part open for about 4 feet for to pass in and out. And the top is generally left open to admit the smoke to pass. The borders of the river has been so much hunted by those Indians who must have left it about 8 or 10 days past, and I presume are now in the neighborhood of British establishments on the Assiniboine. The game is scarce and very wild. The river continues wide and the current gentle, not more rapid than the current of the Ohio in Middle State. The bottoms are wide and low, and the moist parts of them contain some wood such as cotton, elm and small ash, willow, rose bushes and next to the hills great quantity of wild isope. The hills are high, broken in every direction, and the mineral appearance of salts continue to appear in a greater proportion, also sulfur, coal and bituminous water in a smaller quantity. I have observed but 5 burnt hills, about the Little Missouri, and I have not seen any pumy stone above that river. I saw buffalo on the L.S. crossed, and during the time of dinner killed a bull, which was poor. We made use of the best of it. I saw a village of burrowing dogs on the L.S., past a island above which 2 small creeks falls in on the L.S., the upper of which is the largest, and we call Shabona's Creek after our interpreter, who encamped several weeks on this creek and is the highest point on the Missouri to which a white man has been previous to this time. Captain Lewis walked out above this creek and killed an elk which he found so meager that it was not fit for use, and joined the boat at dusk at our camp on the S.S. opposite a high hill, several parts of which had sloped down. On the side of those hills we saw 2 white bear running from the report of Captain Lewis shot. Those animals ascended those steep hills with surprising ease and velocity. They were too far to discover their precise color and size. Saw several geese nests on trees, also the nests and eggs of the magpies, a large gray owl killed, booted and with ears and Lewis, April 15, 1805. Monday, April 15, 1805. Set out at an early hour this morning. I walked on shore, and Captain Clark continued with the party, it being an invariable rule with us not to be both absent from our vessels at the same time. I passed through the bottoms of the river on the starboard side. They were partially covered with timber and were extensive, level and beautiful. In my walk, which was about 6 miles, I passed a small rivulet of clear water making down from the hills, which on tasting, I discovered to be in a small degree brackish. It possessed less of the Glauber salt, or alum, than those little streams from the hills usually do. In a little pond of water formed by this rivulet where it entered the bottom, I heard the frogs crying for the first time this season. Their note was the same with that of the small frogs which are common to the lagoons and swamps of the States. I saw great quantities of geese feeding in the bottoms, of which I shot one. Saw some deer and elk, but they were remarkably shy. I also met with great numbers of grouse, or prairie hens as they are called by the English traders of the N.W. These birds appeared to be mating. The note of the male is cuck, 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 coo, coo, coo. The first part of the note both male and female use when flying. The male also dubs something like the pheasant, but by no means as loud. After breakfast Captain Clark walked on the St. shore, and on his return in the evening gave me the following account of his ramble. I ascended to the high country, about 9 miles distant from the Missouri. The country consists of beautiful, level and fertile plains, destitute of timber. I saw many little drains, which took their rise in the river hills, from whence as far as I could see they run to the N.E. These streams we suppose to be the waters of Mouse River, a branch of the Assiniboine which the Indians informed us approaches the Missouri very nearly, about this point. I passed, continued he, a creek about 20 yards wide, which falls into the Missouri. The bottoms of this creek are wide, level and extremely fertile, but almost entirely destitute of timber. The water of this creek, as well as all those creeks and rivulets which we have passed since we left Fort Mandan, was so strongly impregnated with salts and other mineral substances that I was incapable of drinking it. I saw the remains of several camps of the Assiniboines, near one of which, in a small ravine, there was a park which they had formed of timber and brush, for the purpose of taking the cabri or antelope. It was constructed in the following manner. A strong pound was first made of timbers, on one side of which there was a small aperture, sufficiently large to admit an antelope. From each side of this aperture, a curtain was extended to a considerable distance, widening as they receded from the pound. We passed a rock this evening standing in the middle of the river, and the bed of the river was formed principally of gravel. We encamped this evening on a sand point on Lard side. A little above our encampment the river was confined to a channel of 80 yards in width. Clark, April 15, 1805. 15th of April Monday 1805 set out at an early hour. Captain Lewis walked on shore and killed a goose, past a island in a bend to the L.S. the wind hard from the S.E. After breakfast I walked on shore and ascended to the high Countray on the S.S. And off from the Missouri about 3 miles the Countray is beautiful open fertile plain. The Dreens take their rise near the cliffs of the river and run from the river in A.N.E. direction as far as I could see. This is the part of the river which Mouse River the waters of Lake Winnipeg approaches within a few miles of Missouri, and I believe those Dreens lead into that river. We passed a creek about 20 yards wide on the S.S. The bottoms of this creek is extensive and fertile, the water of this as also. All the streams which head a few miles in the hills discharge water which is black and unfit for use, and can safely say that I have not seen one drop of water fit for use above Fort Mandan except Knife and the Little Missouris rivers and the Missouri. The other streams being so much impregnated with mineral as to be very disagreeable in its present state. I saw the remains of several camps of Assiniboines, near one of those camps and at no great distance from the mouth of the aforesaid creek, in a hollow, I saw a large strong pen made for the purpose of catching the antelope. With wings projecting from it widening from the pen. Saw several gangs of buffalo and some elk at a distance, a black bear seen from the pirogues today, past a rock in the middle of the river, some smaller rocks from that to the L. Shore. The dog that came to us yesterday morning continues to follow us. We camped on a sand point to the L.S. Lewis, April 16, 1805. Tuesday, April 16, 1805. Set out very early this morning. Captain Clark walked on shore this morning, and killed an antelope, rejoined us at 1/2 after 8 a.m. He informed me that he had seen many buffalo, elk and deer in his absence, and that he had met with a great number of old hornets' nests in the woody bottoms through which he had passed. The hills of the river still continue extremely broken for a few miles back, when it becomes a fine level country of open fertile lands. Immediately on the river there are many finely extensive and extremely fertile high plains and meadows. I think the quantity of timbered land on the river is increasing. The mineral appearances still continue. I met with several stones today that had the appearance of wood first carbonated and then petrified by the water of the river, which I have discovered has that effect on many vegetable substances when exposed to its influence for a length of time. I believe it to be the stratas of coal seen in those hills which causes the fire and burnt appearances frequently met with in this quarter. Where those burnt appearances are to be seen in the face of the river bluffs, the coal is seldom seen, and when you meet with it in the neighborhood of the stratas of burnt earth, the coal appears to be precisely at the same height, and is nearly of the same thickness, together with the sand and a sulphureous substance which usually accompanies it. There was a remarkable large beaver caught by one of the party last night. These animals are now very abundant. I have met with several trees which have been felled by them 20 inches in diameter. Bark is their only food. And they appear to prefer that of the cottonwood and willow, as we have never met with any other species of timber on the Missouri which had the appearance of being cut by them. We passed 3 small creeks on the starred side. They take their rise in the river hills at no great distance. We saw a great number of geese today, both in the plains and on the river. I have observed but few ducks. Those we have met with are the mallard and blue-winged teal. Clark, April 16, 1805. 16th of April Tuesday 1805 Wind hard from the S. I walked on shore and killed an antelope which was very meager, saw great numbers of elk and some buffalo and deer, a very large beaver caught this morning. Some very handsome high plains and extensive bottoms, the mineral appearances of coal and salt together with some appearance of burnt hills continue. A number of old hornets' nests seen in every bottom, more particularly in the one opposite to the place we camped this night. The wooded bottoms are more extensive today than common. Passed 3 small creeks on the S.S. today which take their rise in the hills at no great distance, great numbers of geese in the river and in the plains feeding on the grass. Louis, April 17, 1805. Wednesday, April 17, 1805. A delightful morning, set out at an early hour. The country though which we passed to, was much the same as that described of yesterday. There was more appearance of burnt hills, furnishing large quantities of lava and pumice stone, of the latter some pieces were seen floating down the river. Captain Clark walked on shore this morning on the starboard side, and did not join us until half after 6 in the evening. He informed me that he had seen the remains of the Assiniboine encampments in every point of woodland through which he had passed. We saw immense quantities of game in every direction around us as we passed up the river, consisting of herds of buffalo, elk, and antelopes with some deer and wolves. Though we continue to see many tracks of the bear, we have seen but very few of them, and those are at a great distance, generally running from us. I therefore presume that they are extremely wary and shy. The Indian account of them does not correspond with our experience so far. One black bear passed near the pirogues on the 16th and was seen by myself and the party, but he so quickly disappeared that we did not shoot at him. At the place we halted to dine on the lard side we met with a herd of buffalo, of which I killed the fattest as I conceived among them. However, on examining it I found it so poor that I thought it unfit for use and only took the tongue. The party killed another which was still more lean. Just before we encamped this evening we saw some tracks of Indians who had passed about 24 hours, they left 4 rafts of timber on the starboard side, on which they had passed. We supposed them to have been a party of the Assiniboines who had been to war against the Rocky Mountain Indians, and then on their return. Captain Clark saw a curlew today. There were 3 beaver taken this morning by the party. The men prefer the flesh of this animal to that of any other which we have, or are able to procure at this moment. I eat very heartily of the beaver myself, and think it excellent, particularly the tail and liver. We had a fair wind today which enabled us to sail the greater part of the distance we have travelled, encamped on the large shore the extremity of the last course. Clark, April 17, 1805. 17th of April, Wednesday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the S.E. Generally today, handsome high extensive rich plains on each side. The mineral appearances continue with greater appearances of coal, much greater appearance of the hills having been burnt. More pumice stone and lava washed down to the bottoms and some pumice stone floating in the river. I walked on the S. Saw great numbers of buffalo feeding in the plains at a distance. Captain Lewis killed 2 buffalo bulls which was near the water at the time of dining. They were so poor as to be unfit for use. I saw several small parties of antelopes, large herds of elk, some white wolves, and in a pond, formed on the S. by the Missouri's changing its bead, I saw swan geese and different kinds of ducks in great numbers, also a beaver house. Passed a small creek on the S. and several runs of water on each side, saw the remains of Indian camps in every point of timbered land on the S. In the evening a thunder gust passed from the SW, without rain. About sunset saw some fresh Indians' track and 4 rafts on the shore S. Those I presume were Assiniboines who had been on a war party against the Rocky Mountain Indians. Saw a curlew, some very large beaver taken this morning. Those animals are made use of as food and preferred by the party to any other at this season. Louis, April 18, 1805. Thursday, April 18, 1805. A fine morning, set out at an early hour. 1 beaver caught this morning by 2 traps, having a foot in each. The traps belonged to different individuals, between whom a contest ensued, which would have terminated, most probably, in a serious rencounter had not our timely arrival at the place prevented it. After breakfast this morning, Captain Clark walked on Stad shore, while the party were ascending by means of their tow lines. I walked with them on the bank, found a species of pea bearing a yellow flower, and now in bloom. It seldom rises more than 6 inches high, the leaf and stalk resembles that of the common garden pea, the root is perennial. See Specimen of Vegetables No. 3. I also saw several parcels of buffalo's hair hanging on the rose bushes, which had been bleached by exposure to the weather and became perfectly white. It every appearance of the wool of the sheep, though much finer and more silky and soft. I am confident that an excellent cloth may be made of the wool of the buffalo. The buffalo I killed yesterday had cast his long hair, and the poll which remained was very thick, fine, and about 2 inches in length. I think this animal would have furnished about 5 pounds of wool. We were detained today from 1 to 5 p.m. in consequence of the wind which blew so violently from N. That it was with difficulty we could keep the canoes from filling with water although they were along shore. I had them secured by placing the pirogues on the outside of them in such manner as to break the waves off them. At 5 we proceed, and shortly after met with Captain Clark, who had killed an elk and a deer and was waiting our arrival. We took the meat on board and continued our march until nearly dark, when we came to on the starred side under a bold well-timbered bank which sheltered us from the wind which had abated but not yet ceased. Here we encamped, it being the extremity of the last course of this day. Clark, April 18, 1805. 18th of April Thursday 1805 set out at an early hour. 1 beaver and a muskrat caught this morning, the beaver caught in 2 traps, which like to have brought about a misunderstanding between 2 of the party and. After breakfast I ascended a hill and observed that the river made a great bend to the south. I concluded to walk through the point about 2 miles and take Chabono with me. He had taken a dost of salts and his squaw followed on with his child. When I struck the next bend of the river, could see nothing of the party, left this man and his wife and child on the river bank and went out to hunt, killed a young buck elk, and a deer. The elk was tolerable meat. The deer very poor, butchered the meat and continued until near sunset before Captain Lewis and the party came up. They were detained by the wind, which rose soon after I left the boat from the N.W. and blew very hard until very late in the evening. We camped on the S.S. in an excellent harbor. Soon after we came to, 2 men went up the river to set their beaver traps. They met with a bear and being without their arms thought prudent to return and. The wild cherries are in bloom, great appearance of burnt hills pumice stone and. The coal and salt appearance continued, the water in the small runs much better than below. Saw several old Indian camps, the game, such as buffalo, elk, antelopes, and deer very plenty. Lewis, April 19, 1805. Friday, April 19, 1805. The wind blew so hard this morning from N.W. that we dared not to venture our canoes on the river. Observed considerable quantities of dwarf juniper on the hillsides. See Specimen No. 4, it seldom rises higher than 3 feet. The wind detained us through the course of this day, though we were fortunate in having placed ourselves in a safe harbor. The party killed 1 elk and a beaver today. The beaver of this part of the Missouri are larger, fatter, more abundant and better clad with fur than those of any other part of the country that I have yet seen. I have remarked also that their fur is much darker. Clark, April 19, 1805. 19th of April Friday 1805. A blustering windy day, the wind so hard from the N.W. that we were fearful of venturing our canoes in the river. Lay by all day on the S. side in a good harbor. The prairies appear to green, the cotton trees begin to leave. Saw some plum bushes in full bloom. Those were the plum bushes which I have seen for some time. Killed an elk and a beaver today. The beaver of this river is much larger than usual, great deal of sign of the large bear. Lewis, April 20, 1805. Saturday, April 20, 1805. The wind continued to blow tolerably hard this morning, but by no means as violently as it did yesterday. We determined to set out and accordingly departed a little before 7. I walked on shore on the N. side of the river, and Captain Clark proceeded with the party. The river bottoms through which I passed about 7 miles were fertile and well covered with cottonwood, some box alder, ash and red elm. The underbrush, willow, rose bushes, honeysuckle, red willow, gooseberry, currant and serviceberry, and in the open grounds along the foot of the river hills immense quantities of the hyssop. In the course of my walk I killed 2 deer, wounded an elk and a deer, saw the remains of some Indian hunting camps, near which stood a small scaffold of about 7 feet high on which were deposited 2 dug sleighs with their harness. Underneath this scaffold a human body was lying, well rolled in several dressed buffalo skins, and near it a bag of the same materials containing sundry articles belonging to the deceased, consisting of a pair of moccasins, some red and blue earth, beaver's nails, instruments for dressing the buffalo skin, some dried roots, several plats of the sweet grass, and a small quantity of Mandan tobacco. I presume that the body, as well as the bag containing these articles, had formerly been placed on the scaffold as is the custom of these people, but had fallen down by accident. Near the scaffold I saw the carcass of a large dog not yet decayed, which I supposed had been killed at the time the human body was left on the scaffold. This was no doubt the reward, which the poor dog had met with for performing the friendly office to his mistress of transporting her corps to the place of deposit. It is customary with the Assiniboines, Mandans, Mineteres and who scaffold their dead, to sacrifice the favorite horses and dogs of their deceased relations, with a view of their being serviceable to them in the land of spirits. I have never heard of any instances of human sacrifices on those occasions among them. The wind blew so hard that I concluded it was impossible for the pirogues and canoes to proceed, and therefore returned and joined them about 3 in the evening. Captain Clark informed me that soon after setting out, a part of the bank of the river fell in near one of the canoes and had very nearly filled her with water. That the wind became so hard and the waves so high that it was with infinite risk he had been able to get as far as his present station. The white pirogue and several of the canoes had shiped water several times, but happily our stores were but little injured. Those which were wet we put out to dry and determined to remain until the next morning. We sent out 4 hunters who soon added 3 elk, 4 geese and 2 deer to our stock of provisions. The party caught 6 beaver today, which were large and in fine order. The buffalo, elk and deer are poor at this season, and of tours are not very palatable. However, our good health and appetites make up every necessary deficiency, and we eat very heartily of them, encamped on Starred Side, under a high well-timbered bank. Clark, April 20th, 1805. 20th of April, Saturday, 1805. Wind ahead from the N.W. We set out at 7 o'clock. Proceeded on. Soon after we set out a bank fell in near one of the canoes, which like to have filled her with water. The wind became hard and waves so wrought that we proceeded with our little canoes with much risque. Our situation was such after setting out that we were obliged to pass round the first point or lay exposed to the blustering winds and waves. In passing round the point several canoes took in water, as also our large pirogue, but without injuring our stores and much. I proceeded on to the upper part of the first bend and came to at a beautiful glade on the S. About 1 mile below. Captain Lewis, who had walked through the point, left his coat and a deer on the bank, which we took on board. A short distance below our camp I saw some rafts on the S. Near which, an Indian woman was scaffolded in the Indian form of deposing their dead, and fallen down she was, or had been raised about 6 feet, enclosed in several robes tightly laced around her, with her dog sleighs. Her bag of different colored earths, paint, small bones of animals, beaver nails and several other little trinkets, also a blue jay. Her dog was killed and lay near her. Captain Lewis joined me soon after I landed and informed me he has walked several miles higher, and in his walk killed 2 deer and wounded an elk and a deer. Our party shot in the river 4 beaver and caught 2, which were very fat and much admired by the men. After we landed they killed 3 elk, 4 geese and 2 deer. We had some of our provisions and which got a little wet-aired. The wind continued so hard that we were compelled to delay all day. Saw several buffalo lodged in the drift wood which had been drowned in the winter in passing the river. Saw the remains of 2 which had lodged on the side of the bank and eat by the bears. This morning was very cold, some snow about 2 o'clock from flying clouds, some frost this morning. The mud at the edge of the water was frost. Louis, April 21, 1805. Sunday, April 21, 1805. Set out at an early hour this morning. Captain Clark walked on shore, the wind though ahead was not violent. The country through which we passed is very similar in every respect to that through which we have passed for several days. We saw immense herds of buffalo, elk, deer and antelopes. Captain Clark killed a buffalo and 4 deer in the course of his walk today, and the party with me killed 3 deer, 2 beaver, and 4 buffalo calves. The latter we found very delicious. I think it equal to any veal I ever tasted. The elk now begin to shed their horns. Passed 1 large and 2 small creeks on the Lard side, though neither of them discharge any water at present. The wind blew so hard this evening that we were obliged to halt several hours. We reached the place of encampment after dark, which was on the Lard side a little above White Earth River, which discharges itself on the Starred side. Immediately at the mouth of this river it is not more than 10 yards wide, being choked up by the mud of the Missouri. Though after leaving the bottom lands of this river, or even sooner, it becomes a bold stream of 60 yards wide and is deep and navigable. The course of this river, as far as I could see from the top of Cut Bluff, was due north. It passes through a beautiful level and fertile valley about 5 miles in width. I think I saw about 25 miles up this river, and did not discover 1 tree or bush of any description on its borders. The valley was covered with elk and buffalo. Saw a great number of geese today as usual, also some swan and ducks. Clark, April 21, 1805. 21st of April, Sunday, 1805. Set out early, the wind gentle, and from the N.W. The river being very crooked, I concluded to walk through the point. The Count Ray on either side is very similar to that we have passed, saw an immense number of elk and buffalo, also deer, antelopes, geese, ducks and a few swan. The buffalo is about calving. I killed a buffalo and 4 deer in my walk today. The party killed 2 deer, 2 beaver and 4 buffalo calves, which was very good veal. I saw old camps of Indians on the L side. We passed 1 large and 2 small creeks on the L side, neither of them discharge any water into the river. In the evening the wind became very hard ahead. We made camp at a late hour, which was on the L side a little above the mouth of White Earth River, which falls in on the Stad side and is 60 yards wide. Several mess up. Louis, April 22, 1805. Monday, April 22, Candilas, 1805. Set out at an early hour this morning. Proceeded pretty well until breakfast, when the wind became so hard ahead that we proceeded with difficulty even with the assistance of our tow lines. The party halted and Cpt. Clark and myself walked to the White Earth River, which approaches the Missouri very near at this place, being about 4 miles above its entrance. We found that it contained more water than streams of its size generally do at this season. The water is much clearer than that of the Missouri. The banks of the river are steep and not more than 10 or 12 feet high. The bed seems to be composed of mud altogether. The salts, which have been before mentioned as common on the Missouri, appears in great quantities along the banks of this river, which are in many places so thickly covered with it that they appear perfectly white. Perhaps it has been from this white appearance of its banks that the river has derived its name. This river is said to be navigable nearly to its source, which is at no great distance from the Saskatchewan, and I think from its size, the direction which it seems to take, and the latitude of its mouth, that there is very good ground to believe that it extends as far north as latitude 50 degrees. This stream passes through an open country generally. The broken hills of the Missouri about this place exhibit large irregular and broken masses of rocks and stones, some of which, though 200 feet above the level of the water, seem at some former period to have felt its influence, they appear smooth as if worn by the agitation of the water. This collection consists of white and gray granite, a brittle black rock, flint, limestone, freestone, some small specimens of an excellent pebble and occasionally broken stratas of a stone which appears to be petrified wood. It is of a black color. and makes excellent whetstones. Coal or carbonated wood, pumice stone, lava and other mineral appearances still continue. The coal appears to be of better quality. I exposed a specimen of it to the fire and found that it burnt tolerably well. It afforded but little flame or smoke, but produced a hot and lasting fire. I ascended to the top of the cut bluff this morning, from whence I had a most delightful view of the country, the whole of which except the valley formed by the Missouri is void of timber or underbrush. Exposing to the first glance of the spectator immense herds of buffalo, elk, deer, and antelopes feeding in one common and boundless pasture. We saw a number of beaver feeding on the bark of the trees along the verge of the river, several of which we shot, found them large and fat. Walking on shore this evening I met with a buffalo calf which attached itself to me and continued to follow close at my heels until I embarked and left it. It appeared all armed at my dog, which was probably the cause of its so readily attaching itself to me. Captain Clark informed me that he saw a large drove of buffalo pursued by wolves today, that they at length caught a calf which was unable to keep up with the herd. The cows only defend their young so long as they are able to keep up with the herd, and seldom return any distance in search of them. Clark, April 22, 1805. 22nd of April, Monday, 1805. A very cold morning, some frost. We set out at an early hour and proceeded on very well until breakfast, at which time the wind began to blow very hard ahead. And continued hard all day. We proceeded on with much difficulty with the assistance of the tow ropes. Captain Lewis and myself walked to the river, which is near the Missouri 4 miles above its mouth. This river is 60 yards wide and contains a greater proportion of water at this time than is common for rivers of its size. It appears navigable as far as any of the party was, and I am told to near its source in morasses in the open plains. It passes, as far as we can see, which is 6 or 7 leagues, through a beautiful extensive valley, rich and fertile and at this time covered with buffalo, elk and antelopes, which may be seen also in any other direction in this quarter. This river must take its rise at no great distance east of the Saskatchewan, and no doubt as far as lat. 50 degrees. Some of the high plains or the broken ravine of the river contains great quantity of pebble stones of various sizes. The stratum of coal is much richer than below. The appearances of mineral and burnt hills still continue. The river rising a little, saw an immense number of beaver feeding on the water's edge and swimming. Killed several. Captain Lewis ascended a hill from the top of which he had a most enchanting prospect of the Count Ray around and the meanderings of the 2 rivers, which is remarkable crooked. A buffalo calf which was on the shore alone followed Cap Lewis some distance. I observed a large drove of buffalo pursued by wolves. The wolves caught one of their calves in my view. Those animals defend their young as long as they can keep up with the drove. Lewis, April 23, 1805. Tuesday, April 23, set out at an early hour this morning. About 9 a.m. The wind arose, and shortly after became so violent that we were unable to proceed. In short, it was with much difficulty and some risk that I was enabled to get the canoes and pirogues into a place of tolerable safety, there being no timber on either side of the river at this place. Some of the canoes shipped water, and wet several parcels of their lading, which I directed to be opened and aired. We remained until 5 in the evening, when the wind abating in some measure, we reloaded, and proceeded. Shortly after we were joined by Captain Clark, who had walked on shore this morning, and passing through the bottom lands had fallen on the river some miles above, and concluding that the wind had detained us, came down the river in search of us. He had killed 3 black-tailed, or mule deer, and a buffalo calf, in the course of his ramble. These hard winds, being so frequently repeated, become a serious source of detention to us. Encamped on the starred side. Clark, April 23, 1805. 23rd of April, 1805. A cold morning. At about 9 o'clock the wind as usual rose from the NW and continued to blow very hard until late in the evening. I walked on shore. After breakfast, in my walk on the side, passed through extensive bottoms of timber interspersed with glades and low open plains. I killed 3 mule or black-tailed deer, which was in tolerable order, saw several others. I also killed a buffalo calf which was very fine. I struck the river above the pirogus which had come to in a bend to the L.S. to shelter from the wind which had become violently hard. I joined Captain Lewis in the evening, and after the winds falling which was late in the evening we proceeded on and encamped on the S.S. The winds of this country, which blow with some violence almost every day, has become a serious obstruction in our progression onward, as we can't move when the wind is high without great risque. And if there was no risque, the winds is generally ahead and often too violent to proceed. Lewis, April 24, 1805. Wednesday, April 24. The wind blew so hard during the whole of this day, that we were unable to move. Notwithstanding that we were sheltered by high timber from the effects of the wind, such was its violence that it caused the waves to rise in such manner as to wet many articles in the small canoes before they could be unloaded. We sent out some hunters who killed 4 deer and 2 elk, and caught some young wolves of the small kind. Sore eyes is a common complaint among the party. I believe it originates from the immense quantities of sand which is driven by the wind from the sandbars of the river in such clouds that you are unable to discover the opposite bank of the river in many instances. The particles of this sand are so fine and light that they are easily supported by the air, and are carried by the wind for many miles, and at a distance exhibiting every appearance of a column of thick smoke. So penetrating is this sand that we cannot keep any article free from it. In short, we are compelled to eat, drink, and breathe it very freely. My pocket watch is out of order. She will run only a few minutes without stopping. I can discover no radical defect in her works, and must therefore attribute it to the sand, with which she seems plentifully charged, notwithstanding her cases are double and tight. Clark, April 24, 1805. 24th of April, Wednesday, 1805. The wind rose last night and continued blowing from the N and NW, and sometimes with great violence, until 7 o'clock p.m. Several articles wet in the pirogues by their taking water, and as the wind was ahead we could not move today. Sent out hunters. They killed 4 deer, 2 elk, and caught some young wolves of the small kind. The party complain much of the sand in their eyes. The sand is very fine and rises in clouds from the points and bars of the river. I may say that during those winds we eat, drink, and breathe a pre-potion of sand. Lewis, April 25, 1805. Thursday, April 25, 1805. The wind was more moderate this morning, though still hard. We set out at an early hour. The water freezed on the oars this morning as the men rowed. About 10 o'clock a.m. The wind began to blow so violently that we were obliged to lie to. My dog had been absent during the last night, and I was fearful we had lost him altogether. However, much to my satisfaction he joined us at 8 o'clock this morning. The wind had been so unfavorable to our progress for several days past, and seeing but little prospect of a favorable chang. Knowing that the river was crooked, from the report of the hunters who were out yesterday, and believing that we were at no very great distance from the Yellowstone River, I determined, in order as much as possible to avoid detention, to proceed by land with a few men to the entrance of that river and make the necessary observations to determine its position, which I hope to effect by the time that Captain Clark could arrive with the party. Accordingly I set out at 1 ton ock on the lard side, accompanied by 4 men. We proceeded about 4 miles, when falling in with some buffalo I killed a yearling calf, which was in good order. We soon cooked and made a hearty meal of a part of it, and renewed our march. Our route lay along the foot of the river hills. When we had proceeded about 4 miles, I ascended the hills from whence I had a most pleasing view of the country, particularly of the wide and fertile valleys formed by the Missouri and the Yellowstone rivers, which occasionally unmasked by the wood on their borders disclosed their meanderings for many miles in their passage through these delightful tracts of country. I could not discover the junction of the rivers immediately, they being concealed by the woods. However, sensible that it could not be distant, I determined to encamp on the bank of the Yellowstone River, which made its appearance about 2 miles south of me. The whole face of the country was covered with herds of buffalo, elk, and antelopes. Deer are also abundant, but keep themselves more concealed in the woodland. The buffalo, elk and antelope are so gentle that we pass near them while feeding, without appearing to excite any alarm among them, and when we attract their attention, they frequently approach us more nearly to discover what we are. And in some instances pursue us a considerable distance apparently with that view. In our way to the place I had determined to encamp, we met with 2 large herds of buffalo, of which we killed 3 cows and a calf. 2 of the former, but lean, we therefore took their tongues and a part of their marrow bones only. I then proceeded to the place of our encampment with 2 of the men, taking with us the calf and marrow bones, while the other 2 remained, with orders to dress the cow that was in tolerable order, and hang the meat out of the reach of the wolves. A precaution indispensable to its safe keeping, even for a night. We encamped on the bank of the Yellowstone River, 2 miles south of its confluence with the Missouri. On rejoining Captain Clark, the 26th in the evening, he informed me, that at 5 p.m. after I left him the wind abated in some measure and he proceeded a few miles further and encamped. Clark, April 25, 1805. 25th of April, Thursday 1805. The wind was moderate and ahead this morning. We set out at an early hour. The morning cold, some flying clouds to be seen, the wind from the N. Ice collected on the oars this morning. The wind increased and became so violent about 1 o'clock we were obliged to lay by our canoes, having taken in some water. The dog, which was lost yesterday, joined us this morning. Finding that the winds retarded our progression for many days past, and no appearance of an alteration, and the river being crooked that we could never have 3 miles fair wind, Captain Lewis concluded to go by land as far as the Rocachone or Yellowstone River, which we expect is at no great distance by land, and make some celestial observations to find the situation of its mouth. And by that measure not detain the pirogues at that place any time. For the purpose of making those necessary observations he took 4 men and proceeded on up the Missouri on the L. side. At 5 o'clock the wind lulled and we proceeded on and encamped. Lewis, April 26, 1805. Friday, April 26, 1805. This morning I dispatched Joseph Fields up the Yellowstone River with orders to examine it as far as he could conveniently and return the same evening. 2 others were directed to bring in the meat we had killed last evening, while I proceeded down the river with 1 man in order to take a view of the confluence of this great river with the Missouri, which we found to be 2 miles distant on a direct line N.W. from our encampment. The bottom land on the lower side of the Yellowstone River near its mouth for about 1 mile in width appears to be subject to inundation, while that on the opposite side of the Missouri and the point formed by the junction of these rivers is of the common elevation, say from 12 to 18 feet above the level of the water, and of course not liable to be overflown except in extreme high water, which does not appear to be very frequent. There is more timber in the neighborhood of the junction of these rivers, and on the Missouri as far below as the White Earth River, than there is on any part of the Missouri above the entrance of the Cheyenne River to this place. The timber consists principally of cottonwood, with some small elm, ash and boxalder. The undergrowth on the sandbars and verge of the river is the small-leafed willow. The low bottoms, rose bushes which rise to 3 or 4 feet high, the redberry, serviceberry, and the redwood. The high bottoms are of 2 descriptions, either timbered or open. The first lies next to the river and its underbrush is the same with that of the low timbered bottoms, with the addition of the broad-leafed willow, gooseberry, choke cherry, purple currant, and honeysuckle bushes. The open bottoms border on the hills, and are covered in many parts by the wild hyssop which rises to the height of 2 feet. I observed that the antelope, buffalo, elk and deer feed on this herb. The willow of the sandbars also furnish a favorite winter food to these animals, as well as the grouse, the porcupine, hare, and rabbit. About 12 o'clock I heard the discharge of several guns at the junction of the rivers, which announced to me the arrival of the Paddy with Captain Clark. I afterwards learnt that they had fired on some buffalo which they met with at that place, and of which they killed a cow and several calves. The latter are now fine veal. I dispatched one of the men to Captain Clark requesting him to send up a canoe to take down the meat we had killed and our baggage to his encampment, which was accordingly complied with. After I had completed my observations in the evening, I walked down and joined the party at their encampment on the point of land formed by the junction of the rivers. Found them all in good health, and much pleased at having arrived at this long-wished-for spot, and in order to add in some measure to the general pleasure which seemed to pervade our little community, we ordered a dram to be issued to each person. This soon produced the fiddle, and they spent the evening with much hilarity, singing and dancing, and seemed as perfectly to forget their past toils, as they appeared regardless of those to come. In the evening, the man I had sent up the river this morning returned, and reported that he had ascended it about 8 miles on a straight line, that he found it crooked, meandering from side to side of the valley formed by it, which is from 4 to 5 miles wide. The current of the river gentle, and its bed much interrupted and broken by sandbars. At the distance of 5 miles he passed a large island well covered with timber, and 3 miles higher a large creek falls in on the S.E. sides above a high bluff in which there are several stratas of coal. The country bordering on this river, as far as he could perceive, like that of the Missouri, consisted of open plains. He saw several of the big-horned animals in the course of his walk, but they were so shy that he could not get a shoot at them. He found a large horn of one of these animals which he brought with him. The bed of the Yellowstone River is entirely composed of sand and mud, not a stone of any kind to be seen in it near its entrance. Captain Clark measured these rivers just above their confluence, found the bed of the Missouri 520 yards wide, the water occupying 330. Its channel deep. The Yellowstone River including its sandbar, 858 yards, of which, the water occupied 297 yards. The deepest part 12 feet, it was falling at this time and appeared to be nearly at its summer tide. The Indians inform that the Yellowstone River is navigable for pirogues and canoes nearly to its source in the Rocky Mountains, and that in its course near these mountains it passes within less than half a day's march of a navigable part of the Missouri. Its extreme sources are adjacent to those of the Missouri, River Platte, and I think probably with some of the south branch of the Columbia River. The first part of its course lies through a mountainous rocky country though well timbered and in many parts fertile. The middle, and much the most extensive portion of the river lies through a delightful rich and fertile country, well covered with timber, interspersed with plains and meadows, and well watered. It is somewhat broken in many parts. The lower portion consists of fertile open plains and meadows almost entirely, though it possesses a considerable proportion of timber on its borders. The current of the upper portion is extremely rapid, that of the middle and lower portions much more gentle than the Missouri. The water of this river is turbid, though does not possess as much sediment as that of the Missouri. This river in its course receives the waters of many large tributary streams principally from the S.E., of which the most considerable are the Tongue and Bighorn rivers. The former is much the largest, and heads with the River Platte and Bighorn River, as does the latter with the Tongue River and the River Platte. A sufficient quantity of limestone may be readily procured for building near the junction of the Missouri and Yellowstone rivers. I could observe no regular stratas of it, though it lies on the sides of the river hills in large irregular masses, in considerable quantities. It is of a light color, and appears to be of an excellent quality. Clark, April 26, 1805. 26th of April Friday 1805. Last night was very cold. The thermometer stood at 32 above zero this morning. I set out at an early hour. As it was cold I walked on the bank, and in my walk shot a beaver and 2 deer, one of the deer in tolerable order. The low bottom of the river is generally covered with wood willows and rose bushes, red berry, wild cherry and red or arrow wood interspersed with glades. The timber is cottonwood principally, elm small ash also furnish a portion of the timber. The clay of the bluffs appear much whiter than below, and contain several stratums of coal. On the hill sides I observe pebbles of different size and color. The river has been rising for several days, and raised 3 inches last night. At 12 o'clock arrived at the forks of the Roche John and Missouri and formed a camp on the point. Soon after George Drouyer came from Captain Lewis and informed me that he was a little way up the Roche John and would join me this evening. I sent a canoe up to Captain Lewis and proceeded measure the width of the rivers, and find the det. The Missouri is 520 yards wide above the point of Yellowstone and the water covers 330 yards. The Yellowstone River is 858 yards wide including its sandbar, the water covers 297 yards and the deepest part is 12 feet water, it is at this time falling. The Missouri rising. The Indians inform that the Yellowstone River is navigable for pirogues to near its source in the Rocky Mountains. It has many tributary streams, principally on the S.E. side, and heads at no great distance from the Missouri. The largest rivers which fall into it is Tongue River, which heads with the waters of River Platte, and Big Horn River, which also heads with Platte and Tongue. The current of this river is said to be rapid. Near its mouth it is very gentle, and its water is of a whitish color, much clearer of sediment than the Missouri. The Countray on this river is said to be broken in its whole course and contains a great deal of wood. The Countray about its mouth is very fine, the bottoms on either side is wooded with cottonwood, ash, elm and. Near the banks of the river back is higher bottoms and covered with red berry, gooseberry, and rose bushes and interspersed with small open glades, and near the high land is generally open rich bottoms. At our arrival at the forks I observed a drove of buffalo cows and calves on a sand bar in the point. I directed the men to kill the fattest cow and 3 or 4 calves, which they did and let the others pass. The cows are poor, calves fine veal. Captain Lewis joined me in the evening after taking equal altitudes a little way up the Yellowstone River. The Countray in every direction is plains except the moist bottoms of the river, which are covered with some indifferent timber such as cottonwood, elm and small ash, with different kind of stubs and bushes. In the forks about 1 mile from the point at which place the two rivers are near each other a beautiful low level plain commences and extends up the Missourian back. This plain is narrow at its commencement and widens as the Missouri bends north, and is bordered by an extensive woodland for many miles up the Yellowstone River. This low plain is not subject to overflow, appear to be a few inches above high water mark, and affords a beautiful commanding situation for a fort near the commencement of the prairie, about miles from the point and yards from the Missouri. A small lake is situated. From this lake the plain rises gradually to a high beautiful Countray. The low plain continues for some distance up both rivers. On the Yellowstone it is wide and beautiful opposite the point. On the S side is some high timbered land, about 11/2 miles below. On the same side a little distance from the water is an elevated plain. Several of the party was up the Yellowstone are several miles, and informed that it meandered throughout a beautiful Countray. Joseph Fields discovered a large creek falling into the Yellowstone River on the east side 8 miles up, near which he saw a big horn animal. He found in the prairie the horn of one of those animals, which was large and appeared to have laid several years. I saw many buffalo dead on the banks of the river in different places, some of them eaten by the white bears and wolves, all except the skin and bones. Others entire, those animals either drowned in attempting to cross on the ice during the winter or swimming across to bluff banks where they could not get out and too weak to return. We saw several in this situation. Immense numbers of antelopes in the forks of the river, buffalo and elk and deer is also plenty. Beaver is in every bend. I observed that the magpie, goose, duck and eagle all have their nests in the same neighborhood, and it is not uncommon for the magpie to build in a few rods of the eagle. The nests of this bird is built very strong with sticks covered very thickly with one or more places through which they enter or escape. The goose, I make no doubt, falls a prey to those vicious eagles. Lewis, April 27, 1805. Saturday, April 27, 1805. Previous to our setting out this morning I made the following observations. This morning I walked through the point formed by the junction of the rivers. The woodland extends about a mile, when the rivers approach each other within less than half a mile. Here a beautiful level low plain commences and extends up both rivers for many miles, widening as the rivers recede from each other, and extending back half a mile to a plain about 12 feet higher than itself. The low plain appears to be a few inches higher than high water mark and of course will not be liable to be overflown, though where it joins the high plain a part of the Missouri when at its greatest height, passes through a channel of 60 or 70 yards wide and falls into the Yellowstone River. On the Missouri about 21/2 miles from the entrance of the Yellowstone River, and between this high and low plain, a small lake is situated about 200 yards wide extending along the edge of the high plain parallel with the Missouri about 1 mile. On the point of the high plain at the lower extremity of this lake I think would be the most eligible site for an establishment. Between this low plain and the Yellowstone River there is an extensive body of timbered land extending up the river for many miles. This site recommended is about 400 yards distant from the Missouri and about double that distance from the river Yellowstone. From it the high plain, rising very gradually, extends back about 3 miles to the hills, and continues with the same width between these hills and the timbered land on the Yellowstone River, up that stream, for 7 or 8 miles. And is one of the handsomest plains I ever beheld. On the Missouri side the hills circumscribe its width, and at the distance of 3 miles up that river from this site, it is not more than 400 yards wide. Captain Clark thinks that the lower extremity of the low plain would be most eligible for this establishment. It is true that it is much nearer both rivers, and might answer very well, but I think it rather too low to venture a permanent establishment, particularly if built of brick or other durable materials, at any considerable expense. For so capricious, and versatile are these rivers, that it is difficult to say how long it will be, until they direct the force of their currents against this narrow part of the low plain, which when they do, must shortly yield to their influence. In such case a few years only would be necessary, for the annihilation of the plain, and with it the fortification. I continued my walk on shore. At 11 a.m. the wind became very hard from N.W. Insomuch that the pirogues and canoes were unable either to proceed or pass the river to me. I was under the necessity therefore of shooting a goose and cooking it for my dinner. The wind abated about 4 p.m. and the party proceeded, though I could not conveniently join them until night. Although game is very abundant and gentle, we only kill as much as is necessary for food. I believe that 2 good hunters could conveniently supply a regiment with provisions. For several days past we have observed a great number of buffalo lying dead on the shore, some of them entire and others partly devoured by the wolves and bear. Those animals either drown dead during the winter in attempting to pass the river on the ice during the winter or by swimming across at present to bluff banks which they are unable to ascend. And feeling themselves too weak to return remain and perish for the want of food. In this situation we met with several little parties of them. Beaver are very abundant, the party kills several of them every day. The eagles, magpies, and geese have their nests in trees adjacent to each other. The magpie particularly appears fond of building near the eagle, as we scarcely see an eagle's nest unaccompanied with 2 or 3 magpies' nests within a short distance. The bald eagle are more abundant here than I ever observed them in any part of the country. Clark, April 27, 1805. 27th of April Saturday 1805 After take the azimuth of the sun and breakfasting we set out wind moderate and ahead. At 11 o'clock the wind rose and continued to blow very hard ahead from the N.W. until 4 o'clock p.m., which blew the sand off the points in such clouds as almost covered us on the opposite bank. At 4 I set out from my unpleasant situation and proceeded on. Captain Lewis walked on shore in the point to examine and view the Countray and could not get to the boats until night. Saw great numbers of goats or antelopes, elk, swan, geese and ducks. No buffalo today. I saw several beaver and much sign. I shot one in the head which immediately sunk. Although the game of different kinds are in abundance we kill nothing but what we can make. Lewis, April 28, 1805. Sunday, April 28, 1805. Set out this morning at an early hour. The wind was favorable and we employed our sails to advantage. Captain Clark walked on shore this morning, and I proceeded with the party. The country through which we passed today is open as usual and very broken on both sides near the river hills. The bottoms are level, fertile and partially covered with timber. The hills and bluffs exhibit their usual mineral appearances, some burnt hills but no appearance of pumicestone. Coal is in great abundance and the salt still increase in quantity. The banks of the river and sandbars are encrusted with it in many places and appear perfectly white as if covered with snow or frost. The woods are now green, though the plains and meadows appear to abate of the verdure those below exhibited some days past. We passed 3 small runs today. 2 falling in on the Stard. And 1 on the Lard. Side, they are but small, afford but little water and head a few miles back in the hills. We saw great quantities of game today, consisting of the common and mule deer, elk, buffalo, and antelopes. Also 4 brown bear, one of which was fired on and wounded by one of the party, but we did not get it. The beaver have cut great quantities of timber, saw a tree nearly 3 feet in diameter that had been felled by them. Captain Clark in the course of his walk killed a deer and a goose, and saw 3 black bear. He thinks the bottoms are not so wide as they have been for some days past. Clark, April 28, 1805. 28th of April, Sunday, 1805. A fine day, river falling, wind favorable from the S.E. and moderate. I walked on shore to view the Countray. From the top of the high hills, I beheld a broken and open Countray on both sides. Near the river some very handsome low plains. I killed a deer and a goose, saw 3 black bear, great numbers of elk, antelopes, and 2 gangs of buffalo. The hills and bluffs shew the straters of coal, and burned appearances in many places. In and about them I could find no appearance of pumice stone. The woodland have a green appearance. The plains do not look so green as below. The bottoms are not so wide this afternoon as below. Saw 4 bear this evening. One of the men shot at one of them. The antelopes are nearly red, on that part which is subject to change, i.e. the sides and 2/3 of the back from the head, the other part as white as snow. 2 small runs fall in on the S. side and 1 this evening on the Lard side. Those runs head at a few miles in the hills and discharge but little water. The bluffs in this part as also below shew different straters of coal or carbonated wood, and colored earth, such as dark brown, yellow, a lightish brown, and a dark red ink. Lewis, April 29, 1805. Monday, April 29, 1805. Set out this morning at the usual hour. The wind was moderate. I walked on shore with 1 man. About 8 a.m. we fell in with 2 brown or yellow bear, both of which we wounded. One of them made his escape, the other after my firing on him pursued me 70 or 80 yards, but fortunately had been so badly wounded that he was unable to pursue so closely as to prevent my charging my gun. We again repeated our fur and killed him. It was a male not fully grown. We estimated his weight at 300 pounds, not having the means of ascertaining it precisely. The legs of this bear are somewhat longer than those of the black, as are its talons and tusks incomparably larger and longer. The testicles, which in the black bear are placed pretty well back between the thighs and contained in 1 pouch like those of the dog and most quadrupeds, are in the yellow or brown bear placed much further forward, and are suspended in separate pouches from 2 to 4 inches asunder. Its color is yellowish-brown, the eyes small, black, and piercing. The front of the 4 legs near the feet is usually black. The fur is finer, thicker and deeper than that of the black bear. These are all the particulars in which this animal appeared to me to differ from the black bear. It is a much more furious and formidable animal, and will frequently pursue the hunter when wounded. It is astonishing to see the wounds they will bear before they can be put to death. The Indians may well fear this animal equipped as they generally are with their bows and arrows or in different fusées, but in the hands of skillful riflemen they are by no means as formidable or dangerous as they have been represented. Game is still very abundant. We can scarcely cast our eyes in any direction without perceiving deer, elk, buffalo, or antelopes. The quantity of wolves appear to increase in the same proportion. They generally hunt in parties of 6, 8, or 10. They kill a great number of the antelopes at this season. The antelopes are yet meager and the females are big with young. The wolves take the most generally in attempting to swim the river. In this manner my dog caught one, drowned it and brought it on shore. They are but clumsy swimmers, though on land when in good order, they are extremely fleet and durable. We have frequently seen the wolves in pursuit of the antelope in the plains. They appear to decoy a single one from a flock, and then pursue it, alternately relieving each other until they take it. On joining Captain Clark he informed me that he had seen a female and fawn of the bighorned animal. That they ran for some distance with great apparent ease along the side of the river bluff where it was almost perpendicular. 2 of the party fired on them while in motion without effect. We took the flesh of the bear on board and proceeded. Captain Clark walked on shore this evening, killed a deer, and saw several of the bighorned animals. There is more appearance of coal today than we have yet seen. The stratas are 6 feet thick in some instances. The earth has been burnt in many places, and always appears in stratas on the same level with the stratas of coal. We came to this evening in the mouth of a little river, which falls in on the starred side. This stream is about 50 yards wide from bank to bank. The water occupies about 15 yards. The banks are of earth only, abrupt, though not high. The bed is of mud principally. Captain Clark, who was up this stream about 3 miles, informed me that it continued about the same width, that its current was gentle and it appeared navigable for pirogues. It meanders through an extensive, fertile, and beautiful valley as far as could be seen about n. 30 degrees west. There was but one solitary tree to be seen on the banks of this river after it left the bottom of the Missouri. The water of this river is clear, with a brownish-yellow tint. Here the highlands recede from the Missouri, leaving the valley formed by the river from 7 to 8 miles wide, and Meriwether lower than usual. This stream my friend Captain C. named Martha's River. Clark, April 29, 1805. 29th of April Monday 1805 set out this morning at the usual hour. The wind is moderate and from the NE had not proceeded far ere we saw a female and her fawn of the bighorn animal on the top of a bluff lying. The noise we made alarmed them and they came down on the side of the bluff which had but little slope being nearly perpendicular. I directed 2 men to kill those animals. One went on the top and the other man near the water. They had 2 shots at the doe while in motion without effect. Those animals run and skipped about with great ease on this declivity and appeared to prefer it to the level bottom or plain. Captain Lewis and 1 man walked on shore and he killed a yellow bear and the man with him wounded 1 other, after getting the flesh of the bear on board which was not far from the place we breakfast. We proceeded on, saw 4 gongus of buffalo and great numbers of antelopes in every direction, also saw elk and several wolves. I walked on shore in the evening and killed a deer which was so meager as to be unfit for use. The hills contain more coal, and has a greater appearance of being burnt than below. The burnt parts appear on a parallel with the stratiums of coal. We came to in the mouth of a little river on the S, which is about 50 or 60 yards from bank to bank. I was up this stream 3 miles. It continues its width and glides with a gentle current. Its water is about 15 yards wide at this time, and appears to be navigable for canoes and it meanders through a beautiful and extensive valley as far as can be seen about north 30 degrees west. I saw only a single tree in this fertile valley. The water of the river is clear of a yellowish color. We call this river Martha's River in honor to the celebrated M.F. Here the high land widened from 5 to 8 miles and much lower than below. Saw several of the bighorn animals this evening. The wolves destroy great numbers of the antelopes by decoying those animals singularly out in the plains and pursuing them alternately. Those antelopes are curious and will approach anything which appears in motion near them. And Lewis, April 30, 1805. Tuesday, April 30, 1805. Set out at sunrise. The wind blew hard all last night, and continued to blow pretty hard all day, but not so much as to compel us to lie by. The country as usual is bare of timber. The river bottoms are level and fertile and extensive, but possess but little timber and that of an indifferent quality even of its kind. Principally low cottonwood, either too small for building, or for plank or broken and dead at top and unsound in the center of the trunk. Saw great quantities of game as usual. Captain Clark walked on shore the greater part of the day, passed some old Indian lodges built of drift wood. They appear to be of antient date and not recently inhabited. I walked on shore this evening and killed a buck elk, in tolerable order. It appeared to me to be the largest I had seen, and was therefore induced to measure it, found it 5 feet 3 inches from the point of the hoof, to the top of the shoulders. The leg and hoof being placed as nearly as possible in the same position they would have been had the animal been standing. Clark, April 30th, 1805. 30th of April Tuesday 1805 The wind blew hard from the NE all last night. We set out at sunrise. The wind blew hard the greater part of the day and part of the time favorable. We did not lie by today on account of the wind. I walked on shore today. Our interpreter and his squaw followed. In my walk the squaw found and brought me a bush something like the currant, which she said bore a delicious fruit and that great quantities grew on the Rocky Mountains. This shrub was in bloom, has a yellow flower with a deep cup, the fruit when ripe is yellow and hangs in bunches like cherries. Some of those berries yet remained on the bushes. The bottoms above the mouth of the last river is extensive, level and fertile and covered with indifferent timber in the points. The upland appear to rise gradually. I saw great numbers of antelopes, also scattering buffalo, elk, deer, wolves, geese, ducks and grouse. I killed 2 geese which we dined on today. Captain Lewis walked on shore and killed an elk this evening, and we came to and camped on the S. The Count Ray on both sides have a beautiful appearance. Lewis, May 1st, 1805. Wednesday, May 1st, 1805. Set out this morning at an early, the wind being favorable. We used our sails which carried us on at a good pace until about 12 o'clock. When the wind became so high that the small canoes were unable to proceed, one of them which separate from us just before the wind became so violent, is now lying on the opposite side of the river, being unable to rejoin us in consequence of the waves, which during those gusts run several feet high. We came to on the Lard shore in a handsome bottom well stocked with cottonwood timber. Here the wind compelled us to spend the balance of the day. We sent out some hunters who killed a buffalo, an elk, a goat and 2 beaver. Game is now abundant. The country appears much more pleasant and fertile than that we have passed for several days. The hills are lower, the bottoms wider, and better stocked with timber, which consists principally of cottonwood, not however of large size. The undergrowth willow on the verge of the river and sandbars, rose bushes, red willow and the broad-leafed willow in the bottom lands. The high country on either side of the river is one vast plain, entirely destitute of timber, but is apparently fertile, consisting of a dark rich mellow-looking loam. John Shield sick today with the rheumatism. Shannon killed a bird of the plover kind. Weight 1 pound. It measured from the tip of the toe, to the extremity of the beak, 1 foot 10 inches, from tip to tip of wings when extended 2 5 beak 3 5/8 inches, tail 3 1/8 inches. Leg and toe 10 ins, the eye black, piercing, prominent and moderately large. The legs are hat thin, slightly imbricated and of a pale sky blue color, being covered with feathers as far as the muscle extends down it, which is about half its length. It has 4 toes on each foot, 3 of which are connected by a web, the 4th is small and placed at the heel about the 1/8 of an inch up the leg. The nails are black and short, that of the middle toe is extremely singular, consisting of 2 nails, the one laping on or overlaying the other, the upper one somewhat the longest and sharpest. The tail contains 11 feathers of equal length, and of a bluish-white color. The body and underside of the wings, except the large feathers of the first and 2 candilas joints of the same, are white. As are also the feathers of the upper part of the 4th joint of the wing and part of those of the 3rd adjacent thereto. The large feathers of the first or pinion and the 2 candilas joint are black. A part of the larger feathers of the 3rd joint on the upper side and all the small feathers which cover the upper part of the wings are black, as are also the tuft of long feathers on each side of the body above the joining of the wing, leaving however a stripe of white between them on the back. The head and neck are shaped much like the gray plover, and are of a light brick-dust brown. The beak is black and flat, largest where it joins the head, and from thence becoming thinner and tapering to a very sharp point, the upper chap being 1/8 of an inch the longest turns down at the point and forms a little hook. The nostrils, which commence near the head are long, narrow, connected, and parallel with the beak. The beak is much curved, the curvature being upwards instead of downwards as is common with most birds. The substance of the beak precisely resembles whalebone at a little distance, and is quite as flexible as that substance. Their note resembles that of the gray plover, though is wreather louder and more varied. Their habits appear also to be the same. With this difference, that it sometimes rests on the water and swims, which I do not recollect having seen the plover do. This bird, which I shall henceforth style the Missouri plover, generally feeds about the shallow bars of the river. To collect its food, which consists of ________, it immerses its beak in the water and throws its head and beak from side to side at every step it takes. Clark, May 1, 1805. May the 1st Wednesday 1805 we set out at sunrise under a stiff breeze from the east, the morning cool and cloudy. One man J. Shield sick with rheumatism, one of the men, Shannon, shot a gull or plover, which is about the size of an Indian hen, with a sharp-pointed bill turning up and 4 inches long, the head and neck of a light brown, the breast. The under feathers of the 2nd and 3D joint of the wings, the short feathers on the upper part of the 3rd joint of the wings, down the back the rump and tail white. The large feathers of the 1st joints of the wing, the upper feathers of the 2D joints of the wings, on the body on the joints of the wing and the bill is black dot, the legs long and of a ski blue. The feet webbed end. This fowl may be properly styled the Missouri plover. The wind became very hard and we put 2 on the L side, as the wind continued with some degree of violence and the waves too high for the canoes we were obliged to stay all day. Lewis, May 1, 1805. May 1, 1805. Shannon killed a bird of the plover kind, the weight 1 pound. Eye black pursing and prominent. Measure f. Inches from the tip of the toe to the extremity of the beak, 110 from tip to tip of wing when extended, 2/5 length of beak, 3 5/8 length of tail, 3 1/8 length of leg and toe, 10. The legs are flat, of pale sky blue color and but slightly imbricated. The 2nd joint, as low as the muscle extends, is covered with feathers, which is about half its length. It has 3 toes on a foot connected by a web. There is also a small toe on each foot placed about the 1/8 of an inch up the leg behind. The nails are black and short, and those of the middle toes are singular, there being 2 nails on each, the one above the other, the upper one the longest and sharpest. The tail contains 11 feathers of the same length of a bluish-white color. The body and under side of the wings, except the large feathers of the 1 and 2 candilas joints of the wings, are white, as are also the feathers of the upper part of the 4th joint of the wing, and some of those of the 3rd adjoining. The large feathers of the pinion or 1st joint, and the 2nd joint are black, a part of the larger feathers of the 3rd joint on the upper side, and all the smaller feathers which cover the upper part of these joints are black. As are also the tuft of long feathers on each side of the body above the joining of the wing, leaving however a stripe of white between them on the back. The head and neck are shaped much like the gray plover, and is a light brick-dust brown. The beak is black and flat, largest where it joins the head and from thence tapering every way gradually to a very sharp point, the upper beak being 1/8 of an inch the longest, turning down at the point. The nostrils are parallel with the beak and are long, narrow and connected. The beak is curvated and inverted. The curvature being upwards instead of downwards as those of most birds are. The substance of the beak is as flexible as whalebone and at a little distance precisely resembles that substance. Their note is like that of the common whistling or gray plover, though wreather louder, and more varied, and their habits are the same with that bird so far as I have been enabled to learn. With this difference however, that this bird sometimes lights in the water and swims. It generally feeds about the shallow bars of the river. To collect its food, it immerses its beak in the water, and throws its head and beak from side to side at every step it takes. Lewis, May 2, 1805. Thursday, May 2, 1805. The wind continued violent all night, nor did it abate much of its violence this morning, when at daylight it was attended with snow which continued to fall until about 10 a.m. Being about 1 inch deep, it formed a singular contrast with the vegetation which was considerably advanced. Some flowers had put forth in the plains, and the leaves of the cottonwood were as large as a dollar. Sent out some hunters who killed 2 deer, 3 elk and several buffalo, on our way this evening we also shot 3 beaver along the shore. These animals in consequence of not being hunted are extremely gentle, where they are hunted they never leave their lodges in the day. The flesh of the beaver is esteemed a delicacy among us. I think the tail a most delicious morsel. When boiled it resembles in flavor the fresh tongues and sounds of the codfish, and is usually sufficiently large to afford a plentiful meal for 2 men. Joseph Fields, one of the hunters who was out today, found several yards of scarlet cloth which had been suspended on the bough of a tree near an old Indian hunting camp, where it had been left as a sacrifice to the deity by the Indians. Probably of the Assiniboine nation, it being a custom with them as well as all the nations inhabiting the waters of the Missouri so far as they are known to us. To offer or sacrifice in this manner to the deity whatever they may be possessed of which they think most acceptable to him. And very honestly making their own feelings the test of those of the deity offer him the article which they most prize themselves. This being the most usual method of worshipping the Great Spirit as they term the deity, is practiced on interesting occasions, or to produce the happy eventuation of the important occurrences incident to human nature. Such as relief from hunger or malady, protection from their enemies or the delivering them into their hands, and with such as cultivate, to prevent the rivers overflowing and destroying their crops and sacrifices of a similar kind are also made to the deceased by their friends and relatives. The air was very piercing this evening, the water freezed on the oars as they rowed. The wind dying at 5 p.m. we set out. Everything which is incomprehensible to the Indians they call big medicine, and is the operation of the presence and power of the Great Spirit. This morning one of the men shot the Indian dog that had followed us for several days. He would steal their cooked provision. Clark, May 2, 1805. May 2, Thursday, 1805. The wind blew very hard all the last night. This morning about sunrise began to snow, the thermometer at 28 above O, and continued until about 10 o'clock, at which time it ceased. The wind continued hard until about 2 p.m. The snow which fell today was about 1 in deep, a very extraordinary climate, to behold the trees green and flowers spread on the plain, and snow an inch deep. We set out about 3 o'clock and proceeded on about 5 miles and encamped on the STD side. The evening very cold, ice freezing to the oars. I shot a large beaver and drew ear 3 in walking on the bank. The flesh of those animals the party is fond of eating and Louis, May 3, 1805. Friday, May 3, 1805. The morning being very cold we did not set out as early as usual. Ice formed on a kettle of water 1/4 of an inch thick. The snow has melted generally in the bottoms, but the hills still remain covered. On the large side at the distance of 2 miles we passed a curious collection of bushes which had been tied up in the form of a fashion and standing on end in the open bottom. It appeared to be about 30 feet high and 10 or 12 feet in diameter. This we supposed to have been placed there by the Indians, as a sacrifice for some purpose. The wind continued to blow hard from the west but not so strong as to compel us to lie by. Captain Clark walked on shore and killed an elk which he caused to be butchered by the time I arrived with the party. Here we halted and dined, being about 12 o'clock. Our usual time of halting for that purpose. After dinner Captain Clark pursued his walk, while I continued with the party, it being a rule which we had established, never to be absent at the same time from the party. The plains or high lands are much less elevated than they were, not being more than from 50 to 60 feet above the river bottom, which is also wider than usual, being from 5 to 9 milliseconds in width. Traces of the ancient beds of the river are visible in many places through the whole extent of this valley. Since the hills have become lower, the appearance of the stratas of coal-burnt hills and pumice stone have in a great measure ceased. I saw none today. We saw vast quantities of buffalo, elk, deer, principally of the long-tail kind, antelope or goats, beaver, geese, ducks, brant and some swan. Near the entrance of the river mentioned in the 10th course of this day, we saw an unusual number of porcupines, from which we determined to call the river after that animal, and accordingly denominated it Porcupine River. This stream discharges itself into the Missouri on the starboard side 2,000 miles above the mouth of the latter. It is a beautiful bold running stream, 40 yards wide at its entrance. The water is transparent, it being the first of this description that I have yet seen discharge itself into the Missouri. Before it enters a large sand bar through which it discharges itself into the Missouri, its banks and bottom are formed of a stiff blue and black clay. It appears to be navigable for canoes and pirogues at this time, and I have no doubt but it might be navigated with boats of a considerable size in high water. Its banks appear to be from 8 to 10 feet high and seldom overflow. From the quantity of water furnished by this river, the appearance of the country, the direction it pursues, and the situation of its entrance, I have but little doubt but it takes its source not far from the main body of the Saskatchewan River, and that it is probably navigable 150 miles. Perhaps not very distant from that river. Should this be the case, it would afford a very favorable communication to the Athabasca country, from whence the British N.W. Company derive so large a portion of their valuable furs. Captain Clark, who ascended this river several miles and passed it above where it entered the hills, informed me on his return that he found the general width of the bed of the river about 100 yards. Where he passed the river the bed was 112 yards wide, the water was knee-deep and 38 yards in width. The river, which he could observe from the rising grounds for about 20 miles, bore a little to the east of north. There was a considerable portion of timber in the bottom lands of this river. Captain Clark also met with limestone on the surface of the earth in the course of his walk. He also saw a range of low mountains at a distance to the W of N, their direction being N.W. The country in the neighborhood of this river, and as far as the eye can reach, is level, fertile, open and beautiful beyond description. 1/4 of a mile above the entrance of this river a large creek falls in, which we called 2000 Mile Creek. I sent Reuben Fields to examine it. He reported it to be a bold running stream, its bed 30 yards wide. We proceeded about 3 miles above this creek and encamped on the starred shore. I walked out a little distance and met with 2 porcupines which were feeding on the young willow which grow in great abundance on all the sandbars. This animal is exceedingly clumsy and not very watchful. I approached so near one of them before it perceived me that I touched it with my espontoon. Found the nest of a wild goose among some driftwood in the river, from which we took 3 eggs. This is the only nest we have met with on driftwood. The usual position is the top of a broken tree, sometimes in the forks of a large tree, but almost invariably, from 15 to 20 feet or upwards high. Clark, May 3, 1805. May 3, Friday, 1805. We set out rather later this morning than usual owing to weather being very cold, a frost last night and the thermometer stood this morning at 26 above zero, which is 6 degrees below freezing. The ice that was on the kittle left near the fire last night was 1/4 of an inch thick. The snow is all or nearly all off the low bottoms, the hills are entirely covered. 3 of our party found in the back of a bottom 3 pieces of scarlet, 1 brace in each, which had been left as a sacrifice near one of their sweat houses, on the L.S. We passed today a curious collection of bushes tied up in the shape of fascine about 10 feet diameter, which must have been left also by the natives as an offering to their medicine, which they convinced protected or gave them relief near the place. The wind continued to blow hard from the west, although not sufficiently so to detain us. I walked on shore and killed an elk and had him butchered by the time the pirogues came up, which was the usual time of dining. The high lands are low and from 8 to 9 miles apart, and there is evident marks of the bed of the river having been changed frequently, but little appearance of the coal and burnt hills today. Great numbers of buffalo, elk, deer, antelope, beaver, porcupines, and waterfowls seen today, such as geese, ducks of different kinds, and a few swan. I continued my walk on shore after dinner, and arrived at the mouth of a river on the St. side, which appeared to be large, and I concluded to go up this river a few miles to examine it. Accordingly I set out north 1 mile through wood or timbered bottom, 2 miles through a beautiful level plain, and 1 mile over a high plain about 50 feet higher than the bottom, and came to the little river, which I found to be a beautiful clear stream of about 100 yards. From bank to bank, I waded this river at the narrowest part and made it 112 steps from bank to bank, and at this place, which was a kind of fording place, the water was near knee deep, and 38 steps wide, the bottom of a hard stiff black clay. I observed a great proportion of timber in the bottoms of this river as far as I could see, which was to the east of N. 18 or 20 miles, it appears to be navigable at this time for canoes, and from appearances must be navigable a long distance for pirogues and boats in high water. This river we call Porcupine from the great number of those animals found about its mouth. A short distance above, about a quarter mile, and on the large side a large creek falls in, which are Fields went to examine and reports that it is a bold running stream, 30 yards wide. As this creek is 2,000 miles up the Missouri, we call it the 2,000-mile creek. We proceeded on 3 miles and camped on the S. Here I joined Captain Lewis, who had in my absence walked on the upper side of Porcupine River for some distance. This river from its size and quantity of water must head at no great distance from the Saskatchewan. On this river I saw immense herds elk and buffalo and many deer and porcupine. I also saw the top of a mountain which did not appear very high to the west of N, and bore NW. I saw on the high land limestone and pebble. The Countray about the mouth of this river, and as far as the eye can reach is beautiful open Countray. The greater part of the snow is melted. Lewis, May 4, 1805. Saturday, May 4, 1805. We were detained this morning until about 9 o'clock. In order to repar the rudder irons of the red pirogue which were broken last evening in landing. We then set out, the wind hard against us. I walked on shore this morning, the weather was more pleasant, the snow has disappeared. The frost seems to have affected the vegetation much less than could have been expected. The leaves of the cottonwood, the grass, the box alder, willow, and the yellow flowering pea seem to be scarcely touched. The rosebushes and honeysuckle seem to have sustained the most considerable injury. The country on both sides of the Missouri continues to be open, level, fertile and beautiful as far as the eye can reach, which from some of the eminences is not short of 30 miles. The river bottoms are very extensive and contain a much greater proportion of timber than usual. The forepart of this day the river was bordered with timber on both sides, a circumstance which is extremely rare and the first which has occurred of anything like the same extent since we left the Mandans. In the after part of the day we passed an extensive beautiful plain on the starred side which gradually ascended from the river. I saw immense quantities of buffalo in every direction, also some elk, deer and goats. Having an abundance of meat on hand I passed them without firing on them. They are extremely gentle, the bull buffalo particularly will scarcely give way to you. I passed several in the open plain within 50 paces, they viewed me for a moment as something novel and then very unconcernedly continued to feed. Captain Clark walked on shore this evening and did not rejoin us until after dark. He struck the river several miles above our camp and came down to us. We saw many beaver, some which the party shot. We also killed 2 deer today. Much sign of the brown bear. Passed several old Indian hunting camps in the course of the day. One of them contained 2 large lodges which were fortified with old driftwood and fallen timber. This fortification consisted of a circular fence of timber laid horizontally, laping on and overlaying each other to the height of 5 feet. These pounds are sometimes built from 20 to 30 feet in diameter and covered over with the trunks and limbs of old timber. The usual construction of the lodges we have lately passed is as follows. 3 or more strong sticks the thickness of a man's leg or arm and about 12 feet long are attached together at one end by a width of small willows. These are then set on end and spread at the base, forming a circle of 10, 12 or 14 feet in diameter. Sticks of driftwood and fallen timber of convenient size are now placed with one end on the ground and the other resting against those which are secured together at top by the width and which support and give the form to the whole. Thus the sticks are laid on until they make it as thick as they design, usually about 3 ranges, each piece breaking or filling up the interstice of the 2 beneath it. The whole forming a conic figure about 10 feet high with a small aperture in one side which answers as a door. Leaves, bark and straw are sometimes thrown over the work to make it more complete, but at best it affords a very imperfect shelter, particularly without straw, which is the state in which we have most usually found them. At noon the sun was so much obscured that I could not obtain his meridian altitude, which I much wished in order to fix the latitude of the entrance of Porcupine River. Joseph Fields was very sick today with the dysentery, had a high fever. I gave him a dose of Glauber salts, which operated very well. In the evening his fever abated and I gave him 30 drops of laudanum. Clark, May 4, 1805. May 4, Saturday 1805. The rudder irons of our large pirogue broke off last night, the replacing of which detained us this morning until 9 o'clock, at which time we set out. The wind ahead from the west. The Count Ray on each side of the Missouri is a rich, high and beautiful. The bottoms are extensive with a great deal of timber on them. All the fore part of this day the woodland bordered the river on both sides. In the after part a beautiful ascending plain. On the STD side we camped on the STD side. A little above we passed a small creek on the L side, near which I saw where an Indian lodge had been fortified many years past. Saw great numbers of animals of different kinds on the banks. I saw the black marten today. In the evening I walked on shore on the STD side and struck the river several miles above our camp and did not get to camp until some time after night. We have one man sick. The river has been falling for several days past. It now begins to rise a little. The rate of rise and fall is from 1 to 3 inches in 24 hours. Lewis, May 5, 1805. Sunday, May 5, 1805. A fine morning. I walked on shore until 8 a.m. when we halted for breakfast, and in the course of my walk killed a deer which I carried about 1.5 miles to the river. It was in good order. Soon after setting out the rudder irons of the white pirogue were broken by her running foul on a sawyer. She was however refitted in a few minutes with some tugs of raw hide and nails. As usual saw a great quantity of game today. Buffalo, elk and goats or antelopes feeding in every direction. We kill whatever we wish. The buffalo furnish us with fine veal and fat beef. We also have venison and beaver tails when we wish them. The flesh of the elk and goat are less esteemed, and certainly are inferior. We have not been able to take any fish for some time past. The country is as yesterday beautiful in the extreme. Saw the carcasses of many buffalo lying dead along the shore, partially devoured by the wolves and bear. Saw a great number of white brant, also the common brown brant, geese of the common kind, and a small species of geese which differ considerably from the common Canadian goose. Their neck, head and beak are considerably thicker, shorter and larger than the other in proportion to its size. They are also more than 1/3 smaller. And their note more like that of the brant or a young goose which has not perfectly acquired his notes. In all other respects they are the same in color, habits and the number of feathers in the tail. They frequently also associate with the large geese when in flocks, but never saw them paired off with the large or common goose. The white brant associate in very large flocks. They do not appear to be mated or paired off as if they intended to raise their young in this quarter. I therefore doubt whether they reside here during the summer for that purpose. This bird is about the size of the common brown brant or 2/3 of the common goose. It is not so long by 6 inches from point to point of the wings and extended as the other. The beak, head and neck are also larger and stronger. Their beak, legs and feet are of a reddish or flesh-colored white. The eye is of moderate size, the pupil of a deep sea green encircled with a ring of yellowish brown. It has 16 feathers of equal length in the tail. Their note differs but little from the common brant, their flesh much the same, and in my opinion preferable to the goose. The flesh is dark. They are entirely of a beautiful pure white except the large feathers of the first and second joints of the wings, which are jet black. Form and habits are the same with the other brant. They sometimes associate and form one common flock. Captain Clark found a den of young wolves in the course of his walk today and also saw a great number of those animals. They are very abundant in this quarter, and are of 2 species. The small wolf or burrowing dog of the prairies are the inhabitants almost invariably of the open plains. They usually associate in bands of 10 or 12, sometimes more, and burrow near some pass or place much frequented by game. Not being able alone to take a deer or goat, they are rarely ever found alone but hunt in bands. They frequently watch and seize their prey near their burrows. In these burrows they raise their young, and to them they also resort when pursued. When a person approaches them they frequently bark, their note being precisely that of the small dog. They are of an intermediate size between that of the fox and dog, very active, fleet and delicately formed, the ears large, erect and pointed, the head long and pointed, more like that of the fox, tail long. The hair and fur also resembles the fox, though is much coarser and inferior. They are of a pale reddish-brown color. The eye of a deep sea green color, small and piercing. Their talons are rather longer than those of the ordinary wolf or that common to the Atlantic states, none of which are to be found in this quarter, nor I believe above the River Platte. The large wolf found here is not as large as those of the Atlantic states. They are lower and thicker, made shorter-legged. Their color, which is not affected by the seasons, is a gray or blackish-brown and every intermediate shade from that to a cream-colored white. These wolves resort the woodlands and are also found in the plains, but never take refuge in the ground or burrow, so far as I have been able to inform myself. We scarcely see a gang of buffalo without observing a parcel of those faithful shepherds on their skirts in readiness to take care of the maimed and wounded. The large wolf never barks, but howls as those of the Atlantic states do. Captain Clark and Drouillard killed the largest brown bear this evening which we have yet seen. It was a most tremendous-looking animal, and extremely hard to kill, notwithstanding he had 5 balls through his lungs and 5 others in various parts. He swam more than half the distance across the river to a sandbar, and it was at least 20 minutes before he died. He did not attempt to attack, but fled and made the most tremendous roaring from the moment he was shot. We had no means of weighing this monster. Captain Clark thought he would weigh 500 pounds, for my own part one think the estimate too small by 100 pounds. He measured 8 feet 71/2 inches from the nose to the extremity of the hind feet, 5 f. to half an inch around the breast, 1 f. 11 I. around the middle of the arm, and 3 f. 11 I. around the neck. His talons, which were 5 in number on each foot, were 4 1/8 inches in length. He was in good order. We therefore divided him among the party and made them boil the oil and put it in a cask for future use. The oil is as hard as hog's lard when cool, much more so than that of the black bear. This bear differs from the common black bear in several respects. Its talons are much longer and more blunt, its tail shorter, its hair, which is of a reddish or bay brown, is longer, thicker and finer than that of the black bear. His liver, lungs and heart are much larger, even in proportion with his size. The heart particularly was as large as that of a large ox. His maw was also 10 times the size of black bear, and was filled with flesh and fish. His testicles were pendant from the belly and placed 4 inches asunder in separate bags or pouches. This animal also feeds on roots and almost every species of wild fruit. The party killed 2 elk and a buffalo today, and my dog caught a goat, which he overtook by superior fleetness. The goat, it must be understood, was with young and extremely poor. A great number of these goats are devoured by the wolves and bear at this season when they are poor and passing the river from S.W. to N.E. They are very inactive and easily taken in the water. A man can outswim them with great ease. The Indians take them in great numbers in the river at this season and in autumn when they repass to the S.W. Clark, May 5, 1805. 5th of May, Sunday 1805. We set out very early and had not proceeded far before the rudder irons of one of the pirogues broke, which detained us a short time. Captain Lewis walked on shore this morning and killed a deer. After breakfast I walked on shore, saw great numbers of buffalo and elk, saw also a den of young wolves, and a number of frown wolves in every direction. The white and gray brant is in this part of the Missouri. I shot at the white brant, but at so great a distance I did not kill. The count ray on both sides is as yesterday. Handsome and fertile, the river rising in current strong, and in the evening we saw a brown or grizzly bear on a sand beach. I went out with one man, Geo. Drouillard, and killed the bear, which was very large and a terrible-looking animal, which we found very hard to kill. We shot 10 balls into him before we killed him, and 5 of those balls through his lights. This animal is the largest of the carnivorous kind I ever saw. We had nothing that could weigh him. I think his weight may be stated at 500 pounds. He measured 8 feet 71/2 inch. From his nose to the extremity of the toe, 5 feet 101/2 in point. Around the breast, 1 feet 11 inches. Around the middle of the arm, 3 feet 11 inches. Around the neck his talons was 4 inches and 3/8 long. He was good order, and appeared very different from the common black bear inasmuch as his talons were blunt, his tail short, his liver and lights much larger. His maw 10 times as large and contained meat or flesh and fish only. We had him skinned and divided, the oil tried up and put in kegs for use. We camped on the starred side. Our men killed 3 elk and a buffalo today, and our dog caught an antelope of fair race. This animal appeared very poor and with young. Louis, May 6, 1805. Monday, May 6, 1805. The morning being fair and pleasant and wind favorable, we set sail at an early hour, and proceeded on very well the greater part of the day. The country still continues level, fertile and beautiful, the bottoms wide and well timbered comparatively speaking with other parts of the river. No appearance of burnt hills, pumice stone or coal. The salts of tartar or vegetable salts continues to appear on the river banks, sand bars, and in many parts of the plains, most generally in the little ravines at the base of the low hills. Passed 3 streams today which discharged themselves on the Lard side. The first of these we call Little Dry Creek. It contained some water in standing pools but discharged none. The 2 ed 50 yards wide, no water. We called it Big Dry Creek. The third is bed of a conspicuous river 200 yards wide which we called Little Dry River. The banks of these streams are low and bottoms wide with but little timber. Their beds are almost entirely formed of a fine brown sand intermixed with a small proportion of little pebbles, which were either transparent, white, green, red, yellow or brown. These streams appeared to continue their width without diminution as far as we could perceive them, which with respect to the river was many miles. They had recently discharged their waters. From the appearance of these streams, and the country through which they passed, we concluded that they had their sources in level low dry plains, which probably is the character of the country for a great distance west of this, or to the vicinity of the Black Hills, that the country being low on the same level nearly and in the same parallel of latitude. That the rains in the spring of the year suddenly melts the snow at the same time and causes for a few days a vast quantity of water which finds its way to the Missouri through those channels. By reference to the diary of the weather it will be perceived that there is scarcely any rain during the summer, autumn and winter in this open country distant from the mountains. Field still continues unwell. Saw a brown bear swim the river above us. He disappeared before we can get in reach of him. I find that the curiosity of our party is pretty well satisfied with respect to this animal. The formidable appearance of the male bear killed on the 5th added to the difficulty with which they die when even shot through the vital parts, has staggered the resolution several of them. Others however seem keen for action with the bear. I expect these gentlemen will give us some amusement shortly as they soon begin now to coplet. Saw a great quantity of game of every species common here. Captain Clark walked on shore and killed 2 elk. They were not in very good order. We therefore took a part of the meat only. It is now only amusement for Captain C. and myself to kill as much meat as the party can consume. I hope it may continue thus through our whole route, but this I do not much expect. 2 beaver were taken in traps this morning and 1 since shot by one of the party. Saw numbers of these animals peeping at us as we passed out of their holes which they form of a cylindric shape, by burrowing in the face of the abrupt banks of the river. Clark, May 6, 1805. May 6, Monday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the N.E. We set out early and proceeded on very well under sail the greater part of the day, past 2 creeks and a river today on the Lard side. Neither of them discharged any water into the Missouri. They were wide and continued their width for some distance. The little water of those creeks and the little river must wash the low country. I believe those streams to be the conveyance of the water of the heavy rains and melting snows in the Count Ray back and I walked on shore and killed 2 elk, neither of which was fat. We saved the best of the meat. 1 beaver shot today. The Count Ray on both sides beautiful, no appearances of either coal or pumice stone and burnt hills, the salts of tartar or white acres of salts are yet to be seen. Louis, May 7, 1805. Tuesday, May 7, 1805. A fine morning, set out at an early hour. The driftwood begins to come down in consequence of the river's rising. The water is somewhat clearer than usual, a circumstance I did not expect on its rise. At 11 a.m. the wind became so hard that we were compelled to lie by for several hours. One of the small canoes by the bad management of the steersman filled with water and had very nearly sunk. We unloaded her and dried the baggage. At 1 we proceed on the wind having in some measure abated. The country we passed today on the north side of the river is one of the most beautiful plains we have yet seen. It rises gradually from the river bottom to the height of 50 or 60 feet, then becoming level as a bowling green. Extends back as far as the eye can reach. On the side the river hills are more broken and much higher, though some little distance back the country becomes level and fertile. No appearance of burnt hills, coal or pumicestone, that of salt still continue. Vegetation appears to have advanced very little since the 28th ulto. We continue to see a great number of bald eagles. I presume they must feed on the carcasses of dead animals, for I see no fishing hawks to supply them with their favorite food. The water of the river is so turbid that no bird which feeds exclusively on fish can subsist on it. From its mouth to this place I have neither seen the blue-crested fisher nor a fishing hawk. This day we killed 3 buffalo, 1 elk and 8 beaver. 2 of the buffalo killed by Captain Clark near our encampment of this evening were in good order, dressed them and saved the meat. The elk I killed this morning, thought it fat, but on examination found it so lean that we took the tongue, marrow, bones and skin only. Clark, May 7, 1805. May 7, Tuesday, 1805. A fine morning. River rose 11/2 inches last night, the driftwood beginning to run the water something clearer than usual. The wind became very hard. And at 11 o'clock one canoe by bad steering filled with water, which detained us about 3 hours, had a meridian altitude, the Lade, from which is 47 degrees 36 minutes 11 seconds 6/10. The Count Ray on the north side of the Missouri is one of the handsomest plains we have yet seen on the river. The plain rises from the river bottom gradually. The hills on the south side is high and uneven. No appearance of coal or burnt hills, that of salt still appear. Vegetation appears to be slow. I walked on the bank today and shot 2 beaver, in the evening killed 2 buffalo in tolerable order, which we saved and camped on the large side. 8 beaver, 3 buffalo and an elk killed today. Louis, May 8, 1805. Wednesday, May 8, 1805. Set out at an early hour under a gentle breeze from the east. A black cloud which suddenly sprung up at S.E. soon overshadowed the horizon. At 8 a.m. it gave us a slight sprink of rain. The wind became much stronger, but not so much so as to detain us. We nooned at just above the entrance of a large river which disembogues on the Lard side. I took the advantage of this leisure moment and examined the river about 3 miles. I found it generally 150 yards wide, and in some places 200. It is deep, gentle in its current and affords a large body of water. Its banks, which are formed of a dark rich loam and blue clay, are abrupt and about 12 feet high. Its bed is principally mud. I have no doubt but it is navigable for boats, pirogues and canoes, for the latter probably a great distance. The bottoms of this stream are wide, level, fertile and possess a considerable proportion of timber, principally cottonwood. From the quantity of water furnished by this river it must water a large extent of country. Perhaps this river also might furnish a practicable and advantageous communication with the Saskatchewan River. It is sufficiently large to justify a belief that it might reach to that river if its direction be such. The water of this river possesses a peculiar whiteness, being about the color of a cup of tea with the admixture of a tablespoonful of milk. From the color of its water we called it Milk River. We think it possible that this may be the river called by the Minitaires the river which scolds at all others, or ______. Captain Clark, who walked this morning on the Lard shore, ascended a very high point opposite to the mouth of this river. He informed me that he had a perfect view of this river and the country through which it passed for a great distance, probably 50 or 60 miles, that the country was level and beautiful on both sides of the river, with large herds of buffalo distributed throughout, that the river from its mouth bore N. for 12 or 15 miles when it forked, the one taking a direction nearly north, and the other to the west of N, west. From the appearance of the valleys and the timber on each of these streams Captain C. supposed that they were about the same size. Great appearance of beaver on this river, and I have no doubt but what they continue abundant, there being plenty of cottonwood and willow, the timber on which they subsist. The country on the large side of the river is generally high broken hills, with much broken, grey black and brown granite scattered on the surface of the earth in a confused manner. The wild licorice is found on the sides of these hills, in great abundance. At a little distance from the river there is no timber to be seen on either side, the bottom lands are not more than 1/5 covered with timber, the timber as below is confined to the borders of the river. In future it will be understood that there is no timber of any description on the upland unless particularly mentioned, and also that 1/5 of the bottom lands being covered with timber is considered a large proportion. The white apple is found in great abundance in this neighborhood, it is confined to the highlands principally. The white apple, so called by the French engages, is a plant which rises to the height of 6 or 9 inches, rarely exceeding a foot. It puts forth from 1 to 4 and sometimes more stalks from the same root, but is most generally found with one only, which is branched but not diffusely, is cylindric and villose. The leaf stalks, cylindric, villose and very long compared with the height of the plant, though gradually diminish in length as they ascend, and are irregular in point of position. The leaf, digitate, from 3 to 5 in number, oval 1 inch long, absolutely entire and cottony, the whole plant of a pale green, except the under disc of the leaf which is of a white color from the cottony substance with which it is covered. The radix a tuberous bulb, generally oviformed, sometimes longer and more rarely partially divided or brensing, always attended with one or more radicles at its lower extremity which sink from 4 to 6 inches deep. The bulb covered with a rough black, tough, thin rind which easily separates from the bulb which is a fine white substance, somewhat porous, spongy and moist and rather tough before it is dressed. The center of the bulb is penetrated with a small tough string or ligament, which passing from the bottom of the stem terminates in the extremity of the radicle, which last is also covered by a prolongation of the rind which envelops the bulb. The bulb is usually found at the depth of 4 inches and frequently much deeper. This root forms a considerable article of food with the Indians of the Missouri, who for this purpose prepare them in several ways. They are esteemed good at all seasons of the year, but are best from the middle of July to the latter end of autumn when they are sought and gathered by the provident part of the natives for their winter store. When collected they are stripped of their rind and strung on small thongs or cords and exposed to the sun or placed in the smoke of their fires to dry. When well dried they will keep for several years, provided they are not permitted to become moist or damp. In this situation they usually pound them between 2 stones placed on a piece of parchment, until they reduce it to a fine powder. Thus prepared they thicken their soup with it. Sometimes they also boil these dried roots with their meat without breaking them. When green they are generally boiled with their meat, sometimes mashing them or otherwise as they think proper. They also prepare an agreeable dish with them by boiling and mashing them and adding the marrow grease of the buffalo and some berries, until the whole be of the consistency of a hasty pudding. They also eat this root roasted and frequently make hearty meals of it raw without sustaining any inconvenience or injury therefrom. The white or brown bear feed very much on this root, which their talons assist them to procure very readily. The white apple appears to me to be a tasteless insipid food of itself, though I have no doubt but it is a very healthy and moderately nutritious food. I have no doubt but our epicures would admire this root very much, it would serve them in their ragouts and gravies instead of the truffles morella. We saw a great number buffalo, elk, common and black-tailed deer, goats, beaver, and wolves. Captain C. killed a beaver and a wolf. The party killed 3 beaver and a deer. We can send out at any time and obtain whatever species of meat the country affords in as large quantity as we wish. We saw where an Indian had recently grained, or taken the hair off of a goatskin. We do not wish to see those gentlemen just now, as we presume they would most probably be the Assiniboines and might be troublesome to us. Captain C. Could not be certain but thought he saw the smoke and some Indian lodges at a considerable distance up Milk River. Clark, May 8, 1805. May the 8th Wednesday 1805 a very black cloud to the SW, we set out under a gentle breeze from the NE. About 8 o'clock began to rain, but not sufficient to wet. We passed the mouth of a large river on the starboard side 150 yards wide and appears to be navigable. The Count Ray through which it passes as far as could be seen from the top of a very high hill on which I was, a beautiful level plain. This river forks about NW from its mouth 12 or 15 miles. One fork runs from the north and the other to the west of NW. The water of this river will justify a belief that it has its source at a considerable distance. And waters a great extent of Count Ray. We are willing to believe that this is the river the Minitars call the river which scolds at all others. The Count Ray on the Lard side is high and broken with much stones scattered on the hills. In walking on shore with the interpreter and his wife, the square gathered on the sides of the hills wild licorice, and the white apple as called by the Angiges and gave me to eat. The Indians of the Missouri make great use of the white apple dressed in different ways. Saw great numbers of buffalo, elk, antelope and deer, also black-tailed deer, beaver and wolves. I killed a beaver which I found on the bank, and a wolf. The party killed 3 beaver. 1 deer I saw where an Indian had taken the hair off a goat's skin a few days past, camped early on the Lard side. The river we passed today we call Milk River from the peculiar whiteness of its water, which precisely resembles tea with a considerable mixture of milk. Louis, May 9, 1805. Thursday, May 9, 1805. Set out at an early hour. The wind being favorable we used our sails and proceeded very well. The country in appearance is much as yester, with this difference that the land appears more fertile, particularly of the Lard hills which are not so stony and less broken. The timber has also in some measure declined in quantity. Today we passed the bed of the most extraordinary river that I ever beheld. It is as wide as the Missouri is at this place, or 1/2 mile wide, and not containing a single drop of running water. Some small standing pools being all the water that could be perceived. It falls in on the Lard side. I walked up this river about 3 miles and ascended an eminence from which I could perceive it many miles. Its course about south for 10 or 12 miles, when it veered around to the E of S.E. as far as I could see. The valley of this river is wide and possesses but a scanty proportion of timber. The hills which border it are not very high, nor is the country very broken. It is what may properly be designated a wavy or rolling country interspersed with some handsome level plains. The banks are low and abrupt, seldom more than 6 or 8 feet above the level of the bed, yet show but little appearance of being overflown. They are of black or yellow clay or a rich sandy loam. The bed is entirely composed of a light brown sand, the particles of which as well as that of the Missouri are remarkably fine. This river I presume must extend back as far as the Black Hills, and probably is the channel through which a great extent of plain country discharge their superfluous waters in the spring season. It had the appearance of having recently discharged its waters, and from the watermark, it did not appear that it had been more than 2 feet deep at its greatest height. This stream, if such it can properly be termed, we called Big Dry River. About a mile below this river on the same side a large creek falls in, also dry at present. The mineral salts and quartz appear in large quantities in this neighborhood. The sand of the Missouri from its mouth to this place has always possessed a mixture of granulated talc, or I now think most probably that it is this quartz. Captain C. killed 2 bucks and 2 buffalo. I also killed 1 buffalo which proved to be the best meat. It was in tolerable order. We saved the best of the meat, and from the cow I killed we saved the necessary materials for making what our right-hand cook Charbonneau calls the boudin blanc, and immediately set him about preparing them for supper. This white pudding we all esteem one of the greatest delicacies of the forest. It may not be amiss therefore to give it a place. About 6 feet of the lower extremity of the large gut of the buffalo is the first morsel that the cook makes love to. This he holds fast at one end with the right hand, while with the forefinger and thumb of the left he gently compresses it, and discharges what he says is not good to eat, but of which in the swell we get a moderate portion. The muscle lying underneath the shoulder blade next to the back, and fillets are next sought. These are kneaded up very fine with a good portion of kidney suet. To this composition is then added a just proportion of pepper and salt and a small quantity of flour. Thus far advanced, our skillful operator seizes his receptacle, which has never once touched the water, for that would entirely destroy the regular order of the whole procedure. You will not forget that the side you now see is that covered with a good coat of fat provided the animal be in good order. The operator seizes the receptacle I say, and tying it fast at one end turns it inwards and begins now with repeated evolutions of the hand and arm, and a brisk motion of the finger and thumb to put in what he says is bon pour manger. Thus by stuffing and compressing he soon distends the receptacle to the utmost limits of its power of expansion. And in the course of its longitudinal progress it drives from the other end of the receptacle a much larger portion of the than was previously discharged by the finger and thumb of the left hand in a former part of the operation. Thus when the sides of the receptacle are skillfully exchanged the outer for the inner, and all is completely filled with something good to eat, it is tied at the other end, but not any cut off, for that would make the pattern too scant. It is then baptized in the Missouri with 2 dips and a flirt, and bobbed into the kettle. From whence after it be well boiled it is taken and fried with bear's oil until it becomes brown, when it is ready to assuage the pangs of a keen appetite or such as travelers in the wilderness are seldom at a loss for. We saw a great quantity of game today, particularly of elk and buffalo. The latter are now so gentle that the men frequently throw sticks and stones at them in order to drive them out of the way. We also saw this evening immense quantities of timber cut by the beaver which appeared to have been done the preceding year. In place particularly they had cut all the timber down for 3 acres in front and on nearly 1 back from the river and had removed a considerable proportion of it. The timber grew very thick and some of it was as large as a man's body. The river for several days has been as wide as it is generally near its mouth, though it is much shallower or I should begin to despair of ever reaching its source. It has been crowded today with many sandbars. The water also appears to become clearer, it has changed its complexion very considerably. I begin to feel extremely anxious to get in view of the Rocky Mountains. I killed 4 plover this evening of a different species from any I have yet seen. It resembles the gray or whistling plover more than any other of this family of birds. It is about the size of the yellow-legged or large gray plover common to the lower part of this river as well as most parts of the Atlantic states where they are sometimes called the jack curlew. The eye is moderately large, are black with a narrow ring of dark yellowish-brown, the head, neck, upper part of the body and coverts of the wings are of a dove-colored brown, which when the bird is at rest is the predominant color. The breast and belly are of a brownish-white. The tail is composed of 12 feathers of 3 ends being of equal length, of these the 2 in the center are black, with transverse bars of yellowish-brown, the others are of brownish-white. The large feathers of the wings are white typed with black. The beak is black, 21/2 inches in length, slightly tapering, straight of a cylindric form and bluntly or roundly pointed, the chaps are of equal length, and nostrils narrow. Longitudinal and connected, the feet and legs are smooth and of a greenish-brown. Has 3 long toes and a short one on each foot, the long toes are unconnected with a web, and the short one is placed very high up the leg behind, insomuch that it does not touch the ground when the bird stands erect. The notes of this bird are louder and more various than any other of this family that I have seen. Clark, May 9, 1805. May 9, Thursday, 1805. A fine day. Wind from the east. We proceeded on very well. The Count Ray much the appearance which it had yesterday. The bottom and high land rich black earth, timber not so abundant as below. We passed the mouth of a river, or the appearance of a river, on the Lard side, the bend of which as far as we went up it or could see from a high hill is as large as that of the Missouri. At this place, which is near half a mile, this river did not contain 1 drop of running water. About a mile below this river a large creek joins the river L.S., which is also dry. Those dry streams which are also very wide, I think is the conveyance of the melted snow. And heavy rains which is probable fall in from the high mountainous country which is said to be between this river and the Yellowstone River. I walked on shore the fore part of this day, and observed great quantities of the shining stone which we view as quartz. I killed 2 bucks and a buffalo. Captain Lewis also killed one which very good meat. I saw innumerable herds of buffalo and goats today in every direction. The Missouri keeps its width which is nearly as wide as near its mouth, great number of sandbars, the water not so muddy and sand finer and in smaller proportion. Captain Lewis killed 4 plover different from any I have ever before seen, larger and have white breast and the under feathers of the wings are white and. Lewis, May 9, 1805. May 9, 1805. I killed 4 plover this evening of a different kind from any I have yet seen. It resembles the gray or whistling plover more than any other of this family of birds, though it is much larger. It is about the size of the yellow-legged plover common to the U States, and called the jack curlew by some. The legs are of a greenish-brown. The toes, 3 and 1 high at the heel unconnected with a web, the breast and belly of a brownish-white. The head neck upper part of the body and coverts of the wings are of a dove-colored brown which when the bird is at rest is the predominant color. The tail has 12 feathers of the same length of which the 2 in the center are black with transverse bars of yellowish-brawn, the others are a brownish-white. The large feathers of the wings are white typed with black. The eyes are black with a small ring of dark yellowish-brown, the beak is black, 21/2 inches long, cylindrical, straight, and roundly or bluntly pointed. The notes of this bird are louder and more various than of any other species which I have seen. Lewis, May 10, 1805. Friday, May 10, 1805. Set out at sunrise and proceeded but a short distance ere the wind became so violent that we were obliged to come to, which we did on the lard side in a sudden or short bend of the river where we were in a great measure sheltered from the effects of the wind. The wind continued violent all day, the clouds were thick and black, had a slight sprinkle of rain several times in the course of the day. We sent out several hunters to scour the country. To this we were induced not so much from the want of provision as to discover the Indians whom we had reasons to believe were in the neighborhood. From the circumstance of one of their dogs coming to us this morning shortly after we landed. We still believe ourselves in the country usually hunted by the Assiniboines, and as they are a vicious illy disposed nation we think it best to be on our guard. Accordingly we inspected the arms and accoutrements of the party and found them all in good order. The hunters returned this evening having seen no tents or Indians nor any fresh sign of them. They killed 2 mule deer, 1 common fallow or long-tailed deer, 2 buffalo and 5 beaver, and saw several deer of the mule kind of immense size, and also 3 of the bighorned animals. From the appearance of the mule deer and the bighorned animals we believe ourselves fast approaching a hilly or mountainous country. We have rarely found the mule deer in any except a rough country. They prefer the open grounds and are seldom found in the woodlands near the river. When they are met with in the woodlands or river bottoms and are pursued, they invariably run to the hills or open country as the elk do. The contrary happens with the common deer. There are several essential differences between the mule and common deer as well in form as in habits. They are fully a third larger in general, and the male is particularly large. I think there is somewhat greater disparity of size between the male and female of this species than there is between the male and female fallow deer. I am convinced I have seen a buck of this species twice the volume of a buck of any other species. The ears are peculiarly large. I measured those of a large buck which I found to be 11 inches long and 31/2 in width at the widest part. They are not so delicately formed, their hair in winter is thicker longer and of a much darker gray, in summer the hair is still coarser longer and of a paler red, more like that of the elk. In winter they also have a considerable quantity of a very fine wool intermixed with the hair and lying next to the skin as the antelope has. The long hair which grows on the outer sides of the first joint of the hinder legs, and which in the common deer do not usually occupy more than 2 inches in them occupies from 6 to 8. Their horns also differ. These in the common deer consist of 2 main beams from which 1 or more points project, the beam gradually diminishing as the points proceed from it. With the mule deer the horns consist of two beams which at the distance of 4 or 6 inches from the head divide themselves each into 2 equal branches which again either divide into 2 other equal branches or terminate in a smaller and 2 equal ones. Having either 2, 4 or 6 points on a beam, the horn is not so rough about the base as the common deer and are invariably of a much darker color. The most striking difference of all, is the white rump and tail. From the root of the tail as a center there is a circular spot perfectly white, of about 3 inches radius, which occupies a part of the rump and extremities of the buttocks and joins the white of the belly underneath. The tail, which is usually from 8 to 9 inches long, for the first 4 or 5 inches from its upper extremity is covered with short white hairs, much shorter indeed than the hairs of the body. From hence for about 1 inch further the hair is still white but gradually becomes longer, the tail then terminates in a tissue of black hair of about 3 inches long. From this black hair of the tail they have obtained among the French engages the appellation of the black-tailed deer, but this I conceive by no means characteristic of the animal as much the larger portion of the tail is white. The year and the tail of this animal when compared with those of the common, leer, so well comported with those of the mule when compared with the horse, that we have by way of distinction adapted the appellation of the mule deer which I think much more appropriate. On the inner corner of each eye there is a drain or large receptacle which seems to answer as a drain to the eye which gives it the appearance of weeping. This in the common deer of the Atlantic states is scarcely perceptible but becomes more conspicuous in the fallow deer, and still more so in the elk. This receptacle in the elk is larger than in any of the Pecora order with which I am acquainted. Boils and imposthumes have been very common with the party. Bratton is now unable to work with one on his hand. Sore eyes continue also to be common to all of us in a greater or less degree. For the imposthume I use emollient poultices, and for sore eyes a solution of white vitriol and the sugar of lead in the proportion of 2 grs. Of the former and 1 of the latter to each ounce of water. Clark, May 10, 1805. May the 10th Friday 1805 river fell 3/4 of an inch last night, wind from the N.W. We proceeded on but a short distance ere the wind became so violent we could not proceed came to on the lard. Side in a short bend, the wind continued all day several times in the course of the day we had some few drops of rain from very black clouds, no thunder or lightning latterly, soon after we landed a dog came to us from the opposite side, which induced a belief that we had not passed. The Assiniboine Indians, parties were sent on the hills in different directions to examine but saw no tents or fresh sign. Examined the arms and of the party found all in good order. 3 mule deer, 2 buffalo and 5 beaver killed, 3 of the mountain rams seen. Louis, May 11, 1805. Saturday, May 11, 1805. Set out this morning at an early hour, the current strong, and river very crooked, the banks are falling in very fast. I sometimes wonder that some of our canoes or pirogues are not swallowed up by means of these immense masses of earth which are eternally precipitating themselves into the river. We have had many hair-breadth escapes from them but Providence seems so to have ordered it that we have as yet sustained no loss in consequence of them. The wind blew very hard the forepart of last night but abated toward morning. It again arose in the after part of this day and retarded our progress very much. The high lands are broken, the hills higher and approach nearer the river, though the soil of both hills and bottoms appear equally as fertile as below. It consists of a black-looking tome with a moderate portion of sand. The hills and bluffs to the depth of 20 or 30 feet, seem to be composed entirely of this loam. When thrown in the water it dissolves as readily as loaf sugar and effervesces like merly. Great appearance of quartz and mineral salts, the latter appears both on the hills and bottoms. In the bottoms of the gullies which make down from the hills it lies encrusting the earth to the depth of 2 or 3 inches. And may with a feather be swept up and collected in large quantities. I preserved several specimens of this salts. The quartz appears most commonly in the faces of the bluffs. No coal, burnt hills, or pumice stone. Saw today some high hills on the Stard, whose summits were covered with pine. Captain Clark went on shore and visited them. He brought with him on his return some of the boughs of this pine. It is of the pitch kind, but I think the leaves somewhat longer than ours in Virginia. Captain C. also in his walk killed 2 mule deer, a beaver and 2 buffalo. These last he killed about 3 miles above where we encamped this evening in the expectation that we would reach that place, but we were unable to do so from the adverse winds and other occurrences, and he came down and joined us about dark. There is a dwarf cedar growing among the pine on the hills. It rises to the height sometimes 4 feet, but most generally spreads itself like a vine along the surface of the earth, which it covers very closely, putting out roots from the underside of the limbs. The leaf is finer and more delicate than the common red cedar. Its fruit and smell are the same with the red cedar. The tops of these hills which produce the pine and cedar is of a different soil from that just described. It is a light-colored poor sterile sandy soil, the base usually a yellow or white clay. It produces scarcely any grass, some scattering tufts of sedge constitutes the greater part of its grass. About 5 p.m. My attention was struck by one of the party running at a distance towards us and making signs and hollowing as if in distress. I ordered the pirogues to put to, and waited until he arrived. I now found that it was Bratton, the man with the sore hand whom I had permitted to walk on shore. He arrived so much out of breath that it was several minutes before he could tell what had happened. At length he informed me that in the woody bottom on the Lard side about 11 halves below us he had shot a brown bear which immediately turned on him and pursued him a considerable distance, but he had wounded it so badly that it could not overtake him. I immediately turned out with 7 of the party in quest of this monster. We at length found his trolley and pursued him about a mile by the blood through very thick brush of rose bushes and the large-leafed willow. We finally found him concealed in some very thick brush and shot him through the skull with 2 balls. We proceeded to dress him as soon as possible. We found him in good order. It was a monstrous beast, not quite so large as that we killed a few days past, but in all other respects much the same. The hair is remarkably long, fine and rich, though he appears partially to have discharged his winter coat. We now found that Bratton had shot him through the center of the lungs. Notwithstanding which he had pursued him near half a mile and had returned more than double that distance, and with his talons had prepared himself a bed in the earth of about 2 feet deep and 5 long, and was perfectly alive when we found him, which could not have been less than 2 hours after he received the wound. These bear being so hard to die, Rether intimidates us all. I must confess that I do not like the gentleman, and had Rether fight 2 Indians than 1 bear. There is no other chance to conquer them by a single shot but by shooting them through the brains. And this becomes difficult in consequence of 2 large muscles which cover the sides of the forehead and the sharp projection of the center of the frontal bone, which is also of a pretty good thickness. The fleece and skin were as much as 2 men could possibly carry. By the time we returned the sun had set, and I determined to remain here all night, and directed the cooks to render the bear's oil and put it in the kegs, which was done. There was about 8 gallons of it. The wild hyssop grows here and in all the country through which we have passed for many days past. Though from Big Dry River to this place it has been more abundant than below, and a smaller variety of it grows on the hills, the leaves of which differ considerably, being more deeply indented near its extremity. The buffalo deer and elk feed on this herb in the winter season, as they do also on the small willow of the sandbars. There is another growth that begins now to make its appearance in the bottom lands and is becoming extremely troublesome. It is a shrub which rises to the height of from 2 to 4 feet, much branched, the bark of the trunk somewhat rough, hard and of light gray color. The wood is firm and stiff, the branches beset with a great number of long, sharp, strong, woody-looking thorns. The leaf is about 3/4 or an inch long, and 1/1/8 of an inch wide. It is obtuse, absolutely entire, veinless, fleshy, and gibbose. Has no perceptible taste or smell, and no animal appears to eat it. By way of designating when I mention it hereafter, I shall call it the fleshy leaf thorn. Clark, May 11, 1805. May the 11th, Saturday, 1805. Wind hard fore part of last night, the latter part very cold, a white frost this morning, the river rising a little and very crooked. The high land is rugged and approaches nearer than below. The hills and bluff exhibit more mineral quartz and salts than below. the gullies in many places are white, and their bottoms 1, 2, and 3 inches deep of this mineral, no appearance of either burnt pumice stone or coal. The Count Ray hilly on both sides of a rich black earth, which dissolves this kind of Count Ray continues of the same quality for many miles on either side. We observed some hills which appeared to be timbered. I walked to this timber and found it to pitch pine and dwarf cedar. We observe in every direction buffalo, elk, antelopes and mule deer innumerable and so gentle that we could approach near them with great ease. I killed 2 mule deer for the benefit of their skins for the party, and about the place I expected the party would get to camp I killed 2 fat bulls for their use. In my absence they had killed a fine fat yellow bear below which detained them and they did not reach the place I expected, but had camped on the lard side about 2 miles below. On my return to the party I killed a fat beaver. The wind blew very hard from the S.W. all the after part of this day which retarded our progress very much. River rose 2 in. Louis, May 12, 1805. Sunday, May 12, 1805. Set out at an early hour, the weather clear and calm. I walked on shore this morning for the benefit of exercise which I much wanted, and also to examine the country and its productions. In these excursions I most generally went alone armed with my rifle and espontoon. Thus I feel myself more than an equal match for a brown bear provided I get him in open woods or near the water, but feel myself a little diffident with respect to an attack in the open plains. I have therefore come to a resolution to act on the defensive only, should I meet these gentlemen in the open country. I ascended the hills and had a view of a rough and broken country on both sides of the river. On the north side the summits of the hills exhibit some scattering pine and cedar. On the south side the pine has not yet commenced though there is some cedar on the face of the hills and in the little ravines. The choke cherry also grows here in the hollows and at the heads of the gullies. The choke cherry has been in bloom since the 9th inst. This growth has frequently made its appearance on the Missouri from the neighborhood of the Baldpate Prairie, to this place in the form of its leaf color and appearance of its bark. And general figure of its growth it resembles much the Mariller cherry. One though much smaller not generally rising to a greater height than from 6 to 10 feet and associating in thick clusters or clumps in their favorite situations which is usually the heads of small ravines or along the sides of small brooks which flow from the hills. The flowers which are small and white are supported by a common footstalk as those of the common wild cherry are. The corolla consists of 5 oval petals, 5 stamen and 1 pistillum, and of course of the class and order Pentandria monogynia. It bears a fruit which much resembles the wild cherry in form and color though larger and better flavored. Its fruit ripens about the beginning of July and continues on the trees until the latter end of September. The Indians of the Missouri make great use of this cherry which they prepare for food in various ways. Sometimes eating when first plucked from the trees or in that state pounding them mashing the seed boiling them with roots or meat, or with the prairie beans and white apple. Again for their winter store they hather them and lay them on skins to dry in the sun, and frequently pound them and make them up in small rolls or cakes and dry them in the sun. When thus dried they fold them in skins or put them in bags of parchment and keep them through the winter either eating them in this state or boiling them as before mentioned. The bear and many birds also feed on these berries. The wild hyssop sage, fleshy leaf thorn, and some other herbs also grow in the plains and hills, particularly the aromatic herb on which the antelope and large hare feed. The soil has now changed its texture considerably. The base of the hills and river bottoms continue the same and are composed of a rich black loam while the summits of the hills and about half their height downwards are of a light brown color, poor sterile and intermixed with a coarse white sand. About 12 o'clock the wind veered about to the N.W. and blew so hard that we were obliged to lie by the balance of the day. We saw great quantities of game as usual. The bottom lands still becoming narrower. About sunset it began to rain, and continued to fall a few drops at a time until midnight. The wind blew violently all night. Clark, May 12, 1805. May 12 Sunday, 1805. Set out at an early hour, the morning clear and calm, Captain. Louis walked on shore this morning about 12 o'clock. The wind became strong from the about 1:30 the wind shifted round to the N.W. and blew very hard all the latter part of the day, which obliged us to lay by. The Countray is hilly and rugged and the earth of a lightish brown and but indifferent, some small cedar is scattered on the sides of the hills and in the hollers. Some pine ridges is also to be seen on the north side. We observe great quantities of game as usual. I killed a beaver in the water, saw several sitting on the bank near the water's edge. About sunset it began to rain, and rained very moderately, only a few drops at a time for about half the night. Wind continued violent all night. Louis. May 13, 1805. Monday, May 13, 1805. The wind continued to blow so violently this morning that we did not think it prudent to set out. Sent out some hunters. At 1 p.m. the wind abated, and although the hunters had not all returned we set out. The current reether stronger than usual and the water continues to become reether clearer, from both which I anticipate a change of country shortly. The country much the same as yesterday. But little timber in the bottoms and a scant proportion of pine and cedar crown the starred hills. Captain C., who was on shore the greater part of the day, killed a mule and a common deer. The party killed several deer and some elk, principally for the benefit of their skins, which are necessary to them for clothing. The elk skins I now begin to reserve for making the leather boat at the falls. The hunters joined us this evening. Gibson had wounded a very large brown bear, but it was too late in the evening to pursue him. Clark, May 13, 1805. 13th of May, Monday, 1805. The wind continued to blow hard until 1:00 p.m. today, at which time it fell a little and we set out and proceeded on very well about 9 miles and camped on the large side. The Countray much the same appearance as yesterday, but little timber in the bottoms, some pine in places on the starred hills. I killed 2 deer this evening, one a mule deer and the other a common deer. The party killed several this morning, all for the use of their skins, which are now good. One man, Gibson, wounded a very large brown bear. Too late this evening to pursue him. We passed 2 creeks in a bend to the large side, neither them had any water, are somewhat wider. Passed some high black bluffs. Saw immense herds of buffalo today, also elk, deer, wolves and antelopes. Passed 3 large creeks, one on the starred and 2 others on the lard side, neither of which had any running water. Captain Clark walked on shore and killed a very fine buffalo cow. I felt an inclination to eat some veal and walked on shore and killed a very fine buffalo calf and a large wolf, much the whitest I had seen. It was quite as white as the wool of the common sheep. One of the party wounded a brown bear very badly, but being alone did not think proper to pursue him. In the evening the men in 2 of the rear canoes discovered a large brown bear lying in the open grounds about 300 paces from the river, and 6 of them went out to attack him, all good hunters. They took the advantage of a small eminence which concealed them and got within 40 paces of him unperceived. 2 of them reserved their fires as had been previously concerted. The 4 others fired nearly at the same time and put each his bullet through him. 2 of the balls passed through the bulk of both lobes of his lungs. In an instant this monster ran at them with open mouth. The 2 who had reserved their fires discharged their pieces at him as he came towards them. Both of them struck him, one only slightly and the other fortunately broke his shoulder. This however only retarded his motion for a moment only. The men, unable to reload their guns, took to flight. The bear pursued and had very nearly overtaken them before they reached the river. 2 of the party betook themselves to a canoe and the others separate and concealed themselves among the willows, reloaded their pieces. Each discharged his piece at him as they had an opportunity. They struck him several times again, but the guns served only to direct the bear to them. In this manner he pursued 2 of them separately so close that they were obliged to throw aside their guns and pouches and throw themselves into the river, although the bank was nearly 20 feet perpendicular. So enraged was this animal that he plunged into the river only a few feet behind the second man he had compelled take refuge in the water, when one of those who still remained on shore shot him through the head and finally killed him. They then took him on shore and butchered him when they found 8 balls had passed through him in different directions. The bear being old, the flesh was indifferent, they therefore only took the skin and fleece, the latter made us several gallons of oil. It was after the sun had set before these men come up with us, where we had been halted by an occurrence, which I have now to recapitulate, and which although happily passed without ruinous injury, I cannot recollect but with the utmost trepidation and horror. This is the upsetting and narrow escape of the white pirogue. It happened unfortunately for us this evening that Charbonneau was at the helm of this pirogue, instead of Drouillier, who had previously steered her. Charbonneau cannot swim and is perhaps the most timid waterman in the world. Perhaps it was equally unlucky that Captain C and myself were both on shore at that moment, a circumstance which rarely happened. And though we were on the shore opposite to the pirogue, were too far distant to be heard or to do more than remain spectators of her fate. In this pirogue were embarked, our papers, instruments, books, medicine, a great part of our merchandise, and in short almost every article indispensably necessary to further the views or ensure the success of the enterprise in which we are now launched to the distance of 2,200 miles. Suffice it to say, that the pirogue was under sail when a sudden squall of wind struck her obliquely, and turned her considerably. The steersman, all armed, instead of putting her before the wind, luffed her up into it. The wind was so violent that it drew the brace of the squarsail out of the hand of the man who was attending it, and instantly upset the pirogue and would have turned her completely topsy-turvy, had it not have been from the resistance made by the oaring against the water. In this situation Captain C and myself both fired our guns to attract the attention if possible of the crew, and ordered the halyards to be cut and the sail hauled in, but they did not hear us. Such was their confusion and consternation at this moment, that they suffered the pirogue to lie on her side for half a minute before they took the sail in, the pirogue then right but had filled within an inch of the gunwales. Charbonneau, still crying to his God for mercy, had not yet recollected the rudder, nor could the repeated orders of the bowsman, Cruzat, bring him to his recollection until he threatened to shoot him instantly if he did not take hold of the rudder and do his duty. The waves by this time were running very high, but the fortitude, resolution, and good conduct of Cruzat saved her. He ordered 2 of the men to throw out the water with some kettles that fortunately were convenient, while himself and 2 others rowed her ashore, where she arrived scarcely above the water. We now took every article out of her and lay them to drain as well as we could for the evening, bailed out the canoe and secured her. There were 2 other men beside Charbonneau on board who could not swim, and who of course must also have perished had the pirogue gone to the bottom. While the pirogue lay on her side, finding I could not be heard, I for a moment forgot my own situation, and involuntarily dropped my gun, threw aside my shot pouch, and was in the act of unbuttoning my coat, before I recollected the folly of the attempt I was about to make, which was to throw myself into the river and endeavour to swim to the pirogue. The pirogue was 300 yards distant, the waves so high that a pirogue could scarcely live in any situation, the water excessively could, and the stream rapid. Had I undertaken this project therefore, there was 100 to 1 but what I should have paid the forfeit of my life for the madness of my project, but this had the pirogue been lost, I should have valued but little. After having all matters arranged for the evening as well as the nature of circumstances would permit, we thought it a proper occasion to console ourselves and cheer the spirits of our men, and accordingly took a drink of grog and gave each man a gill of spirits. Clark, May 14, 1805. 14th of May, Tuesday, 1805. A very clear cold morning, a white frost and some fog on the river. The thermometer stood at 32 above zero, wind from the S.W. We proceeded on very well until about 6 o'clock a squall of wind struck our sail broadside and turned the pirogue nearly over. And in this situation the pirogue remained until the sail was cut down, in which time she nearly filled with water. The articles which floated out was nearly all caught by the squaw who was in the rear. This accident had like to have cost us dearly. For in this pirogue were embarked our papers, instruments, books, medicine, a great proportion of our merchandise, and in short almost every article indispensably necessary to further the views, or ensure the success of the enterprise in which we are now launched to the distance of 2,200 miles. It happened unfortunately that Captain Lewis and myself were both on shore at the time of this occurrence, a circumstance which seldom took place. And though we were on the shore opposite to the pirogue, were too far distant to be heard or do more than remain spectators of her fate. We discharged our guns with the hope of attracting the attention of the crew and ordered the sail to be taken in, but such was their consternation and confusion at the instant that they did not hear us. When however they at length took in the sail and the pirogue right, the bowsman Cruzat by repeated threats so far brought Charbonneau the stern man to his recollection that he did his duty, while 2 hands bailed the pirogue and Cruzat and 2 others rowed her on shore, where she arrived scarcely above the water. We owe the preservation of the pirogue to the resolution and fortitude of Cruzat. The Count Ray, like that of yesterday, passed a small island and the entrance of 3 large creeks, one on the starboard, and the other 2 on the large side. Neither of them had any running water at this time. 6 good hunters of the party fired at a brown or yellow bear several times before they killed him, and indeed he had like to have defeated the whole party. He pursued them separately as they fired on him, and was near catching several of them when he pursued into the river. This bear was large and fat, would weigh about 500 Wt. I killed a buffalo, and Captain Lewis a calf and a wolf this evening. Lewis, May 15, 1805. Wednesday, May 15. As soon as a slight shower of rain passed over this morning, we spread the articles to dry which had got wet yesterday in the white pirogue. Though the day proved so cloudy and damp that they received but little benefit from the sun or air, we were enabled to put them in such a state as to prevent their sustaining further injury. Our hunters killed several deer, and saw 3 bear, one of which they wounded. Clark, May 15, 1805. May 15, Wednesday, 1805. Our medicines, instruments, merchandise, clothes, provisions and which was nearly all what we had put out to air and dry. The day being cloudy and rainy, those articles dried but little today. Our hunters killed several deer and saw 3 bear, one of which they wounded, and we see buffalo on the banks dead, others floating down dead, and others mired every day. Those buffalo either drown in swimming the river or break through the ice. Lewis, May 16, 1805. Thursday, May 16. The morning was fair and the day proved favorable to our operations. By 4 o'clock in the evening our instruments, medicine, merchandise, provision were perfectly dried, repacked and put on board the pirogue. The loss we sustained was not so great as we had at first apprehended. Our medicine sustained the greatest injury, several articles of which were entirely spoiled, and many others considerably injured. The balance of our losses consisted of some garden seeds, a small quantity of gunpowder, and a few culinary articles which fell overboard and sunk, the Indian woman to whom I ascribe equal fortitude and resolution. With any person on board at the time of the accident, caught and preserved most of the light articles which were washed overboard. All matters being now arranged for our departure, we lost no time in setting out. Proceeded on tolerably well about 7 miles and encamped on the starboard side. In the early part of the day 2 of our men fired on a panther, a little below our encampment, and wounded it. They informed us that it was very large, had just killed a deer, partly devoured it, and in the act of concealing the balance as they discovered him. We caught 2 antelopes at our encampment in attempting to swim the river. These animals are but lean as yet, and of course not very pleasant food. I walked on shore this evening and killed a buffalo cow and calf. We found the calf most excellent veal. The country on either side of the river is broken and hills much higher than usual, the bottoms now become narrow and the timber more scant, some scattering pine and cedar on the steep declivities of the hills. This morning a white bear tore Labuche's coat which he had left in the plains. Clark, May 16, 1805. May 16, Thursday, 1805. A fair morning, our articles all out to dry at 4 o'clock. We had everything that was saved dry and on board. Our loss is some medicine, powder, seeds, and several articles which sunk. And many spoiled had a medin altitude which gave for lat. Degree, n. 2 of our men fired at a pant hr a little below our camp. This on email they say was large, had caught a deer and eat it half and buried the balance. A few antelope swam the river near our camp. 2 of them were caught by the party in the river. At 4:30 we set out and proceeded on very well _ miles and encamped on the Std. Side the Countray as before, hilly and broken, very small proportion of timber in the points, some little pine and cedar in the hills. Buffalo and deer is yet plenty on the river in the small timbered bottoms. Captain Lewis walked out on the Std. Side and killed a cow and calf. The calf was very fine, their bases. It is somewhat singular that the lower part of these hills appear to be formed of a dark rich loam, while the upper region about 150 feet is formed of a whitish-brown sand, so hard in many parts as to resemble stone. But little rock or stone of any kind to be seen in these hills. The river is much narrower than usual, the bed from 200 to 300 yards only, and possessing a much larger proportion of gravel than usual. A few scattering cottonwood trees are the only timber near the river, the sandbars, and with them the willow points have almost entirely disappeared. Greater appearance than usual of the saline incrustations of the banks and river hills. We passed 2 creeks, the one on starred side, and the other just below our camp on the lard side. Each of these creeks afford a small quantity of running water, of a brackish taste. The great number of large beds of streams perfectly dry which we daily pass indicate a country but badly watered, which I fear is the case with the country through which we have been passing for the last 15 or 20 days. Captain Clark walked on shore this evening and killed an elk. Buffalo are not so abundant as they were some days past. The party with me killed a female brown bear. She was but meager, and appeared to have suckled young very recently. Captain Clark narrowly escaped being bitten by a rattlesnake in the course of his walk. The party killed one this evening at our encampment, which he informed me was similar to that he had seen. This snake is smaller than those common to the Middle Atlantic states, being about 2 feet 6 inches long. It is of a yellowish-brown color on the back and sides, variegated with 1 row of oval spots of a dark brown color lying transversely over the back from the neck to the tail, and 2 other rows of small circular spots of the same color which garnish the sides along the edge of the scuta. Its belly contains 176 scuta on the belly and 17 on the tail. Captain Clark informed me that he saw some coal which had been brought down by the water of the last creek we passed. This creek also throws out considerable quantities of driftwood, though there is no timber on it which can be perceived from the Missouri. We called this stream Rattlesnake Creek. Captain Clark saw an Indian fortified camp this evening, which appeared to have been recently occupied. From which we concluded it was probable that it had been formed by a war party of the Meriwethers who left their village in March last with a view to attack the Blackfoot Indians in consequence of their having killed some of their principal warriors the previous autumn. We were roused late at night by the sirt of the guard, and warned of the danger we were in from a large tree that had taken fire and which leant immediately over our lodge. We had the loge removed, and a few minutes after a large proportion of the top of the tree fell on the place the lodge had stood. Had we been a few minutes later we should have been crushed to atoms. The wind blew so hard, that notwithstanding the lodge was 50 paces distant from the fire it sustained considerable injury from the burning coals which were thrown on it. The party were much harassed also by this fire which communicated to a collection of fallen timber, and could not be extinguished. Clark, May 17, 1805. May 17, Friday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the N.W., mercury at 60 degrees (0). River falling a little. We set out at an early hour and proceeded on very well by the assistance of the tow rope principally, the Countray very rugged and hills high and the river washing the base on each side, great appearance of the salt substance. A few cotton trees is the only timber which is scattered in the bottoms, and the hills contain a few pine and cedar, which is scattered. River much narrower than below from 200 to 300 yards wide, the bottoms mud day and hills rich earth except near their topes. We passed 2 large creeks today, one on the starboard side and the other just below our camp on the lard side. Each of those creeks has a little running water near their mouths which has a brackish taste. I was nearly treading on a small fierce rattlesnake different from any I had ever seen, and one man the party killed another of the same kind. I walked on shore after dinner and killed an elk, the party in my absence killed a female brown or yellow bear which was meager. The appearances of the hills and Count Ray is as before mentioned except a greater appearance of the white appearance of salts or tartar and some coal which has been thrown out by the floods in the last creek. Buffalo and deer is not plenty today. Elk is yet to be seen in abundance. We camped in the upper part of a small timbered bottom on the Lard side in which I saw a fortified Indian camp, which I suppose is one of the camps of a war party of about 15 men, that set out from their village in March last to war against the Blackfoot Indians. We were roused late at night and warned of the danger of fire from a tree which had caught and leaned over our lodge. We had the lodge moved soon after. The dry limbs and top of the tree fell in the place the lodge stood. The wind blew hard and the dry wood caught and fire flew in every direction, burnt our lodge very much from the coals which fell on it although at some distance in the plain. The whole party was much disturbed by this fire which could not be extinguished. And Louis, May 18, 1805. Saturday, May 18, 1805. The wind blew hard this morning from the west. We were enabled to employ our tow line the greater part of the day and therefore proceeded on tolerably well. There are now but few sandbars, the river is narrow and current gentle. The timber consists of a few cottonwood trees along the verge of the river. The willow has in a great measure disappeared. In the latter part of the day the hills widened, the bottoms became larger, and contained more timber. We passed a creek on the starred side about 3 o'clock, which afforded no water, came to and encamped on the Lard side opposite to the lower point of a small island, 2 miles short of the extremity of the last course of this day. Captain Clark in the course of his walk this evening killed 4 deer, 2 of which were the black-tailed or mule deer. The skins are now good, they have not yet produced their young. We saw a number of buffalo, elk, deer and antelopes. The saline substance frequently mentioned continues to appear as usual. Clark, May 18, 1805. May 18, Saturday 1805. A windy morning wind from the west. We proceeded on very well with the assistance of the tow cord, river narrow but flue sandbars, and current gentle. But a few cotton trees contained in the bottom's willow is not common on the bears as usual. Some little on the sides of the river is yet to be seen. The after part of the day was cloudy and at about 12 o'clock it began to rain and continued moderately for about 11/2 hours, not sufficient to wet a man through his clothes. This is the first rain since we set out this spring. The hills widen and the bottoms contain more timber than for several days past. We passed a Weiser's Creek on the Std side about 3 o'clock and camped on the Lard side opposite the lower point of a handsome little island near the middle of the river. I walked on shore and killed 4 deer, 2 common and 2 mule deer, one of which had 3 fawns, 2 others had 2 each. Those deer are fat, and their skins tolerable good, which are now in demand with us for clothes such as leggins and moccasins. I saw great numbers of buffaloes and elk. Some of the party shoot and catch beaver every day and night. Louis, May 19, 1805. Sunday, May 19, 1805. The last night was disagreeably cold. We were unable to set out until 8 o'clock a.m. In consequence of a heavy fog, which obscured the river in such a manner that we could not see our way. This is the first we have experienced in anything like so great a degree. There was also a fall of dew last evening, which is the second we have experienced since we have entered this extensive open country. At 8 we set out and proceeded as yesterday by means of the cord principally. The hills are high and the country similar to that of yesterday. Captain Clark walked on shore with 2 of the hunters and killed a brown bear. Notwithstanding that it was shot through the heart, it ran at its usual pace near 1/4 mile before it fell. One of the party wounded a beaver, and my dog as usual swam in to catch it. The beaver bit him through the hind leg and cut the artery. It was with great difficulty that I could stop the blood. I fear it will yet prove fatal to him. On Captain Clark's return he informed me that he had from the top of one of the adjacent heights discovered the entrance of a large stream which discharged itself into the Missouri on the Lard side distant 6 or 7 miles. From the same place he also saw a range of mountains, bearing W, distant 40 or 50 miles, they appeared to proceed in AS-W direction, the extremity of these mountains appeared abrupt. This afternoon the river was croaked, rapid and containing more sawyers than we have seen in the same space since we left the entrance of the River Platte. Captain C. In the course of his walk killed 3 deer and a beaver. I also walked on shore this evening a few miles and killed an elk, a buck, and a beaver. The party killed and caught 4 other beaver and 3 deer. The men complain much of sore eyes and imposthumes. Clark, May 19, 1805. May 19, Sunday, 1805. A very cold night. The mercury stood at 38 at 8 o'clock this morning, a heavy dew which is the 2d I have seen this spring. The fog, which was the first, was so thick this morning that we could not set out until the sun was about 2 hours up, at which time a small breeze sprung up from the which cleared off the fog and we proceeded on by means of the cord. The hills are high and rugged. The Count Ray as yesterday. I walked on shore with 2 men. We killed a white or grey bear. Notwithstanding that it was shot through the heart, it ran at its usual pace near a quarter of a mile before it fell. Captain Lewis's dog was badly bitten by a wounded beaver and was near bleeding to death. After killing the bear I continued my walk alone, and killed 3 deer and a beaver. Finding that the pirogues were below, I ascended the highest hill I could see, from the top of which I saw the mouth of Shell R and the meanderings of the Missouri for a long distance. I also saw a high mountain in a westerly direction, bearing SW. About 40 or 50 miles distant. In the evening the river was very crooked and much more rapid and containing more sawyers than any which we have passed above the River Platte. Captain Lewis walked on shore this afternoon and killed an elk, buck and a beaver. I killed 3 deer at dinner. The hunters killed 3 other deer today. Several beaver also killed. We camped on the starred side in a bottom of small cotton wood. Lewis, May 20, 1805. Monday, May 20, 1805. Set out at an early hour as usual, the banks being favorable and water strong. We employed the tow rope principally. River narrow and croaked, country much as that of yesterday, immense number of the prickly pears in the plains and on the hills. At the distance of 21/4 miles past the entrance of a large creek, affording but little water. This stream we named Blowing Fly Creek, from the immense quantities of those insects found in this neighborhood. They infest our meat while roasting or boiling, and we are obliged to brush them off our provision as we eat. At 11 a.m. we arrived at the entrance of a handsome bold river which discharges itself into the Missouri on the Lard side. This stream we take to be that called by the Minneteers the _____ or Mussel Shell River. If it be the same, of which I entertain but little doubt, it takes its rise, by their information, in the first chain of the Rocky Mountains at no great distance from the Yellowstone River. From whence in its course to this place it passes through a high and broken country pretty well timbered, particularly on its borders, and interspersed with handsome fertile plains and meadows. But from the circumstance of the same Indians informing us that we should find a well-timbered country in the neighborhood of its mouth, I am induced to believe that the timbered country of which they speak is similar to that we have passed for a day or two, or that in our view above, which consists of nothing more than a few scattering small scrubby pine and dwarf cedar on the summits of some of the highest hills, 9/10 of the country being wholly destitute of timber of any kind, covered with a short grass, aromatic herbs and the prickly pear. The river bottom, however, so far as we have explored it or ate them, are well stocked with cottonwood timber of tolerable size, and lands of excellent quality. We halted at the entrance of the river on the point formed by its junction with the Missouri, determining to spend the day, make the necessary observations and send out some hunters to explore the country. The Mussel Shell River falls into the Missouri 2,270 miles above its mouth, and is 110 yards in width. It affords much more water than streams of its width generally do below. Its current is by no means rapid, and from appearances it might be navigated with canoes a considerable distance. Its bed is coarse sand and gravel principally, with an occasion mixture of black mud. Its banks abrupt and about 12 feet high, yet never appear to overflow. The waters of this river is of a greenish yellow cast, much more transparent than the Missouri, which last is also much more transparent than below but still retains its whitish hue and a proportion of its sediment. The Missouri opposite to this point is deep, gentle in its current, and 222 yards in width. The hunters returned this evening and informed us that the country continued much the same in appearance as that we saw where we were or broken. And that about 5 miles abe the mouth of Shell River, a handsome river of about 50 yards in width, discharged itself into the Shell River on the starboard or upper side. This stream we called Sauciegar Mia or Bird Woman's River, after our interpreter the Snake Woman. Shields also found a bold spring or fountain issuing from the foot of the Lard Hills about 4 miles up the Missouri. A fountain in this plain country is a great novelty. I have not seen a bold fountain of pure water except one since I left the Mandans. There are a number of small ones, but all without exception are impregnated with the salts which abound in this country, and with which I believe the Missouri itself considerably impregnated, but to us in the habit of using it not perceptible. The exception I make is a very fine fountain under the bluffs on the Lard side of the Missouri and at a distance from the river about 5 miles below the entrance of the Yellowstone River. The sands of the Missouri are not so abundant as they have been for some time past, being confined to the points only, the bed of the river principally mud and still too deep to use the setting pole. Captain Clark walked out today and killed 2 deer and an elk. The hunters killed 4 deer and elk and a buffalo. I saw 2 large owls with remarkable long feathers on the sides of the head which resembled ears. I take them to be the large hooting owl, though they are somewhat larger and their colors brighter than those common to the Jay States. Clark, May 20th, 1805. May 20th Monday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the N.E. River falling a little. We set out at 7 o'clock and proceeded on very well as usual by the assistance of the cord past some very swift water, river narrow and crooked. At 11 o'clock arrived at the mouth of Shell River on the Lard side and formed a camp for the present. Having passed a large creek about 4 miles below on the LD side, which we call Blowing Fly Creek, from the immense quantities of those insects which hather on our meat in such numbers that we are obliged to brush them off what we eat. Muscle Shell River falls in on Lard side 2,270 miles up, contains a greater proportion of water than rivers of its size below. I measured it and find it to be 110 yards wide, the water of a greenish-yellow color. And appears to be navigable for small craft. The Minotauras inform us that this river heads in the first of the Rocky Mountains and passes through a broken country. Its head at no great distance from the Yellowstone River. The country about this river as described yesterday. We took the meridian altitude 59 degrees 50 minutes 0 seconds back observation and found the lat. To be 47 degrees 0 minutes 24 seconds. The Missouri at the mouth of Shell River is 222 yards wide with a smooth current. The Missouri water is not so muddy as below, but retains nearly its usual color. And the sands principally confined to the points. I killed 2 deer and an elk. The hunters killed an elk and several deer merely for their skins to make leggings, sent men out in every direction. The country generally very broken, some level plains up the Shell River. The bottoms of the Shell River is well timbered, as also a small river which falls into that river on the upper side 5 miles above its mouth. The hills on the Lard contain scattering pine and cedar. Lewis, May 21st, 1805. Tuesday, May 21st, 1805. A delightful morning. Set out at an early hour and proceeded on very well, employed the cord principally. The shores are abrupt and bold and composed of a black and yellow clay. See no extensive collection of pure sand. The bars are composed black mud and a small proportion of fine sand, the current still pretty strong. The Missouri in its course downward makes a sudden and extensive bend to receive the Muscle Shell River. The point of country thus formed, though high, is still much lower than that surrounding it, thus forming a valley of wavy country which extends itself for a great distance in a northerly direction. The soil is fertile, produces a fine turf of low grass and some herbs, also immense quantities of the prickly pear, without a stick of timber of any description. The country on the south side is high, broken and crowned with some scrubby pines and dwarf cedar. The leaf of this pine is much longer than the common pitch or red pine of Virginia. The cone is also longer and slimer, and the imbrications wider and thicker, and the whole frequently covered with rosin. Mineral appearances as usual. The grouse or prayer hen are now less abundant on the river than they were below, perhaps they betake themselves to the open plains at a distance from the river at this season. The wind, which was moderate all the fore part of the day, continued to increase in the evening, and about dark veered about to N.W. and blew a storm all night. In short, we found ourselves so enveloped with clouds of dust and sand that we could neither cook, eat, nor sleep, and were finally compelled to remove our lodge about 8 o'clock at night to the foot of an adjacent hill, where we were covered in some measure from the wind by the hills. Several loose articles blown overboard and lost. Our first station was on a bar on Stard, opposite the lower point of a small island, which we now called Windy Island. The bends of the river are short and sudden, the points covered with some cottonwood, larger willow, or broad-leafed willow with an abundance of the wild rose, and some small honeysuckle bushes constitute the undergrowth. The redwood is also found in small quantities. Captain C. walked on shore today and killed 2 elk, the party killed several deer and a buffalo cow. Clark, May 21, 1805. May 21, Tuesday, 1805. A beautiful morning, wind from the west, river falling a little. We set out at an early hour and proceed on in the usual way by the assistance of the cord principally, but little use of the oars and less with the poles, as the bottoms are mud day. We say no great bodies of pure sand, the bars and points are rich mud mixed with fine sand. I walked on shore Stard side. The river makes a great bend to the south to Receive Shell River. The point for many miles out in a northerly direction is a rich uneven valley, contains some short grass and prickly pears without timber. The Count Ray on the south side of the Missouri is high, soil and mineral appearance as usual, more scattering pine and cedar on the hills. The wind, which blew moderately all the forepart of the day, increased and about dark shifted to the N.W. and stormed all night. Several loose articles were blown overboard. Our lodge and camp, which was on a sand bar on the STD side and opposite to the lower point of an island, we were obliged to move under the hills. The dust and sand blew in clouds. The bends of the river are short and points covered with cottonwood undergrowth, wild rose bushes. I killed 2 elk today, several deer killed, and a buffalo cow. Lewis, May 22, 1805. Wednesday, May 22, Candilas, 1805. The wind blew so violently this morning that we did not think it prudent to set out until it had in some measure abated. This did not happen until 10 a.m. when we proceeded principally by the tow lines, the bottom somewhat wider than usual, the lands fertile or apparently so, though the short grass and the scanty proportion of it on the hills would indicate no great fertility. Passed Windy Island on Lard. At 1 51/2 miles above, passed a large island in a bend on Stard side, and 3 miles further on the same side past the entrance of Gross Creek, 20 yards wide, affords but little water. This creek we named from seeing a number of the pointed-tail prayer hen near its mouth. These are the first we have seen in such numbers for some days. I walked on shore this morning. The country is not so broken as yesterday, though still high and rolling or wavy. The hills on Lard side possess more pine than usual, some also on the Stard hills. Salts and other mineral appearances as usual. The river continues about the same width, or from 200 to 250 yards wide, fewer sandbars and a current more gentle and regular, game not so abundant as below the Mussel Shell River. I killed a deer in the course of my walk today. Captain C. also walked out this evening and took a view of the country from a conspicuous point and found it the same as has been described. We have caught but few fish since we left the Mandans. They do not bite freely. What we took were the white cat of 2 to 5 pounds. I presume that fish are scarce in this part of the river. We encamped earlier this evening than usual in order to render the oil of a bear which we killed. I do not believe that the black bear common to the lower part of this river and the Atlantic states exists in this quarter. We have neither seen one of them or their tracks, which would be easily distinguished by its shortness of talons when compared with the brown grizzly or white bear. I believe that it is the same species or family of bears which assumes all those colors at different ages and seasons of the year. Clark, May 22, 1805. May 22, Wednesday, 1805. The wind continued to blow so violently hard we did not think it prudent to set out until it lulled a little. About 10 o'clock we set out the morning cold. Passed a small island in the bend to the large side, and proceeded on at 5 miles higher past a island in a bend to the starred side, and a creek a short distance above on the starred side 20 yards. Captain Lewis walked out before dinner and killed a deer. I walked out after dinner and ascended and but a few miles to view the Countray, which I found rolling and of a very rich sticky soil producing but little vegetation of any kind except the prickly pear, but little grass and that very low. A great deal of scattering pine on the large side and some fir on the starred. Sd. The mineral productions as described in the preceding days, game not so abundant as below, the river continue about the same width, fewer sandbars and current more regular, river falls about an inch a day. We camped on the starred side, earlier than we intend on account of saving the oil of a bear which the party killed late this afternoon. Many of the creeks which appear to have no water near their mouths have streams of running water higher up which rise and waste in the sand or gravel. The water of those creeks are so much impregnated with the salt substance that it cannot be drank with pleasure. Lewis, May 23, 1805. Thursday, May 23, 1805. Set out early this morning. The frost was severe last night, the ice appeared along the edge of the water also freezed on the oars. At the distance of 1 mile past the entrance of a creek 15 yards wide on starred side, this we call Teapot Creek. It affords no water at its mouth but has running water at some small distance above. This I believe to be the case with many of those creeks which we have passed since we entered this hilly country. The water is absorbed by the earth near the river and of course appear dry. They afford but little water at any rate, and that is so strongly impregnated with these salts that it is unfit for use. All the wild animals appear fond of this water. I have tried it by way of experiment and find it moderately purgative, but painful to the intestines in its operation. This creek runs directly toward some low mountains which lie n.w. of it and appear to be about 30 mes distant. Perhaps it heads in them. This range of mountains appear to be about 70 miles long, running from E to W, having their eastern extremity about 30 mes distant in a northwardly direction from Pot Island. Also past 2 small creeks on Lard, and 2 others on Starred, all inconsiderable and dry at their entrances. Just above the entrance of Teapot Creek on the Starred, there is a large assemblage of the burrows of the burrowing squirrel. They generally select a south or a southeasterly exposure for their residence, and never visit the brooks or river for water. I am astonished how this animal exists as it does without water, particularly in a country like this where there is scarcely any rain during of the year and more rarely any dew. Yet we have sometimes found their villages at the distance of 5 or 6 miles from any water, and they are never found out of the limits of the ground which their burrows occupy. In the autumn, when the hard frosts commence, they close their burrows and do not venture out again until spring. Indeed, some of them appear to be yet in winter quarters. Past 3 islands, the 2 first covered with tall cottonwood timber and the last with willows only. River more rapid, and the country much the same as yesterday. Some spruce pine of small size appears among the pitch pine, and wreather more rock than usual on the face of the hills. The mosquitoes troublesome this evening, a circumstance I did not expect from the temperature of the morning. The geese begin to lose the feathers of their wings and are unable to fly. Captain Clark walked on shore and killed 4 deer and an elk. We killed a large fat brown bear which took the water after being wounded and was carried under some driftwood where he sunk, and we were unable to get him. Saw but few buffalo today, but a great number of elk, deer, some antelopes and 5 bear. The wild rose which is now in bloom are very abundant. They appear to differ but little from those common to the Atlantic states. The leaves of the bushes and the bush itself appear to be of somewhat smaller size. Clark, May 23, 1805. May 23, Thursday, 1805. A severe frost last night, the thermometer stood at the freezing point this morning, i.e. 32°. Wind SW. The water freezes on the oars. Ice on the edge of the river. We set out at an early hour and passed the mouth a creek at 1 mile on the starboard side, which heads in a mountain NW of its mouth 30 or ______ miles. The count ray on each side is as past yesterday, past 2 small creeks on the starboard and 2 on the larboard side today. A mountain which appears to be 60 or 70 miles long, bearing E and W, is about 25 miles distant from this river on the starboard side northerly of Pot Island. I walked on shore and killed 4 deer and an elk, and a beaver. In the evening we killed a large fat bear, which we unfortunately lost in the river. After being shot, took the water and was carried under a drift. Passed in course of this day 3 islands, 2 of them covered with tall timber and a third with willows. The after part of this day was warm and the mosquitoes troublesome. Saw but 5 buffalo, a number of elk and deer, and 5 bear and 2 antelopes today. The river beginning to rise, and current more rapid than yesterday. In many places I saw spruces on the hill's side starred. This evening. Louis, May 24, 1805. Friday, May 24, 1805. The water standing in the vessels freezed during the night 1/8 of an inch thick. Ice also appears along the verge of the river. The foliage of some of the cottonwood trees have been entirely destroyed by the frost and are again putting forth other buds. The high country in which we are at present and have been passing for some days I take to be a continuation of what the Indians as well as the French engages call the Black Hills. This tract of country so called consists of a collection of high broken and irregular hills and short chain of mountains, sometimes 120 miles in width and again becoming much narrower, but always much higher than the country on either side. They commence about the head of the Kansas River and to the west of that river near the Arkansas, from whence they take their course a little to the W of N.W. approaching the Rocky Mountains obliquely. Passing the River Platte above the forks and intercepting the Yellowstone River near the Big Bend, and passing the Missouri at this place, and probably continuing to swell the country as far north as the Saskatchewan River, though they are lower here than they are described to the STH. And may therefore probably terminate before they reach the Saskatchewan. The Black Hills in their course northwardly appear to approach more nearly to the Rocky Mountains. We set out at an early hour this morning and proceed on principally by the cord until about 9 a.m. when a fine breeze sprung up from the S.E. and enabled us through the balance of the day to employ our sails to advantage. We proceed at a pretty good pace notwithstanding the current of the river was very strong. We passed 2 large and 4 small islands, also several streams on either side. The first of these is a large creek or small river which disembogued on the starboard side about 11/2 miles above our encampment of last evening. It is 30 yards wide and contains some water. The bed is gravelly and intermixed with some stone. It takes its rise in the mountains which are situated in a northwardly direction from its entrance, distant about 30 miles. The air is so pure in this open country that mountains and other elevated objects appear much nearer than they really are. These mountains do not appear to be further than 15 m. We sent a man up this creek to explore the country. He returned late in the evening and informed that he had proceeded 10 miles directly towards these mountains and that he did not think himself by any mean halfway. These mountains are rocky and covered with some scattering pine. This stream we call North Mountain Creek. The next stream in order is a creek which falls in on Lard. 21/2 miles higher. This is 15 yards wide, no water. A large village of the burrowing or barking squirrels on the starboard side opposite its entrance, hence the name Little Dog CK, that being the name by which the French engages call this animal. At 3 miles and at 10 milliseconds, from hence still ascending 2 small creek fall in on the starboard side, no water. 51/2 miles higher a small river falls in on Lard side. This we called South Mountain Creek, as from its direction it appeared to take its rise in a range of mountains lying in a.s. westerly direction from its entrance, distant 50 or 60 m. This creek is 40 yards wide and discharges a handsome stream of water. Its bed is rocky with gravel and sand, the banks high and country broken, its bottom narrow and no timber. The country high and broken, a considerable portion of black rock and brown sandy rock appear in the faces of the hills, the tops of the hills covered with scattering pine spruce and dwarf cedar. The soil poor and sterile, sandy near the tops of the hills, the whole producing but little grass, the narrow bottoms of the Missouri producing little else but hyssop or southern wood and the pulpy leaf thorn. Captain Clark walked on shore this evening and killed a buffalo cow. We left 2 canoes and 6 men to dress the cow and bring on the meat. They did not overtake us this evening. Game is becoming more scarce, particularly beaver, of which we have seen but few for several days. The beaver appears to keep pace with the timber as it declines in quantity. They also become more scarce. Clark, May 24, 1805. May 24, Friday, 1805. A cold night. The water in the small Vestless froze 1/8 of an inch thick, and the thermometer stood this morning at the freezing point. We set out at an early hour and proceeded on. At 9 o'clock we had a breeze from the S.E. which continued all day. This breeze afforded us good sailing, the river rising fast, current very rapid. Passed several small islands, 2 large and 2 small creeks. The first of those creeks or small rivers 11/2 m, above our camp, is 30 yards wide and contains water and appears to take its rise in the North Mountains, which is situated in a northerly detection about 20 miles distant. 21/2 m point higher a creek falls in on the Lard side, opposite a large village of barking squirrels. 3 miles still higher a small creek falls in on the Stard. 13 miles higher up a small river falls in on the Lard side, which is 40 yards wide and has running water. This stream appears to take its rise in the South Mountains, which is situated in a southerly direction 30 or 40 miles distant. I walked on the high Countray on the Stard side, found it broken and dry, some pine, spruce and dwarf cedar on the hill sides. I sent 1 man 10 mile out. He reports a similarity of Countray back. I killed a fat buffalo a short distance below the place we dined. 2 canoes and 6 men we left to get the meat did not join us this evening. We camped on the Lard Point. The cottonwood in this point is beginning to put out a second bud, the first being killed by the frost. Louis, May 25, 1805. Saturday, May 25, 1805. The 2 canoes which we left behind yesterday to bring on the meat did not arrive this morning until 8 a.m., at which time we set out. The wind being against us, we did not proceed with so much ease or expedition as yesterday. We employed the tow line principally, which the banks favored the use of. The current strong, particularly around the points against which the current happened to set, and at the entrances of the little gullies from the hills. Those rivulets having brought down considerable quantities of stone and deposited it at their entrances, forming partial barriers to the water of the river to the distance of 40 or 50 feet from the shore. Around these the water run with great violence, and compelled us in some instances to double our force in order to get a pirogue or canoe by them. As we ascended the river today, I saw several gangs of the bighorned animals on the face of the steep bluffs and cliffs on the Stard side, and sent Drouillard to kill one, which he accomplished. Captain Clark and Bratton, who were on shore, each killed one of these animals this evening. The head and horns of the male which Drouillard killed weighed 27 pounds. It was somewhat larger than the male of the common deer, the body wreather thicker, deeper, and not so long in proportion to its height as the common deer. The head and horns are remarkably large compared with the other part of the animal. The whole form is much more delicate than that of the common goat, and there is a greater disparity in the size of the male and female than between those of either the deer or goat. The eye is large and prominent, the pupil of a deep sea green and small, the iris of a silvery color much like the common sheep. The bone above the eye is remarkably prominent. The head, nostrils and division of the upper lip are precisely in form like the sheep. Their legs resemble the sheep more than any other animal with which I am acquainted, though they are more delicately formed. Like the sheep, they stand forward in the knee, and the lower joint of the foreleg is smallest where it joins the knee. The hoof is black and large in proportion, is divided, very open and roundly pointed at the toe, like the sheep. Is much hollowed and sharp on the under edge like the Scotch goat, has two small hoofs behind each foot below the ankle as the goat, sheep and deer have. The belly, inside of the legs, and the extremity of the rump and buttocks for about 2 inches around the butt of the tail, are white, as is also the tail except just at its extremity on the upper side, which is of a dark brown. The tail is about 3 inches in length, covered with short hair, or at least not longer than that of the body. The outer parts of the animal are of a dusky brown or rather a lead-colored light brown. The animal is now shedding its winter coat, which is thick, not quite as long as that of the deer, and appears to be intermixed with a considerable quantity of a fine fur which lies next to the skin and concealed by the coarser hair. The shape of the hair itself is cylindric as that of the antelope is, but is smaller, shorter, and not compressed or flattened as that of the deer's winter coat is. I believe this animal only sheds its hair once a year. It has 8 foreteeth in the under jaw and no canine teeth. The horns are lagest at their base, and occupy the crown of the head almost entirely. They are compressed, bent backwards and lunated. The surface swelling into wavy rings which encircling the horn continue to succeed each other from the base to the extremity and becoming less elevated and more distant as they recede from the head. The horn for about 2/3 of its length is filled with a porous bone which is united with the frontal bone. I obtained the bones of the upper part of the head of this animal at the big bone lick. The horns of the female are small, but are also compressed, bent backwards and encircled with a succession of wavy rings. The horn is of a light brown color. When dressed it is almost white, extremely transparent and very elastic. This horn is used by the natives in constructing their bows. I have no doubt but it would elegant and useful hair combs, and might probably answer as many valuable purposes to civilized man, as it does to the savages, who form their water-cup spoons and platters of it. The females have already brought forth their young. Indeed, from the size of the young I suppose that they produce them early in March. They have from 1 to 2 at a birth. They feed on grass, but principally on the aromatic herbs which grow on the cliffs and inaccessible heights which they usually frequent. The places they generally select to lodg is the crannies or crevices of the rocks in the faces of inaccessible precipices, where the wolf nor bear can reach them, and where indeed man himself would in many instances find a similar deficiency. Yet these animals bound from rock to rock and stand apparently in the most careless manner on the sides of precipices of many hundred feet. They are very shy and are quick of both scent and sight. At the distance of 2¾ miles above our encampment of last evening we passed a creek 20 yards wide affording no running water. We also passed 7 islands in the course of the day. The country on either hand is high, broken and rocky. The rock is either soft brown sandstone covered with a thin strata of limestone, or a hard black rugged granite, both usually in horizontal stratas, and the sandy rock overlaying the other. Salts and quartz still appear. Some coal and pumice stone also appear. The river bottoms are narrow and afford scarcely any timber. The bars of the river are composed principally of gravel, but little pine on the hills. We saw a polecats this evening. It is the first we have seen for many days. Buffalo are now scarce, and I begin to fear our harvest of white puddings are at an end. Clark, May 25, 1805. May 25, Saturday 1805. The 2 canoes left for meat yesterday did not join us until 8 o'clock this morning, at which time we set out, the morning cool and pleasant, wind ahead all day from the S.W. We pass a creek on the Lard side about 20 yards wide, which does not run. We also passed 7 islands. I walked on shore and killed a female ibex or bighorn animal in my absence. Druyer and Bratton killed 2 others. This animal is a species peculiar to this upper part of the Missouri. The head and horns of the male which Druyer killed today weighed 27 pounds. It was somewhat larger than the male of the common deer winky face. The body rather thicker, deeper, and not so long in proportion to its height as the common deer. The head and horns of the male are remarkably large compared with the other parts of the animal. The whole form is much more delicate than that of the common goat, and there is a greater disparity in the size of the male and female than between those of either the deer or goat. The eye is large and prominent, the pupil of a deep sea green and small, the iris of a silvery color much like the common sheep. The bone above the eye is remarkably prominent. The head, nostrils and division of the upper lip are precisely in form like the sheep. Their legs resemble the sheep more than any other animal with which I am acquainted, though they are more delicately formed. Like the sheep they stand forward in the knee, and the lower joint of the foreleg is smallest where it joins the knee. The hoof is black and large in proportion, is divided, very open and roundly pointed at the toe. Like the sheep, is much hollowed and sharp on the under edge like the Scotch goat, has two small hoofs behind each foot below the ankle as the goat, sheep and deer have. The belly, inner side of the legs, and the extremity of the rump and buttocks for about 2 inches 1/2 around the butt of the tail, are white, as is also the tail except just at its extremity on the upper side, which is of a dark brown. The tail is about 3 inches in length, covered with short hair, or at least not longer than that of the body. The outer part of the animal are of a dusky brown or rather a lead-colored light brown. The animal is now shedding its winter coat, which is thick, not quite as long as that of the deer, and appears to be intermixed with a considerable quantity of fine fur which lies next to the skin and concealed by the coarser hair. The shape of the hair itself is cylindric as that of the antelope is, but is smaller, shorter and not compressed or flattened as that of the deer's winter coat is. I believe this animal only sheds its hair once a year. It has 8 foreteeth in the underjaw and no canine teeth. The horns are large at their base, and occupy the crown of the head almost entirely. They are compressed, bent backwards and lunated. The surface swelling into wavy rings which encircling the horn continue to succeed each other from the base to the extremity, and becoming less elevated and more distant as they recede from the head. The horn for about 2/3 of its length is filled with a porous bone which is united with the frontal bone. Captain Lewis obtained the bones of the upper part of the head of this animal at the Big Bone Lick in the state of Kentucky, which I saw and find to be the same in every respect with those of the Missouri and the Rocky Mountains. The horns of the female are small, but are also compressed and bent backwards and encircled with a succession of wavy rings. The horn is of a light brown color. When dressed it is almost white, extremely transparent and very elastic. This horn is used by the natives in constructing their bows. I have no doubt of its elegance and usefulness in hair combs, and might probably answer as many valuable purposes to civilized man, as it does to the native Indians, who form their water cups, spoons and platters of it. The females have already brought forth their young. Indeed, from the size of the young, I suppose that they produce them early in March. They have from 1 to 2 at a birth. They feed on grass, but principally on the aromatic herbs which grow on the cliffs and inaccessible heights which they frequent most commonly. And the places they generally collect to lodge is the crannies or crevices of the rocks in the face of inaccessible precipices, where the wolf nor bear can reach them, and where indeed man himself would in many instances find a similar deficiency. Yet those animals bound from rock to rock and stand apparently in the most careless manner on the side of precipices of many 100 feet. They are very shy and quick of both scent and sight. The flesh of this animal is dark and I think inferior to the flesh of the common deer, and superior to the antelope of the Missouri and the Columbian plains. In my walk of this day I saw mounts. On either side of the river at no great distance. Those mountains appeared to be detached, and not ranges as laid down by the Minetaries. I also think I saw a range of high mounts at a great distance to the SSW. But am not certain, as the horizon was not clear enough to view it with certainty. The country on either side is high, broken and rocky, a dark brown hard rugged stone intermixed with a soft white sandstone. The hills contain coal or carbonated wood as below, and some scattering pumicestone. The sides of the river is bordered with coarse gravel, which in many places have washed either together or down small brooks, and forms bars at some distance in the water, around which the current passes with great velocity. The bottoms between hills and river are narrow and contain scarcely any timber. The appearance of salts and bitumen still continue. We saw a polecat today, being the first which we have seen for some time past. The air of this quarter is pure and healthy. The water of the Missouri, well tasted, not quite so muddy as it is below, notwithstanding the last rains has raised the river a little. It is less muddy than it was before the rain. Lewis, May 26, 1805. Sunday, May 26, 1805. Set out at an early hour and proceeded principally by the tow line, using the oars merely to pass the river in order to take advantage of the shores. Scarcely any bottoms to the river. The hills high and jutting in on both sides, to the river in many places. The stone tumbling from these cliffs and brought down by the rivulets as mentioned yesterday became more troublesome today. The black rock has given place to a very soft sandstone which appears to be washed away fast by the river. Above this and towards the summits of the hills a hard freestone of a brownish-yellow color shews itself in several stratas of unequal thicknesses frequently overlain or encrusted by a very thin strata of limestone which appears to be formed of concreted shells. Captain Clark walked on shore this morning and ascended to the summit of the river hills. He informed me on his return that he had seen mountains on both sides of the river running nearly parallel with it and at no great distance. Also an irregular range of mountains on Lard. About 50 mes. Distant, the extremities of which bore W and N.W. from his station. He also saw in the course of his walk, some elk, several herds of the bighorn, and the large hare. The latter is common to every part of this open country. Scarcely any timber to be seen except the few scattering pine and spruce which crown the high hills, or in some instances grow along their sides. In the after part of the day I also walked out and ascended the river hills which I found sufficiently fatiguing. On arriving to the summit, one of the highest points in the neighborhood, I thought myself well repaid for any labor. As from this point I beheld the Rocky Mountains for the first time, I could only discover a few of the most elevated points above the horizon, the most remarkable of which by my pocket compass I found bore N, 65 degrees west, being a little to the N. Of the N.W. extremity of the range of broken mountains seen this morning by Captain C. These points of the Rocky Mountains were covered with snow and the sun shone on it in such manner as to give me the most plain and satisfactory view. While I viewed these mountains I felt a secret pleasure in finding myself so near the head of the heretofore conceived boundless Missouri. But when I reflected on the difficulties which this snowy barrier would most probably throw in my way to the Pacific, and the sufferings and hardships of myself and party in them, it in some measure counterbalanced the joy I had felt in the first moments in which I gazed on them. But as I have always held it a crime to anticipate evils, I will believe it a good comfortable road until I am compelled to believe differently. Saw a few elk and bighorns at a distance. On my return to the river I passed a creek about 20 yards wide. Near its entrance it had a handsome little stream of running water. In this creek I saw several soft-shelled turtles which were the first that have been seen this season. This I believe proceeded rather from the season than from their non-existence in the portion of the river from the Mandans hither. On the starred shore I killed a fat buffalo which was very acceptable to us at this moment. The party came up to me late in the evening and encamped for the night on the Lard side. It was after dark before we finished butchering the buffalo. And on my return to camp I trod within 5 inches of a rattlesnake, but being in motion I passed before he could probably put himself in a striking attitude and fortunately escaped his bite. I struck about at random with my espontoon, being directed in some measure by his noise, until I killed him. Our hunters had killed 2 of the bighorned animals since I had left them. We also passed another creek a few miles below Turtle Creek on the starred 30 yards in width, which also had running water bed rocky. Late this evening we passed a very bad rapid which reached quite across the river. The party had considerable difficulty in ascending it, although they doubled their crews and used both the rope and the pole. While they were passing this rapid a female elk and its fawn swam down through the waves which ran very high, hence the name of Elk Rapids which they instantly gave this place. These are the most considerable rapids which we have yet seen on the Missouri, and in short the only place where there has appeared to be a sudden descent. Opposite to these rapids there is a high bluff, and a little above on Lard a small cottonwood bottom in which we found sufficient timber for our fires and encampment. Here I rejoined the party after dark. The appearances of coal in the face of the bluffs, also of burnt hills, pumice stones, salt and quartz continue as yesterday. This is truly a desert barren country, and I feel myself still more convinced of its being a continuation of the Black Hills. We have continued every day to pass more or less old stick lodges of the Indians and the timbered points. There are 2 even in this little bottom where we lie. Clark, May 26, 1805. May 26 Sunday, 1805 We set out early and proceeded as yesterday wind from the S.W. the river enclosed with very high hills on either side. I took 1 man and walked out this morning, and ascended the high Count Ray to view the mountains which I thought I saw yesterday. From the first summit of the hill I could plainly see the mountains on either side which I saw yesterday, and at no great distance from me. Those on the starred side is an irregular range, the 2 extremities of which bore west and n. west from me. Those mountains on the lard side appeared to be several detached knobs or mountains rising from a laven open Count Ray, at different distances from me, from southwest to southeast, on one the most westerly of those mountains there appeared to be snow. I crossed a deep holler and ascended a part of the plain elevated much higher than where I first viewed the above mountains. From this point I beheld the Rocky Mountains for the first time with certainty. I could only discover a few of the most elevated points above the horizon. The most remarkable of which by my pocket compass I found bore S.60°. Those points of the Rocky Mountain were covered with snow, and the sun shone on it in such a manner as to give me a most plain and satisfactory view. Whilst I viewed those mountains I felt a secret pleasure in finding myself so near the head of the heretofore conceived boundless Missouri. But when I reflected on the difficulties which this snowy barrier would most probably throw in my way to the Pacific Ocean, and the sufferings and hardships of myself and party in them, it in some measure counterbalanced the joy I had felt in the first moments in which I gazed on them. But as I have always held it little short of criminality to anticipate evils, I will allow it to be a good comfortable road until I am compelled to believe otherwise. The high country in which we are at present and have been passing for some days I take to be a continuation of what the Indians as well as the French engages call the Black Hills. This tract of country so called consists of a collection of high broken and irregular hills and short chains of mountains, sometimes 100 miles in width and again becoming much narrower, but always much higher than the country on either side. They commence about the head of the Kansas River, and to the west of that river here the Arkansas River, from whence they take their course a little to the west of N.W. approaching the Rocky Mountains, obliquely passing the River Platte near the forks, and intercepting the River Rocachone near the big bend of that river, and passing the Missouri at this place and probably continuing to swell the country as far north as the Saskatchewan River. Though they are lower here than they are described to the south, and may therefore terminate before they reach the Saskatchewan. The Black Hills in their course northerly appear to approach more nearly the Rocky Mountains. I saw a great number of white brant, also the common brown brant, geese of the common size and kind, and a small species of geese, which differs considerably from the common or Canadian goose. Their necks, head and backs are considerably thicker, shorter and larger than the other in proportion to its size. They are also more than a third smaller, and their note more like that of the brant or young goose which has not perfectly acquired his note. In all other respect they are the same in color, habits, and the number of feathers in the tail. They frequently also ascicate with the large geese when in flocks, but never saw them paired off with the larger or common goose. The white brant ascicates in very large flocks. They do not appear to be mated or paired off as if they intended to raise their young in this quarter. I therefore doubt whether they reside here during the summer for that purpose. This bird is larger than the common brown brant or 2/3 of the common goose. It is not so long by 6 inches from point to point of the wings and extended as the other. The back, head and neck are also larger and stronger. Their beak, legs and feet are of a reddish flesh-colored white. The eye of a moderate size, the pupil of a deep sea green encircled with a ring of yellowish brown. It has 16 feathers of equal length in the tail. Their note differs but little from the common brant. They are of a pure white except the large feathers of the first and 2D joint of the wings, which are jet black. The country which borders the river is high, broken and rocky, generally embedded with a soft sandstone higher up the hill. The stone is of a brownish yellow, hard and gritty. Those stones wash down from the hills into the river and cause the shore to be rocky and which we find troublesome to ascend. There is scarce any bottom between the hills and river, and but a few trees to be seen on either side except scattering pine on the sides of the immense hills. We passed 2 creeks on the starred side. Both of them had running water. In one of those creek Captain Lewis tells me he saw soft-shell turtle. Captain Lewis in his walk killed a fat buffalo which we were in want of. Our hunters killed 2 mountain rams or bighorns. In the evening late we passed a rapid which extended quite across the river. We ascended it by the assistance of a cord and poles on the large side. The cliffs jut over, the opposite side is a small level bottom. We camped a little above in a small grove of cotton trees on the large side. In the rapid we saw a doe elk and her fawn, which gave rise to the name of elk and fawn riffle. We had a few drops of rain at dark. The salts coal and burnt hills and Pumixton still continue. Game source. This Count Ray may with propriety I think be termed the deserts of America, as I do not conceive any part can ever be settled, as it is deficient in water, timber and too steep to be tilled. We pass old Indian lodges in the woody points every day and 2 at our camp. And Lewis, May 26, 1805. May 26, 1805. One of the party killed a bighorn, the head and horns of which weighed 27 pounds, a hare was also killed which weighed 81/2 lbs. Point. The hare are now of a pale lead brown color. Lewis, May 27, 1805. Monday, May 27, 1805. The wind blew so hard this morning that we did not send out until 10 a.m. We employed the cord most of the day. The river becomes more rapid and is intercepted by shoals and a greater number of rocky points at the mouths of the little gullies than we experienced yesterday. The bluffs are very high, steep, rugged, containing considerable quantities of stone and border the river closely on both sides. Once perhaps in the course of several miles there will be a few acres of tolerably level land in which 2 or 3 impoverished cottonwood trees will be seen. Great quantities of stone also lie in the river and garnish its borders, which appears to have tumbled from the bluffs where the rains had washed away the sand and clay in which they were embedded. The bluffs are composed of irregular though horizontal stratas of yellow and brown or black clay, brown and yellowish-white sand, of soft yellowish-white sandstone and a hard dark brown freestone. Also of large round kidney-formed and irregular separate masses of a hard black iron stone, which is embedded in the clay and sand. Some little pine, spruce and dwarf cedar on the hills. Some coal or carbonated wood still makes its appearance in these bluffs. Pumicestone and burnt hills. Its concomitants also are seen. The salts and quartz are seen but not in such abundance. The country more broken and barren than yesterday if possible. About midday it was very warm. To this the high bluffs and narrow channel of the river no doubt contributed greatly. We passed a small untimbered island this morning on the large side of the river just above our encampment of last evening. Saw a few small herds of the bighorned animals and 2 elk only. Of the last we killed 1. The river is generally about 200 yards wide, very rapid and has a perceptible fall or declination through its whole course. This evening we encamped, for the benefit of wood, near 2 dead topped cottonwood trees on the large side. The dead limbs which had fallen from these trees furnished us with a scanty supply only, and more was not to be obtained in the neighborhood. Clark, May 27, 1805. May 27, Monday, 1805. The wind blew hard from the SW, which detained us until about 10 o'clock, at which time we set out and proceeded on, past a small naked island on the large side immediately above the timber in which we camped. The river is very shoaly and the bad places are very numerous. I.e. at the mouth of every drain the rocks, which is a hard dark gritty stone, is thrown out some distance in the river, which cause a considerable riffle on that side. The hills approached the river very close on either side. River narrow and no timber except some scattering pine on the hills and hillsides, the salts, coal, burn hills and pumice stone and continue. The hills are generally bluffs of various colored earth, most commonly black with different qualities stone intermixed, some stratums of soft sandstone, some hard, some a dark brown and yellow hard grit. Those stones are loosened by the earth's washing from them into the river and ultimately roll down into the river, which appears to be crowded with them. This day is very warm. We only saw a few small herds of the big horn animals on the hills, and 2 elk, one of which we killed. We camped at 2 dead top trees on the large side. The river is generally about 200 yards wide and current very swift today and has a very perceptible fall in all its course. It rises a little. Louis, May 28, 1805. Tuesday, May 28, 1805. This morning we set forward at an early hour. The weather dark and cloudy, the air smoky, had a few drops of rain. We employed the cord generally, to which we also gave the assistance of the pole at the riffles and rocky points. These are as numerous and many of them much worse than those we passed yesterday. Around those points the water drives with great force, and we are obliged in many instances to steer our vessels through the apertures formed by the points of large sharp rocks which reach a few inches above the surface of the water. Here sold our cord give way, the bow is instantly driven outwards by the stream and the vessel thrown with her side on the rocks, where she must inevitably overset or perhaps be dashed to pieces. Our ropes are but slender, all of them except one being made of elk skin and much worn, frequently wet and exposed to the heat of the weather, are weak and rotten. They have given way several times in the course of the day, but happily at such places that the vessel had room to wheel free of the rocks and therefore escaped injury. With every precaution we can take, it is with much labor and infinite risk that we are enabled to get around these points. Found a new Indian lodge pole today which had been brought down by the stream. It was worn at one end as if dragged by dogs or horses. A football also, and several other articles were found, which have been recently brought down by the current. These are strong evidences of Indians being on the river above us, and probably at no great distance. The football is such as I have seen among the Minnetarees, and therefore think it most probable that they are a band of the Minnetarees of Fort de Prairie. The river country and continued much as yesterday until late in the evening, when we arrived at the entrance of a large creek discharges itself on the starboard side, is 35 yd wide and contains running water. Here the hills recede from the river on both sides, the bottoms extensive particularly on the starboard side, where the hills are comparatively low and open into 3 large valleys which extend for a considerable distance in a northwardly direction. Here also the river spreads to more than 3 times its former width and is filled with a number of small and handsome islands covered with cottonwood, some timber also in the bottoms, the land again fertile. These appearances were quite reviving after the dreary country through which we had been passing. Captain C. walked on shore in the early part of the day and killed a big-horned animal. He saw a great number of them as well as ourselves in the broken country. At 10 a.m. a few drops of rain again fell and were attended with distant thunder, which is the first we have heeded since we left the Mandans. This evening we encamped on starboard, opposite to the entrance of a small creek. I believe the bighorn have their young at a very early season, say early in March, for they appear now to be half grown. One of the party saw a very large bear today, but being some distance from the river and no timber to conceal him, he did not think proper to fire on him. Clark, May 28, 1805. May 28, Tuesday, 1805. A cloudy morning, some few drops of rain and very smoky wind from the S.W. We set out at an early hour. The shoaly places are very numerous and some bad to get around. We have to make use of the cord and poles, and our tow ropes are all except one of elk skin, and stretch and sometimes break, which endanger the pirogues or canoe, as it immediately turns, and if any rock should chance to be below, the rapidity of the current would turn her over. She should chance to strike the rock. We observe great caution at those places. I walked on shore, found the Count Ray rouged, and as described yesterday, I saw great numbers of the big-horned animals, one of which I killed. Their fawns are nearly half grown. One of the party saw a very large bear. Picked up on the shore a pole which had been made use of by the natives for lodge poles, and hauled by dogs. It is new and is a certain sign of the Indians being on the river above. A football and several other articles are also found to substantiate this opinion. At 1 o'clock we had a few drops of rain and some thunder. Wick is the first thunder we have had since we set out from Fort Mandan. At 10 miles the hills begin to widen and the river spreads and is crowded with islands. The bottoms contain some scattering cottonwood. The islands also contain timber, past a creek of running water on the starred side about 35 yards wide and camped immediately opposite to a small creek on the large side we call Bull Creek from the circumstance of a buffalo bull swimming from the opposite side and coming out of the river immediately across one of the pirogues without sinking or injuring anything in the pirogue, and passing with great violence through our camp in the night, making 3 angles without hurting a man, although they lay in every direction. And it was very dark. The creek below 35 yards wide I call Thompson's Creek after a valuable member of our party. This creek contains a greater proportion of running water than common. Louis, May 29, 1805. Wednesday, May 29, 1905. Last night we were all alarmed by a large buffalo bull, which swam over from the opposite shore and coming alongside of the white pirogue, climbed over it to land. He then alarmed ran up the bank in full speed directly towards the fires, and was within 18 inches of the heads of some of the men who lay sleeping before the sentinel could alarm him or make him change his course. Still more alarmed, he now took his direction immediately towards our lodge, passing between 4 fires and within a few inches of the heads of one range of the men as they yet lay sleeping. When he came near the tent, my dog saved us by causing him to change his course a second time, which he did by turning a little to the right, and was quickly out of sight, leaving us by this time all in an uproar with our guns in our hands, inquiring of each other the cause of the alarm, which after a few moments was explained by the sentinel. We were happy to find no one hurt. The next morning we found that the buffalo in passing the pirogue had trodden on a rifle, which belonged to Captain Clark's black man, who had negligently left her in the pirogue. The rifle was much bent. He had also broken the spindle, pivot, and shattered the stock of one of the blunderbushes on board. With this damage I felt well content, happy indeed, that we had sustained no further injury. It appears that the white pirogue, which contains our most valuable stores, is attended by some evil genii. This morning we set out at an early hour and procked as usual by the cord. At the distance of 21/2 miles past a handsome river which discharged itself on the large side, I walked on shore and ascended this river about 1.5 miles in order to examine it. I found this river about 100 yards wide from bank to bank, the water occupying about 75 yards. The bed was formed of gravel and mud with some sand. It appeared to contain much more water as the Mussel Shell River was more rapid but equally navigable. There were no large stone or rocks in its bed to obstruct the navigation. The banks were low yet appeared seldom to overflow. The water of this river is clearer than any we have met, with great abundance of the argalia or bighorned animals in the high country through which this river passes. Cap C who ascended this R much higher than I did has thought proper to call it Judith's River. The bottoms of this stream as far as I could see were wider and contained more timber than the Missouri. Here I saw some box alder intermixed with the cottonwood, willow, rose bushes and honeysuckle with some red willow constitute the undergrowth. On the Missouri just above the entrance of the Big Horn River I counted the remains of the fires of 126 Indian lodges which appeared to be of very recent date, perhaps 12 or 15 days. Captain Clark also saw a large encampment just above the entrance of this river on the starred side of Rether, older date. Probably they were the same Indians. The Indian woman with us examined the moccasins which we found at these encampments and informed us that they were not of her nation, the Snake Indians. But she believed they were some of the Indians who inhabit the country on this side of Rocky Mountains and north of the Missouri, and I think it most probable that they were the Minnetarees of Fort de Prairie. At the distance of 6/2 millisecond, from our encampment of last night we passed a very bad rapid to which we gave the name of the Ash Rapid from a few trees of that wood growing near them. This is the first ash I have seen for a great distance. At this place the hills again approach the river closely on both sides, and the same scene which we had on the 27th and 28th in the morning again presents itself, and the rocky points and riffles Rether more numerous and worse. There was but little timber, salts, coal and still appear. Today we passed on the starred Sighed the remains of a vast many mangled carcasses of buffalo which had been driven over a precipice of 120 feet by the Indians and perished. The water appeared to have washed away a part of this immense pile of slaughter, and still there remained the fragments of at least 100 carcasses. They created a most horrid stench. In this manner the Indians of the Missouri destroy vast herds of buffalo at a stroke. For this purpose one of the most active and fleet young men is selected and disguised in a robe of buffalo skin, having also the skin of the buffalo's head with the ears and horns fastened on his head in form of a cap. Thus caparisoned he places himself at a convenient distance between a herd of buffalo and a precipice proper for the purpose, which happens in many places on this river for miles together. The other Indians now surround the herd on the back and flanks, and at a signal agreed on all shoe themselves at the same time moving forward towards the buffalo. The disguised Indian or decoy has taken care to place himself sufficiently nigh the buffalo to be noticed by them when they take to flight, and running before them they follow him in full speed to the precipice. The cattle behind driving those in front over, and seeing them go do not look or hesitate about following until the whole are precipitated down the precipice, forming one common mass of dead and mangled carcasses. The decoy in the meantime has taken care to secure himself in some cranny or crevice of the cliff which he had previously prepared for that purpose. The part of the decoy, I am informed, is extremely dangerous. If they are not very fleet runners the buffalo tread them under foot and crush them to death, and sometimes drive them over the precipice also, where they perish in common with the buffalo. We saw a great many wolves in the neighborhood of these mangled carcasses. They were fat and extremely gentle. Captain C., who was on shore, killed one of them with his espontoon. Just above this place we came to for dinner opposite the entrance of a bold running river 40 yards wide which falls in on Lard side. This stream we called Slaughter River. Its bottoms are but narrow and contain scarcely any timber. Our situation was a narrow bottom on the Stard, possessing some cottonwood. Soon after we landed it began to blow and rain, and as there was no appearance of even wood enough to make our fires for some distance above, we determined to remain here until the next morning, and accordingly fixed our camp and gave each man a small dram. Notwithstanding the allowance of spirits we issued did not exceed 1/2 pn. Several of them were considerably affected by it, such as the effects of abstaining for some time from the use of spirituous liquors. They were all very merry. The hunters killed an elk this evening, and Captain C. killed 2 beaver. Clark, May 29, 1805. May 29, Wednesday, 1805. In the last night we were alarmed by a buffalo which swam from the opposite shore, landed opposite the pirogue in which Captain Lewis and myself were in. He crossed the pirogue and went with great force up to the fire where several men were sleeping, and was 18 inches of their heads, when one man sitting up all-armed him, and he turned his course along the range of men as they lay, passing between 4 fires and within a few inches of some of the men's heads as they lay, immediately in a direction to our lodge about which several men were lying. Our dog flew out and he changed his course and passed without doing more damage than bend a rifle and breaking hair stock and injuring one of the blunderbusts in the pirogue as he passed through. We set out this morning at the usual hour and proceeded on at 21/2 miles past the mouth of a river _____ yards wide, discharging a great quantity of water, and containing more wood in its bottoms than the Missouri. This river Captain Lewis walked up for a short distance and he saw an old encampment of Indians. I also saw a large encampment on the Stard side at the mouth of a small creek of about 100 lodges which appeared to be 5 or 6 weeks past. The Indian woman examined the moccasins and told us they were the Indians which resided below the Rocky Mountains and to the north of this river. That her nation make their moccasins differently, at 61/2 miles past a considerable rapid, at which place the hills approach near the river on both sides, leaving a narrow bottom on the Stard side, Ash Rapid, and continue close all day but little timber. I walked on the bank in the evening and saw the remains of a number of buffalo, which had been drove down a cliff of rocks. I think from appearances that upwards of 100 of those animals must have perished here. Great numbers of wolves were about this place and very gentle. I killed one of them with my spear. The hills above Ash Rapid contains more rock and coal, and the more rapid points. We came to for dinner opposite the entrance of a small river which falls in on the large side and is about yards wide, has a bold running stream. Soon after we came to it began to rain and blow hard. And as we were in a good harbor and small point of woods on the starred side, and no timber for some distance above, induced us to conclude to stay all night. We gave the men a dram, although very small it was sufficient to affect several men. One of our hunters killed an elk this evening. I killed 2 beaver on the side of the bank. A tablespoonful of water exposed to the air in a saucer would evaporate in 36 hours when the mercury did not stand higher than the temperate point in the heat of the day. Louis, May 30th, 1805. Thursday, May 30th, 1805. The rain which commenced last evening continued with little intermission until 11 this morning when we set out. The high wind which accompanied the rain rendered it impracticable to proceed earlier. More rain has now fallen than we have experienced since the 15th of September last. Many circumstances indicate our near approach to a country whose climate differs considerably from that in which we have been for many months. The air of the open country is astonishingly dry as well as pure. I found by several experiments that a tablespoonful of water exposed to the air in a saucer would evaporate in 36 hours when the mercury did not stand higher than the temperate point at the greatest heat of the day. My inkstand so frequently becoming dry put me on this experiment. I also observed the well-seasoned case of my sextant shrunk considerably and the joints opened. The water of the river still continues to become clearer, and notwithstanding the rain which has fallen it is still much clearer than it was a few days past. This day we procked with more labor and difficulty than we have yet experienced. In addition to the embarrassments of the rapid current, riffles, and rocky point which were as bad if not worse than yesterday. The banks and sides of the bluff were more steep than usual and were now rendered so slippery by the late rain that the men could scarcely walk. The cord is our only dependence, for the current is too rapid to be resisted with the oar and the river too deep in most places for the pole. The earth and stone also falling from these immense high bluffs render it dangerous to pass under them. The wind was also hard and against us. Our cords broke several times today, but happily without injury to the vessels. We had slight showers of rain through the course of the day. The air was cold and rendered more disagreeable by the rain. One of the party ascended the river hills and reported on his return that there was snow intermixed with the rain which fell on the heights. He also informed us that the country was level a little back from the river on both sides. There is now no timber on the hills, and only a few scattering cottonwood, ash, box alder and willows to be seen along the river. In the course of the day we passed several old encampments of Indians, from the apparent dates of which we conceived that they were the several encampments of a band of about 100 lodges who were progressing slowly up the river. The most recent appeared to have been evacuated about 5 weeks since. These we suppose to be the Meriwether or Blackfoot Indians who inhabit the country watered by the Saskatchewan and who resort to the establishment of Fort de Prairie. No part of the Missouri from the Minnetarees to this place furnishes a permanent residence for any nation, yet there is no part of it but what exhibits appearances of being occasionally visited by some nation on hunting excursions. The Minnetarees of the Missouri we know extend their excursions on the S side as high as the Yellowstone River, the Assiniboine still higher on the N side, most probably as high as about Porcupine River, and from thence upwards most probably as far as the mountains by the Minnetarees of Fort de Prairie and the Blackfoot Indians who inhabit the S fork of the Saskatchewan. I say the Missouri to the Rocky Mountains, for I am convinced that it penetrates those mountains for a considerable distance. 2 buffalo killed this evening a little above our encampment. Clark, May 30th, 1805. May 30th, Thursday, 1805. The rain commenced yesterday evening, and continued moderately through the course of the night. More rain has now fallen than we have experienced since the 15th of September last. The rain continued this morning, and the wind too high for us to proceed, until about 11 o'clock, at which time we set out, and proceeded on with great labor. We were obliged to make use of the tow rope, and the banks were so muddy and slippery that the men could scarcely walk. Notwithstanding we proceeded on as well as we could, wind hard from the N.W. In attempting to ascend a rapid our tow cord broke and we turned without injury. Those rapids or shoaly points are numerous and difficult. One being at the mouth of every drain, some little rain at times all day. One man ascended the high countray and it was raining and snowing on those hills. The day has proved to be raw and cold. Back from the river is tolerably level, no timber of any kind on the hills, and only a few scattering cotton willow and ash near the river, much hard rock. And rich earth. The small portion of rain which has fallen causes the rich earth as deep as is wet to slip into the river or bottom's end. We discover in several places old encampments of large bands of Indians, a few weeks past and appear to be making up the river. Those Indians we believe to be the Blackfoot Inns, or Menaters, who inhabit the heads of the Saskatchewan and north of this place and trade a little in the Fort de Prairie establishments. We camped in a grove of cotton trees on the starred side. River rise 11/2 inch. Louis, May 31st, 1805. Friday, May 31st, 1805. This morning we proceeded at an early hour with the 2 pirogues, leaving the canoes and crews to bring on the meat of the 2 buffalo that were killed last evening and which had not been brought in as it was late and a little off the river. Soon after we got under way it began to rain and continued until meridian, when it ceased, but still remained cloudy through the balance of the day. The obstructions of rocky points and riffles still continue as yesterday. At those places the men are compelled to be in the water even to their armpits, and the water is yet very good, and so frequent are those points that they are 1/4 of their time in the water. Added to this, the banks and bluffs along which they are obliged to pass are so slippery and the mud so tenacious that they are unable to wear their moccasins. And in that situation dragging the heavy burthen of a canoe and walking occasionally for several hundred yards over the sharp fragments of rocks which tumble from the cliffs and garnish the borders of the river. In short, their labor is incredibly painful and great, yet those faithful fellows bear it without a murmur. The tow rope of the white pirogue, the only one indeed of hemp, and that on which we most depended, gave way today at a bad point. The pirogue swung and but slightly touched a rock, yet was very near oversetting. I fear her evil genii will play so many pranks with her that she will go to the bottom some of those days. Captain C. walked on shore this morning but found it so excessively bad that he shortly returned. At 12 o'clock. We came to for refreshment and gave the men a dram which they received with much cheerfulness, and well deserved. The hills and river cliffs which we passed today exhibit a most romantic appearance. The bluffs of the river rise to the height of from 200 to 300 feet and in most places nearly perpendicular. They are formed of remarkable white sandstone which is sufficiently soft to give way readily to the impression of water. 2 or thin horizontal stratas of white freestone, on which the rains or water make no impression, lie embedded in these cliffs of soft stone near the upper part of them. The earth on the top of these cliffs is a dark rich loam, which forming a gradually ascending plane extends back from 1/2 mile to a mile, where the hills commence and rise abruptly to a height of about 300 feet more. The water in the course of time in descending from those hills and plains on either side of the river has trickled down the soft sand cliffs and worn it into 1,000 grotesque figures, which with the help of a little imagination and an oblique view at a distance, are made to represent elegant ranges of lofty freestone buildings, having their parapets well stocked with statuary. Columns of various sculpture, both grooved and plain, are also seen supporting long galleries in front of those buildings. In other places on a much nearer approach and with the help of less imagination we see the remains or ruins of elegant buildings, some columns standing and almost entire with their pedestals and capitals. Others retaining their pedestals but deprived by time or accident of their capitals. Some lying prostrate and broken off in the form of vast pyramids of conic structure bearing a series of other pyramids on their tops, becoming less as they ascend and finally terminating in a sharp point. Niches and alcoves of various forms and sizes are seen at different heights as we pass. A number of the small marten which build their nests with clay in a globular form attached to the wall within those niches, and which were seen hovering about the tops of the columns, did not the less remind us of some of those large stone buildings in the Estates. The thin stratas of hard freestone intermixed with the soft sandstone seems to have aided the water in forming this curious scenery. As we passed on it seemed as if those scenes of visionary enchantment would never have an end. For here it is too that nature presents to the view of the traveler vast ranges of walls of tolerable workmanship. So perfect indeed are those walls that I should have thought that nature had attempted here to rival the human art of masonry had I not recollected that she had first began her work. These walls rise to the height in many places of 100 feet, are perpendicular, with two regular faces and are from 1 to 12 feet thick. Each wall retains the same thickness at top which it possesses at bottom. The stone of which these walls are formed is black, dense and durable, and appears to be composed of a large portion of earth intermixed or cemented with a small quantity of sand and a considerable portion of talc or quartz. These stones are almost invariably regular parallelepipeds, of unequal sizes in the walls, but equal in their horizontal ranges, at least as to depth. These are laid regularly in ranges on each other like bricks, each breaking or covering the interstice of the two on which it rests. Thus the perpendicular interstices are broken, and the horizontal ones extend entire throughout the whole extent of the walls. These stones seem to bear some proportion to the thickness of the walls in which they are employed, being larger in the thicker walls. The greatest length of the parallelepiped appears to form the thickness of the thinner walls, while two or more are employed to form that of the thicker walls. These walls pass the river in several places, rising from the water's edge much above the sandstone bluffs, which they seem to penetrate. Thence continuing their course on a straight line on either side of the river through the gradually ascending plains, over which they tower to the height of from 10 to 70 feet until they reach the hills, which they finally enter and conceal themselves. These walls sometimes run parallel to each other, with several ranges near each other, and at other times intersecting each other at right angles, having the appearance of the walls of ancient houses or gardens. I walked on shore this evening and examined these walls minutely and preserved a specimen of the stone. I found the face of many of the river hills formed of cliffs of very excellent free stone of a light yellowish-brown color. On these cliffs I met with a species of pine which I had never seen. It differs from the pitch pine in the particular of its leaf and cone, the first being vastly shorter, and the latter considerably longer and more pointed. I saw near those bluffs the most beautiful fox that I ever beheld. The colors appeared to me to be a fine orange-yellow, white and black. I endeavored to kill this animal, but it discovered me at a considerable distance. And finding that I could get no nearer, I fired on him as he ran, and missed him. He concealed himself under the rocks of the cliff. It appeared to me to be about the size of the common red fox of the Atlantic states, or rather smaller than the large fox common to this country. Convinced I am that it is a distinct species. The appearance of coal continues but in small quantities, but little appearance of burnt hills or pumice stones. The mineral salts have in some measure abated and no quartz. We saw a great number of the bighorn, some mule deer and a few buffalo and elk, no antelopes or common deer. Drouillard, who was with me and myself, killed 2 bighorned animals. The sides of the cliffs where these animals resort much to lodg, have the peculiar smell of the sheepfolds. The party killed in addition to our hunt 2 buffalo and an elk. The river today has been from 150 to 250 yards wide, but little timber today on the river. Clark, May 31, 1805. May 31, Friday, 1805. A cloudy morning we dispatched all the canoes to collect the meat of 2 buffalo killed last night ahead and a little off the river, and proceeded on with the pirogues at an early hour. I attempted to walk on shore, soon found it very laborious as the mud stuck to my moccasins and was very slippery. I returned on board. It continued to rain moderately until about 12 o'clock, when it ceased, and continued cloudy. The stone on the edge of the river continue to form very considerable rapids, which are troublesome and difficult to pass. Our tow rope, which we are obliged to make use of altogether, broke, and we were in some danger of turning over in the pirogue in which I was. We landed at 12 and refreshed the men with a dram. Our men are obliged to undergo great labor and fatigue in ascending this part of the Missouri, as they are compelled from the rapidity of the current in many places to walk in the water and on slippery hill-sides or the sides of rocks. On gravel and through a stiff mud barefooted, as they cannot keep on moccasins from the stiffness of the mud and decline of the slipey hillsides. The hills and river cliffs of this day exhibit a most romantic appearance. On each side of the river is a white soft sandstone bluff which rises to about half the height of the hills. On the top of this cliff is a black earth on points. In many places this sandstone appears like ancient ruins, some like elegant buildings at a distance, some like towers and in many places of this day's march we observe on either side of the river extraordinary walls of a black salmon stone which appear to be regularly placed one stone on the other. Some of those walls run to the height of 100 feet. They are from about 1 foot to 12 feet thick and are perpendicular. Those walls commence at the water's edge and in some places meet at right angles. Those walls appear to continue their course into the sand cliffs. The stones which form those walls are of different sizes, all square-edged. Great numbers has fallen off from the walls near the river which cause the walls to be of unequal height. In the evening the count ray becomes lower and the bottoms wider. No timber on the uplands, except a few cedar and pine on the cliffs, a few scattering cotton trees on the points in the river bottoms. The appearance of coal continues. Captain Lewis walked on shore and observed a species of pine we had never before seen, with a shorter leaf than common and the bur different. He also collected some of the stone off one of the walls which appears to be a salmon of isinglass black earth. We camped on the starred side in a small timbered bottom above the mouth of a creek. On the starred side our hunters killed 2 animals with big horns, 2 buffalo and an elk. We saw great numbers of those big horned animals on the cliffs, but few buffalo or elk, no antelope, a few mule deer. Saw a fox today. The river rises a little, it is from 150 to 250 yards wide. Clark, May 31, 1805. May 31, Friday, 1805, cloudy morning. We proceeded on at an early hour with the 2 pirogues, leaving the canoes and crews to bring on the meat of 2 buffalo that were killed last evening and which had not been brought in as it was late and a little off the river. Soon after we got under way it began to rain and continued until 12 o'clock when it ceased, but still remained cloudy through the balance of the day. The obstructions of rocky points and riffles still continue as yesterday. At those places the men are compelled to be in the water even to their armpits, and the water is yet very cold, and so frequent are those points that they are 1/4 of their time in the water. Added to this the bank and bluff along which they are obliged to pass are so slippery and the mud so tenacious that they are unable to bear their moccasins. And in that situation dragging the heavy burthen of a canoe and walking occasionally for several hundred yards over the sharp fragments of rocks which tumble from the cliffs. And in short their labor is incredibly painful and great, yet those faithful fellows bear it without a murmur. The tow rope of the white pirogue, the only one indeed of hemp, and that on which we most depended, gave way today at a bad point. The pirogue swung and but slightly touched a rock, yet was very near oversetting. I fear her evil Jinny will play so many pranks with her that she will go to the bottom some of those days. I attempted to walk on shore this morning but found it so excessively bad that I soon returned on board. At 12 o'clock we came to for refreshment and gave the men a dram which they received with much cheerfulness, and well deserved, all wet and disagreeable. Captain Lewis walked on shore. He informed one that he saw the most beautiful fox in the world. The color appeared to him to be of a fine orange yellow, white and black. He fired at this fox running and missed him. He appeared to be about the size of the common red fox of the United States, or rather smaller. The hills and river cliffs which we passed today exhibit a most romantic appearance. The bluffs of the river rise to the height of from 200 to 300 feet and in most places nearly perpendicular. They are formed of remarkable white sandstone which is sufficiently soft to give way readily to the impression of water. 2 or 3 thin horizontal stratas of white free stone, on which the rains or water make no impression, lie embedded in those cliffs of soft stone near the upper part of them. The earth on the top of these cliffs is a dark rich loam, which forming a gradual ascending plane extend back from 1/2 a mile to a mile, where the hills commence and rise abruptly to the height of about 300 feet more. The water in the course of time as ascending from those hills and plains on either side of the river has trickled down the soft sand cliffs and worn it into 1,000 grotesque figures. which with the help of a little imagination and an oblique view at a distance are made to represent elegant ranges of lofty freestone buildings, having their parapets well stocked with statuary. Columns of various sculptures both grooved and plain, are also seen supporting long galleries in part of those buildings. In other places on a much nearer approach and with the help of less imagination we see the remains of ruins of elegant buildings. Some columns standing almost entire with their pedestals and capitals, others retaining their pedestals but deprived by time or accident of their capitals, some lying prostrate and broken. Others in the form of vast pyramids of conic structure bearing a series of other pyramids on their tops becoming less as they ascend and finally terminating in a sharp point. Niches and alcoves of various forms and sizes are seen at different heights as we pass. A number of the small marten which build their nests with clay of a globular form attached to the wall within those niches, and which were seen hovering about the top of the columns did not the less remind us of some of those large stone buildings in the United States. The thin stratas of hard free stone intermixed with the soft sand stone seems to have aided the water in forming this curious scenery. As we passed on it seemed as if those scenes of visionary enchantment would never have an end. For here it is too that nature presents to the view of the traveler vast ranges of walls of tolerable workmanship. So perfect indeed are those walls that I should have thought that nature had attempted here to rival the human art of masonry had I not recollected that she had first began her work. These walls rise to the height in many places of 100 feet, are perpendicular, with two regular faces, and are from 1 to 12 feet thick, each wall retains the same thickness to the top which it possesses at bottom. The stone of which these walls are formed is black, dense, and durable, and appears to be composed of a large portion of earth intermixed or cemented with a small quantity of sand and a considerable portion of quartz. These stones are almost invariably regular parallelepipeds, of unequal sizes in the wall, but equal in their horizontal ranges, at least as to depth. These are laid regularly in ranges on each other like bricks, each breaking or covering this interstice of the two on which it rests, thus the perpendicular interstices are broken, and the horizontal ones extend entire throughout the whole extent of the walls. These stones seem to bear some proportion to the thickness of the walls in which they are employed, being larger in the thicker walls. The greatest length of the parallelepiped appear to form the thickness of the thinner walls, while two or more are employed to form that of the thicker walls. Those walls pass the river in several places rising from the water's edge much above the sandstone bluffs, which they seem to penetrate. Thence continuing their course on a straight line on either side of the river through the gradually ascending plains over which they tower to the height of from 10 to 90 feet until they reach the hills which they finally enter and conceal themselves. These walls sometimes run parallel to each other, with several ranges near each other, and at other times intersecting each other at right angles, having the appearance of the walls of ancient houses or gardens. Both Captain Lewis and myself walked on shore this evening and examined those walls minutely and preserved a specimen of the stone that, I found many cliffs of very excellent free stone of a light yellowish-brown color. Captain Lewis observed a species of pine which I had never seen. It differs from the pitch pine in the particular of its leaf and cone, the first being partly shorter, and the latter considerably longer and more pointed. The appearance of coal continues but in smaller quantities, but little appearance of burnt hills or pumicestone. The mineral salt in some measure have abated and no quartz. We saw a great number of the big horn, some mule deer, and a few buffalo and elk, no antelopes or common deer. Captain Lewis killed a big horn animal. The party killed 2 buffalo, 1 elk and a big horn or ibex today. The river has been from 150 to 250 yards wide but little timber on the river today. River less muddy than it was below. Lewis, June 1, 1805. Saturday, June 1, 1805. The morning was cloudy and a few drops of rain. Set out at an early hour and proceeded as usual by the help of our cords. The river cliffs and bluffs not so high as yesterday and the country becomes more level. A mountain or a part of the mountain appears to approach the river within 8 or 10 milliseconds, bearing N from our encampment of the last evening. Captain C. who walked on shore today, informed me that the river hills were much lower than usual and that from the tops of those hills he had a delightful view of rich level and extensive plains on both sides of the river. In those plains, which in many places reached the river cliffs, he observed large banks of pure sand which appeared to have been driven by the winds from the river bluffs and there deposited. The plains are more fertile at some distance from the river than near the bluffs, where the surface of the earth is very generally covered with small smooth pebbles which have the appearance of having been worn by the agitation of the waters in which they were no doubt once immersed. A range of high mountains appear to the at a considerable distance covered with snow. They appear to run westerly. No timber appears on the highlands, but much more than yesterday on the river and islands. Rocky points and shoals less frequent than yesterday, but some of them quite as bad when they did occur. The river from 200 to 400 yards wide, current more gentle and still becoming clearer. Game is by no means as abundant as below. We killed one male bighorn and a mule deer today, saw a buffalo at a distance in the plains, particularly near a small lake on Lard side about 8 milliseconds distant. Some few drops of rain again fell this evening. We passed 6 islands and encamped on the 7th. They are all small but contain some timber. The wind has been against us all day. I saw the choke cherry, the yellow and red currant bushes. The wild rose appears now to be in full bloom, as are also the prickly pear, which are numerous in these plains. We also saw some Indian lodges of sticks today which did not appear to have been long evacuated. Some coal appear in the bluffs. Clark, June 1, 1805. June 1, Saturday 1805. A cloudy morning. We set out at an early hour and prosed on as usual with the tow rope. The Count Ray appears to be lower and the cliffs not so high or common. A mountain or a part of the North Mountain about 8 or 10 miles n. Of this place, I walked on shore today, found the plains much lower than we have seen them, and on the top we behold an extensive plain on both sides. In this plain I observed many knolls of fine sand which appeared to have blown from the river bluffs and collected at these points. Those plains are fertile near the river. A great knoll of small stone, I observed at some distance to the A high mountain which appears to bear westerly. The coal appear as usual, more cotton trees scattered on the shores and islands than yesterday, no timber on the high land. The river from 200 to 400 yards wide and current more gentle than yesterday, but few bad rapid points today. The wild animals not so plenty as below. We only killed a ram and mule deer today. We saw buffalo at a distance in the plains, particularly near a lake on the Lard side about 8 miles distant from the river. We passed 6 islands and encamped on the 7th. All those islands are small but contain some timber on them. The river rising a little wind today from the Some few drops of rain in the morning, also in the evening, flying clouds all day. Saw several Indian camps made of sticks and bark set up on end and do not appear to belong evacuated. The roses are in full bloom. I observe yellow berries. Red berry bushes, great numbers of wild or choke cherries. Prickly pears are in blossom and in great numbers. Louis, June 2, 1805. Sunday, June 2, 1805. The wind blew violently last night and was attended by a slight shower of rain. The morning was fair and we set out at an early hour. Employed the cord as usual the greater part of the day. The current was strong though regular, and the banks afforded us good towing. The wind was hard and against us, yet we procked with infinitely more ease than the 2 preceding days. The river bluffs still continue to get lower and the plains leveler and more extensive. The timber on the river increases in quantity. The country in all other respects much as described yesterday. I think we are now completely above the Black Hills. We had a small shower of rain today, but it lasted only a few minutes and was very moderate. Game becoming more abundant this morning, and I thought it best now to lose no time or suffer an opportunity to escape in providing the necessary quantity of elk skins to cover my leather boat, which I now expect I shall be obliged to use shortly. Accordingly I walked on shore most of the day with some of the hunters for that purpose and killed 6 elk, 2 buffalo, 2 mule deer and a bear. These animals were all in good order. We therefore took as much of the meat as our canoes and pirogues could conveniently carry. The bear was very near catching Druyer. It also pursued Charbonneau, who fired his gun in the air as he ran but fortunately eluded the vigilance of the bear by secreting himself very securely in the bushes until Drouillier finally killed it by a shot in the head. The shot indeed that will conquer the ferocity of those tremendous animals. In the course of the day we passed 9 islands, all of them small and most of them containing some timber. We came to on the Lard side in a handsome bottom of small cottonwood timber opposite to the entrance of a very considerable river. But it being too late to examine these rivers minutely tonight, we determined to remain here until the morning, and as the evening was favorable to make some observations. Clark, June 2, 1805. June 2, Sunday, 1805. We had a hard wind and a little rain last night. This morning fair we set out at an early hour, wind from the SW. Some little rain today, wind hard ahead, the Count Ray much like that of yesterday as described. Captain Lewis walked on shore, himself and the hunters killed 6 elk and a bear and 2 mule deer. And 2 buffalo, which was all in good order. A beaver also killed today, passed 9 islands today, the current swift but regular. We camped on the Lard side at the forks of the river. The currents and sizes of them we could not examine this evening. A fair night. We took some lunar observations of moon and steers. Lewis, June 3, 1805. Monday, June 3, 1805. This morning early we passed over and formed a camp on the point formed by the junction of the 2 large rivers. Here in the course of the day I continued my observations as are above stated. An interesting question was now to be determined. Which of these rivers was the Missouri, or that river which the Minetaires call Amati Ars or Missouri, and which they had described to us as approaching very near to the Columbia River? To mistake the stream at this period of the season, 2 months of the traveling season having now elapsed, and to ascend such stream to the Rocky Mountain or perhaps much further before we could inform ourselves whether it did approach the Columbia or not, and then be obliged to return and take the other stream, would not only lose us the whole of this season but would probably so dishearten the party that it might defeat the expedition altogether. Convinced we were that the utmost circumspection and caution was necessary in deciding on the stream to be taken. To this end an investigation of both streams was the first thing to be done. To learn their widths, depths, comparative rapidity of their currents and thence the comparative bodies of water furnished by each, accordingly we dispatched 2 light canoes with 3 men in each up those streams. We also sent out several small parties by land with instructions to penetrate the country as far as they conveniently can, permitting themselves time to return this evening and endeavor if possible to discover the distant bearing of those rivers by ascending the rising grounds. Between the time of my AM and meridian Captain C and myself strolled out to the top of the heights in the fork of these rivers, from whence we had an extensive and most enchanting view. The country in every direction around us was one vast plain in which innumerable herds of buffalo were seen attended by their shepherds. The wolves, the solitary antelope which now had their young, were distributed over its face. Some herds of elk were also seen. The verdure perfectly clothed the ground, the weather was pleasant and fair. To the south we saw a range of lofty mountains which we supposed to be a continuation of the S mountains, stretching themselves from S E to N W, terminating abruptly about S west from us. These were partially covered with snow. Behind these mountains and at a great distance, a second and more lofty range of mountains appeared to stretch across the country in the same direction with the others, reaching from west to the N of N W, where their snowy tops lost themselves beneath the horizon. This last range was perfectly covered with snow. The direction of the rivers could be seen but little way, soon losing the break of their channels, to our view, in the common plain. On our return to camp we bore a little to the left and discovered a handsome little river falling into the N fork on Lard side about 11/2 millisecond above our camp. This little river has as much timber in its bottoms as either of the larger streams. There are a great number of prickly pears in these plains. The choke cherry grows here in abundance both in the river bottoms and in the steep ravens along the river bluffs. Saw the yellow and red currants, not yet ripe. Also the gooseberry which begins to ripen. The wild rose which grows here in great abundance in the bottoms of all these rivers is now in full bloom, and adds not a little to the beauty of the scenery. We took the width of the 2 rivers, found the left hand or S fork 372 yards and the N fork 200. The North Fork is deeper than the other but its current not so swift. Its waters run in the same boiling and rolling manner which has uniformly characterized the Missouri throughout its whole course so far. Its waters are of a whitish-brown color, very thick and turbid, also characteristic of the Missouri. While the South Fork is perfectly transparent, runs very rapid but with a smooth unruffled surface, its bottom composed of round and flat smooth stones like most rivers issuing from a mountainous country. The bed of the N Fork composed of some gravel but principally mud. In short, the air and character of this river is so precisely that of the Missouri below that the party with very few exceptions have already pronounced the N Fork to be the Missouri, myself and Captain C. Not quite so precipitate have not yet decided, but if we were to give our opinions I believe we should be in the minority. Certain it is that the North Fork gives the coloring matter and character which is retained from hence to the Gulf of Mexico. I am confident that this river rises in and passes a great distance through an open plain country. I expect that it has some of its sources on the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains south of the Saskatchewan. But that it does not penetrate the first range of these mountains, and that much the greater part of its sources are in a northwardly direction towards the lower and middle parts of the Saskatchewan in the open plains. Convinced I am that if it penetrated the Rocky Mountains to any great distance its waters would be clearer unless it should run an immense distance indeed after leaving those mountains through these level plains in order to acquire its turbid hue. What astonishes us a little is that the Indians who appeared to be so well acquainted with the geography of this country should not have mentioned this river on right hand if it be not the Missouri. The river that scolds at all others, as they call it if there is in reality such an one, ought agreeably to their account, to have fallen in a considerable distance below, and on the other hand if this right hand or N Fork be the Missouri, I am equally astonished at their not mentioning the S Fork which they must have passed in order to get to those large falls which they mention on the Missouri. Thus have our cogitating faculties been busily employed all day. Those who have remained at camp today have been busily engaged in dressing skins for clothing, notwithstanding that many of them have their feet so mangled and bruised with the stones and rough ground over which they passed barefoot, that they can scarcely walk or stand. At least it is with great pain they do either. For some days past they were unable to wear their moccasins. They have fallen off considerably, but notwithstanding the difficulties past, or those which seem now to menace us, they still remain perfectly cheerful. In the evening the parties whom we had sent out returned agreeably to instructions. The parties who had been sent up the rivers in canoes informed that they ascended some distance and had then left their canoes and walked up the rivers a considerable distance further, barely leaving themselves time to return. The North Fork was not so rapid as the other and afforded the easiest navigation of course. 6 feet appeared to be the shallowest water of the S branch and 5 feet that of the N. Their accounts were by no means satisfactory, nor did the information we acquired bring us nigher to the decision of our question or determine us which stream to take. Cert. Pryor had ascended the N Fork and had taken the following courses and distances, viz. Joseph and Reuben Fields reported that they had been up the South Fork about 7 mes. On a straight course somewhat N of W. And that there the little river which discharges itself into the North Fork just above us, was within 100 yards of the S Fork, that they came down this little river and found it a bold running stream of about 40 yards wide, containing much timber in its bottom, consisting of the narrow and wide-leafed cottonwood with some birch and box alder, undergrowth, willows, rosebushes, currants, and they saw a great number of elk on this river and some beaver. Those accounts being by no means satisfactory as to the fundamental point, Captain C. and myself concluded to set out early the next morning with a small party each, and ascend these rivers until we could perfectly satisfy ourselves of the one, which it would be most expedient for us to take on our main journey to the Pacific. Accordingly it was agreed that I should ascend the right-hand fork and he the left. I gave orders to Cert. Pryor, Druyer, Shields, Windsor, Cruzat and LePage to hold themselves in readiness to accompany me in the morning. Captain Clark also selected Reuben and Joseph Fields, Cert. Gass, Shannon and his black man York, to accompany him. We agreed to go up those rivers 1.5 days' march or further if it should appear necessary to satisfy us more fully of the point in question. The hunters killed 2 buffalo, 6 elk and 4 deer today. The evening proved cloudy. We took a drink of grog this evening and gave the men a dram, and made all matters ready for an early departure in the morning. I had now my sack and blanket haphazard in readiness to swing on my back, which is the first time in my life that I had ever prepared a burthen of this kind, and I am fully convinced that it will not be the last. I take my Octon with me also, this I confide LaPage. Clark, June 3, 1805. June 3, Monday, 1805. We formed a camp on the point in the junction of the 2 rivers, and dispatched a canoe and 3 men up each river to examine and find if possible which is the most probable branch. The left fork, which is the largest, we are doubtful of. The Indians do not mention any river falling in on the right in this part of the Missouri. The Scolding River, if there is such a one, should have fallen in below agreeable to their ACCTS. We also dispatched men in different dirks. By land, to a mountain covered with snow to the south and other up each river. Captain Lewis and myself walked out and ascended the hill, and the point observed a level open countray to the foot of the mountains which lie south of this. Also a river which falls into the right-hand fork about 11/2 miles above its mouth on the Lard side. This little river discharges a great deal of water and contains as much cotton timber in its bottoms as either of the others. We saw buffalo and antelopes and wild cherries, red and yellow hurries, gooseberries and abound in the river bottoms, prickly pears on the high plains. We had a meridian altitude, and the latitude produced was 47 degrees 24 minutes 12 seconds north. The after part of the day proved cloudy. We measured each river and found the one to right hand 200 yards wide of water and the left hand fork 372 yards wide and rapid, the right hand fork falling the other at a stand and clear. The right fork and the river which fall into it is colored and a little muddy. Several men complain of their feet being sore in walking in the sand and their being cut by the stones. They to be sure have a bad time of it, obliged to walk on shore and haul the rope, and 9/10 of their time barefooted. In the evening late the canoes returned, and the men informed us that they had ascended some miles by water and left their canoes and walked on land the greater part of the day. Their accounts by no means satisfactory. Surged. Pryor ascended the right-hand fork and took the following courses, and Joseph and Reuben Fields went up the left fork 7 miles on a direct line, at which place the small river which falls into the right-hand fork approaches within 100 yards of the south fork. They came down the small river, which is a bold stream covered with elk and some beaver, its bottoms covered with wood. As the information given by those parties respecting the rivers did not satisfy us as to the main and principal branch, Captain Lewis and myself determined to go up each of those rivers 1.5 days with a view to satisfy ourselves which of the 2 was the principal stream and best calculated for us to ascend. The hunters killed 2 buffalo, 6 elk and several deer. Today we refreshed our party with a dram and cloudy evening. Lewis, June 4, 1805. Tuesday, June 4, 1805. This morning early Captain C. departed, and at the same time I passed the right-hand fork opposite to our camp below a small island. From hence I steered N30W 41/2 to a commanding eminence. Here I took the following bearings of the mountains which were in view. The North Mountains appear to change their direction from that of being parallel with the Missouri, turning to the north and terminating abruptly, their termination bearing N 48 degrees east, distant by estimate 30 mes. The South Mountains appear to turn to the S, also terminating abruptly, their extremity bearing S 8W, distant 25 mes. The Barn Mountain, a lofty mountain so called from its resemblance to the roof of a large barn, is a separate mountain and appears rether to the right of and retreating from the extremity of the S, MTS. This bore S 38W, distant 35 milliseconds. The North Fork which I am now ascending lies to my left and appears to make a considerable bend to the N, W. On its western border a range of hills about 10 mes long appear to lie parallel with the river, and from hence bear N 60 degrees west, to the N of this range of hills an elevated point of the river bluff on its Lard Side bore N, 72 degrees west, distant 12 ms. To this last object I now directed my course through a high-level dry open plain. The whole country in fact appears to be one continued plain to the foot of the mountains or as far as the eye can reach. The soil appears dark rich and fertile, yet the grass is by no means as high nor does it look so luxuriant as I should have expected. It is short, just sufficient to conceal the ground. Great abundance of prickly pears which are extremely troublesome, as the thorns very readily pierce the foot through the moccasin. They are so numerous that it requires one half of the traveler's attention to avoid them. In these plains I observed great numbers of the brown curlews, a small species of curlew or plover of a brown color about the size of the common snipe and not unlike it in form, with a long cylindric, curved and pointed beak. Its wings are proportionately long and the tail short. In the act of lighting, this bird lets itself down by an extension of its wings without motion, holding their points very much together above its back, in this respect differing essentially from any bird I ever observed. A number of sparrows also of 3 distinct species I observed. Also a small bird which in action resembles the lark. It is about the size of a large sparrow of a dark brown color with some white feathers in the tail. This bird, or that which I take to be the male, rises into the air about 60 feet and supporting itself in the air with a brisk motion of the wings sings very sweetly. Has several shrill soft notes rather of the plaintive order which it frequently repeats and varies. After remaining stationary about a minute in his aerial station, he descends obliquely, occasionally pausing and accompanying his descension with a note something like twit twit twit. On the ground he is silent. 30 or 40 of these birds will be stationed in the air at a time in view. These larks, as I shall call them, add much to the gaiety and cheerfulness of the scene. All those birds are now setting and laying their eggs in the plains. Their little nests are to be seen in great abundance as we pass. There are myriads of small grasshoppers in these plains which no doubt furnish the principal aliment of this numerous progeny of the feathered creation. After walking about 8 miles I grew thirsty, and there being no water in the plains I changed my direction and bore obliquely in towards the river, on my arrival at which about 3 ms. Below the point of observation, we discovered 2 deer at feed at some distance near the river. I here halted the party and sent Drouillard to kill one of them for breakfast. This excellent hunter soon exceeded his orders by killing of them both. They proved to be 2 mule bucks in fine order. We soon kindled a fire, cooked and made a hearty meal. It was not yet 12 when we arrived at the river, and I was anxious to take the meridian alt of the sun, but the clouds prevented my obtaining the observation. After refreshing ourselves we procked up the river to the extremity of the first course, from whence the river bore on its general course N 15 degrees west 2 m to a bluff point on Stard. Here Drouillard killed 4 other deer of the common kind. We skinned them and hung up a part of the meat and the skins, as we did also of the first, and took as much of the meat as we thought would answer for our suppers, and proceeded N 30 w 2 m to the entrance of a large creek on Lard side. The part of the river we have passed is from 40 to 60 yards wide, is deep, has falling banks, the current strong, the water turbid, and in short has every appearance of the Missouri below except as to size. Its bottoms narrow but well timbered. Salts, coal and other mineral appearances as usual. The bluffs principally of dark brown, yellow and some white clay. Some freestone also appears in places. The river now bore N 20 degrees east 12 ms. to a bluff on Lard. At the commencement of this course we ascended the hills, which are about 200 feet high, and passed through the plains about 3 m. But finding the dry ravines so steep and numerous, we determined to return to the river and travel through its bottoms and along the foot and sides of the bluffs. Accordingly we again reached the river about 4 miles from the commencement of the last course, and encamped a small distance above on the Stard side in a bend among the willow bushes which defended us from the wind which blew hard from the N.W. It rained this evening and wet us to the skin. The air was extremely good. Just before we encamped Drouillard fired at a large brown bar across the river and wounded him badly, but it was too late to pursue him. Killed a braro and a beaver, also at the place of our encampment, a very fine mule deer. We saw a great number of buffalo, elk, wolves and foxes today. The river bottoms form one immense garden of roses, now in full blow. Clark, June 4, 1805. June 4, Tuesday, 1805. Captain Lewis and myself, each with a small party of men, set out early. Those who accompanied Captain Lewis were G. Druyer Surged Pryor, J. Shields, P. Crusat, J. B. DePage, R. Windsor, went up the N side of the N Fork. Those who accompanied me were Surged Gas Joss and Reuben Fields, G. Shannon, and my black man York, and we set out to examine the South Fork. Our first course was S. 25 degrees west, 7 miles to the S. Fork at a spring, at which place the little river which falls into the N Fork is 100 yards distant, only separate from the South Fork by a narrow ridge. Our course from thence S. 20 degrees west, 8 miles to the river at an island where we dined below. A small river falls in on the S. E side, which heads in a mountain to the S. E about 20 miles. North of this place about 4 miles the little river breaks through a high ridge into the open level plain through which we have passed. From the point, this plain is covered with low grass and prickly pear. Immense number of prairie dogs or barking squirrel are through this plain. After eating we proceeded on N. 45 degrees west. Struck the river at 3 miles 5, 9 and 13 miles, at which place we encamped in an old Indian lodge made of sticks and bark. At the river near our camp we saw 2 white bear. One of them was nearly catching Joseph Fields, who could not fire. As his gun was wet, the bear was so near that it struck his foot, and we were not in a situation to give him assistance. A cliff of rocks separate us. The bear got all armed at our shot and yells and took the river. Some rain all the afternoon. Saw several gangs of buffalo at a distance in the open plains on each side. Saw mule deer, antelopes and wolves. The river is rapid and closely hymned on one or the other side with high bluffs, crowded with islands and gravely bars containing but a small quantity of timber on its bottoms and none on the high land. Lewis, June 5, 1805. Wednesday, June 5, 1805. This morning was cloudy and so cold that I was obliged to have recourse to a blanket coat in order to keep myself comfortable although walking. The rain continued during the greater part of last night. The wind hard from N.W. We set out at sunrise and procked up the river 8 miles on the course last taken yesterday evening, at the extremity of which a large creek falls in on the Stard. 25 yards wide at its entrance, some timber but no water, notwithstanding the rain. Its course upwards is N.E. It is astonishing what a quantity of water it takes to saturate the soil of this country. The earth of the plains are now opened in large crevices in many places, and yet looks like a rich loam from the entrance of this creek, which I called Lark Sea. The river bore N.50 W for M. At the entrance of this creek the bluffs were very steep and approached the river so near on the Stard side that we ascended the hills and passed through the plains. At the extremity of this course we returned to the river, which then bore north 2 roos. From the same point, I discovered a lofty single mountain which appeared to be at a great distance, perhaps 80 or more miles. It bore N.52 W. From its conic figure I called it Tower Mountain. We now passed through the river bottoms to the extremity of the last course, thence with the river south 60 degrees west 11 halves M S 10 W. 3 M and 50 W. November 2nd, at the extremity of which I again ascended the bluffs and took a course to a point of the Lard bluffs of the river, which bore west 10 M. The river making a deep bend to the south that is of at least 5 miles from the center of the cord line to the center of the bend. On this course we passed through the plains, found the plains as yesterday extremely level and beautiful, great quantities of buffalo, some wolves, foxes and antelopes seen. Near the river the plain is cut by deep ravines. In this plain, and from 1 to 9 miles from the river or any water, we saw the largest collection of the burrowing or barking squirrels that we had ever yet seen. We passed through a skirt of the territory of this community for about 7 miles. I saw a flock of the mountain cock, or a large species of heath hen with a long pointed tail, which the Indians informed us were common to the Rocky Mountains. I sent Shields to kill one of them, but he was obliged to fire a long distance at them and missed his aim. As we had not killed or eat anything today, we each killed a burrowing squirrel as we passed them in order to make sure of our suppers. We again intercepted the river at the expiration of the last course or the lard. Bluffs, from whence it now bore north 80 degrees west 2 mes. From this point saw some other lofty mountains to the N.W. of Tower Mountain which bore N. 65 degrees west. 80 or 100 mes. Distant at the expiration of this course we killed 5 elk and a black-tailed or mule deer and encamped on starred side of the river in a handsome well-timbered bottom where there were several old stick lodges. In the forepart of the day there was but little timber in the river bottoms but the quantity is now greater than usual. The river is about 80 yards wide with a strong steady current and from 6 to 10 feet water. I had the burrowing squirrels roasted by way of experiment and found the flesh well flavored and tender, some of them were very fat. Clark, June 5, 1805. June 5 Wednesday, 1805 Some little rain and snow last night the mountains to our S.E. Covered with snow this morning air very cold and raining a little, we saw 8 buffalo opposite, they made 2 attempts to cross, the water being so swift they could not. About the time we were setting out 3 white bear approached our camp we killed the 3 and eat part of one and set out and proceeded on N. 20 degrees west 11 miles. K the river at many places in this distance to a ridge on the N side tm the top of which I could plainly see a mountain to the south and W covered with snow at a long distance, the mountains opposite to us to the S.E. is also covered with snow this morning. A high ridge from those mountains approached the river on the S.E. side forming some cliffs of hard dark stone. From the ridge at which place I struck the river last, I could discover that the river run west of south a long distance, and has a strong rapid current, as this river continued its width depth and rapidity and the course west of south. Going up further would be useless, I determined to return, I accordingly set out, through the plain on a course N. 30 degrees east on my return and struck the little river at 20 miles passing through a level plain. At the little river we killed 2 buck elk and dined on their marrow, proceeded on a few miles and camped, having killed 2 deer which was very fat. Some few drops of rain today, the evening fair wind hard from the N.E. I saw great numbers of elk and white-tailed deer, some beaver, antelope mule deer and wolves and 1 bear on this little river marked my name in a tree N. side near the ridge where the little river breaks through. Louis, June 6, 1805. Thursday, June 6, 1805. I now became well convinced that this branch of the Missouri had its direction too much to the north for our route to the Pacific, and therefore determined to return the next day after taking an observation of the sun's meridian altitude in order to fix the latitude of the place. The forepart of the last evening was fair but in the latter part of the night clouded up and continued so with short intervals of sunshine until a little before noon when the whole horizon was overcast. And I of course disappointed in making the observation which I much wished. I had sent Sgt. Pryor and Windsor early this morning with orders to proceed up the river to some commanding eminence and take its bearing as far as possible. In the meantime the 4 others and myself were busily engaged in making 2 rafts on which we purposed ascending the river. We had just completed this work when Sgt. Pryor and Windsor returned, it being about noon. They reported that they had procked from hence S70W, 6m to the summit of a commanding eminence from whence the river on their left was about 21/2 miles distant, that a point of its lard bluff which was visible bore S80W. Distant about 15 milliseconds, that the river on their left bent gradually around to this point, and from thence seemed to run northwardly. We now took dinner and embarked with our plunder and 5 elk skins on the rafts but were soon convinced that this mode of navigation was hazardous particularly with those rafts they being too small and slender. We wet a part of our baggage and were near loosing one of our guns, I therefore determined to abandon the rafts and return as we had come, by land. I regretted much being obliged to leave my elk skins, which I wanted to assist in forming my leather boat, those we had prepared at Fort Mandan being injured in such manner that they would not answer. We again swung our packs and took our way through the open plains for about 12 mes. When we struck the river, the wind blew a storm from N.E. accompanied by frequent showers of rain, we were wet and very cold. Continued our route down the river only a few miles before the abruptness of the cliffs and their near approach to the river compelled us take the plains and once more face the storm. Here we bore Meriwether too much to the north, and it was late in the evening before we reached the river. In our way we killed 2 buffalo and took with us as much of the flesh as served us that night, and a part of the next day. We encamped a little below the entrance of the large dry creek called Lark Sea, having traveled about 25 ms. Since noon. It continues to rain and we have no shelter. An uncomfortable night's rest is the natural consequence. Clark, June 6, 1805. June 6, Thursday, 1805. A cloudy cold raw day, wind hard from the N.E. We set out early and traveled down the little river which was immediately in our course. On this river we killed 7 deer for their skins. The bottoms of this little river is in every respect except in extent like the large bottoms of the Missouri below. The forks containing a great proportion of a kind of cotton wood with a leaf resembling a wild cherry dash. I also observed wild tansy on this little river in great quantities. We halted at 12 o'clock and eat a part of a fat buck. After dinner we ascended the plain, at which time it began to rain and continued all day. At 5 o'clock we arrived at our camp on the point, where I expected to meet Captain Lewis. He did not return this evening. Myself and party much fatigued, having walked constantly as hard as we could march over a dry hard plain, descending and ascending the steep river hills and gullies. In my absence the party had killed an elk and 2 buffalo. I sent out for the meat, a part of which was brought in. Nothing remarkable had transpired at camp in my absence. Lewis, June 7, 1805. Friday, June 7, 1805. It continued to rain almost without intermission last night, and as I expected we had a most disagreeable and restless night. Our camp possessing no allurements, we left our watery beads at an early hour and continued our route down the river. It still continues to rain, the wind hard from N.E. and could. The ground remarkably slippery, insomuch that we were unable to walk on the sides of the bluffs where we had passed as we ascended the river. Notwithstanding the rain that has now fallen, the earth of these bluffs is not wet to a greater depth than 2 inches. In its present state it is precisely like walking over frozen ground which is thawed to small depth and slips equally as bad. This clay not only appears to require more water to saturate it, as I before observed, than any earth I ever observed, but when saturated it appears on the other hand to yield its moisture with equal difficulty. In passing along the face of one of these bluffs today I slipped at a narrow pass of about 30 yards in length, and but for a quick and fortunate recovery by means of my espontoon I should have been precipitated into the river down a craggy precipice of about 90 feet. I had scarcely reached a place on which I could stand with tolerable safety even with the assistance of my espontoon before I heard a voice behind me cry out, "God, God, Captain! What shall I do?" On turning about I found it was Windsor, who had slipped and fallen about the center of this narrow pass and was lying prostrate on his belly, with his right hand, arm and leg over the precipice, while he was holding on with the left arm and foot as well as he could, which appeared to be with much difficulty. I discovered his danger, and the trepidation which he was in gave me still further concern, for I expected every instant to see him lose his strength and slip off. Although much alarmed at his situation I disguised my feelings and spoke very calmly to him and assured him that he was in no kind of danger. To take the knife out of his belt behind him with his right hand and dig a hole with it in the face of the bank to receive his right foot, which he did, and then raised himself to his knees. I then directed him to take off his moccasins and to come forward on his hands and knees, holding the knife in one hand and the gun in the other. This he happily effected and escaped. Those who were some little distance behind returned by my orders and waded the river at the foot of the bluff where the water was breast deep. It was useless, we knew, to attempt the plains on this part of the river in consequence of the numerous steep ravines which intersected and which were quite as hard as the river bluffs. We therefore continued our route down the river, sometimes in the mud and water of the bottom lands, at others in the river to our breasts, and when the water became so deep that we could not wade we cut footsteps in the face of the steep bluffs with our knives and procked. We continued our disagreeable march through the rain, mud and water until late in the evening, having traveled only about 18 miles, and encamped in an old Indian stick lodge which afforded us a dry and comfortable shelter. During the day we had killed 6 deer, some of them in very good order, although none of them had yet entirely discarded their winter coats. We had reserved and brought with us a good supply of the best paces. We roasted and eat a hearty supper of our venison, not having tasted a morsel before during the day. I now laid myself down on some willow boughs to a comfortable night's rest, and felt indeed as if I was fully repaid for the toil and pain of the day. So much will a good shelter, a dry bed, and comfortable supper revive the spirits of the wearied. Wet and Hungry Traveler. Clark, June 7, 1805. June 7, Friday, 1805. Rained moderately all the last night and continues this morning, the wind from the S.W. Off the mountains, the thermometer stood at 40 degrees above zero. I allow several men to hunt a short time today. The rain continue moderately all day. The bottom very mud day. 2 buffalo and elk and deer killed today. Captain Lewis not returned yet. River falling. Lewis, June 8, 1805. Saturday, June 8, 1805. It continued to rain moderately all last night. This morning was cloudy until about 10 o'clock, when it cleared off and became a fine day. We breakfasted and set out about sunrise and continued our route down the river bottoms through the mud and water as yesterday, though the road was somewhat better than yesterday and we were not so often compelled to wade in the river. We passed some dangerous and difficult bluffs. The river bottoms affording all the timber which is to be seen in the country, they are filled with innumerable little birds that resort thither either for shelter or to build their nests. When sun began to shine today, these birds appeared to be very gay and sung most enchantingly. I observed among them the brown thrush, robin, turtle-dove, linnet goldfinch, the large and small blackbird, wren and several other birds of less note. Some of the inhabitants of the prairies also take refuge in these woods at night or from a storm. The whole of my party to a man except myself were fully persuaded that this river was the Missouri, but being fully of opinion that it was neither the main stream or that which it would be advisable for us to take, I determined to give it a name, and in honor of Miss Maria W.D. called it Maria's River. It is true that the hue of the waters of this turbulent and troubled stream but illy comport with the pure celestial virtues and amiable qualifications of that lovely fair one, but on the other hand it is a noble river. One destined to become in my opinion an object of contention between the 2 great powers of America and Great Britain with respect to the adjustment of the northwestwardly boundary of the former. And that it will become one of the most interesting branches of the Missouri in a commercial point of view, I have but little doubt, as it abounds with animals of the fur kind, and most probably furnishes a safe and direct communication to that productive country of valuable furs exclusively enjoyed at present by the subjects of His Britannic Majesty. In addition to which it passes through a rich, fertile and one of the most beautifully picturesque countries that I ever beheld, through the wide expanse of which innumerable herds of living animals are seen. Its borders garnished with one continued garden of roses, while its lofty and open forests are the habitation of myriads of the feathered tribes who salute the ear of the passing traveler with their wild and simple, yet sweet and cheerful melody. I arrived at camp about 5 o'clock in the evening much fatigued, where I found Captain Clark and the balance of the party waiting our return with some anxiety for our safety, having been absent near 2 days longer than we had engaged to return. On our way to camp we had killed 4 deer and 2 antelopes, the skins of which as well as those we killed while on the route we brought with us. Maria's River may be stated generally from 60 to 100 yards wide, with a strong and steady current and possessing 5 feet water in the most shallow parts. As the incidents which occurred Captain C. during his route will be more fully and satisfactorily expressed by himself, I here insert a copy of his journal during the days we were separate. I now gave myself this evening to rest from my labors, took a drink of grog and gave the men who had accompanied me each a dram. Captain Clark plotted the courses of the 2 rivers as far as we had ascended them. I now began more than ever to suspect the veracity of Mr. Fiedler or the correctness of his instruments. For I see that Arrowsmith in his late map of N. America has laid down a remarkable mountain in the chain of the Rocky Mountains called the Tooth nearly as far south as latitude 45 degrees, and this is said to be from the discoveries of Mr. Fiedler. We are now within 100 miles of the Rocky Mountains, and I find from my observation of the 3rd inst that the latitude of this place is 47 degrees 24 minutes 12.8 seconds. The river must therefore turn much to the south, between this and the Rocky Mountain to have permitted Mr. Fiedler to have passed along the eastern border of these mountains as far as nearly 45 degrees without even seeing it. But from hence as far as Captain C. had ascended the S. Fork or Missouri, being the distance of 55 miles, its course is 29 degrees west. And it still appeared to bear considerably to the W. of south as far as he could see it. I think therefore that we shall find that the Missouri enters the Rocky Mountains to the north of 45 degree. We did take the liberty of placing his discoveries, or at least the southern extremity of them, about a degree further in the sketh which we sent on to the government this spring, merely from the Indian information of the bearing from Fort Mandan of the entrance of the Missouri into the Rocky Mountains. And I rather suspect that actual observation will take him at least one other degree further north. The general course of Maria's River from hence to the extremity of the last course taken by Cert. Pryor is north 69 degrees west, 59 mes. Clark, June 8, 1805. June 8, Saturday, 1805. Rained moderately all the last night and some this morning until 10 o'clock. I am somewhat uneasy for Captain Lewis and party, as days has now passed the time he was to have returned. I had all the arms put in order and permitted several men to hunt, aired and dried our stores, and the rivers at this point has fallen 6 inches since our arrival. At 10 o'clock cleared away and became fair, the wind all the morning from the S.W. and hard. The water of the South Fork is of a reddish-brown color this morning, the other river of a whitish color as usual, the mountains to the south covered with snow. Wind shifted to the NE in the evening, about 5 o'clock. Captain Lewis arrived with the party much fatigued, and informed me that he had ascended the river about 60 miles by land, and that the river had a bold current of about 80 or 100 yards wide, the bottoms of gravel and mud, and may be estimated at 5 feet water in shoalest parts. Some rain in the evening. The left-hand fork rose a little. Lewis, June 9, 1805. Sunday, June 9, 1805. We determined to deposit at this place the large red pirogue, all the heavy baggage which we could possibly do without, and some provision, salt, tools, powder and lead, and with a view to lighten our vessels and at the same time to strengthen their crews by means of the 7 hands who have been heretofore employed in navigating the red pirogue. Accordingly we set some hands to digging a hole or cellar for the reception of our stores. These holes in the ground or deposits are called by the engages caches. On inquiry I found that Cruzat was well acquainted this business, and therefore left the management of it entirely to him. Today we examined our maps, and compared the information derived as well from them as from the Indians, and fully settled in our minds the propriety of adopting the South Fork for the Missouri as that which it would be most expedient for us to take. The information of Mr. Fiedler incorrect, as it is strongly argued the necessity of taking the South Fork, for if he has been along the eastern side of the Rocky Mountains as far as even lat. 47 degrees, which I think fully as far south as he ever was in that direction, and saw only small rivulets making down from those mountains, the presumption is very strong that those little streams do not penetrate the Rocky Mountains to such distance as would afford rational grounds for a conjecture that they had their sources near any navigable branch of the Columbia. And if he has seen those rivulets as far south as 47 degrees, they are most probably the waters of some northern branch of the Missouri or South Fork, probably the river called by the Indians Medicine River. We therefore cannot hope, by going northwardly of this place, being already in latitude 47 degrees 24 seconds, to find a stream between this place and the Saskatchewan which does penetrate the Rocky Mountains, and which, agreeably to the information of the Indians with respect to the Missouri, does possess a navigable current some distance in those mountains. The Indian information also argued strongly in favor of the South Fork. They informed us that the water of the Missouri was nearly transparent at the Great Falls. This is the case with the water of the South Fork. That the falls lay a little to the south of Sunset from them, this is also probable, as we are only a few minutes north of Fort Mandan, and the South Fork bears considerably south from hence to the mountains. That the falls are below the Rocky Mountains and near the northern termination of one range of those mountains. A range of mountains which appear behind the S mountains and which appear to terminate S.W. From this place and on this side of the unbroken chain of the Rocky Mountains gives us hope that this part of their information is also correct. And there is sufficient distance between this and the mountains for many, and I fear for us much too many falls. Another impression on my mind is that if the Indians had passed any stream as large as the South Fork on their way to the Missouri, that they would not have omitted mentioning it. And the South Fork, from its size and complexion of its waters, must enter the Mountains, and in my opinion penetrates them to a great distance, or else whence such an immense body of water as it discharges. It cannot proceed from the dry plains to the N.W. of the Yellowstone River on the east side of the Rocky Mountains, for those numerous large dry channels which we witnessed on that side as we ascended the Missouri forbid such a conjecture. And that it should take its sources to the N.W. under those mountains, the travels of Mr. Fiedler forbid us to believe. Those ideas as they occurred to me I endeavored to impress on the minds of the party, all of whom except Captain C. being still firm in the belief that the N. Fork was the Missouri and that which we ought to take. They said very cheerfully that they were ready to follow us anywhere we thought proper to direct, but that they still thought that the other was the river, and that they were afraid that the South Fork would soon terminate in the mountains and leave us at a great distance from the Columbia. Cruzat, who had been an old Missouri navigator and who from his integrity, knowledge and skill as a waterman had acquired the confidence of every individual of the party, declared it as his opinion that the N. Fork was the true genuine Missouri and could be no other. Finding them so determined in this belief, and wishing that if we were in an error to be able to detect it and rectify it as soon as possible, it was agreed between Captain C. and myself that one of us should set out with a small party by land up the South Fork and continue our route up it until we found the falls or reached the Snowy Mountains, by which means we should be enabled to determine this question pretty accurately. This expedition I prefer at undertaking as Captain C. best waterman and determined to set out the day after tomorrow. I wish to make some further observations at this place, and as we had determined to leave our blacksmith's bellows and tools here, it was necessary to repair some of our arms, and particularly my airgun, the main spring of which was broken, before we left this place. These and some other preparations will necessarily detain us 2, perhaps 3 days. I felt myself very unwell this morning and took a portion of salts, from which I feel much relief this evening. The cache being completed, I walked to it and examined its construction. It is in a high plain about 40 yards distant from a steep bluff of the south branch on its northern side, the situation a dry one, which is always necessary. A place being fixed on for a cache, a circle of but 20 inches in diameter is first described. The turf or sod of this circle is carefully removed, being taken out as entire as possible in order that it may be replaced in the same situation when the cache is filled and secured. This circular hole is then sunk perpendicularly to the depth of 1 foot, if the ground be not firm somewhat deeper. They then begin to work it out wider as they proceed downwards until they get it about 6 or 7 feet deep, giving it nearly the shape of the kettle or lower part of a large still. Its bottom is also somewhat sunk in the center. The dimensions of the cache is in proportion to the quantity of articles intended to be deposited. As the earth is dug, it is handed up in a vessel and carefully laid on a skin or cloth and then carried to some place where it can be thrown in such manner as to conceal it, usually into some running stream where it is washed away and leaves no traces, which might lead to the discovery of the cache. Before the goods are deposited they must be well dried. A parcel of small dry sticks are then collected, and with them a floor is made of 3 or 4 inches thick, which is then covered with some dry hay or a raw hide well dried. On this the articles are deposited, taking care to keep them from touching the walls by putting other dry sticks between as you stow away the merchandise. When nearly full the goods are covered with a skin and earth thrown in and well ramed until, with the addition of the turf first removed, the whole is on a level with the surface of the ground. In this manner dried skins or merchandise will keep perfectly sound for several years. The traders of the Missouri, particularly those engaged in the trade with the Sioux, are obliged to have frequent recourse to this method in order to avoid being robbed. Most of the men are busily engaged dressing skins for clothing. In the evening Cruzette gave us some music on the violin and the men passed the evening in dancing singing and were extremely cheerful. Clark, June 9, 1805. June 9 Sunday a fair morning the wind hard from the S.W. The river during the night fell 1 inch, we conclude to bury a few of our heavy articles, some powder and lead provisions and a few tools, in case of accident and leave 1 pierogi at this place. And as soon as those things are accomplished to ascend the South Fork, which appears to be more in our course than the N. Fork the G&L course of the South Fork for 35 miles is S, 29 degrees west. That of the N. Fork is N, 69 degrees west for 59 miles, and as we are north of Fort Mandan it is probable the most southerly fork is the best for us. Captain Lewis a little unwell today and takes salts and send out 7 men to make a cache or hole to bury the stores, air out clothes and finish the cache or cellar and. The men all engaged dressing skins for their clothes. In the evening the party amused themselves dancing and singing songs in the most social manner. Had a meridian altitude which gave 47 degrees 24 minutes 29 seconds. Took some lunar observations which gave for longitude ____ variation 151/2 degree east. Lewis, June 10, 1805. Monday, June 10, 1805. The day being fair and fine we dried all our baggage and merchandise. Shields renewed the mainspring of my air gun. We have been much indebted to the ingenuity of this man on many occasions. Without having served any regular apprenticeship to any trade, he makes his own tools principally and works extremely well in either wood or metal, and in this way has been extremely serviceable to us. As well as being a good hunter and an excellent waterman. In order to guard against accidents we thought it well to conceal some ammunition here and accordingly buried a tin canister of 4 pounds, of powder and an adequate quantity of lead near our tent, a canister of 6 pounds. Lead and an axe in a thicket up the S. Fork 300 yards distant from the point. We concluded that we still could spare more ammunition for this deposit. Captain Clark was therefore to make a further deposit in the morning, in addition to 1 keg of 20 pounds, and an adequate proportion of lead which had been laid by to be buried in the large cache. We now selected the articles to be deposited in this cache which consisted of 2 best falling axes, 1 auger, a set of planes, some files, blacksmith's bellowses and hammers, stake tongs and 1 keg of flour, 2 kegs of parched meal, 2 kegs of pork, 1 keg of salt, some chisels, a cooper's howl, some tin cups, 2 muskets, 3 brown bear skins, beaver skins, horns of the bighorned animal. A part of the men's robes, clothing and all their superfluous baggage of every description, and beaver traps. We drew up the red pierogi into the middle of a small island at the entrance of Maria's River, and secured and made her fast to the trees to prevent the high floods from carrying her off. Put my brand on several trees standing near her, and covered her with brush to shelter her from the effects of the sun. At 3 p.m. we had a hard wind from the S.W. which continued about an hour attended with thunder and rain. As soon as the shower had passed over we drew out our canoes, corked, repared and loaded them. I still feel myself somewhat unwell with the dysentery, but determined to set out in the morning up the South Fork or Missouri, leaving Captain Clark to complete the deposit and follow me by water with the party. Accordingly gave orders to Drouillard, Joseph Fields, Gibson and Goodrich to hold themselves in readiness to accompany me in the morning. Saucy Ga, we our Indian woman is very sick this evening, Captain C. bleed her. The night was cloudy with some rain. I saw a small bird today which I do not recollect ever having seen before. It is about the size of the blue thrush or catbird, and its contour not unlike that bird. The beak is convex, moderately curved, black, smooth, and large in proportion to its size. The legs were black, it had 4 toes of the same color on a foot, and the nails appeared long and somewhat in form like the talons of the hawk, the eye black and proportionably large. A bluish-brown color occupied the head, neck, and back, the belly was white, the tail was wreather-long in proportion and appeared to be composed of feathers of equal length, of which a part of those in the center were white, the others black. The wings were long and were also variegated with white and black. On each side of the head from the beak back to the neck a small black stripe extended embracing the eye. It appeared to be very busy in catching insects, which I presume is its usual food. I found the nest of this little bird, the female, which differed but little in size or plumage from the male, was setting on 4 eggs of a pale blue color with small black freckles or dots. The bee martin or kingbird is common to this country, though there are no bees in this country, nor have we met with a honey bee since we passed the entrance of the Osage River. Clark, June 10, 1805. June 10, Monday, 1805. A fine day, dry all our articles, arrange our baggage, bury some powder and lead in the point, some lead a canister of powder and an axe in a thicket in the point at some distance. Buried on this day, and in the large cache or hole we buried on the upland near the S. Fork 1 mile up S. We drew up our large pirogue into the middle of a small island in the North Fork and covered her with bushes after making her fast to the trees, branded several trees to prevent the Indians injuring her. At 3 o'clock we had hard wind from the S.W. Thunder and rain for about an hour, after which we repaired and corked the canoes and loaded them. Saw Cah, we our Indian woman very sick, I bleed her. We determined to ascend the South Fork, and one of us, Captain Lewis or myself, to go by land as far as the Snow Mountains S. 20 degrees west. And examine the river and count ray course, and to be certain of our ascending the proper river. Captain Lewis inclines to go by land on this expedition, according selects 4 men: George Druyer, Gibson, Joe Fields and S. Gutrich to accompany him, and determined to set out in the morning, the afternoon or night cloudy, some rain, river rising a little. Lewis, June 11, 1805. Tuesday, June 11, 1805. This morning I felt much better, but somewhat weakened by my disorder. At 8 a.m. I swung my pack, and set forward with my little party. Proceeded to the point where Rose River, a branch Maria's River, approaches the Missouri so nearly. From this height we discovered a herd of elk on the Missouri just above us, to which we descended and soon killed 4 of them. We butchered them and hung up the meat and skins in view of the river in order that the party might get them. I determined to take dinner here, but before the meal was prepared I was taken with such violent pain in the intestines that I was unable to partake of the feast of marrowbones. My pain still increased, and towards evening was attended with a high fever. Finding myself unable to march, I determined to prepare a camp of some willow boughs and remain all night. Having brought no medicine with me, I resolved to try an experiment with some simples, and the choke cherry which grew abundantly in the bottom first struck my attention. I directed a parcel of the small twigs to be gathered stripped of their leaves, cut into pieces of about 2 inches in length, and boiled in water until a strong black decoction of an astringent bitter tact was produced. At sunset I took a point of this decoction, and about an hour after repeated the Ds. By 10 in the evening I was entirely relieved from pain, and in fact every symptom of the disorder forsook me. My fever abated, a gentle perspiration was produced, and I had a comfortable and refreshing night's rest. Goodrich, who is remarkably fond of fishing, caught several dozen fish of 2 different species, one about 9 inches long, of white color, round and in form and fins resembles the white chub common to the Potomac. This fish has a smaller head than the chub, and the mouth is beset both above and below with a rim of fine sharp teeth. The eye moderately large, the pupil dark, and the iris, which is narrow, is of a yellowish-brown color. They bite at meat or grasshoppers. This is a soft fish, not very good, though the flesh is of a fine white color. The other species is precisely the form and about the size of the well-known fish called the hickory shad or old wife, with the exception of the teeth, a rim of which garnish the outer edge of both the upper and lower jaw. The tongue and palate are also beset with long sharp teeth bending inwards. The eye of this fish is very large, and the iris of a silvery color and wide. Of the first species we had caught some few before our arrival at the entrance of Maria's River, but of the last we had seen none until we reached that place and took them in Missouri above its junction with that river. The latter kind are much the best, and do not inhabit muddy water, the white cat continue as high as the entrance of Maria's are, but those we have caught above Mandan's never exceed 6 pounds. I believe that there are but few in this part of the Missouri. Saw an abundance of game today even in our short march of 9 miles. Clark, June 11, 1805. June 11, Tuesday, 1805. A fair morning wind from the SW. Hard we bury 1 keg in the cache and 2 canisters of powder in 2 separate places, all with lead. And in the cache 2 axes, auger, planes, 1 keg flour, 2 kegs pork, 2 kegs parched meal, 1 keg salt, files chisel, 2 muskets, some tin cups, bowel, 3 bear skins, beaver skins, horns, and parts of the men's robes and clothes. Beaver traps and blacksmith's tools. Captain Lewis set out at 8 o'clock. We delayed to repar some guns out of order and complete our deposit, which took us the day. The evening fair and fine wind from the N.W. After night it became cold and the wind blew hard, the Indian woman very sick, I bleed her, which appeared to be of great service to her, both rivers rising fast. Lewis, June 12, 1805. Wednesday, June 12, 1805. This morning I felt myself quite revived, took another portion of my decoction and set out at sunrise. I now bore out from the river in order to avoid the steep ravines of the river which usually make out in the plain to the distance of 1 or 2 miles. After gaining the Level plain my course was a lit to the west of S.W. Having traveled about 12 miles by 9 in the morning, the sun became warm, and I bore a little to the south in order to gain the river as well to obtain water to allay my thirst as to kill something for breakfast. For the plain through which we had been passing possesses no water and is so level that we cannot approach the buffalo within shot before they discover us and take to flight. We arrived at the river about 10 a.m. having traveled about 15 m. At this place there is a handsome open bottom with some cottonwood timber. Here we met with 2 large bear, and killed them both at the first fire, a circumstance which I believe has never happened with the party in killing the brown bear before. We dressed the bear, breakfasted on a part of one of them and hung the meat and skins on the trees out of the reach of the wolves. I left a note on a stick near the river for Captain Clark, informing him of my progress and after refreshing ourselves about 2 hours we again ascended the bluffs and gained the high plain, saw a great number of burrowing squirrels in the plains today. Also wolves, antelopes, mule deer and immense herds of buffalo. We passed a ridge of land considerably higher than the adjacent plain on either side. From this height we had a most beautiful and picturesque view of the Rocky Mountains which are perfectly covered with snow and reaching from S.E. to the N. of N.W. They appear to be formed of several ranges, each succeeding range rising higher than the preceding one until the most distant appear to loose their snowy tops in the clouds. This was an august spectacle and still rendered more formidable by the recollection that we had them to pass. We traveled about 12 miles when we again struck the Missouri at a handsome little bottom of cottonwood timber, and although the sun had not yet set I felt myself somewhat weary, being weakened I presume by late disorder, and therefore determined to remain here during the balance of the day and night, having marched about 27 miles today. On our way in the evening we had killed a buffalo, an antelope and 3 mule deer, and taken a sufficient quantity of the best of the flesh of these animals for 3 meals, which we had brought with us. This evening I ate very heartily, and after penning the transactions of the day amused myself catching those white fish mentioned yesterday. They are here in great abundance. I caught upwards of 1,000 in a few minutes. They bit most freely at the melt of a deer which Goodrich had brought with him for the purpose of fishing. The narrow-leafed cottonwood grows here in common with the other species of the same tree with a broad leaf, or that which has constituted the major part of the timber of the Missouri from its junction with the Mississippi to this place. The narrow-leafed cottonwood differs only from the other in the shape of its leaf and greater thickness of its bark. The leaf is a long oval acutely pointed, about 21/2 or 3 inches long and from 3/4 to an inch in width. It is thick, sometimes slightly grooved or channeled, margin slightly serrate, the upper disc of a common green while the under disc is of a whitish green. The leaf is smooth. The beaver appear to be extremely fond of this tree and even seem to select it from among the other species of cottonwood, probably from its affording a deeper and softer bark than the other species. Saw some sign of the otter as well as beaver near our camp, also a great number of tracks of the brown bear. These fellows leave a formidable impression in the mud or sand. I measured one this evening which was 11 inches long exclusive of the talons and 7¼ in width. Clark, June 12, 1805. June 12, 1805 Wednesday. Last night was clear and cold. This morning fair we set out at 8 o'clock and proceeded on very well wine from the S.W. The interpreter's wife very sick, so much so that I move her into the back part of our covered part of the pirogue, which is cool, her own situation being a very hot one in the bottom of the pirogue exposed to the sun. Saw immense no. of swallows in the first bluff on the Lard side, water very swift, the bluff are blackish clay and coal for about 80 feet. The earth above that for 30 or 40 feet is a brownish yellow, a number of bars of coarse gravel and stones of different shape and size and saw a number of rattlesnakes today. One of the men caught one by the head and catched hold of a bush on which his head lay reclined. 3 canoes were in great danger today. One dipped water, another was near turning over and at 2 o'clock p.m. a few drops of rain. I walked through a point and killed a buck elk and deer, and we camped on the starred side. The interpreter's woman very sick, worse than she has been. I give her medicine. One man have a felon rising on his hand, one other with the toothache has taken cold in the jaw and Louis, June 13, 1805. Thursday, June 13, 1805. This morning we set out about sunrise after taking breakfast off our venison and fish. We again ascended the hills of the river and gained the level country. The country through which we passed for the first 6 miles, though more rolling than that we had passed yesterday, might still with propriety he deemed a level country. Our course as yesterday was generally SW. The river from the place we left it appeared to make a considerable bend to the south. From the extremity of this rolling country I overlooked a most beautiful and level plain of great extent, or at least 50 or 60 miles. In this there were infinitely more buffalo than I had ever before witnessed at a view. Nearly in the direction I had been traveling, or S.W. 2 curious mountains presented themselves of square figures, the sides rising perpendicularly to the height of 250 feet and appeared to be formed of yellow clay. Their tops appeared to be level plains. These inaccessible heights appeared like the ramparts of immense fortifications. I have no doubt but with very little assistance from art they might be rendered impregnable. Fearing that the river bore to the south and that I might pass the falls if they existed between this and the snowy mountains, I altered my course nearly to the south, leaving those insulated hills to my right, and proceeded through the plain. I sent Fields on my right and Drouillard and Gibson on my left with orders to kill some meat and join me at the river where I should halt for dinner. I had procked on this course about 2 miles with Goodrich at some distance behind me when my ears were saluted with the agreeable sound of a fall of water, and advancing a little further I saw the spray arise above the plain like a column of smoke which would frequently disappear again in an instant, caused I presume by the wind which blew pretty hard from the S.W. I did not however lose my direction to this point, which soon began to make a roaring too tremendous to be mistaken for any cause short of the great falls of the Missouri. Here I arrived about 12 o'clock, having traveled by estimate about 15 miles. I hurried down the hill, which was about 200 feet high and difficult of access, to gaze on this sublimely grand spectacle. I took my position on the top of some rocks about 20 feet high opposite the center of the falls. This chain of rocks appear once to have formed a part of those over which the waters tumbled, but in the course of time has been separate from it to the distance of 150 yards, lying parallel to it and forming a abutment against which the water after falling over the precipice beats with great fury. This barrier extends on the right to the perpendicular cliff which forms that board of the river, but to the distance of 120 yards next to the cliff it is but a few feet above the level of the water. And here the water in very high tides appears to pass in a channel of 40 yards. Next to the higher part of the ledge of rocks, on the left it extends within 80 or 90 yards of the Lard cliff, which is also perpendicular. Between this abrupt extremity of the ledge of rocks and the perpendicular bluff the whole body of water passes with incredible swiftness. Immediately at the cascade the river is about 300 yards wide. About 90 or 100 yards of this next the Lard Bluff is a smooth even sheet of water falling over a precipice of at least 80 feet, the remaining part of about 200 yards on my right forms the grandest sight I ever beheld. The height of the fall is the same of the other, but the irregular and somewhat projecting rocks below receives the water in its passage down and breaks it into a perfect white foam which assumes 1,000 forms in a moment, sometimes flying up in jets of sparkling foam to the height of 15 or 20 feet and are scarcely formed before large rolling bodies of the same beaten and foaming water is thrown over and conceals them. In short, the rocks seem to be most happily fixed to present a sheet of the whitest beaten froth for 200 yards in length and about 80 feet perpendicular. The water after deck-ending strikes against the abutment before mentioned or that on which I stand and seems to reverberate, and being met by the more impetuous current they roll and swell into half-formed billows of great height which rise and again disappear in an instant. This abutment of rock defends a handsome little bottom of about 3 acres which is diversified and agreeably shaded with some cottonwood trees. In the lower extremity of the bottom there is a very thick grove of the same kind of trees which are small. In this wood there are several Indian lodges formed of sticks. A few small cedar grow near the ledge of rocks where I rest. Below the point of these rocks at a small distance the river is divided by a large rock which rises several feet above the water, and extends downwards with the stream for about 20 yards. About a mile before the water arrives at the pitch it deck-ends very rapidly, and is confined on the larboard side by a perpendicular cliff of about 100 feet, on starboard side it is also perpendicular for about 300 yards above the pitch, where it is then broken by the discharge of a small ravine, down which the buffalo have a large beaten road to the water. For it is but in very few places that these animals can obtain water near this place owing to the steep and inaccessible banks. I see several skeletons of the buffalo lying in the edge of the water near the starboard bluff, which I presume have been swept down by the current and precipitated over this tremendous fall. About 300 yards below me there is another abutment of solid rock with a perpendicular face and about 60 feet high which projects from the starboard side at right angles to the distance of 134 yards, and terminates the lower part nearly of the bottom before mentioned, there being a passage around the end of this abutment between it and the river of about 20 yards. Here the river again assumes its usual width, soon spreading to near 300 yards, but still continues its rapidity. From the reflection of the sun on the spray or mist which arises from these falls there is a beautiful rainbow produced which adds not a little to the beauty of this majestically grand scenery. After writing this imperfect description I again viewed the falls and was so much disgusted with the imperfect idea which it conveyed of the scene that I determined to draw my pen across it and begin again. But then reflected that I could not perhaps succeed better than penning the first impressions of the mind. I wished for the pencil of Salvator Rosa or the pen of Thomson, that I might be enabled to give to the enlightened world some just idea of this truly magnificent and sublimely grand object, which has from the commencement of time been concealed from the view of civilized man. But this was fruitless and vain. I most sincerely regretted that I had not brought a Crimea Obscura with me, by the assistance of which even I could have hoped to have done better, but alas, this was also out of my reach. I therefore with the assistance of my pen only endeavored to trace some of the stronger features of this scene, by the assistance of which and my recollection aided by some able pencil I hope still to give to the world some faint idea of an object which at this moment fills me with such pleasure and astonishment, and which of its kind I will venture to assert is second to but one in the known world. I retired to the shade of a tree where I determined to fix my camp for the present and dispatch a man in the morning to inform Captain C and the party of my success in finding the falls and settle in their minds all further doubts as to the Missouri. The hunters now arrived loaded with excellent buffalo meat and informed me that they had killed 3 very fat cows about 3/4 of a mile hence. I directed them after they had refreshed themselves to go back and butcher them and bring another load of meat each to our camp, determining to employ those who remained with me in drying meat for the party against their arrival. In about 2 hours or at 4 o'clock p.m. they set out on this duty, and I walked down the river about 3 miles to discover if possible some place to which the canoes might arrive or at which they might be drawn on shore in order to be taken by land above the falls, but returned without effecting either of these objects. The river was one continued sena of rapids and cascades which I readily perceived could not be encountered with our canoes, and the cliffs still retained their perpendicular structure and were from 150 to 200 feet high. In short, the river appears here to have worn a channel in the process of time through a solid rock. On my return I found the party at camp. They had butchered the buffalo and brought in some more meat as I had directed. Goodrich had caught half a dozen very fine trout and a number of both species of the white fish. These trout are from 16 to 23 inches in length, precisely resemble our mountain or speckled trout in form and the position of their fins. But the specks on these are of a deep black instead of the red or gold color of those common to the States. These are furnished long sharp teeth on the palate and tongue and have generally a small dash of red on each side behind the front ventral fins. The flesh is of a pale yellowish red, or when in good order, of a rose red. I am induced to believe that the brown, the white and the grizzly bear of this country are the same species, only differing in color from age or more probably from the same natural cause that many other animals of the same family differ in color. One of those which we killed yesterday was of a cream-colored white, while the other in company with it was of the common bay or whitish brown, which seems to be the most usual color of them. The white one appeared from its talons and teeth to be the youngest. It was smaller than the other, and although a monstrous beast we supposed that it had not yet attained its growth and that it was a little upwards of 2 years old. The young cubs which we have killed have always been of a brownish white, but none of them as white as that we killed yesterday. One other that we killed some time since, which I mentioned, sunk under some driftwood and was lost, had a white stripe or list of about 11 inches wide entirely around his body just behind the shoulders, and was much darker than these bear usually are. The grizzly bear we have never yet seen. I have seen their talons in possession of the Indians, and from their form I am persuaded if there is any difference between this species and the brown or white bear it is very inconsiderable. There is no such animal as a black bear in this open country, or of that species generally denominated the black bear. My fare is really sumptuous this evening. Buffaloes' humps, tongues and marrowbones, fine trout, parched meal, pepper and salt, and a good appetite. The last is not considered the least of the luxuries. Clark, June 13, 1805. June 13, Thursday, 1805. A fair morning. Some dew this morning. The Indian woman very sick. I gave her a dose of salts. We set out early, at 1.5 miles past a small rapid stream on the large side which heads in a mountain to the S.E. 12 or 15 miles, which at this time covered with snow. We call this stream Snow River, as it is the conveyance of the melted snow from that mountain at present. Numbers of geese and goslings. The geese cannot fly at this season. Gooseberries are ripe and in great abundance. The yellow currant is also common. Not yet ripe. Killed a buffalo and camped on the large side near an old Indian fortified campi. 1 man sick and 3 with swellings, the Indian woman very sick. Killed a goat and Fraser 2 buffalo. The river very rapid. Many shoals. Great nose of large stones past some bluffs or low cliffs of slate today. Lewis, June 14, 1805. Friday, June 14, 1805. This morning at sunrise I dispatched Joseph Fields with a letter to Captain Clark and ordered him to keep sufficiently near the river to observe its situation in order that he might be enabled to give Captain Clark an idea of the point at which it would be best to halt to make our portage. I set one man about preparing a scaffold and collecting wood to dry the meat, sent the others to bring in the balance of the buffalo meat, or at least the part which the wolves had left us. For those fellows are ever at hand and ready to partake with us the moment we kill a buffalo. And there is no means of putting the meat out of their reach in those plains. The 2 men shortly after returned with the meat and informed me that the wolves had devoured the greater part of the meat. About 10 o'clock this morning, while the men were engaged with the meat, I took my gun and espontoon and thought I would walk a few miles and see where the rapids terminated above, and return to dinner. Accordingly I set out and proceeded up the river about S.W. After passing one continued rapid and 3 small cascades of about 4 or 5 feet each at the distance of about 5 miles, I arrived at a fall of about 19 feet. The river is here about 400 yards wide. This pitch, which I called the Crooked Falls, occupies about 3/4 of the width of the river. commencing on the south side, extends obliquely upwards about 150 yards. Then forming an acute angle extends downwards nearly to the commencement of 4 small islands lying near the end shore. Among these islands and between them and the lower extremity of the perpendicular pitch being a distance of 100 yards or upwards, the water glides down the side of a sloping rock with a velocity almost equal to that of its perpendicular descent. Just above this rapid the river makes a sudden bend to the right or northwardly. I should have returned from hence, but hearing a tremendous roaring above me I continued my route across the point of a hill a few hundred yards further and was again presented by one of the most beautiful objects in nature. A cascade of about 50 feet perpendicular stretching at right angles across the river from side to the distance of at least a quarter of a mile. Here the river pitches over a shelving rock, with an edge as regular and as straight as if formed by art, without a niche or break in it. The water deck ends in one even and uninterrupted sheet to the bottom where dashing against the rocky bottom rises into foaming billows of great height and rapidly glides away. Hissing, flashing and sparkling as it departs, the spray rises from one extremity to the other to 50 f. I now thought that if a skillful painter had been asked to make a beautiful cascade that he would most probably have presented the precise image of this one. Nor could I for some time determine on which of those 2 great cataracts to bestow the palm, on this or that which I had discovered yesterday. At length I determined between these 2 great rivals for glory that this was pleasingly beautiful, while the other was sublimely grand. I had scarcely infixed my eyes from this pleasing object before I discovered another fall above at the distance of half a mile. Thus invited I did not once think of returning but hurried thither to amuse myself with this newly discovered object. I found this to be a cascade of about 14 feet possessing a perpendicular pitch of about 6 feet. This was tolerably regular, stretching across the river from bank to bank where it was about a quarter of a mile wide. In any other neighborhood but this, such a cascade would probably be extolled for its beauty and magnificence, but here I passed it by with but little attention. Determining as I had procked so far to continue my route to the head of the rapids if it should even detain me all night. At every rapid cataract and cascade I discovered that the bluffs grew lower or that the bed of the river rose nearer to a level with the plains. Still pursuing the river with its course about S.W. Passing a continued sena of rapids and small cascades, at the distance of 21/2 miles I arrived at another cataract of 26 feet. This is not immediately perpendicular, a rock about 1/3 of its descent seems to protrude to a small distance and receives the water in its passage downwards and gives a curve to the water, though it falls mostly with a regular and smooth sheet. The river is near 600 yards wide at this place, a beautiful level plain on the S side only a few feet above the level of the pitch. On the N side where I am the country is more broken, and immediately behind me near the river a high hill. Below this fall at a little distance a beautiful little island well timbered is situated about the middle of the river. In this island on a cottonwood tree an eagle has placed her nest, a more inaccessible spot I believe she could not have found. For neither man nor beast dare pass those gulfs which separate her little domain from the shores. The water is also broken in such manner as it deck-ends over this pitch that the mist or spray rises to a considerable height. This fall is certainly much the greatest I ever beheld except those 2 which I have mentioned below. It is incomparably a Gator cataract and a more noble interesting object and the celebrated falls of Potomac or Solkiln Endk. Just above this is another cascade of about 5 feet, above which the water as far as I could see began to abate of its velocity, and I therefore determined to ascend the hill behind me which promised a fine prospect of the adjacent country. Nor was I disappointed on my arrival at its summit. From hence I overlooked a most beautiful and extensive plain reaching from the river to the base of the snow-clad mountains to the S and S west. I also observed the Missouri stretching its meandering course to the south through this plain to a great distance filled to its even and grassy brim. Another large river flowed in on its western side about 4 miles above me and extended itself through a level and fertile valley of 3 miles in width a great distance to the N.W. rendered more conspicuous by the timber which garnished its borders. In these plains and more particularly in the valley just below me immense herds of buffalo are feeding. The Missouri just above this hill makes a bend to the south where it lies a smooth even and unruffled sheet of water of nearly a mile in width bearing on its watery bosom vast flocks of geese which feed at pleasure in the delightful pasture on either border. The young geese are now completely feathered except the wings which both in the young and old are yet deficient. After feasting my eyes on this ravishing prospect and resting myself a few minutes, I determined to proceed as far as the river which I saw discharge itself on the west side of the Missouri, convinced that it was the river which the Indians call Medicine River and which they informed us fell into the Missouri just above the falls. I descended the hills and directed my course to the bend of the Missouri near which there was a herd of at least 1,000 buffalo. Here I thought it would be well to kill a buffalo and leave him until my return from the river, and if I then found that I had not time to get back to camp this evening, to remain all night here, there being a few sticks of driftwood lying along shore which would answer for my fire, and a few shattering cottonwood trees a few hundred yards below which would afford me at least a semblance of a shelter. Under this impression I selected a fat buffalo and shot him very well, through the lungs. While I was gazing attentively on the poor animal discharging blood in streams from his mouth and nostrils, expecting him to fall every instant, and having entirely forgotten to reload my rifle, a large white, or wreather brown bear had perceived and crept on me within 20 steps before I discovered him. In the first moment I drew up my gun to shoot, but at the same instant recollected that she was not loaded and that he was too near for me to hope to perform this operation before he reached me, as he was then briskly advancing on me. It was an open level plain, not a bush within miles nor a tree within less than 300 yards of me. The river bank was sloping and not more than 3 feet above the level of the water. In short, there was no place by means of which I could conceal myself from this monster until I could charge my rifle. In this situation I thought of retreating in a brisk walk as fast as he was advancing until I could reach a tree about 300 yards below me, but I had no sooner turned myself about but he pitched at me, open-mouthed and full speed. I ran about 80 yards and found he gained on me fast. I then run into the water. The idea struck me to get into the water to such depth that I could stand and he would be obliged to swim, and that I could in that situation defend myself with my espontoon. Accordingly I ran hastily into the water about waist deep, and faced about and presented the point of my espontoon. At this instant he arrived at the edge of the water within about 20 feet of me. The moment I put myself in this attitude of defense he suddenly wheeled about as if frightened, declined the combat on such unequal grounds, and retreated with quite as great precipitation as he had just before pursued me. As soon as I saw him run off in that manner I returned to the shore and charged my gun, which I had still retained in my hand throughout this curious adventure. I saw him run through the level open plain about 3 miles, till he disappeared in the woods on Medicine River. During the whole of this distance he ran at full speed, sometimes appearing to look behind him as if he expected pursuit. I now began to reflect on this novel occurrence and endeavored to account for this sudden retreat of the bear. I at first thought that perhaps he had not smelt me before he arrived at the water's edge so near me. But I then reflected that he had pursued me for about 80 or 90 yards before I took the water, and on examination saw the ground torn with his talons immediately on the impression of my steps. And the cause of his alarm still remains with me mysterious and unaccountable. So it was, and I felt myself not a little gratified that he had declined the combat. My gun reloaded, I felt confidence once more in my strength, and determined not to be thwarted in my design of visiting Medicine River, but determined never again to suffer my pace to be longer empty than the time she necessarily required to charge her. I passed through the plain nearly in the direction which the bear had run to Medicine River, found it a handsome stream, about 200 yards wide with a gentle current, apparently deep, its waters clear, and banks which were formed principally of dark brown and blue clay were about the height of those of the Missouri, or from 3 to 5 feet. Yet they had not the appearance of ever being overflown, a circumstance which I did not expect so immediately in the neighborhood of the mountains, from whence I should have supposed that sudden and immense torrents would issue at certain seasons of the year. But the reverse is absolutely the case. I am therefore compelled to believe that the snowy mountains yield their waters slowly, being partially affected every day by the influence of the sun only, and never suddenly melted down by hasty showers of rain. Having examined Medicine River, I now determined to return, having by my estimate about 12 miles to walk. I looked at my watch and found it was half after 6 p.m. In returning through the level bottom of Medicine River and about 200 yards distant from the Missouri, my direction led me directly to an animal that I at first supposed was a wolf. But on nearer approach, or about 60 paces distant, I discovered that it was not. Its color was a brownish yellow. It was standing near its burrow, and when I approached it thus nearly, it couched itself down like a cat, looking immediately at me as if it designed to spring on me. I took aim at it and fired. It instantly disappeared in its burrow. I loaded my gun and examined the place, which was dusty, and saw the track, from which I am still further convinced that it was of the tiger kind. Whether I struck it or not I could not determine, but I am almost confident that I did. My gun is true, and I had a steady rest by means of my espontoon, which I have found very serviceable to me in this way in the open plains. It now seemed to me that all the beasts of the neighborhood had made a league to destroy me, or that some fortune was disposed to amuse herself at my expense, for I had not procked more than 300 yards from the burrow of this tiger cat. Before 3 bull buffalo, which were feeding with a large herd about half a mile from me on my left, separate from the herd and ran full speed towards me, I thought at least to give them some amusement and altered my direction to meet them. When they arrived within 100 yards they made a halt, took a good view of me and retreated with precipitation. I then continued my route homewards past the buffalo which I had killed, but did not think it prudent to remain all night at this place, which really from the succession of curious adventures wore the impression on my mind of enchantment. At some times for a moment I thought it might be a dream, but the prickly pears which pierced my feet very severely once in a while, particularly after it grew dark, convinced me that I was really awake, and that it was necessary to make the best of my way to camp. It was some time after dark before I returned to the party. I found them extremely uneasy for my safety. They had formed 1,000 conjectures, all of which equally foreboding my death, which they had so far settled among them, that they had already agreed on the route which each should take in the morning to search for me. I felt myself much fatigued, but ate a hearty supper and took a good night's rest. The weather being warm I had left my leather overshirt and had worn only a yellow flannel one. Clark, June 14, 1805. June 14, Friday, 1805. A fine morning, the Indian woman complaining all night and excessively bad this morning. Her case is somewhat dangerous. 2 men with the toothache, 2 with Turner's, and 1 man with a tumor and slight fever passed the camp captain. Lewis made the first night, at which place he had left part of 2 bare their skins, and 3 men with Turner's went on shore and staked out all night. One of them killed 2 buffalo, a part of which we made use of for breakfast. The current excessively rapid, more so as we ascend we find great difficulty in getting the pirogue and canoes up in safety. Canoes take in water frequently. At 4 o'clock this evening Joe Fields returned from Captain Lewis with a letter for me. Captain Lewis dates his letter from the Great Falls of the Missouri, which Fields informs me is about 20 miles in advance and about 10 miles above the place I left the river the time I was up last week. Captain L. informs that those falls in part answer the description given of them by the Indians. Much higher the eagle's nest which they describe is there. From those signs he is convinced of this being the river the Indians call the Missouri. He intends examining the river above until my arrival at a point from which we can make a portage, which he is apprehensive will be at least 5 miles, and both above and below there is several small pitches and swift troubled water. We made only 10 miles today and camped on the large side, much hard slate in the cliffs and but a small quantity of timber. Lewis, June 15, 1805. Saturday, June 15, 1805. This morning the men again were sent to bring in some more meat which Drewier had killed yesterday, and continued the operation of drying it. I amused myself in fishing, and sleeping away the fatigues of yesterday. I caught a number of very fine trout which I made Goodrich dry. Goodrich also caught about 2 dozen and several small cat of a yellow color which would weigh about 4 pounds. The tails was separate with a deep angular niche like that of the white cat of the Missouri, from which indeed they differed only in color. When I awoke from my sleep today, I found a large rattlesnake coiled on the leaning trunk of a tree under the shade of which I had been lying at the distance of about 10 feet from him. I killed the snake and found that he had 176 scuta on the abdomen and 7 half-formed scuta on the tail. It was of the same kind which I had frequently seen before. They do not differ in their colors from the rattlesnake common to the Middle Atlantic states, but considerably in the form and figures of those colors. This evening after dark Joseph Fields returned and informed me that Captain Clark had arrived with the party at the foot of a rapid about 5 miles below which he did not think proper to ascend and would wait my arrival there. I had discovered from my journey yesterday that a portage on this side of the river will be attended by much difficulty in consequence of several deep ravines which intersect the plains nearly at right angles with the river to a considerable distance, while the south side appears to be a delightful smooth unbroken plain. The bearings of the river also make it probable that the portage will be shorter on that side than on this. I directed Fields to return early in the morning to Captain C. and request him to send up a party of men for the dried meat which we had made. I find a very heavy dew on the grass about my camp every morning, which no doubt proceeds from the mist of the falls, as it takes place nowhere in the plains nor on the river except here. Clark, June 15, 1805. June the 15th, Saturday 1805, a fair morning and warm. We set out at the usual time and proceeded on with great difficulty as the river is more rapid. We can hear the falls this morning very distinctly. Our Indian woman sick and low-spirited, I gave her the bark and apply it externally to her region, which revived her much. The Kurt. Excessively rapid and difficult to ascend great numbers of dangerous places. And the fatigue which we have to encounter is increasable. The men in the water from morning until night hauling the cord, and boats walking on sharp rocks and round slippery stones which alternately cut their feet and throw them down. Notwithstanding all this difficulty they go with great cheerfulness. Added to those difficulties the rattlesnakes innumerable and require great caution to prevent being bitten. We passed a small river on the large side about 30 yards wide, very rapid, which heads in the mountains to the S.E. I sent up this river 5 miles, it has some timber in its bottoms and a fall of 15 feet at one place. Above this river the bluffs are of red earth mixed with stratums of black stone. Below this little river we pass a white clay which mixes with water like flour in every respect. The Indian woman much wars this evening, she will not take any medicine, her husband petitions to return and river more rapid. Late in the evening we arrived at a rapid which appeared so bad that I did not think it prudent to attempt passing of it this evening. As it was now late, we saw great numbers of geese, ducks, crows, blackbirds and geese and ducks with their young. After landing I detached Joseph Fields to Captain Lewis to let him know where I was. River rises a little this evening. We could not get a sufficiency of wood for our use. Lewis, June 16, 1805. Sunday, June 16, 1805 J. Fields set out early on his return to the lower camp. At noon the men arrived, and shortly after I set out with them to rejoin the party. We took with us the dried meat, consisting of about 600 pounds, and several dozen of dried trout. About 2 p.m. I reached the camp, found the Indian woman extremely ill and much reduced by her indisposition. This gave me some concern as well for the poor object herself, then with a young child in her arms. As from the consideration of her being our only dependence for a friendly negotiation with the Snake Indians, on whom we depend for horses to assist us in our portage from the Missouri to the Columbia River. I now informed Captain C. of my discoveries with respect to the most proper side for our portage, and of its great length, which I could not estimate at less than 16 miles. Captain C. had already sent 2 men this morning to examine the country on the S side of the river. He now passed over with the party to that side and fixed a camp about a mile below the entrance of a creek where there was a sufficient quantity of wood for fuel, an article which can be obtained but in few places in this neighborhood. After discharging the loads 4 of the canoes were sent back to me, which by means of strong ropes we hauled above the rapid and passed over to the south side, from whence the water not being rapid we can readily convey them into the creek, by means of which we hope to get them on the high plain with more ease. One of the small canoes was left below this rapid in order to pass and repass the river for the purpose of hunting as well as to procure the water of the sulphur spring, the virtues of which I now resolved to try on the Indian woman. This spring is situated about 200 yards from the Missouri on the N.E. side nearly opposite to the entrance of a large creek. It discharges itself into the Missouri over a precipice of rock about 25 feet, forming a pretty little ______. The water is as transparent as possible, strongly impregnated with sulfur, and I suspect iron also, as the color of the hills and bluffs in the neighborhood indicate the existence of that metal. The water to all appearance is precisely similar to that of Bowyer's sulphur spring in Virginia. Captain Clark determined to set out in the morning to examine and survey the portage, and discover the best route. As the distance was too great to think of transporting the canoes and baggage on the men's shoulders, we selected 6 men, and ordered them to look out some timber this evening, and early in the morning to set about making a parcel of truck wheels in order to convey our canoes and baggage over the portage. We determined to leave the white pirogue at this place, and substitute the iron boat, and also to make a further deposit of a part of our stores. In the evening the men who had been sent out to examine the country and made a very unfavorable report. They informed us that the creek just above us and 2 deep ravens still higher up cut the plain between the river and mountain in such a manner, that in their opinions a portage for the canoes on this side was impracticable. Good or bad, we must make the portage. Notwithstanding this report, I am still convinced from the view I had of the country the day before yesterday that a good portage may be had on this side at least much better than on the other, and much nearer also. I found that 2 doses of barks and opium which I had given her since my arrival had produced an alteration in her pulse for the better. They were now much fuller and more regular. I caused her to drink the mineral water altogether. When I first came down I found that her pulse were scarcely perceptible, very quick, frequently irregular, and attended with strong nervous symptoms, that of the twitching of the fingers and leaders of the arm. Now the pulse had become regular, much fuller, and a gentle perspiration had taken place. The nervous symptoms have also in a great measure abated, and she feels herself much freer from pain. She complains principally of the lower region of the abdomen. I therefore continued the cataplasms of barks and laudanum which had been previously used by my friend Captain Clark. I believe her disorder originated principally from an obstruction of the menses in consequence of taking cud. I determined to remain at this camp in order to make some celestial observations, restore the sick woman, and have all matters in a state of readiness to commence the portage immediately on the return of Captain Clark, who now furnished me with the daily occurrences which had taken place with himself and party since our separation, which I here enter in his own words. Clark, June 16, 1805. June 16 of Sunday 1805. Some rain last night, a cloudy morning, wind hard from the S.W. We set out past the rapid by double manning the pirogue and canoes and halted at 1/4 of a mile to examine the rapids above, which I found to be in continued cascade for as far as could be seen, which was about 2 miles. I walked up on the Lard side as high as a large creek, which falls in on the Lard side 1 mile above and opposite a large sulphur spring which falls over the rocks on the Std side. The wind roared from the S.W. hard and some rain. At about 2 o'clock Captain Lewis joined me from the falls 5 miles distant, and inft that the Lard side was the best portage. I dispatched 2 men this morning on the Lard side to examine the portage. The Indian woman very bad, and will take no medicine whatever, until her husband, finding her out of her senses, easily prevailed on her to take medicine. If she dies it will be the fault of her husband, as I am now convinced. We crossed the river after part of the day and formed a camp from which we intended to make the first portage. Captain Lewis stayed on the Std side to direct the canoes over the first riffle. 4 of them passed this evening, the others unloaded and part of the pirogue loading taken out. I determined to examine and survey the portage, find a level route if possible. The 2 men dispatched to examine the portage gave an unfavorable account of the country, reporting that the creek and 2 deep ravines cut the prairie in such a manner between the river and mountain as to render a portage in their opinion for the canoes impossible. We selected 6 men to make wheels and to draw the canoes on, as the distance was probably too far for to be carried on the men's shoulders. Lewis, June 17, 1805. Monday, June 17, 1805. Captain Clark set out early this morning with 5 men to examine the country and survey the river and portage as had been concerted last evening. I set 6 men at work to prepare 4 sets of truck wheels with couplings, tongues and bodies, that they might either be used without the bodies for transporting our canoes, or with them in transporting our baggage. I found that the elk skins I had prepared for my boat were insufficient to complete her, some of them having become damaged by the weather and being frequently wet. To make up this deficiency I sent out 2 hunters this morning to hunt elk. The balance of the party I employed first in unloading the white pirogue, which we intend leaving at this place, and bring the whole of our baggage together and arranging it in proper order near our camp. This duty being complete, I employed them in taking 5 of the small canoes up the creek which we now call Portage Creek, about 13/4 miles. Here I had them taken out and laid in the sun to dry. From this place there is a gradual ascent to the top of the high plain to which we can now take them with ease. The bluffs of this creek below and those of the river above its entrance are so steep that it would be almost impracticable to have gotten them on the plain. We found much difficulty in getting the canoes up this creek to the distance we were compelled to take them, in consequence of the rapids and rocks which obstruct the channel of the creek. One of the canoes overset and was very near injuring 2 men essentially. Just above the canoes the creek has a perpendicular fall of 5 feet and the cliffs again become very steep and high. We were fortunate enough to find one cottonwood tree just below the entrance of Portage Creek that was large enough to make our carriage wheels about 22 inches in diameter. Fortunate I say, because I do not believe that we could find another of the same size perfectly sound within 20 miles of us. The cottonwood which we are obliged to employ in the other parts of the work is extremely illy calculated for it being soft and brittle. We have made 2 axle trees of the mast of the white pirogue, which I hope will answer tolerably well though it is rather small. The Indian woman much better today. I have still continued the same course of medicine. She is free from pain, clear of fever, her pulse regular, and eats as heartily as I am willing to permit her of broiled buffalo well seasoned with pepper and salt and rich soup of the same meat. I think therefore that there is every rational hope of her recovery. Saw a vast number of buffalo feeding in every direction around us in the plains, others coming down in large herds to water at the river. The fragments of many carcasses of these poor animals daily pass down the river, thus mangled I presume in descending those immense cataracts above us. As the buffalo generally go in large herds to water and the passages to the river about the falls are narrow and steep, the hinder part of the herd press those in front out of their debt and the water instantly takes them over the cataracts where they are instantly crushed to death without the possibility of escaping. In this manner I have seen 10 or a dozen disappear in a few minutes. Their mangled carcasses lie along the shores below the falls in considerable quantities and afford fine amusement for the bear, wolves and birds of prey. This may be one reason, and I think not a bad one either, that the bear are so tenacious of their right of soil in this neighborhood. Clark, June 17, 1805. June 17, Monday, 1805. A fine morning wind as usual. Captain Lewis with the party unloaded the pirogue and he determined to keep the party employed in getting the loading to the creek about 1 mile over a low hill in my absence on the portage. I set out with 5 men at 8 o'clock, and proceeded on up the creek some distance to examine that and if possible ascend that sufficiently high, that a straight course to the mouth of Meriwether River would head the 2 ravines. The creek I found confined, rapid and shallow. General lay. Monday 17th of June passed through an open rolling prairie. So as to head the 2 ravines. After heading 2 we stand our course so as to strike the river below the great pitch on our course to the river, crossed a deep ravine near its mouth with steep cliffs. This ravine had running water which was very fine. The river at this place is narrow and confined in perpendicular cliffs of 170 feet. From the tops of those cliffs the Count Ray rises with a steep ascent for about 250 feet more. We proceeded up the river, passing a succession of rapids and cascades to the falls, which we had heard for several miles making a deadly sound. I beheld those cataracts with astonishment. The whole of the water of this great river confined in a channel of 280 yards and pitching over a rock of 97 feet 3/4 of an From the foot of the falls arises a continued mist which is extended for 150 yards. Down and to near the top of the cliffs on LSD, the river below is confined a narrow channel of 93 yards having a small bottom of timber on the starred side which is defined by a rock, ranging crosswise the river a little below the chute. A short distance below this cataract a large rock divides the stream. In ascending the cliffs to take the hith of the fall was near slipping into the water, at which place I must have been sucked under in an instant, and with difficulty and great risque I ascended again. And descended the cliff lower down, but few places can be descended to the river, and took the height with as much accuracy as possible with a spirit level's end. Dined at a fine spring 200 yards below the pitch near which place 4 cotton willow trees grew. On one of them I marked my name, the date, and height of the falls. We then proceeded up on the river passing a continued cascade and rapid to a fall of 19 feet at 4 small islands. This fall is diagonally across the river from the large side, forming an angle of 3/4 of the width from the large, from which side it pitches for 2/3 of that distance. On the starred side is a rapid decline. Below this chute a deep ravine falls in which we camped for the night, which was cold. The mountains in every direction has snow on them. The plain to our left is level. We saw one bear and innumerable numbers of buffalo. I saw 2 herds of those animals watering immediately above a considerable rapid. They descended by a narrow pass to the bottom small. The rear forced those forward into the water, some of which was taken down in an instant, and seen no more. Others made shore with difficulty. I beheld 40 or 50 of those swimming at the same time. Those animals in this way are lost, and accounts for the number of buffalo carcasses below the rapids. Louis, June 18, 1805. Tuesday, June 18, 1805. This morning I employed all hands in drawing the pirogue on shore in a thick bunch of willow bushes some little distance below our camp. Fastened her securely, drove out the plugs of the gauge holes of her bottom and covered her with bushes and driftwood to shelter her from the sun. I now selected a place for a cache and set 3 men at work to complete it, and employed all others except those about the wagons, in overhauling, airing and repacking our Indian goods, ammunition, provision and stores of every description which required inspection. Examined the frame of my iron boat and found all the parts complete except one screw, which the ingenuity of Shields can readily replace, a resource which we have very frequent occasion for. About 12 o'clock. The hunters returned. They had killed 10 deer but no elk. I begin to fear that we shall have some difficulty in procuring skins for the boat. I would prefer those of the elk because I believe them more durable and strong than those of the buffalo, and that they will not shrink so much in drying. We saw a herd of buffalo come down to water at the sulphur spring this evening. I dispatched some hunters to kill some of them, and a man also for a cask of mineral water. The hunters soon killed 2 of them in fine order and returned with a good quantity of the flesh, having left the remainder in a situation that it will not spoil provided the wolves do not visit it. The wagons are completed this evening, and appear as if they would answer the purpose very well if the axe trees prove sufficiently strong. The wind blew violently this evening, as they frequently do in this open country where there is not a tree to break or oppose their force. The Indian woman is recovering fast. She sat up the greater part of the day and walked out for the 5th time since she arrived here. She eats heartily and is free from fever or pain. I continue same course of medicine and regimen except that I added 1 dose of 15 drops of the oil of vitriol today about noon. There is a species of gooseberry which grows very common about here in open situations among the rocks on the sides of the cliffs. They are now ripe of a pale red color, about the size of a common gooseberry. And like it is an ovate pericarp of soft pulp enveloping a number of small whitish-colored seeds. The pulp is a yellowish slimy mucilaginous substance of a sweetish and pine-like taste, not agreeable to me. The surface of the berry is covered with a glutinous adhesive matter, and the fruit although ripe retains its withered corolla. This shrub seldom rises more than 2 feet high and is much branched. The leaves resemble those of the common gooseberry only not so large. It has no thorns. The berry is supported by separate peduncles or footstalks of half an inch in length. Immense quantities of small grasshoppers of a brown color in the plains, they no doubt contribute much to keep the grass as low as we find it, which is not generally more than 3 inches. The grass is a narrow leaf, soft, and affords a fine pasture for the buffalo. Clark, June 18, 1805. June 18, Tuesday, 1805. We set out early and arrived at the second Great Cataract at about 200 yards above the last of 19 feet pitch. This is one of the grandest views in nature and by far exceeds anything I ever saw. The Missouri falling over a shelving rock for 47 feet 8 inches with a cascade Enka 14 feet 7 inches above the chute for a quarter mile. I descended the cliff below this cataract with ease, measured the height of the perpendicular fall of 47 feet 8 inches, at which place the river is 473 yards wide, as also the height of the cascade Enk. A continual mist quite across this fall, after which we proceeded on up the river a little more than a mile to the largest fountain or spring I ever saw, and doubt if it is not the largest in America known. This water boils up from under rocks near the edge of the river and falls immediately into the river 8 feet and keeps its color for 1/2 a mile, which is immensely clear and of a bluish cast. Proceeded on up the river past a succession of rapids to the next great fall of 26 feet. 5I. River 580 yards wide. This fall is not entirely perpendicular. A short bench gives a curve to the water as it falls. A beautiful small island at the foot of this fall near the center of the channel covered with trees. The Missouri at this fall is 36 yards wide. A considerable mist rises at this fall occasionally. From this pitch to the head of the rapids is 1 mile and has a fall of 20 feet. This is also a handsome scenery, a fall in an open level plain. After taking the height and measuring the river, proceeded on, saw a gange of buffalo swimming the river above the falls, several of which was drawn into the rapids and with difficulty mad sure half drowned. We killed one of those cows and took as much meat as we wished. Immense herds of those animals in every direction, passed 2 groves in the point just above the rapids and dined in one opposite the mouth of Medicine River, which fails in on the starboard side and is 137 yards wide at its mouth. The Missouri above is 800 yards wide. As the river Missouri appears to bear easterly, I ascended about 4 miles high to a creek which appeared to head in South Mountains past a island of and a little timber in an easterly bend at 1 mile. Past some timber in a point at 2 mile at or near the lower point of a large island on which we shot at a large white bear. Past a small island in the middle and one close on the large shore at 3 miles behind the head of which we camped. Those 3 islands are all opposite. Soon after we camped 2 ganges of buffalo, crossed one above and the other below. We killed 7 of them and a calf and saved as much of the best of the meat as we could this evening. One man, a Willard, going for a load of meat at 170 yards distance on an island, was attacked by a white bear and very near being caught. Pursued within 40 yards of camp where I was with 1 man. I collected 3 others of the party and pursued the bear, who had pursued my track from a buffalo I had killed on the island at about 300 yards distance, and chanced to meet Willard, for fear of his attacking 1 man Coulter at the lower point of the island. Before we had got down, the bear had all-armed the man and pursued him into the water. At our approach he retreated, and we relieved the man in the water. I saw the bear, but the bushes was so thick that I could not shoot him and it was nearly dark. The wind from the SW and cool killed a beaver and an elk for their skins this evening. Louis, June 19, 1805. Wednesday, June 19, 1805. This morning I sent over several men for the meat which was killed yesterday. A few hours after they returned with it, the wolves had not discovered it. I also dispatched George Druyer, Reuben Fields and George Shannon on the north side of the Missouri with orders to proceed to the entrance of Medicine River and endeavor to kill some elk in that neighborhood. As there is more timber on that river than the Missouri, I expect that the elk are more plenty. The cache completed today. The wind blew violently the greater part of the day. The Indian woman was much better this morning. She walked out and gathered a considerable quantity of the white apples of which she eats so heartily in their raw state, together with a considerable quantity of dried fish, without my knowledge that she complained very much, and her fever again returned. I rebuked Charbonneau severely for suffering her to indulge herself with such food, he being privy to it and having been previously told what she must only eat. I now gave her broken doses of diluted nitre until it produced perspiration, and at 10 p.m. 30 drops of laudanum, which gave her a tolerable night's rest. I amused myself in fishing several hours today and caught a number of both species of the white fish, but no trout nor cat. I employed the men in making up our baggage in proper packages for transportation, and waxed the stoppers of my powder canisters anew. Had the frame of my iron boat cleansed of rust and well greased. In the evening the men mended their moccasins and prepared themselves for the portage. After dark my dog barked very much and seemed extremely uneasy, which was unusual with him. I ordered the cirque of the guard to reconnoiter with 2 men, thinking it possible that some Indians might be about to pay us a visit, or perhaps a white bear. He returned soon after and reported that he believed the dog had been baying a buffalo bull which had attempted to swim the river just above our camp but had been bitten down by the stream, landed a little below our camp on the same side and run off. Clark, June 19, 1805. June 19, Wednesday, 1805. We went on the island to hunt the white bear this morning but could not find him, after plotting my courses, and I determined to dry the meat we killed and leave here, and proceed up the river as far as it bent to the S.E. and examine a small creek above our camp. I set out and found the creek only contained backwater for 1 mile up, ascend near the Missouri 3 miles to the bend, from which place it turned westerly. From this bend I with 2 men went forward towards the camp of the party to examine the best ground for the portage. The little creek has very extensive bottoms which spread out into a variety of level-rich bottoms quite to the mountains to the east. Between those bottoms is hills low and stony on this declivity where it is steep. I returned to camp late and determined that the best, nearest and most easy route would be from the lower part of the Third or White Bear Island. The wind all this day blew violently hard from the S.W. off the snowy mountains, cool. In my last route I lost a part of my notes which could not be found as the wind must have blown them to a great distance. Summer duck setting great numbers of buffalo all about our camp. Louis, June 20, 1805. Thursday, June 20, 1805. This morning we had but little to do, waiting the return of Captain Clark. I am apprehensive from his stay that the portage is longer than we had calculated on. I sent out 4 hunters this morning on the opposite side of the river to kill buffalo. The country being more broken on that side and cut with ravens, they can get within shoot of the buffalo with more ease and certainty than on this side of the river. My object is, if possible while we have now but little to do, to lay in a large stock of dried meat at this end of the portage to subsist the party while engaged in the transportation of our baggage, and, to the end that they may not be taken from this duty when once commenced, in order to search for the necessary subsistence. The Indian woman is cured free from pain and fever this morning and appears to be in a fair way for recovery. She has been walking about and fishing. In the evening 2 of the hunters returned and informed me that they had killed 11 buffalo, 8 of which were in very fine order. I sent off all hands immediately to bring in the meat. They soon returned with about half of the best meat, leaving 3 men to remain all night in order to secure the balance. The buffalo are in immense numbers. They have been constantly coming down in large herds to water opposite to us for some hours, sometimes 2 or 3 herds watering at the same instant, and scarcely disappear before others supply their places. They appear to make great use of the mineral water, whether this be owing to its being more convenient to them than the river, or that they actually prefer it, I am at a loss to determine, for they do not use it invariably, but sometimes pass at no great distance from it and water at the river. Brackish water, or that of a dark color impregnated with mineral salts such as I have frequently mentioned on the Missouri, is found in small quantities in some of the steep ravens on the N side of the river opposite to us and the falls. Captain Clark and party returned late this evening, when he gave me the following relation of his route and the occurrences which had taken place with them since their departure. Captain Clark now furnished me with the field notes of the survey which he had made of the Missouri and its cataracts, cascades, and from the entrance of Portage Creek to the southeastwardly bend of the Missouri above the White Bear Islands, which are as follow. Clark, June 20, 1805. June 20 Thursday, 1805 A cloudy morning, a hard wind all night and this morning, I direct stakes to be cut to stick up in the prairie to show the way for the party to transport the baggage and we set out early on the portage. Soon after we set out it began to rain and continued a short time. We proceeded on through a tolerable level plain, and found the hollow of a deep ravine to obstruct our route as it could not be passed with canoes and baggage for some distance above the place we struck it. I examined it for some time and finding it late determined to strike the river and take its course and distance to camp, which I accordingly did. The wind hard from the S.W. A fair afternoon, the river on both sides cut with ravine, some of which passes through steep cliffs into the river. The Count Ray above the falls and up the Medicine River is level, with low banks. A chain of mountains to the west, some part of which, particular those to the N.W. and S.W. are covered with snow and appear very high. I saw a rattlesnake in an open plain 2 miles from any creek or wood. When I arrived at camp found all well with great quantities of meat. The canoe's captain Lewis had carried up the creek 1 mile to a good place to ascend the band and taken up. Not having seen the Snake Indians or knowing in fact whether to calculate on their friendship or hostility, we have conceived our party sufficiently small, and therefore have concluded not to dispatch a canoe with a part of our men to St. Louis as we have intended early in the spring. We fear also that such a measure might also discourage those who would in such case remain, and might possibly hazard the fate of the expedition. We have never hinted to any one of the party that we had such a scheme in contemplation, and all appear perfectly to have made up their minds, to succeed in the expedition or perish in the attempt. We all believe that we are about to enter on the most perilous and difficult part of our voyage, yet I see no one repining. All appear ready to meet those difficulties which await us with resolution and becoming fortitude. We had a heavy dew this morning. The clouds near those mountains rise suddenly and discharge their contents partially on the neighboring plains. The same cloud discharge hail alone in one part, hail and rain in another, and rain only in a third, all within the space of a few miles, and on the mountains to the south and S.E. of us sometimes snow. At present there is no snow on those mountains. That which covered them a few days ago has all disappeared. The mountains to the N.W. and west of us are still entirely covered, are white and glitter with the reflection of the sun. I do not believe that the clouds that prevail at this season of the year reach the summits of those lofty mountains. And if they do, the probability is that they deposit snow only, for there has been no perceptible diminution of the snow which they contain since we first saw them. I have thought it probable that these mountains might have derived their appellation of shining mountains, from their glittering appearance when the sun shines in certain directions on the snow which cover them. During the time of my being on the plains and above the falls, I, as also all my party, repeatedly heard a noise which proceeded from a direction a little to the N. of west, as loud and resembling precisely the discharge of a piece of ordnance of 6 pounds at the distance of 5 or 6 miles. I was informed of it several times by the men J. Fields particularly before I paid any attention to it, thinking it was thunder most probably, which they had mistaken. At length, walking in the plains yesterday near the most extreme S.E. bend of the river above the falls, I heard this noise very distinctly. It was perfectly calm, clear, and not a cloud to be seen. I halted and listened attentively about 2 hours, during which time I heard 2 other discharges, and took the direction of the sound with my pocket compass, which was as nearly west from me as I could estimate from the sound. I have no doubt but if I had leisure I could find from whence it issued. I have thought it probable that it might be caused by running water in some of the caverns of those immense mountains, on the principle of the blowing caverns. But in such case the sounds would be periodical and regular, which is not the case with this, being sometimes heard once only and at other times several discharges in quick succession. It is heard also at different times of the day and night. I am at a great loss to account for this phenomenon. I well recollect hearing the militaries say that those rocky mountains make a great noise, but they could not tell me the cause. Neither could they inform me of any remarkable substance or situation in these mountains which would authorize a conjecture of a probable cause of this noise. It is probable that the large river just above those great falls which heads in the detection of the noise has taken its name Medicine River from this unaccountable rumbling sound, which like all unaccountable thing with the Indians of the Missouri is called medicine. The Ricaras inform us of the Black Mountains making a similar noise and many other wonderful tales of those Rocky Mountains and those great falls. Louis, June 21, 1805. Friday, June 21, 1805. This morning I employed the greater part of the men in transporting a part of the baggage over Portage Creek to the top of the high plain about 3 miles in advance on the portage. I also had one canoe carried on truck wheels to the same place and put the baggage in it, in order to make an early start in the morning, as the route of our portage is not yet entirely settled. And it would be inconvenient to remain in the open plain all night at a distance from water, which would probably be the case if we did not set out early, as the latter part of the route is destitute of water for about 8 miles, having determined to go to the upper part of the portage tomorrow. In order to prepare my boat and receive and take care of the stores as they were transported, I caused the iron frame of the boat and the necessary tools, my private baggage and instruments, to be taken as a part of this load. Also the baggage of Joseph Fields, Circt. Gass and John Shields, whom I had selected to assist me in constructing the leather boat. 3 men were employed today in shaving the elk skins which had been collected for the boat. The balance of the party were employed in cuting the meat we had killed yesterday into thin wretches and drying it, and in bringing the balance of what had been left over the river with 3 men last evening. I readily perceive several difficulties in preparing the leather boat, which are the want of convenient and proper timber, bark, skins, and above all that of pitch to pay her seams, a deficiency that I really know not how to surmount unless it be by means of tallow and pounded charcoal, which mixture has answered a very good purpose on our wooden canoes heretofore. I have seen for the first time on the Missouri at these falls, a species of fishing ducks with white wings, brown and white body in the head and part of the neck adjoining of a brick red, and the beak narrow, which I take to be the same common to James River, the Potomac and Susquehanna. Immense numbers of buffalo coming to water at the river as usual. The men who remained over the river last night killed several mule deer, and Willard, who was with me, killed a young elk. The wind blew violently all day. The growth of the neighborhood, what little there is, consists of the broad and narrow-leafed cottonwood, box alder, the large or sweet willow, the narrow and broad-leafed willow. The sweet willow has not been common to the Missouri below this or the entrance of Maria's River. Here attains to the same size and in appearance much the same as in the Atlantic States. The undergrowth consists of rose bushes, gooseberry and currant bushes, honeysuckle small, and the red wood, the inner bark of which the engages are fond of smoking mixed with tobacco. Clark, June 21, 1805. June 21, Friday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the SW. Off the mountains and hard. Captain Lewis with the men except a few take a part of the baggage and a canoe up the hill 3 miles in advance. Several men employed in shaving and graining elk hides for the iron boat as it is called. 3 men were sent up the Medicine River yesterday to kill elk for the skins for the boat. I fear that we shall be put to some difficulty in procuring elk skins sufficient. Cloudy afternoon. We dry meat for the men to eat on their return from the upper part of the portage. Captain Lewis determined to proceed to the upper part of the portage tomorrow, and with 3 men proc to fix the iron boat with skins and Lewis, June 22, 1805. Saturday, June 22. Candilas, 1805. This morning early Captain Clark and myself with all the party except Circt. Ordway, Charbonneau, Goodrich, York and the Indian woman, set out to pass the portage with the canoe and baggage to the White Bear Islands, where we intend that this portage shall end. Captain Clark piloted us through the plains. About noon we reached a little stream about 8 miles on the portage, where we halted and dined. We were obliged here to renew both axle trees and the tongues and hounds of one set of wheels, which took us no more than 2 hours. These parts of our carriage had been made of cottonwood and one axe tree of an old mast, all of which proved deficient and had broken down several times before we reached this place. We have now renewed them with the sweet willow and hope that they will answer better. After dark we had reached within half a mile of our intended camp when the tongues gave way and we were obliged to leave the canoe. Each man took as much of the baggage as he could carry on his back and proceeded to the river where we formed our encampment much fatigued. The prickly pears were extremely troublesome to us, sticking our feet through our moccasins. Saw a great number of buffalo in the plains, also immense quantities of little birds and the large brown curlew, the latter is now setting. It lays its eggs, which are of a pale blue with black specks, on the ground without any preparation of a nest. There is a kind of lark here that much resembles the bird called the old-field lark, with a yellow breast and a black spot on the croup. Though this differs from ours in the form of the tail, which is pointed, being formed of feathers of unequal length, the beak is somewhat longer and more curved, and the note differs considerably. However, in size, action, and colors there is no perceptible difference, or at least none that strikes my eye. After reaching our camp we kindled our fires and examined the meat which Captain Clark had left, but found only a small proportion of it. The wolves had taken the greater part. We eat our suppers and soon retired to rest. Clark, June 22, 1805. June 22, Saturday, 1805. A fine morning. Captain Lewis, myself and all the party except a Sergeant Ordway Gut Eric and the interpreter and his wife Sar Kar Gawier, who are left at camp to take care of the baggage left, across the portage with one canoe on truck wheels and loaded with a part of our baggage. I piloted through the plains to the camp I made, at which place I intended the portage to end, which is 3 miles above the Medicine River. We had great difficulty in getting on as the axle tree broke several times, and the coupling tungus of the wheels, which was of cotton and willow, the only wood except boxelder and _____ that grow in this quarter. We got within half a mile of our intended camp much fatigued at dark. Our tungus broke and we took a load to the river on the men's back, where we found a number of wolves which had destroyed a great part of our meat which I had left at that place when I was up day before yesterday. We soon went to sleep and slept sound. Wind from the _____. We determined to employ every man cooks and all on the portage after today. Canoe and baggage brought up. After which we breakfasted and nearly consumed the meat which he had left here. He now set out on his return with the party. I employed the 3 men with me in the forenoon clearing away the brush and forming our camp, and puting the frame of the boat together. This being done I sent Shields and Gass to look out for the necessary timber, and with J. Fields descended the river in the canoe to the mouth of Medicine River in search of the hunters whom I had dispatched thither on the 19th inst., and from whom we had not heard a sentence. I entered the mouth of Medicine River and ascended it about half a mile when we landed and walked up the starred side, frequently whooping as we went on in order to find the hunters. At length, after ascending the river about 5 miles, we found Shannon, who had passed the Medicine River and fixed his camp on the lard side, where he had killed 7 deer and several buffalo and dried about 600 pounds of buffalo meat, but had killed no elk. Shannon could give me no further account of our Fields and Drewier than that he had left them about noon on the 19th at the Great Falls and had come on the mouth of Medicine River to hunt elk as he had been directed, and never had seen them since. The evening being now far spent, I thought it better to pass the Medicine River and remain all night at Shannon's camp. I passed the river on a raft which we soon constructed for the purpose. The river is here about 80 yards wide, is deep and but a moderate current. The banks low as those of the Missouri above the falls, yet never appear to overflow. As it will give a better view of the transactions of the party, I shall on each day give the occurrences of both camps during our separation, as I afterwards learnt those of the lower camp from Captain Clark. On his return today he cut off several angles of the route by which we came yesterday, shortened the portage considerably, measured it and set up stakes throughout as guides to mark the route. He returned this evening to the lower camp in sufficient time to take up 2 of the canoes from Portage Creek to the top of the plain about a mile in advance. This evening the men repaired their moccasins, and put on double soles to protect their feet from the prickly pears. During the late rains the buffalo have trodden up the prairie very much, which having now become dry, the sharp points of earth as hard as frozen ground stand up in such abundance that there is no avoiding them. This is particularly severe on the feet of the men who have not only their own weight to bear in treading on those hackle-like points but have also the addition of the burthen which they draw and which in fact is as much as they can possibly move with. They are obliged to halt and rest frequently for a few minutes. At every halt these poor fellows tumble down and are so much fatigued that many of them are asleep in an instant. In short, their fatigues are incredible. Some are limping from the soreness of their feet, others faint and unable to stand for a few minutes, with heat and fatigue, yet no one complains, all go with cheerfulness. In evening Reuben Fields returned to the lower camp and informed Captain Clark of the absence of Shannon, with respect to whom they were extremely uneasy. Fields and Drouillard had killed several buffalo at the bend of the Missouri above the falls and had dried a considerable quantity of meat. They had also killed several deer but no elk. Clark, June 23, 1805. June 23, Sunday, 1805. A cloudy morning, wind from the S.E. After getting the canoe to camp and the articles left in the plains, we eat breakfast of the remaining meat found in camp, and I with the party, the truck wheels and poles to stick up in the prairie as a guide, set out. On our return, we proceeded on and measured the way, which I straightened considerably from that I went on yesterday, and arrived at our lower camp in sufficient time to take up 2 canoes on the top of the hill from the creek. Found all safe at camp. The men mended their moccasins with double soles to save their feet from the prickly pear, which abounds in the prairies, and the hard ground, which in some and many places so hard as to hurt the feet very much. The immense number of buffalo after the last rain has trod the flat places in such a manner as to leave it uneven, and that has tried and is worse than frozen ground, added to those obstructions. The men has to haul with all their strength, wat and art, many times every man, all catching the grass and knobs and stones with their hands to give them more force in drawing on the canoes and loads. And notwithstanding the coolness of the air in high perspiration and every halt, those not employed in repairing the cows are asleep in a moment, many limping from the soreness of their feet, some become faint for a few moments. But no man complains, all go cheerfully on. To state the fatigues of this party would take up more of the journal than other notes which I find scarcely time to set down. I had the best route staked out and measured, which is 17 miles 3/4 to the river and 1/2 mile up by E181/4 miles portage. From the lower rapid to the first creek is 286 poles, to a deep run of water called Willow Run is 6 miles thence to the river. 3 miles above Medicine River at 3 island called White Bear Islands is 11 miles, all prairie without wood or water except at the creek and run, which afford a plenty of fine water and a little wood. The plain is tolerably level except at the river, a small ascent and passing a low hill from the creek, a rough and steep ascent for about 1/4 of a mile and several gullies, and a gradual hill for 11/2 miles, the heads of several gullies which have short ascents. And the willow run of a steep hill. On this run grows purple and red currants. The red is now ripe, the purple full grown, an immense number of prairie birds now setting, of 2 kinds, one larger than a sparrow, dark yellow, the center feathers of its tail yellow and the outsides black, some streaks about its neck. The other about the same size, white tail. Louis, June 24, 1805. Monday, June 24, 1805. Supposing that Drouillard and our Fields might possibly be still higher up Medicine River, I dispatched J. Fields up the river with orders to proceed about 4 miles and then return whether he found them or not, and join Shannon at this camp. I set out early and walked down the southwest side of the river and sent Shannon down the opposite side to bring the canoe over to me and put me across the Missouri, having landed on the Lard side of the Missouri. I sent Shannon back with the canoe to ascend the Medicine River as far as his camp to meet J. Fields and bring the dried meat at that place to the camp at the White Bear Islands, which accomplished, and arrived with Fields this evening. The party also arrived this evening with 2 canoes from the lower camp. They were wet and fatigued, gave them a dram. Arthur Fields came with them and gave me an account of his and Drouillard's hunt, and informed me that Drouillard was still at their camp with the meat they had dried. The iron frame of my boat is 36 feet long, 41/2 f. in the beam and 26 inches in the hole. This morning early Captain Clark had the remaining canoe drawn out of the water, and divided the remainder of our baggage into 3 parcels, one of which he sent today by the party with 2 canoes. The Indian woman is now perfectly recovered. Captain C. came a few miles this morning to see the party under way and returned. On my arrival at the upper camp this morning, I found that Sgt. Gas and Shields had made but slow progress in collecting timber for the boat. They complained of great difficulty in getting straight or even tolerably straight sticks of 4/2 feet long. We were obliged to make use of the willow and box alder, the cottonwood being too soft and brittle. I kept one of them collecting timber while the other shaved and fitted them. I have found some pine logs among the driftwood near this place, from which, I hope to obtain as much pitch as will answer to pay the seams of the boat. I directed Fraser to remain in order to sew the hides together, and form the covering for the boat. Clark, June 24, 1805. June 24 Monday, 1805. A cloudy morning. I rose early. Had the remaining canoe hauled out of the water to dry and divided the baggage into 3 parcels. One of which the party took on their backs and 1 wagon with truck wheels to the canoes 3 miles in advance. Those canoes or 5 of our canoes were carried up the creek 13/4 of a mile, taken out on the bank and left to dry, from which place they are taken up a point and intersects this route from the mouth of the creek at 3 miles from the foot of the rapids. After getting up their loads they divided men and load and proceeded on with 2 canoes on truck wheels as before. I accompanied them 4 miles and returned, my feet being very sore from the walk over ruts, stones and hills and through the level plain for 6 days preceding, carrying my pack and gun. Some few drops of rain in the fore part of the day. At 6 o'clock a black cloud arose to the N.W., the wind shifted from the S to that point, and in a short time the earth was entirely covered with hail. Some rain succeeded, which continued for about an hour very moderately on this side of the river, without the earth's being wet 1/2 inch. The Rivians on the opposite or N.W. side discharged immense torrents of water into the river, and showed evidently that the rain was much heavier on that side. Some rain at different times in the night, which was warm. Thunder without lightning accompanied the hail cloud. Lewis, June 25, 1805. Tuesday, June 25, 1805. This morning early I sent the party back to the lower camp, dispatched Fraser down with the canoe for Drewyer and the meat he had collected, and Joseph Fields up the Missouri to hunt elk. At 8 Osceola. Sent Gas and Shields over to the large island for bark and timber. About noon Fields returned and informed me that he had seen 2 white bear near the river a few miles above, and in attempting to get a shoot them had stumbled upon a third, which immediately made at him, being only a few steps distant. That in running in order to escape from the bear he had leaped down a steep bank of the river on a stony bar, where he fell, cut his hand, bruised his knees and bent his gun. That fortunately for him the bank hid him from the bear when he fell, and that by that means he had escaped. This man has been truly unfortunate with these bear. This is the 2nd time that he has narrowly escaped from them. About 2 p.m. Shields and Gas returned with but a small quantity of both bark and timber, and informed me that it was all they could find on the island. They had killed 2 elk, the skins of which and a part of the flesh they brought with them. In the evening Drewyer and Fraser arrived with about 800 pounds of excellent dried meat and about 100 pounds of tallow. The river is about 800 yards wide opposite to us above these islands, and has a very gentle current. The bottoms are handsome, level and extensive on both sides. The bank on this side is not more than 2 feet above the level of the water. It is a pretty little grove in which our camp is situated. There is a species of wild rye which is now heading. It rises to the height of 18 or 20 inches, the beard is remarkably fine and soft. It is a very handsome grass. The culm is jointed and is in every respect the wild rye in miniature. Great quantities of mint also are here. It resemble the pepper mint very much in taste and appearance. The young blackbirds, which are almost innumerable in these islands, just begin to fly. See a number of water terrapins. I have made an unsuccessful attempt to catch fish, and do not think there are any in this part of the river. The party that returned this evening to the lower camp reached it in time to take 1 canoe on the plain and prepare their baggage for an early start in the morning, after which such as were able to shake a foot amused themselves in dancing on the green to the music of the violin, which Cruzat plays extremely well. Captain C. somewhat unwell today. He made charbonneau cook for the party against their return. It is worthy of remark that the winds are sometimes so strong in these plains that the men informed me that they hoisted a sail in the canoe and it had driven her along on the truck wheels. This is really sailing on dry land. Clark, June 25, 1805. June 25, Tuesday, 1805. A fair warm morning, clouded and a few drops of rain at 5 a.m. Fair. I feel myself a little unwell with a looseness and put out the stores to dry and set Shabona and to cook for the party against their return. He being the only man left on this side with me, I had a little coffee for breakfast, which was to me a rarity as I had not tasted any since last winter. The wind from the N.W. and Worm. This Count Ray has a romantic appearance. River enclosed between high and steep hills cut to pieces by ravines, but little timber and that confined to the rivers and creek. The Missouri has but a few scattering trees on its borders. And only one solitary cotton tree in sight of my camp. The wood which we burn is drift wood which is broken to pieces in passing the falls. Not one large tree longer than about 8 or 10 feet to be found drifted below the falls. The plains are inferior in point of soil to those below, more stone on the sides of the hill, grass but a few inches high and but few flowers in the plains. Great quantities of choke cherries, goose burrs, red and yellow berries, and red and purple currants on the edges of watercourses in bottoms and damp places. About my camp the cliffs or bluffs are a hard red or reddish-brown earth containing iron. We catch great quantities of trout, and a kind of mussel, flat backs and a soft fish resembling a shad and a few cat. At 5 o'clock the party returned, fatigued as usual, and proceeded to mend their moccasins and G. Shannon and R. F.D.S. Two of the men who were sent up the Medicine River to hunt elk, they killed no elk, several buffalo and deer. And reports that the river is 120 yards wide and about 8 feet deep. Some timber on its borders. A powerful rain fell on the party on their route yesterday with some few articles, and caused the route to be so bad wet and deep they could with difficulty proceed. Captain Lewis and the men with him much employed with the iron boat in fitting it for the water, dispatched one man to George Druyer's camp below Medicine River for meat and a fair afternoon. Great numbers of buffalo water opposite to my camp every day. It may be here worthy of remark that the sails were hoised in the canoes as the men were drawing them, and the wind was great relief to them, being sufficiently strong to move the canoes on the trucks. This is sailing on dry land in every sense of the word. Sergeant and Prior sick. The party amused themselves with dancing until 10 o'clock, all cheerfulness and good humor. They all tied up their loads to make an early start in the morning. Lewis, June 26, 1805. Wednesday, June 26, 1805. The mosquitoes are extremely troublesome to us. This morning early I dispatched J. Fields and Druyer in one of the canoes up the river to hunt elk. Set Fraser at work to sew the skins together for the covering of the boat. Shields and Gas I sent over the river to lurch a small timbered bottom on that side opposite to the islands for timber and bark. And to myself I assign the duty of cook as well for those present as for the party which I expect again to arrive this evening from the lower camp. I collected my wood and water, boiled a large quantity of excellent dried buffalo meat and made each man a large suet dumpling by way of a treat. About 4 p.m. Shields and Gas returned with a better supply of timber than they had yet collected, though not by any means enough. They brought some bark, principally of the cottonwood, which I found was too brittle and soft for the purpose. For this article I find my only dependence is the sweet willow, which has a tough and strong bark. Shields and Gas had killed 7 buffalo in their absence, the skins of which and a part of the best of the meat they brought with them. If I cannot procure a sufficient quantity of elk skins I shall substitute those of the buffalo. Late in the evening the party arrived with 2 more canoes and another portion of the baggage. Whitehouse, one of them, much heated and fatigued on his arrival, drank a very hearty draught of water and was taken almost instantly extremely ill. His pulse were very full and I therefore bled him plentifully, from which he felt great relief. I had no other instrument with which to perform this operation but my pen knife, however it answered very well. The wind being from S.E. today and favorable, the men made considerable progress by means of their sails. At the lower camp. The party set out very early from this place, and took with them 2 canoes and a second allotment of baggage consisting of parched meal, pork, powder lead axes, tools, biscuit, portable soup, some merchandise and clothing. Captain C. gave Circt. Prior a dose of salts this morning and employed Charbonneau in rendering the buffalo tallow which had been collected there. He obtained a sufficient quantity to fill 3 empty kegs. Captain C. also selected the articles to be deposited in the cache consisting of my desk which I had left for that purpose and in which I had left some books, my specimens of plants, minerals and collected from Fort Mandan to that place. Also 2 kegs of pork, 1/2 a keg of flour, 2 blunderbushes, 1/2 a keg of fixed ammunition and some other small articles belonging to the party which could be dispensed with. Deposited the swivel and carriage under the rocks a little above the camp near the river. Great numbers of buffalo still continue to water daily opposite the camp. The antelopes still continue scattered and separate in the plains. The females with their young only, of which they generally have 2, and the males alone. Captain Clark measured the route from the camp at the White Bear Islands to the lower camp, which is as follows. Clark, June 26, 1805. June 26, Wednesday, 1805. Some rain last night, this morning very cloudy. The party set out this morning very early with their loads to the canoe consisting of parched meal, pork, powder lead axes, tools, biscuit, soup and some merchandise and clothes and I gave Searched. Prior a dolt of salts, and set Shabona to trying up the buffalo tallow and put into the empty kegs and I assort our articles for to be left at this place buried, kegs of pork, 1/2 a keg of flour, 2 blunderbutts, caterages, a few small lumbersome articles, Captain Lewis' desk and some books and small articles in it. The wind from the N.W. Very warm, flying clouds. In the evening the wind shifted round to the east and blew hard, which is a fair wind for the 2 canoes to sail on the plains across the portage. I had 3 kegs of buffalo grease tried up. Great numbers of buffalo opposite to our camp watering today. Lewis, June 27, 1805. Thursday, June 27, 1805. The party returned early this morning for the remaining canoe and baggage. Whitehouse was not quite well this morning. I therefore detained him and about 10 a.m. set him at work with Fraser sewing the skins together for the boat. Shields and Gas continued the operation of shaving and fighting the horizontal bars of wood in the sections of the boat. The timber is so crooked and indifferent that they make but little progress. For myself, I continued to act the part of cook in order to keep all hands employed. Some elk came near our camp and we killed 2 of them at 1 p.m. A cloud arose to the S.W. and shortly after came on attended with violent thunder, lightning and hail and see notes on Diary of the Weather for June. Soon after this storm was over, Drewier and J. Fields returned. They were about 4 miles above us during the storm. The hail was of no uncommon size where they were. They had killed 9 elk and 3 bear during their absence. One of the bear was the largest by far that we have yet seen. The skin appeared to me to be as large as a common ox. While hunting they saw a thick brushy bottom on the bank of the river where from the tracks along shore they suspected that there were bear concealed. They therefore landed without making any noise and climbed a leaning tree and placed themselves on its branches about 20 feet above the ground. When thus securely fixed they gave a whoop and this large bear instantly rushed forward to the place from whence he had heard the human voice issue. When he arrived at the tree he made a short pause and Drewier shot him in the head. It is worthy of remark that these bear never climb. The 4 feet of this bear measured 9 inches across and the hind feet 11.75 in length and exclusive of the talons and 7 inches in width. A bear came within 30 yards of our camp last night and eat up about 30 weight of buffalo suit which was hanging on a pole. My dog seems to be in a constant state of alarm with these bear and keeps barking all night. Soon after the storm this evening the water on this side of the river became of a deep crimson color which I presume proceeded from some stream above and on this side. There is a kind of soft red stone in the bluffs and bottoms of the gullies in this neighborhood which forms this coloring matter. At the lower camp, Captain Clark completed a draft of the river with the causas and distances from the entrance of the Missouri to Fort Mandan, which we intend depositing here in order to guard against exceedance. Circt. Pryor is somewhat better this morning. At 4 p.m. the party returned from the upper camp. Captain C. gave them a drink of grog. They prepared for the labor of the next day. Soon after the party returned it began to rain accompanied by some hail and continued a short time. A second shower fell late in the evening accompanied by a high wind from N.W. The mangled carcasses of several buffalo passed down the river today which had no doubt perished in the falls. Clark, June 27, 1805. June 27 Thursday, 1805 A fair warm morning wind from the S.E., and moderate. Surged. Prior something better this morning. I proceed to finish a rough draft of the river and distances to leave at this place, the warmest day we have had this year. At 4 o'clock the party returned from the head of the portage. Soon after it began to hail and rain hard and continued for a few minutes and ceased for an hour and began to rain again with a heavy wind from the N.W. I refreshed the men with a drink of grog. The river beginning to rise a little. The water is colored a reddish brown, the small streams, discharges in great torrents, and partake of the color of the earth over which it passes, a great part of which is light and of a reddish brown. Several buffalo passed drowned and in passing over the falls cloudy all night, cold. Lewis, June 28, 1805. Friday, June 28, 1805. Set Drewier to shaving the elk skins. Fields to make the cross stays for the boat. Fraser and Whitehouse continue their operation with the skins. Shields and Gas finished the horizontal bars of the sections. After which I sent them in search of willow bark, a sufficient supply of which they now obtained to bind the boat. Expecting the party this evening I prepared a supper for them but they did not arrive. Not having quite elk skins enough I employed 3 buffalo hides to cover one section. Not being able to shave these skins I had them singed pretty closely with a blazing torch. I think they will answer tolerable well. The white bear have become so troublesome to us that I do not think it prudent to send one man alone on an errand of any kind, particularly where he has to pass through the brush. We have seen 2 of them on the large island opposite to us today but are so much engaged that we could not spare the time to hunt them but will make a frolic of it when the party return and drive them from these islands. They come close around our camp every night but have never yet ventured to attack us and our dog gives us timely notice of their visits. He keeps constantly patrolling all night. I have made the men sleep with their arms by them as usual for fear of exceedance. The river is now about 9 inches higher than it was on my arrival. Lower camp. Early this morning Captain C. dispatched the remaining canoe with some baggage to the top of the plain above Portage Creek 3 miles in advance. Some others he employed in carrying the articles to the cache and depositing them and others to mend the carriages which were somewhat out of repair. This being accomplished he loaded the 2 carriages with the remaining baggage and set out with all the party and proceeded on with much difficulty to the canoe in the plain. Portage Creek had arisen considerably and the water was of crimson color and illy tasted. On his arrival at the canoe he found there was more baggage than he could possibly take at one load on the 2 sets of trucks and therefore left some barrels of pork and flour and a few heavy boxes of ammunition which could not well be injured. And proceeded with the canoe and 1 set of trucks loaded with baggage to Willow Run where he encamped for the night, and killed 2 buffalo to subsist the party. Soon after his arrival at Willow Run he experienced a hard shower of rain which was succeeded by a violent wind from the S.W. off the snowy mountains, accompanied with rain. The party being cold and wet, he administered the consolation of a dram to each. Clark, June 28, 1805. June 28 Friday, 1805 A fair morning wind from the south. I dispatched the remaining canoe with baggage in her to the top of the hill 3 miles. Employ some hands in carrying those things we intend to deposit to the car shore hole, some to repairing one of the trucks and The water is rising and of a reddish-brown color. After covering the karshi and loading the 2 carges with the remaining part of our baggage, we all set out past the creek, which had rose a little and the water nearly red, and bad tasted. We ascended the hill to the place the canoe lay with great labor, at the canoe, at which place we left some boxes and kegs of pork and flour for another load, and proceeded on with the canoe and what baggage we could draw on the wheels to Willow Run, 6 miles, where we camped, this run merely some water remaining in Hole's End. Soon after we halted we had a shower, and at dark we experienced a most dreadful wind from off the snow mountains to the S.W. Accomped with rain which continued at intervals all night. Men wet. I refreshed them with a dram. Killed 2 buffalo. Great numbers about. Louis, June 29, 1805. Saturday, June 29, 1805. This morning we experienced a heavy shower of rain for about an hour, after which it became fair. Not having seen the large fountain of which Captain Clark spoke, I determined to visit it today, as I could better spare this day from my attention to the boat than probably any other when the work would be further advanced. Accordingly, after setting the hands at their several employments, I took Druyer and set out for the fountain and passed through a level beautiful plain for about 6 miles. When I reached the break of the river hills here we were overtaken by a violent gust of wind and rain from the S.W. attended with thunder and lightning. I expected a hail storm probably from this cloud, and therefore took refuge in a little gully where there were some broad stones with which I purposed protecting my head if we should have a repetition of the scene of the 27th, but fortunately we had but little hail, and that not large. I sat very composedly for about an hour without shetair and took a copious drenching of rain. After the shower was over I continued my route to the fountain, which I found much as Captain C. had described, and think it may well be retained on the list of prodigies of this neighborhood, towards which nature seems to have dealt with a liberal hand. For I have scarcely experienced a day since my first arrival in this quarter without experiencing some novel occurrence among the party or witnessing the appearance of some uncommon object. I think this fountain the largest I ever beheld, and the handsome cascade which it affords over some steep and irregular rocks in its passage to the river adds not a little to its beauty. It is about 25 yards from the river, situated in a pretty little level plain, and has a sudden descent of about 6 feet in one part of its course. The water of this fountain is extremely transparent and cold. Nor is it impregnated with lime or any other extraneous matter which I can discover, but is very pure and pleasant. Its waters mark their passage, as Captain Clark observes, for a considerable distance down the Missouri, notwithstanding its rapidity and force. The water of the fountain boil up with such force near its center that its surface in that part seems even higher than the surrounding earth, which is a firm handsome turf of fine green grass. After amusing myself about 20 minutes in examining the fountain, I found myself so chilled with my wet clothes that I determined to return, and accordingly set out. On our way to camp we found a buffalo dead which we had shot as we came out, and took a parcel of the meat to camp. It was in very good order. The hump and tongue of a fat buffalo I esteem great delicacies. On my arrival at camp I was astonished not to find the party yet arrived, but then concluded that probably the state of the prairies had detained them. As in the wet state in which they are at present, the mud sticks to the wheels is such manner that they are obliged to halt frequently and cleanse them. Transaction and occurrences which took place with Captain Clark and party today. Shortly after the rain which fell early this morning, he found it impossible from the state of the plains for the party to reach the upper extremity of the portage with their present load, and therefore sent back almost all of the party to bring the baggage which had been left behind yesterday. He determined himself to pass by the way of the river to camp in order to supply the deficiency of some notes and remarks which he had made as he first ascended the river, but which he had unfortunately lost. Accordingly he left one man at Willow Run to guard the baggage, and took with him his black man York, Charbonneau, and his Indian woman also accompanied Captain C. On his arrival at the falls he perceived a very black cloud rising in the west which threatened immediate rain. He looked about for a shelter but could find none, without being in great danger of being blown into the river should the wind prove as violent as it sometimes is on those occasions in these plains. At length about a 1/4 of a mile above the falls he discovered a deep ravine where there were some shelving rocks under which he took shelter near the river with Charbonneau and the Indian woman, laying their guns, compass and under a shelving rock on the upper side of the ravine where they were perfectly secure from the rain. The first shower was moderate, accompanied by a violent rain, the effects of which they did but little feel. Soon after a most violent torrent of rain descended, accompanied with hail. The rain appeared to descend in a body and instantly collected in the ravine and came down in a rolling torrent with irresistible force, driving rocks, mud and everything before it which opposed its passage. Captain C. fortunately discovered it a moment before it reached them, and seizing his gun and shot pouch with his left hand, with the right he assisted himself up the steep bluff, shoving occasionally the Indian woman before him who had her child in her arms. Charbonneau had the woman by the hand, endeavoring to pull her up the hill, but was so much frightened that he remained frequently motionless, and but for Captain C, both himself and his woman and child must have perished. So sudden was the rise of the water that before Captain C could reach his gun and begin to ascend the bank it was up to his waist and wet his watch. And he could scarcely ascend faster than it arose till it had obtained the depth of 15 feet with a current tremendous to behold. One moment longer and it would have swept them into the river just above the great cataract of 87 feet where they must have inevitably perished. Charbonneau lost his gun, shot pouch, horn, tomahawk, and my wiping rod. Captain Clark his umbrella and compass or circumferentor. They fortunately arrived on the plain safe, where they found the black man, York, in search of them. York had separated from them a little while before the storm, in pursuit of some buffalo, and had not seen them enter the ravine. When this gust came on he returned in search of them, and not being able to find them for some time was much alarmed. The bier in which the woman carries her child and all its clothes were swept away as they lay at her feet, she having time only to grasp her child. The infant was therefore very cold, and the woman also, who had just recovered from a severe indisposition, was also wet and cold. Captain C therefore relinquished his intended route and returned to the camp at Willow Run in order also to obtain dry clothes for himself, and directed them to follow him. On Captain Clark's arrival at camp he found that the party dispatched for the baggage had returned in great confusion and consternation, leaving their loads in the plains. The men, who were all nearly naked and no covering on the head, were sorely mauled with the hail, which was so large and driven with such force by the wind that it knocked many of them down, and one particularly as many as 3 times. Most of them were bleeding freely and complained of being much bruised. Willow Run raised about 6 feet with this rain, and the plains were so wet they could do nothing more this evening. Captain C gave the party a dram to console them in some measure for their general defeat. Clark, June 29, 1805. June 29, Saturday, 1805. A little rain very early this morning after clear, finding that the prairie was so wet as to render it impossible to pass on to the end of the portage. Determined to send hack to the top of the hill at the creek for the remaining part of the baggage left at that place yesterday, leaving one man to take care of the baggage at this place. I determined any self to proceed on to the falls and take the river. According we all set out. I took my servant and one man, Charbonneau our interpreter, and his squaw accompanied. Soon after I arrived at the falls, I perceived a cloud which appeared black and threatened immediate rain. I looked out for a shelter but could see no place without being in great danger of being blown into the river if the wind should prove as turbulent as it is at sometimes. About 1/4 of a mile above the falls I observed a deep ravine in which was shelving rocks, under which we took shelter near the river and placed our guns, the compass and under a shelving rock on the upper side of the creek, in a place which was very secure from rain. The first shower was moderate, accompanied with a violent wind, the effects of which we did not feel. Soon after a torrent of rain and hail fell, more violent than ever I saw before. The rain fell like one volley of water falling from the heavens, and gave us time only to get out of the way of a torrent of water which was pouring down the hill and the ravine with immense force, tearing everything before it, taking with it large rocks and mud. I took my gun and shot pouch in my left hand, and with the right scrambled up the hill, pushing the interpreter's wife, who had her child in her arms, before me. The interpreter himself making attempts to pull up his wife by the hand, much scared and nearly without motion. we at length reached the top of the hill safe, where I found my servant in search of us, greatly agitated, for our welfare. Before I got out of the bottom of the ravine, which was a flat dry rock when I entered it, the water was up to my waist and wet my watch. I scarcely got out before it raised 10 feet deep with a torrent which terrible to behold. And by the time I reached the top of the hill, at least 15 feet water, I directed the party to return to the camp at the run as fast as possible to get to our load, where clothes could be got to cover the child, whose clothes were all lost, and the woman, who was but just recovering from a severe indisposition, and was wet and cold. I was fearful of a relapse. I caused her, as also the others of the party, to take a little spirits, which my servant had in a canteen, which revived very much. On arrival at the camp on the Willow Run, met the party, who had returned in great confusion to the run, leaving their loads in the plain, the hail and wind being so large and violent in the plains, and them naked. They were much bruised, and some nearly killed, one knocked down 3 times, and others without hats or anything on their heads, bloody, and complained very much. I refreshed them with a little grog. Soon after, the run began to rise and rose 6 feet in a few minutes. I lost at the river in the torrent the large compass, an elegant fusee, tomahawk umbrello, shot pow, and horn wide powder and ball, moccasins, and the woman lost her child's bear and clothes, bedding, and the compass is a serious loss, as we have no other large one. The plains are so wet that we can do nothing this evening, particularly as 2 deep ravines are between ourselves and load. Louis, June 30th, 1805. Sunday, June 30th, 1805. We had a heavy dew this morning, which is a remarkable event. Fraser and Whitehouse still continue their operation of sewing the skins together. I set shields and gas to shaving bark, and Fields continued to make the crossbraces. Drouillard and myself rendered a considerable quantity of tallow and cooked. I begin to be extremely impatient to be off, as the season is now wasting apace. Nearly 3 months have now elapsed since we left Fort Mandan and not yet reached the Rocky Mountains. I am therefore fully persuaded that we shall not reach Fort Mandan again this season, if we even return from the ocean to the Snake Indians. Wherever we find timber there is also beaver. Drouillard killed 2 today. There are a number of large bat or goatsucker here. I killed one of them and found that there was no difference between them and those common to the U-States. I have not seen the leather-winged bat for some time, nor is there any of the small goatsuckers in this quarter of the country. We have not the whip-poor-will either. This last is by many persons in the U-States confounded with the large goatsucker or nighthawk, as it is called in the eastern states, and are taken for the same bird. It is true that there is a great resemblance, but they are distinct species of the goatsucker. Here the one exists without the other. The large goatsucker lays its eggs in these open plains without the preparation of a nest. We have found their eggs in several instances. They lay only 2 before they set, nor do I believe that they raise more than 1 brood in a season. They have now just hatched their young. This evening the bark was shaved and the leather covering for the sections were also completed, and I had them put into the water, in order to toughen the bark, and prepare the leather for sewing on the sections in the morning. It has taken 28 elk skins and 4 buffalo skins to complete her. The crossbars are also finished this evening. We have therefore only the waist strips now to obtain in order to complete the woodwork, and this I fear will be a difficult task. The party have not returned from the lower camp. I am therefore fearful that some uncommon accident has happened. Occurrences with Captain Clark and party. This morning Captain Clark dispatched 2 men to kill some buffalo, 2 others to the falls to search for the articles lost yesterday, 1 he retained to cook and sent the others for the baggage left in the plains yesterday. The hunters soon returned loaded with meat. Those sent for the baggage brought it up in a few hours. He then set 4 men at work to make axletrees and repar the carriages. The others he employed in conveying the baggage over the run on their shoulders, it having now fallen to about 3 feet water. The men complained much today of the bruises and wounds which they had received yesterday from the hail. The 2 men sent to the falls returned with the compass, which they found covered in the mud and sand near the mouth of the ravine. The other articles were irrecoverably lost. They found that part of ravine in which Captain C. had been setting yesterday, filled with huge rocks. At 11 a.m. Captain Clark dispatched the party with a load of the baggage as far as the 6 Mile stake, with orders to deposit it there and return with the carriages, which they did accordingly. They experienced a heavy gust of wind this evening from the S.W., after which it was a fair afternoon. More buffalo than usual were seen about their camp. Captain C. assured me that he believes he saw at least 10,000 at one view. Clark, June 30, 1805. June 30, Sunday, 1805. A fair morning. I dispatched the party except 5 for the remaining baggage scattered in the plains, 2 to hunt for meat, 2 to the falls, and 1 to cook. At 10 o'clock the hunters came in loaded with fat meat. And those were dispatched for the baggage returned with it. I set 4 men to make new axle trees and repar the carriages, others to take the load across the run which had fallen and is about 3 feet water. Men complain of being swore this day dull and lolling about. The 2 men dispatched in search of the articles lost yesterday returned and brought the compass which they found in the mud and stones near the mouth of the ravine. No other articles found. The place I sheltered under filled up with huge rocks. I set the party out at 11 o'clock to take a load to the 6 Mile stake and return this evening, and I intend to take on the balance to the river tomorrow if the prairie will permit. At 3 o'clock a storm of wind from the S.W., after which we had a clear evening. Great numbers of buffalo in every direction. I think 10,000 may be seen in a view. Louis, July 1, 1805. Monday, July 1, 1805. This morning I set Fraser and Whitehouse to sewing the leather on the sides of the sections of the boat, Shields and J. Fields to collect and split light wood and prepare a pit to make tar. Gas I set at work to make the waste strips out of some willow limbs which though indifferent were the best which could be obtained. Drouillard and myself completed the operation of rendering the tallow. We obtained about 100 pounds. By evening the skins were all attached to their sections and I returned them again to the water. All matters were now in readiness to commence the operation of puting the parts of the boat together in the morning. The waste strips are not yet ready but will be done in time as I have obtained the necessary timber. The difficulty in obtaining the necessary materials has retarded my operations in forming this boat extremely tedious and troublesome. And as it was a novel pace of machinism to all who were employed, my constant attention was necessary to every part of the work. This together with the duties of chief cook has kept me pretty well employed. At 3 p.m. Captain Clark arrived with the party all very much fatigued. He brought with him all the baggage except what he had deposited yesterday at the 6 Mile stake, for which the party were too much fatigued to return this evening. We gave them a dram and suffered them to rest from their labors this evening. I directed Bratton to assist in making the tar tomorrow, and selected several others to assist in puting the boat together. The day has been warm and the mosquitoes troublesome. Of course the bear were about our camp all last night. We have therefore determined to beat up their quarters tomorrow, and kill them or drive them from their haunts about this place. Clark, July 1, 1805. White Bear Islands above the Falls of the Missouri. July 1, Monday, 1805. I arrived at this place today at 3 o'clock p.m. with the party from the lower part of the portage much fatigued and Clark, July 1, 1805. July 1, Monday, 1805. We set out early this morning with the remaining load, and proceeded on very well to Captain Lewis's camp, where we arrived at 3 o'clock. The day warm and party much fatigued, found Captain Lewis and party all busy employed in fitting up the iron boat, the wind hard from the S.W., one man very unwell, his legs and tice broke out and swelled. The hail which fell at Captain Lewis camp 27 inns was 7 inches in circumference and wide 3 ounces. Fortunately for us it was not so large in the plains. If it had we should most certainly fallen victims to its rage, as the men were mostly naked, and but few with hats or any covering on their heads. The hunters killed 3 white bear, 1 large, the 4 feet of which measured 9 inches across. The hind feet 11 inches 3/4 long and 7 inches wide. A bear nearly catching Joseph Fields chased him into the water. Bear about the camp every night and seen on an island. In the day. Louis, July 2, 1805. Tuesday, July 2, Candilas 1805. A shower of rain fell very early this morning, after which we dispatched the men for the remaining baggage at the 6-mile stake. Shields and Bratton setting their tarkiln, serves. Pryor and Gass at work on the way strips, and myself and all other hands engaged in puting the boat together, which we accomplished in about 3 hours, and I then set 4 men at work sewing the leather over the crossbars of iron on the inner side of the boat, which form the ends of the sections. About 2 p.m. the party returned with the baggage, all well pleased that they had completed the laborious task of the portage. The mosquitoes uncommonly troublesome, the wind hard from the S.W. All day. I think it possible that these almost perpetual S.W. winds proceed from the agency of the snowy mountains and the wide level and untimbered plains which stretch themselves along their bases for an immense distance, i.e., that the air coming in contact with the snow is suddenly chilled and condensed, thus becoming heavier than the air beneath in the plains. It glides down the sides of these mountains and deck ends to the plains, whereby the constant action of the sun on the face of an untimbered country there is a partial vacuum formed for its reception. I have observed that the winds from this quarter are always the coldest and most violent which we experience, yet I am far from giving full credit to my own hypothesis on this subject. If however I find on the opposite side of these mountains that the winds take a contrary direction, I shall then have more faith. After I had completed my observation of equal altitudes today, Captain Clark, myself and 12 men passed over to the large island to hunt bear. The brush in that part of it where the bear frequent is an almost impenetrable thicket of the broad-leafed willow. This brush we entered in small parties of 3 or 4 together and searched in every part. We found one only which made it Druyer, and he shot him in the breast at the distance of about 20 feet, the ball fortunately passed through his heart, the stroke knocked the bear down and gave Druyer time to get out of his sight. The bear changed his course. We pursued him about 100 yards by the blood and found him dead. We searched the thicket in every part but found no other, and therefore returned. This was a young male and would weigh about 400 pounds. The water of the Missouri here is in most places about 10 feet deep. After our return, in moving some of the baggage we caught a large rata. It was somewhat larger than the common European rat, of lighter color. The body and outer part of the legs and head of a light lead color, the belly and inner side of the legs white, as were also the feet and ears. The toes were longer and the ears much larger than the common rat, the ears uncovered with hair. The eyes were black and prominent, the whiskers very long and full. The tail was rather longer than the body and covered with fine fur or poil of the same length and color of the back. The fur was very silky, close and short. I have frequently seen the nests of these rats in cliffs of rocks and hollow trees, but never before saw one of them. They feed very much on the fruit and seed of the prickly pear. Or at least I have seen large quantities of the hulls of that fruit lying about their holes and in their nests. Clark, July 2, 1805. July 2, Tuesday, 1805. Some rain at daylight this morning. Dispatched the party for the remaining baggage left at the 6-mile stake. They returned in the evening and we crossed to a large island nearly opposite to us to kill bear, which has been seen frequently in the island. We killed 1 bear and returned at sunset. The roaring of the falls for many miles above us. Clark, July 2, 1805. July 2, Tuesday, 1805. Some rain at daylight this morning, after which a fair morning, dispatched the men for the kegs and left at the 6-mile stake, others to get timber for the boat and musketers very troublesome today, day worm, after the return of the men with the articles left at the 6-mile stake. Captain Lewis, myself and 12 men crossed to an island on which we saw a bear the evening before, and several had been seen by the party at this place. We killed one of the bear and returned. The river at this place is _____ yards wide and about 10 feet. Water caught a rat in our stores, which had done some mischief. This rat was about the size of a comb. Large rat, larger ears, long whiskers and toes, with a tail long and hairy like a ground squirrel, very fine fur and lighter than the common rat. Wind today as usual from the S.W. and hard all the after part of the day. Those winds are also cool and generally very hard. Lewis, July 3, 1805. Wednesday, July 3, 1805. This morning early we employed all hands. Some were making tar or attempting to make it, others were attaching the skins on the boat. Other cutting and fighting the bark for lining puting in the woodwork, and some hunters were sent out to kill buffalo in order to make pemmican to take with us, and also for their skins which we now want to cover our baggage in the boat and canoes when we depart from hence. The Indians have informed us that we should shortly leave the buffalo country after passing the falls. This I much regret, for I know when we leave the buffalo that we shall sometimes be under the necessity of fasting occasionally. And at all events the white puddings will be irretrievably lost and Charbonneau out of employment. Our tar kiln, which ought to have began to run this morning, has yielded no tar as yet, and I am much afraid will not yield any. If so, I fear the whole operation of my boat will be useless. I fear I have committed another blunder also in sewing the skins with a nettle which has sharp edges. These have cut the skin, and as it dries I discover that the thong does not fill the holes as I expected, though I made them so with a large thong for that purpose. At 10 a.m. we had a slight shower which scarcely wet the grass. 1 buffalo only and 2 antelopes killed today. 6 beaver and 2 otter have been killed within the last 3 days. The current of the river looks so gentle and inviting that the men all seem anxious to be moving upward as well as ourselves. We have got the boat pretty well forward today and think we shall be able to complete her tomorrow, except paying her, to do which will require some little time to make her first perfectly dry. She has assumed her shape and looks extremely well. She will be very light, more so than any vessel of her size that I ever saw. Clark, July 3, 1805. July 3, Wednesday, 1805. All of party employed in sewing the skins to the boat, burning tear, preparing timber, hunting buffalo for their meat and skins, drying and repacking the stores, goods and at 1 o'clock began to rain. In the evening the hunters killed 2 antelopes and a buffalo. Clark, July 3, 1805. July 3, Wednesday, 1805. A fine morning wind from the S.W. All the party employed, some about the boat, attaching the skins and sewing them to the sections, others preparing timber, some, burning tar of the drift pine, some airing and repacking the stores and goods, and others hunting for meat to make pemmican and for the use of their skins to cover the canoes and boat. A small shower at 1 o'clock which did scarcely wet the grass. 1 buffalo and 2 antelopes killed this evening. 6 beaver and 2 otters has been killed at this camp within a few days. We discover no fish above the falls as yet. The only timber in this part of the country is willow, a few cotton trees which is neither large nor tall, box alders and redwood. Boyle Roche arrow wood. The water tolerably clear and soft in the river, current gentle and bottoms rising from the water, no appearance of the river rising more than a few feet above the falls, as high up as we have yet explored. But few trees on the STD side. The grass is high and fine near the river. The winds has blown for several days from the SW. I think it possible that those almost perpetual SW winds proceed from the agency of the snowy mountains and the wide level and untimbered plains which stretch themselves along their borders for an immense distance, that the air coming in contact with the snow is suddenly chilled and condensed. Thus becoming heavier than the air beneath in the plains, it glides down the sides of those mountains and decans to the plains, where by the constant action of the sun on the face of the untimbered country there is a partial vacuum formed for its reception. I have observed that the winds from this quarter is always the coldest and most violent which we experience. Yet I am far from giving full credit to this hypothesis on this subject. If I find, however, on the opposite side of these mountains that the winds take a contrary direction, I shall then have full faith. The winds take a contrary direction in the morning or from the mountains on the west side. Lewis, July 4, 1805. Thursday, July 4, 1805. Yesterday we permitted Sgt. Gas McNeil and several others who had not yet seen the falls to visit them. No appearance of tar yet, and I am now confident that we shall not be able to obtain any, a serious misfortune. I employed a number of hands on the boat today and by 4 p.m. In the evening completed her except the most difficult part of the work, that of making her seem secure. I had her turned up and some small fires kindled underneath to dry her. Captain C. completed a draft of the river from Fort Mandan to this place, which we intend depositing at this place in order to guard against accidents. Not having seen the Snake Indians, or knowing in fact whether to calculate on their friendship or hostility or friendship, we have conceived our party sufficiently small, and therefore have concluded not to dispatch a canoe with a part of our men to St. Louis as we had intended early in the spring. We fear also that such a measure might possibly discourage those who would in such case remain, and might possibly hazard the fate of the expedition. We have never once hinted to any one of the party that we had such a scheme in contemplation, and all appear perfectly to have made up their minds to soust in the expedition or perish in the attempt. We all believe that we are now about to enter on the most perilous and difficult part of our voyage, yet I see no one repining, all appear ready to meet those difficulties which wait us with resolution and becoming fortitude. We had a heavy dew this morning. The clouds near these mountains rise suddenly and discharge their contents partially on the neighboring plains. The same cloud will discharge hail alone in one part, hail and rain in another, and rain only in a third, all within the space of a few miles, and on the mountains to the S.E. of us sometimes snow. At present there is no snow on those mountains. That which covered them when we first saw them and which has fallen on them several times since has all disappeared. The mountains to the N, W, and W, of us are still entirely covered, are white and glitter with the reflection of the sun. I do not believe that the clouds which prevail at this season of the year reach the summits of those lofty mountains. And if they do, the probability is that they deposit snow only, for there has been no perceptible diminution of the snow which they contain since we first saw them. I have thought it probable that these mountains might have derived their appellation of shining mountains, from their glittering appearance when the sun shines in certain directions on the snow which covers them. Since our arrival at the falls we have repeatedly witnessed a noise which proceeds from a direction a little to the N, of west, as loud and resembling precisely the discharge of a piece of ordnance of 6 pounds at the distance of 3 miles. I was informed of it by the men several times before I paid any attention to it, thinking it was thunder most probably, which they had mistaken. At length, walking in the plains the other day, I heard this noise very distinctly. It was perfectly calm, clear, and not a cloud to be seen. I halted, and listened attentively about an hour, during which time I heard 2 other discharges and talked the direction of the sound with my pocket compass. I have no doubt but if I had leisure I could find from whence it issued. I have thought it probable that it might be caused by running water in some of the caverns of those immense mountains, on the principle of the blowing caverns. But in such case the sounds would be periodical and regular, which is not the case with this, being sometimes heard once only, and at other times 6 or 7 discharges in quick succession. It is heard also at different seasons of the day and night. I am at a loss to account for this phenomenon. Our work being at an end this evening, we gave the men a drink of spirits, it being the last of our stock. And some of them appeared a little sensible of its effects. The fiddle was plied and they danced very merrily until 9 in the evening, when a heavy shower of rain put an end to that part of the amusement, though they continued their mirth with songs and festive jokes and were extremely merry until late at night. We had a very comfortable dinner, of bacon, beans, suet dumplings and buffalo beef, and in short we had no just cause to covet the sumptuous feasts of our countrymen on this day. 1 elk and a beaver were all that was killed by the hunters today. The buffalo seem to have withdrawn themselves from this neighborhood, though the men inform us that they are still abundant about the falls. Clark, July 4, 1805. July the 4th, Thursday, 1805. A fine morning, a heavy dew last night, all hands employed in completing the leather boat, gave the party a dram which made several very lively. A black cloud came up from the S.W. and rained a few drops. I employ myself drawing a copy of the river to be left at this place for fear of some accident in advance. I have left buried below the falls a map of the Count Ray below Fort Mandan with sundry private papers. The party amused themselves dancing until late, when a shower of rain broke up the amusement, all lively and cheerful. 1 elk and a beaver killed today. Our tar kill like to turn out nothing from the following cause. The climate about the Falls of Missouri appears to be singular cloudy every day, since our arrival near them, which rise from different directions and discharge themselves partially in the plains and mountains, in some places rain, others rain and hail. Hail alone, and on the mountains in some parts snow. A rumbling like cannon at a great distance is heard to the west if us, the cause we can't account. Louis, July 5, 1805. Friday, July 5, 1805. This morning I had the boat removed to an open situation, scaffolded her off the ground, turned her keel to the sun and kindled fires under her to dry her more expeditiously. I then set a couple of men to pounding of charcoal to form a composition with some beeswax which we have in buffalo tallow. Now my only hope and resource for paying my boat. I sincerely hope it may answer, yet I fear it will not. The boat in every other respect completely answers my most sanguine expectation. She is not yet dry and 8 men can carry her with the greatest ease. She is strong and will carry at least 8,000 pounds, with her suit of hands. Her form is as complete as I could wish it. The stitches begin to gape very much since she has began to dry. I am now convinced this would not have been the case had the skins been sewed with a sharp point only and the leather not cut by the edges of a sharp nettle. About 8 a.m., a large herd of buffalo came near our camp and Captain Clark with a party of the hunters endeavored to get a shoot at them, but the wind proved unfavorable and they ran off. The hunters pursued and killed 3 of them. We had most of the meat brought in and set a party to drying it. Their skins were all brought in and stretched to dry for the purpose of covering the baggage. 2 wolves and 3 antelopes also killed today. We permitted 3 other men to visit the falls today. These were the last of the party who had not as yet indulged themselves with this grand and interesting scene. The buffalo again appear in great numbers about our camp and seem to be moving down the river. It is somewhat remarkable that although you may see 10 or a dozen herds of buffalo distinctly scattered and many miles distant, yet if they are undisturbed by pursuit, they will all be traveling in one direction. The men who were permitted to visit the falls today returned in the evening and reported that the buffalo were very numerous in that quarter. And as the country is more broken near the river in that quarter, we conclude to dispatch a couple of canoes tomorrow with some hunters to kill as many as will answer our purposes. The plains in this part of the country are not so fertile as below the entrance of the Cockle or Missile Shell River, and from thence down the Missouri there is also much more stone on the sides of the hills and on the broken lands than below. Clark, July 5, 1805. July 5, Friday, 1805. A fine morning and but little wind, warm and sultry. At 8 o'clock, I saw a large gang of buffalo and pursued them with several men. The wind was unfavorable and we could not get near them. The party scattered and killed 3 buffalo and brought in their skins and some meat, killed 2 wolves and 3 antelopes for their skins. Captain Louis much engaged in completing the leather boat. 3 men went to see the falls, saw great numbers of buffalo on both sides of the river. Great numbers of young black birds. Louis, July 6, 1805. Saturday, July 6, 1805. In the course of last night had several showers of hail and rain attended with thunder and lightning. About day a heavy storm came on from the SW attended with hail, rain and a continued roar of thunder and some lightning. The hail was as large as musket balls and covered the ground perfectly. We had some of it collected which kept very well through the day and served to cool our water. These showers and gusts keep my boat wet in despite of my exertions. She is not yet ready for the grease and coal. After the hail and rain was over this morning we dispatched 4 hunters and 2 canoes to the head of the rapids as we had determined last evening. The red and yellow currants are now ripe and abundant, they are ether acid as yet. There is a remarkable small fox which associate in large communities and burrow in the prairies something like the small wolf, but we have not as yet been able to obtain one of them. They are extremely watchful and take refuge in their burrows which are very deep. We have seen them nowhere except near these falls. Clark, July 6, 1805. July 6, Saturday, 1805. A heavy wind from the SW and some rain about midnight last. At daylight this morning a very black cloud from the SW. With a constant roar of thunder and some lightning, and rained and hailed tremendously for about 1/2 an hour. The hail was the size of a musket ball and covered the ground. This hail and rain was accompanied by a hard wind which lasted for a few minutes. Cloudy all the forepart of the day, after part clear. Dispatched 4 men in 2 canoes to the falls to kill buffalo, for their skins and meat. Others employed about the boat. I caught some small fish this evening. Louis, July 7, 1805. Sunday, July 7, 1805. The weather warm and cloudy, therefore unfavorable for many operations. I keep small fires under the boat. The blowing flies are innumerable about it. The moisture retained by the bark prevents it from drying as fast as it otherwise would. We dispatched 2 other hunters to kill elk or buffalo for their skins to cover our baggage. We have no tents. The men are therefore obliged to have recourse to the sails for shelter from the weather, and we have not more skins than are sufficient to cover our baggage when stowed away in bulk on land. Many of the men are engaged in dressing leather to clothe themselves. Their leather clothes soon become rotten, as they are much exposed to the water and frequently wet. Captain Clark's black man York is very unwell today, and he gave him a dose of tartar emetic which operated very well, and he was much better in the evening. This is a description of medicine that I never have recourse to in my practice except in cases of the intermittent fever. This evening the hunters returned with the canoes and brought buffalo skins only, and 2 antelope, 4 deer and 3 wolf skins. They reported that the buffalo had gone further down the river. The 2 hunters whom we sent out from hence returned also without having killed anything except 1 elk. I set one of the party at work to make me some sacks of the wolf skins, to transport my instruments when occasion requires their being carried any distance by land. We had a light shower of rain about 4 p.m. attended with some thunder and lightning. 1 beaver caught this morning. The mosquitoes are excessively troublesome to us. I have prepared my composition which I should have put on this evening, but the rain prevented me. Clark, July 7, 1805. July 7, Sunday, 1805. A warm day, wind from the S.W. cloudy as usual. The 4 men hunters did not return last night. Dispatched 2 men to kill elk for the use of their skin for the boat. My man York sick, I give him a dosh of tartar. Some rain in the after part of the day. In the evening the hunters returned with 3 buffalo skins, 2 goat skins, 4 deer skins, 2 deer, and 3 wolf skins, to be used in covering the boat canoes and to make moccasins. 1 elk also killed today. Louis, July 8, 1805. Monday, July 8, 1805. Captain Clark determined to make a second effort to replace the notes which he had made with respect to the river and falls. Accordingly he set out after an early breakfast and took with him the greater part of the men, with a view also to kill buffalo, should there be any in that quarter. After getting some distance in the plains he divided the party and sent them in different directions, and himself and 2 others struck the Missouri at the entrance of Medicine River and continued down it to the Great Cataract, from whence he returned through the plains to camp, where he arrived late in the evening. The hunters also returned, having killed 3 buffalo, 2 antelopes and a deer. He informed me that the immense herds of buffalo which we had seen for some time past in this neighborhood have almost entirely disappeared, and he believes are gone down the river. The day being warm and fair, about 12 o'clock. The boat was sufficiently dry to receive a coat of the composition, which I accordingly applied. This adds very much to her appearance, whether it will be effectual or not. It gives her hull the appearance of being formed of one solid piece. After the first coat had cooled I gave her a second, which I think has made it sufficiently thick. The mountains which lie before us from the south, to the N.W., still continue covered with snow. 1 hunter also passed the river to hunt this morning. In the evening he returned, having killed a buck and a male antelope. The party who were down with Captain Clark also killed a small fox which they brought with them. It was a female, appeared to give suck, otherwise it is so much like the common small fox of this country, commonly called the kit fox, that I should have taken it for a young one of that species. However, on closer examination it did appear to differ somewhat. Its color was of a lighter brown, its ears proportionably larger, and the tail not so large or the hair not so long which formed it. They are very delicately formed, exceedingly fleet, and not as large as the common domestic cat. Their talons appear longer than any species of fox I ever saw and seem therefore prepared more amply by nature for the purpose of burrowing. There is sufficient difference for discrimination between it and the kit fox, and to satisfy me perfectly that it is a distinct species. The men also brought me a living ground squirrel which is something larger than those of the U states or those of that kind which are also common here. This is a much handsomer animal. Like the other, its principal color is a reddish-brown but is marked longitudinally with a much greater number of black or dark bronze stripes. The spaces between which is marked by ranges of pure white circular spots, about the size of a Bristol blue shot. These colors embrace the head, neck, back and sides. The tail is flat, or the long hair projecting horizontally from two sides of it only gives it that appearance. The belly and breast are of much lighter brown or nearly white. This is an inhabitant of the open plain altogether, where it burrows and resides, nor is it like the other found among cliffs of rocks or in the woodlands. Their burrows sometimes like those of the mole run horizontally near the surface of the ground for a considerable distance, but those in which they reside or take refuge strike much deeper in the earth. Slight rain this afternoon. Mosquitoes troublesome as usual. Clark, July 8. 1805. July 8, Monday, 1805. A warm morning. Flying clouds. I determined take the width of the river at the falls and the Meticulously river and to take the greater part of the men which can be speared to kill buffalo for their skins as well as meat. Divided the party and sent them in different directions to hunt, and proceeded myself to the mouth of Meticulously river, measured it and found it to be 137 yards wide. In the narrowest part of the Missouri immediately above Meticulously river the Missouri is 300 yards wide, below and a little above the falls 1,440 yards wide, with the direction of the upper Great Fall 580 yards wide, at the Great Spring 270 yards wide. At the Handsome Falls of 47 feet. 8I. The river is 473 yards wide, at the lower Great Falls the river is confined within 280 yards.